Chapter 361 Me. Fight Never Run Away. Faced with Tenten's concerns, Neji didn't know how to explain it. But in order to prevent Tenten from worrying too much and ruining the plan, he smiled and said, "Tenten, remember what I gave you?" "Something for me." "Oh, remember." Tenten thought about it and was about to ask something, but the next moment he responded. The stone that Neji gave her was very powerful, and the power of yin was extremely strong. If you want to restrain the power of yang, the best way is to use the power of yin. Tenten thought Neji needed that thing, and was about to reach for the ninja bag to get it. "No need, I just want you to know that that's what I'm good at." After Neji said that, Tenten was stunned. This is what Neji is good at. It seems that she really doesn't know anything about Neji. Then I'm in. Neji walked into the barrier in front of the two of them. Tenten couldn't help but take a step forward. Seal. Immortal Zima on the side has already hand-sealed, sealing the entrance of the enchantment. Tenten frowned and glanced at Immortal Zima, and murmured, "What's so great? It's not that you have to rely on Neji to save your own husband." Immortal Zima seemed to have been poked into a sore spot, opened her mouth slightly, and said angrily to Tenten, "You girl, don't talk nonsense. I can tell you, no matter how powerful Hyuga Neji is, he will either die or be injured when he comes out. Because his ability is not enough, he who can use Sage Mode is also the Hyuga clan with Byakugan, which is the bloodline left by the immortals. There must be more young power in his body, and he can't control this Soul Eater orb at all." "No, I believe him." Tenten smiled, and whenever he thought of Neji, it was that confident and gentle smile. This man has never let her down. No, never let anyone down. He has someone who even his opponents admire with emotion. "I believe in Neji," Tenten muttered. Seeing Tenten being so obsessed, Immortal Zima looked very disdainful, and snorted. She didn't think Neji could do it, she just wanted to agree with Neji's idea of seeing the immortal side of Fukasaku. After all, Neji actually helped them get the bloody Yuhi-colored spider glands, which was a great achievement. Inside the barrier, Immortal Shenzuo is sitting quietly. Feeling someone coming in, he opened his eyes instantly. A toad jumped off the bed, stood up and walked over to Neji, which seemed a bit funny. But Neji's eyes and Immortal Fukasaku's eyes met, and neither of them spoke. A long silence. Immortal Fukasaku asked, "Are you the Hyuga Neji that little Jiraiya said? You are indeed a genius. Did you really meet the Spider Queen at the spider's nest yesterday?" Before Neji could speak any further, Immortal Fukasaku also sighed heavily and said, "Hey, it's really terrifying. Don't be discouraged, the Spider Queen is a very powerful immortal beast, and she is one of the strongest immortal beasts on Mount Myoboku. With your ability, no. Even a little Jiraiya can never be an enemy of it. Escape from its hands is already a glory that you can boast of for a lifetime." Quote. When Immortal Fukasaku said this, Neji interrupted him. "Well, I didn't run away." Neji scratched the back of his head with a smile and said, I never run away from a fight. Never run away." Immortal Fukasaku glanced at Neji hesitantly, and then asked curiously, "Have you not met the Spider Queen?" "It seems I'm overthinking it." He exhaled, as if he had finally breathed a sigh of relief after a long time of worry. And Neji said coldly, "I saw it, but after killing it, this is the only thing I get." Neji took out the Soul Destroyer orb in his hand, and emitted a turbid white light. At this moment, in the enchantment of colorful light, that white light was also a kind of crystal clear existence. You are. Immortal Shenzuo got this news and directly petrified it in situ. And Neji didn't want to waste time, he had more important things to do. "I'm here to repair your soul. Your soul was damaged during the battle with pain. Now, I'll use the soul destruction orb to repair it for you. You must remain silent during this process and don't move." "Neji has already started the action," Immortal Shenzuo hurriedly asked. Boy, the inner core of the immortal beast needs a lot of energy to motivate you. I've killed the immortal beast that the two of you can't hurt together, so what else do you have to question? Neji got a little impatient. Good guy, I really don't give you face. Immortal Fukasaku's face gave a slight yuhi, and his face showed displeasure. But he had to obediently turn around and sit on the bed. Neji put the soul-repelling bead into the air, and the bead escaped from Neji and approached Immortal Fukasaku, floating in the air. Neji thought, hee, I really don't like my control. After death, Neji closed his eyes, stretched out his hands, and released chakra from the palm of his hand. Because it is aimed at a certain point, Neji did not open the acupuncture points of the whole body, but slowly released the chakra from the hand as if using the gentle fist method. Then, the power of yin filled the entire barrier. This. Immortal Fukasaku was taken aback and wanted to turn his head, because the discomfort seemed to threaten his life and death. Don't look back, Immortal Shenzuo, please don't move, otherwise the technique will fail. Good. Immortal Shenzuo no longer dared to move, and endured the oppression of this blow. And he didn't look back to see behind him. Neji's eyes were already dark and cloudy. Slowly rising, the black gas condensed into a ball, forming the face of a terrifying evil god. Boy, you're actually using my power forcibly again, it's getting better and better. The evil god's deep voice sounded deep in Neji's heart. Anyway, you're only in a spirit state. It's better to lend me your divine power. Shoo, a huge force of yin rushed towards the bead, and the inside of the bead was instantly out of balance. Zitza, pff'd. Sounds and struggles occurred in front of Neji's eyes. Neji couldn't help frowning slightly. What's wrong? This is different from what I expected. The power of the evil god's extreme yin should be the most that Neji has ever seen. Even the power of star is not 1/10 of the power of the evil god's yin. Why is this bead still a disadvantage? The evil god was behind, and a dull voice sounded, this is only a small part of this old man's divine power, and he can't swallow the pure young energy in front of him. Hearing the evil god's statement, Neji moved his mind again, trying to extract the yin power of another god in his body, the blood-killing god. But the evil god immediately said, hold on. Hyuga Neji, the god of blood-killing is a god with evil spirits. If you are not careful, you may hurt others and yourself. You should think twice. Suffocating. Neji couldn't understand a little, but he didn't give up. After all, they were gods, and their power form was not in the same dimension as ninjas after all. Chapter 362 Reject. I don't accept. Neji didn't have the time to think about what the evil spirit was, but the power of the extreme sun in front of him had already grown vigorously. Things that look like Hashirama cells. Neji frowned slightly. The power of yang kept growing, suppressing the power of yin of the evil god released by Neji. But the blood-killing god cannot be used, and the evil god's yin power is still like this, and adding another blood-killing god is probably useless. What to do? Neji frowned slightly, thinking to himself, how about opening your eyes and trying? Then, a huge light flashed. Ding! Buzz! In Neji's head, and the light seemed to block Neji directly, unable to move. Neji's mouth curled, seeing that this time it was much more difficult than he had imagined. It's just that he still hasn't reached a dead end. Neji's brain is running fast. How to deal with this force of yang now? It would be fine if he quit this technique, but it would be in vain. If there is no way to cure Immortal Shenzuo, it is not right to go to Immortal Big Toad. Boy, let out that light in your body. What? The evil god behind him smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to have this kind of power. Although I don't know where it came from, when. But, this thing is much more useful than me. After the evil god finished speaking, the voice echoed, and it rushed into Neji's chest, hot and hot. And in Neji's heart, a light shone. It was invisible from the outside, but Neji's eyes could completely see the fierce light. That's Neji immediately realized that the figure was not from the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Tenen's spirit body. Neji didn't know why the evil god reminded him like this, but according to what Neji knew, it was time to mobilize the yin attribute ability in his eyes. Although there was a risk of losing control, it was the safest. But since the evil god said so, Neji bit Kiba, feeling rock solid. Boom! The huge divine light sprinted forward, and Neji bit Kiba, inspiring the fierce light in his body. Hu, sound, as if separated from the world. Neji's body, stood a standing figure. Tien Ren, Neji murmured. And the concentration of that spirit body is far more than before, completely took over all the divine light, and even absorbed it. Neji frowned slightly, the spirit body stepped back, and Neji was actually wearing it all over his body, and a spirit body was added around Neji's body. At this moment, Neji seems to know something. At this moment, his body is filled with the power of extreme yin, as if he is in the land of Juyu. Drink. Neji drank, biting on the Kiba pass. The bead in front was finally opened, and the unstoppable force of yang was like Izumi surging at the moment. This is the force of yang that is incomparable to a huge amount of sage art chakra, all pouring into Neji's body. Neji felt that his body was like a wet rainy season, which had been going through for several years. On this day, a sunbathing finally came, drying all those wet corners. This comfortable feeling is the same as Neji's first major reminder of sage body's quality, and Neji feels more relaxed. When everything was over, Neji held the soul-repelling orb firmly, released the power of yin, slowly formed a broken soul, and rushed into the body of immortal Shenzuo. Hi! Immortal Fukasaku frowned tightly, having fallen into an inextricable spiritual world, unaware of Neji's movements just now. And Neji fell into thinking, Tenen's spirit body. Why is it the power of extreme yin? And that amount even far exceeds that of the evil god. Although the evil god is a part of it, the power of yin in this aspect surpasses the evil god's divine power. This is the first time Neji has seen it. Neji recalled that Hyuga Kamizuki had to pass on Tenen's spiritual body for the future of the Hyuga clan before he died, even at the expense of himself. Could it be that the spirit body of Hyuga Tenen is also a godlike existence? Really? Immortal Zima stared blankly at Immortal Fukasaku, who was intact in front of him. Immortal Fukasaku wandered around twice, with the scorching sun on his head, smiled and said, "Okay, I can already accept all the energy of yang and sage art. Now that the soul is nourished, there is no need to worry anymore." Immortal Zima couldn't help revealing her cry. "Damn, you stinky old man, finally healed." Tenten blinked, glanced at Immortal Fukasaku and asked curiously, Really? Now it seems that there is no problem. When the soul is missing, can you really not even touch the sun and the air outside?" Immortal Zima immediately complained, "Really? You girl, there are so many things." Listening to their noisiness and enjoying the warm sunlight, Neji suddenly felt more attributes. "Now, instead, it helps me." Neji chuckled. Immortal Zima and Immortal Fukasaku thought that they had saved them by risking their lives, but in fact Neji also saved himself. Originally, it was to use the divine power of the Shugutai sword to suppress the evil spirits. The power of the ancient gods attached to the sword was used to suppress the extreme yin power in his body, but the appearance of Otsutsuki Ura style caused Neji to lose this divine sword. Persistence until now, Neji has dragged down a lot of melee training, especially for swordsmanship. Neji's progress is obviously not as fast as ninjutsu and taijutsu. This is all because the body's extreme yin power is too strong. Reason. Now, using this test, Neji completely took the soul orb into his pocket and used it for himself. Let it temporarily replace the role of the Shukari Tachi. "It's almost time to take me to see the big toad fairy," Neji said. "This. Deep as a fairy, hesitant." Immortal Zima suddenly fell into silence, and looked away unconsciously. "What's wrong?" Tenten asked. After a long while, Immortal Zima simply broke the jar and said, "It won't work, you can do whatever you want, but if you see Immortal Big Toad, please come back." Neji frowned slightly and asked, "They already done this, do you still want to reject me?" "No, Neji," Immortal Fukasaku wanted to explain. But Immortal Zima was more powerful, and said, "That's right, I don't know what your little devil is trying to pay attention to. You can do whatever you want, go anywhere, why do you have to see Immortal Big Toad? For us Mount Myoboku, the current Big Toad Immortal is the future of our Mount Myoboku, but for you ninjas, what is the Big Toad Immortal? Why do you have to meet?" "Okay, let's be honest." Immortal Fukasaku sighed. Seeing the two of them hesitate to speak, Neji is really helpless. He said, "You can rest assured, no matter what reason you reject me, I will not accept it. Because, I came to Mount Myoboku to see the Great Toad Immortal. I said that no matter what difficulties, in front of me, it doesn't make sense either." Immortal Zima was very helpless. Then, Immortal Shenzuo explained, "Actually, Immortal Big Toad is inconvenient to see people now. He is prophesying the future of Mount Myoboku in his sleep. After all, some time ago, something like that happened." Chapter 363 Agree. Miracle Worker. That kind of thing happened. What was that kind of thing? Tenten asked. Immortal Shenzuo pondered and sighed for a while. Then he continued to explain. At that time, after Naruto left Mount Myoboku, the reality was normal for a while. But one day after that, the sky of Mount Myoboku suddenly changed. The sky has changed dramatically. Neji frowned slightly, and he didn't know which space this Mount Myoboku was in, so it was hard to judge. The entire sky of Mount Myoboku has turned into a dim yellow state, and even Blood Yuhi is glowing. In Mount Myoboku, Blood Yuhi represents ominous and is a bad omen. Immortal Zima lowered his voice heavily. Immortal Fukasaku explained more calmly. All in all, Mount Myoboku had a vision that lasted for a long time for unknown reasons, and this vision made the whole Mount Myoboku panic. Immortal Dotode began to close his eyes since then. In the dream, the Big Toad Fairy can get the reason for the vision and predict the end of the matter. We have to wait for the news that the Big Toad Fairy wakes up, and get this most important prophecy, the crisis of Mount Myoboku. It can be resolved. Pucci, Neji didn't recognize it and almost spit it out. He shrugged and said, "I am sorry, you are indeed a little funny, I couldn't help it." Immortal Shenzuo and Immortal Zima looked at each other and sighed helplessly. You can predict the future by dreaming. Is it really that magical? Tenten looked puzzled. Immortal Zima said solemnly, "If you go to see Immortal Big Toad now, then it is very likely to destroy the Immortal's dream, and the prophecy may not be fulfilled. At that time, if Mount Myoboku encounters a crisis, there is no way to deal with it." Quote. If the prophecy is successful, will you have a way to deal with it? Neji's words left Immortal Shensaku and Immortal Zima speechless. Neji chuckled and said, "No matter what you say, what happened, you have to take me to see the Big Toad Fairy. Otherwise, I will break in by myself, so that you don't have to wait for the prophecy, just witness the end of Mount Myoboku." Quote. Neji's words shocked the two of them. If they had just come, Ni would have thought that Neji was just threatening them. But Neji is the one who killed even the Spider Queen, and he said that he can bring the end to Mount Myoboku. It's really not impossible. This time, the two fell into endless contemplation again. You really have such an important matter. Do you want to find Immortal Big Toad? Immortal Fukasaku seemed a little shaken and asked cautiously. But before Neji could answer, Immortal Zima said decisively, "No. It's not a question of whether we want or not, it's a matter of our Mount Myoboku's survival. He wants anything, we can give it, but awakening the Great Toad Immortal, it's possible will destroy our Mount Myoboku." They were arguing so fiercely, but Tenten sighed with a listless look. No way. What is the Great Toad Immortal, or the Immortal Great Toad? It's Immortal Big Toad, Immortal Zima said humanely. Tenten sneered. Okay, Great Immortal Toad. Well, Does he have the urge to get out of bed? Why? Does the dream come out when he wakes up? Didn't he say he predicted it in a dream? Then he could have done it long ago. Are you awake? Your day here is so slow. If he really slept for so many days as you said, wouldn't he have had a lot of dreams? Let Rang say something, leaving the two speechless. And Neji looked indifferent. Then, I'll give Ni a choice. Choose. 3 options. First, let me go. The transformation of the ninja world. The disaster of Mount Myoboku. These are all things I can solve. Second, don't let me pass, but I will personally step over Mount Myoboku. But I will save the ninja world. Mount Myoboku is not my friend. Hyuga Neji. Hearing Neji's tone, Immortal Fukasaku couldn't help but feel a little scared. Neji explained, anyway, from the very beginning, Immortal Zima's behavior has been playing us as outsiders. Are you still playing with us as fools? Sorry, since you don't have the proper attitude. It also conforms to your attitude and no longer regards Mount Myoboku as an ally. Quote. After all, you didn't think of us as Konoha village ninjas from Jiraiya and Naruto's village. If that's the case, I have nothing to do with you. Neji said indifferently. The two immortals were speechless. Who knows, that Tenten said heartlessly. Neji, how can you? You clearly signed a contract with Kaujien, and now he is your psychic beast. You and Mount Myoboku are somehow related to each other, right? Neji was stunned. The two immortals were also petrified in situ. Tenten also continued. And you can still use Sage Mode. This is the gathering place of Sage Art. It should be your favorite place, right? When you fought the Spider Queen, you actually wanted to take the Spider Queen as a psychic. As for the beast, Neji, I think you really have feelings for this place. Okay. Neji swallowed, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Well, let's take you there. Immortal Shenzuo finally let out a sigh of relief. The child's father, but... Okay, don't say it anymore. Immortal Shenzuo glared at Immortal Zima. He sighed and explained, anyway, the ninja world is experiencing a big change now, and Immortal Big Toad has mentioned before that the future changes in the ninja world will be more important each time. What about after this time? Are you going to rely on others all the time? The Big Toad Fairy's prophecy is indeed accurate, but if it is really the end, what can be done? He exhaled heavily. It's better to believe in Neji. This kid, from Jiraiya's mouth to what I saw today, I already understand that he is a miracle worker. Hyuga Neji, I agree with you to go to see the Big Toad Fairy. The two of us, personally lead the way for you. Let's work together happily. Neji's mouth twitched. Mount Myoboku, Seedling Village, the holy land of immortals. The environment here is amazing, and it feels so comfortable to even touch the air on your face. Tenten trot forward to experience the strange feeling, as if she was here on vacation. Neji said indifferently, the chakra concentration of Sage Art here is not at the same level as the previous places, at least there is a gap of more than 10 times. I didn't expect that the air can be filled with such a huge Sage Art. Chakra. Neji suddenly had an idea. If something survived in this environment for a long time, wouldn't it produce extremely powerful mutations? But the fact seems to be in front of him. He is going to see a Big Toad immortal who can predict the future of all things, and he is really looking forward to it. The location of the Big Toad immortal is a palace, and outside the castle, everyone stopped. Immortal Shensaku reminded in a low voice, I'll wake up Immortal Big Toad. First of all, I want to tell you. If you don't have a relationship with Immortal Big Toad, you won't get the answer you want. Because, the Big Toad immortal doesn't talk to people who are unlucky. Chapter 364 Prophecy. Chosen. Neji shrugged and smiled. Don't worry, how come there is no ape shit? Even if there is no fate, if I destroy this place with my hands, there will be ape dung, right? Hee hee. Neji smiled wickedly, and Immortal Zima was taken aback again. You bastard, don't go too far. Immortal Zima only tried to be brave with their mouths, which meant that they would never dare to play Neji again. And Neji has also seized the handles and weaknesses of these two guys one after another. Blind obedience can only be toyed with. On the contrary, it will be a little worse before being respected. Now, stand back. Immortal Fukasaku said, and both Neji and Tenten took a few steps back. Immortal Zima stood behind Immortal Fukasaku and started hand seal. The goddess turned around and started to hand seal the entire castle. Senpo, Sage Art Toad Sing. When the immortal hand seal shouted in unison, Neji immediately grabbed Tenten's hand and took Tenten back 10 steps. 15 seals were then made in half a second. Gentle fist method revolving heaven noise reduction version. Boom. Om. Inside revolving heaven, only the music could be seen outside, and the two toad fairies began to sing towards the castle, and Tenten hesitated for a while. Why? She looked at Neji curiously. Neji explained, "Don't ask, you will regret it." Oh, Tenten met Neji, still very well behaved. And Neji was also relieved, and finally let go of the hanging heart. He also never imagined that the Senpo, Sage Art demonic illusion used by Jiraiya was actually used to wake up the great toad immortal. No wonder the two toads sang so badly, it was hard to hear the level of demonic illusion. And the big toad immortal who has cultivated to the level of immortal beasts will definitely not fall into this kind of demonic illusion. Hearing this voice, he will probably get up and sew their mouths up when he hears this voice. After a while, Neji felt that the external vibrations became smaller until they stopped, and he released revolving heaven. "How's it going?" Tenten asked. Immortal Big Toad should have woken up. "Let's go in." Immortal Fukasaku said. Neji nodded at Tenten, and the two followed decisively. Inside Mount Myoboku Holy Land and Seedling Hall. Stepping on the big yuhi-colored carpet, Immortal Fukasaku walked over alone, with a slow but dignified pace. On the main seat, is a very huge seat, about 20 meters wide. And the big toad immortal sat on it like this, with a chain around his neck and a bead tied in the middle of the chain. "Pill," is written. Neji looked from a distance, narrowed his eyes, and the dust settled in his heart. This is the big toad fairy. Gamamaru. It looks really old. Immortal Big Toad showed an aged breath all over his body, raised his weak eyelids slightly, and glanced at Immortal Shenzuo, as if he had no interest in Immortal Shenzuo. Immortal Shenzuo bowed his head respectfully and said solemnly, "I'm really sorry, Immortal Big Toad, I had no choice but to use this method to wake you up from your sleep. This time there is a big event, a call young man of Hyuga Neji, must meet you." Quote. Looking at Immortal Shenzuo below, Immortal Big Toad just smiled silently, as if he was looking at an ignorant child. Immortal Fukasaku continued, "This kid is a ninja from Konoha village, his talent and ability are above Jiraiya, Naruto and even Minato, I hope you can meet." After all, Immortal Shensaku also seemed to be familiar with Immortal Big Toad and would not waste his time with him, and turned his head to signal Immortal Zima in the distance. Afterwards, Immortal Zima led Neji and Tenten to walk over together. After a long time, when I walked to the center, Immortal Zima went to the side and stood there. Tenten saw that he was very embarrassed, and followed Zima Immortal. Neji took a few steps forward, and the Immortal Fukasaku behind him said in a low voice, "Neji, it's up to you next. If there is fate, Immortal Big Toad will answer you after you ask your question. But if there is no fate, don't force it." Neji ignored Immortal Fukasaku and let him retreat. Neji just walked forward on his own. "Hello Big Toad Immortal, I'm Hyuga Neji from the Hyuga clan in Konoha village." Neji said the Hyuga family very seriously, and when it came to the Hyuga family, Neji opened Byakugan. At this moment, he clearly observed that Immortal Big Toad's eyes moved slightly, and stared at him. Neji's mouth twitched and he chuckled. "First of all, I'm really sorry to disturb your sweet dreams, but I have something to confirm with you." Neji finished speaking, Immortal Big Toad moved slowly. The whole audience was shocked, and Immortal Shenzuo and Immortal Zima were even more frightened, thinking that Immortal Big Toad was going to do something amazing, after all, they woke him up like this. However, Immortal Big Toad just slowly raised his hand, stretched out a finger, pointed at Neji, and said slowly, "I've been awake since the moment you came to Mount Myoboku. Here I am, waiting for you." He spoke very slowly, neither fast nor slow, sounding old but not weak. "What? That means, did your prophecy succeed?" When Immortal Shenzuo heard the news, he immediately got carried away and interjected. Neji wasn't angry either, letting the center of the conversation shift away from him. Immortal Big Toad glanced at Immortal Fukasaku, hesitated for a long time, then looked at Neji again. "The future of Mount Myoboku." The Big Toad Fairy pointed to Neji. Immortal Shenzuo blinked his eyes, and the originally heavy and deep eyes looked dull and immature at this time. Then, the scene fell silent. Tenten stretched out inappropriately, yawned, sleepy eyes blurred. After a long time, the Big Toad Fairy slowly opened his mouth. "This person is the chosen person. God, the chosen one." Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Zima both looked at Neji curiously, and Tenten also woke up from the drowsiness. But Neji was not surprised. He had traveled here in the first place. After so much training over the years, he has grown into such a powerful being. It would be strange if he didn't have such a strong name. Neji coughed twice and asked, "Then Big Toad Immortal, am I the chosen one, and what does it have to do with Mount Myoboku?" Neji must have guessed the answer, but he just wanted the two Mount Myoboku immortals to listen. Immortal Shenzuo and Immortal Zima both sighed and pricked up their ears to listen. After a long time, the Big Toad Fairy raised his eyelids again and looked around for a week. He said, "Mount Myoboku, in the future, will usher in a terrible disaster." Disaster. Sure enough. Immortal Zima had a heavy face. "Hyuga Neji is the key to unlocking all problems," the Big Toad Fairy said again. Simple words, although slow, but every word is precious. Chapter 365 Sharp. Restrained killing intent. Immortal Shensaku and Immortal Zima, who got the truth, froze in place. Neji is the key to unlocking everything. This sentence is enough to see the weight of Neji. And the Big Toad Fairy did not talk to Neji at all as they said, but cared about Neji very much, which was completely different from their expectations. Unbelievable, this kid, not only did not let Jiraiya's expectations fail, but also far exceeded Jiraiya's predictions. Immortal Fukasaku glanced at Neji blankly, speechless. Immortal Zima also lowered his head and no longer dared to say a word. Neji chuckled and asked, "You said that I am the chosen son, and I am the chosen son. I don't want to do this. Who is God? Why did he choose me?" He raised his arrogant head, but he didn't look like a Diosi counterattack, but the arrogance that Neji had in his heart over the years. "I will not be the chosen one, because these things are my own choices, not who chose me." Neji's domineering response shook the hearts of the two Toad Immortals, and they couldn't recognize this Neji who was still joking with them before. At this time, Neji seemed to have an air of deity on his body. As if Neji came to see the great Toad Immortal not from below, but as if some immortal from a higher level came to inspect Mount Myoboku. This aura is extraordinary. Neji, you have already been recognized by the great Toad Immortal, so don't show any respect to the great Toad Immortal. The great Toad Immortal's predictions have never been missed, and have been fulfilled every time. His prophecies are not uttered at random. The Big Toad Immortal is the soul of the immortal beast. Immortal Fukasaku lowered his voice in a serious tone, and said cautiously to Neji. Although Neji has surprised him enough, Neji's attitude is not satisfactory now. After all, offending Neji is a bad thing, but offending Immortal Big Toad is not much better. Hey, you really believe him like that? Neji's mouth twitched, and he glanced at the two immortals with disdain. He was so unruly on purpose. Seeing Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Zima's anxious faces turned purple, but they couldn't do anything, Neji felt relieved. Who let these two guys stop him there before? especially the immortal Zima, who added all kinds of jealousy, and in fact, Neji himself is very suspicious of the immortal Big Toad. How can he predict the future? Neji, at least in himself, never predicted it. Seeing Neji's sharp-edged face, immortal Big Toad smiled. This was arrogance that he hadn't seen in a long time, a restrained arrogance. The last time I saw someone like you was 20 years ago. Jiraiya's disciple, Namikaze Minato. That kid is just like you, with a reserved edge in his eyes. But you are different from him. He focuses more on restraint. Your temperament is calm and steady, but you child is actually more sharp. It seems to be restrained and heavy, but in fact, you have an unfettered soul in your heart. Immortal Big Toad said this, but Neji was a little unhappy when he heard it. Sure enough, it's an immortal. I really like to judge people tilde. However, since you are so knowledgeable about fate, why don't you show it to me? I really want to know my fate. Neji met the gaze cast by the Great Toad Immortal, but he was very concerned about what kind of prediction the Great Toad Immortal would give. Neji had already figured out that no matter what Immortal Big Toad predicted, he would do the opposite. For nothing else, he had had enough of this fatalism since he was a child. What main clan and branches, cage birds, Byakugan's curse. Neji hated the theory that life is controlled by fate for a long time. He must destroy it once, especially if he broke the prophecy of Immortal Big Toad, it would be more meaningful. Your destiny. Immortal Big Toad narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Neji for a long time, and closed his eyes. He slowly stretched out his heavy hands, and an invisible force surged in the air. Neji and Tenten were a little surprised, especially Neji. Don't feel it at all. Neji noticed everywhere, only concealed the feeling that the Big Toad Immortal was releasing some kind of energy, but he couldn't see or touch it. The ceremony is completed. The Great Toad Immortal will be able to roam the examination of any destiny in his own spiritual world. Explore the answers in the secret scrolls to get the true meaning. Right now it's the Big Toad Immortal who is talking to you, Hyuga Neji, you should cherish it. This kind of opportunity is not very common. Until now I have only seen Jiraiya and Naruto being predicted by the Big Toad Immortal. Future. Immortal Fukasaku said, seriously reminding Neji. Immortal Zima also whispered, boy, don't take it seriously, this time you are really lucky. Immortal Big Toad will definitely give you the most accurate judgment and prediction. Is it? Neji smiled, mysterious and eerie. After a long time, Immortal Big Toad breathed a sigh of relief, the strange energy in the air disappeared, and the surrounding air became comfortable and relaxed. After a long time, Immortal Big Toad slowly raised his eyelids and looked at Neji. After a while, he said leisurely, Hyuga. Ning, times. Word by word, read. Neji nodded and asked, what did you see? About my fate. And they were more worried than Neji himself about the future of such a Konoha genius. Immortal Big Toad paused for a moment, and then said slowly, what I see is nothingness. Sure enough, all the predictions of the past few days have failed. What? Immortal Shenzuo and Immortal Zima all widened their eyes. How could? Tenten is also very strange. According to what they said, Tenten really believed in the prophetic ability of the Great Toad Immortal. He wanted to hear about the end of himself and Neji in the end, but this is it. Neji is indifferent. This answer is still satisfactory. At least the Big Toad Immortal did not fool and answer at will. It seems that he really has something, and he unexpectedly expected that he did not belong to this ninja world. This is already a very powerful thing. Neji was about to speak, but Immortal Big Toad suddenly asked, Hyuga Neji, old man, I want to ask you a question instead. This time, Immortal Shensaku and Immortal Zima opened their mouths even more, and their jaws were about to fall. Usually the Big Toad Immortal does not accept strangers at all, and answering other people's questions is enough to save face, but the Big Toad Immortal still has questions to ask Hyuga Neji. This really subverts their cognition. But the Big Toad Immortal saw Neji and had a restrained killing intent. How many lives do you have in your hands? Asked the big toad fairy. Neji was startled, didn't expect this big toad fairy to be so keen. He shrugged. I'm just an ordinary ninja in Konoha village. Then, Immortal Big Toad quickly took over. If Shima doesn't let you come to see me, what will you do? This problem seems to condense the air instantly. Chapter 366 Divine Power. End of art. The Big Toad Fairy, why are you asking such a question? Immortal Zima's face was slightly yuhi, although she knew that Immortal Big Toad was likely to use Shanli to know that Akatsuki had intercepted Neji and Tenten all the way. But it would still make her feel very embarrassed to be exposed and spoken out like this. But Immortal Big Toad didn't seem to have time to pay attention to her, but looked directly at Neji. I know you have something to ask, but before that, you should at least answer my question well, right? This sentence, the Big Toad Immortal said, does not seem so old. Neji chuckled, it seems that such things as trading are really everywhere in the ninja world. With Akatsuki, S. Abbey, and here, with Mount Myoboku, S. Toad. Ah, of course. Neji raised the corners of his mouth, he slowly flattened. At this moment, his face became serious, and the cheerful atmosphere at the beginning completely disappeared. Probably. Neji spoke slowly, and the eyes of the audience were all focused on Neji. We'll kill both of them, then use Yamanaka's secret technique to extract the memories from their minds and break in. Honestly. Neji said this, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and laughed, but that kind of smile was extremely unwarm. It's like the indifferent joy that the killer is finally about to kill his last enemy and is about to finish it. To be honest, if you don't answer my question, Immortal Big Toad, I will do the same. Neji's words stunned the Tenten. She couldn't help but take a step back. At this moment, why did Neji become so unfamiliar? Neji, have you? Tenten thought wildly for a moment, and the Big Toad Immortal also had a serious face, and said leisurely, yes, you already have more than 1,000 lives in your hands. You don't care about the lives and deaths of a few toads. Besides, there are 1,200 among them. You killed many lives in an instant. The Big Toad Fairy said these things as usual. For him, Neji is also a mystery, but he really doesn't want to ignore the ominous feeling brought about by Neji's evil spirit. Although Neji is a very special existence, this gloomy aura that is irresistible to the whole body is something that even the great Toad Immortal feels very threatened. 1,000, more than 1,000 lives. One moment. Tenten widened his eyes dumbfounded, and Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Zima were also shocked. Originally, they didn't believe what Neji said and would kill them as an afterthought, but now that Immortal Big Toad said that, they were already in a state of confusion. Tenten trembled in her heart. For the past 2 years, she was most afraid of this kind of thing. Neji would go through things she couldn't understand and couldn't touch, and for 2 full years, Neji must have gone through things she couldn't understand at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't be today. Tenten couldn't help knowing that he would never be able to catch up with Neji's pace, and even Neji's back could no longer be seen. From the Forest of Death a few years ago, Tenten thought that Neji was the tail of the crane, and they hoped that Neji would work hard to cultivate. Since then, Tenten has been completely left behind by Neji, and until today, Neji seems to have reached a height that she could never reach in her entire life. God, isn't it the same? What did you say? Neji's words immediately made Immortal Zima excited. Neji only glanced at Immortal Zima with disdain, and said with a chuckle, I said gods. The Orochi that people feared, or the god of wine who killed the Orochi that people admired, didn't they blink? Will it destroy the lives of more than 100 people, more than 1,000 people or even more than 10,000 people in an instant? Why are they not accused of crimes, but I will? Immortal Zima bit Kiba and was about to say, because of you. Because I'm just immortal, am I? Neji's rhetorical question left her speechless. Neji turned his head again and said to the Big Toad Immortal, now, the gods have their mission. But the gods did not appear. It is the ninjas, the humans, and everyone from the Konoha village and other ninja villages who saved the world. Those gods did not appear. There must be cause and effect in the world. Immortal Big Toad murmured leisurely. But Neji chuckled. So, I'm here to unravel this cause and effect. Is it because of the Uzumaki family's disrespect to the gods, or the wrong choice of the gods that led to the current situation? The disaster of this world, of course it will be solved, but before that, something important always needs to be figured out. Quote. The great Toad Immortal was deeply shocked. Although he could not see any changes on the surface, his heart was completely conquered by this young man. It is only a young man under the age of 18 who can reach such a level. And, with an 18-year-old body, your destiny spans the development history of Konoha village for more than 40 years. You look young, but your strength is enough to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, right? Immortal Big Toad asked, but Immortal Shenzuo and Immortal Zima were surprised. And Neji said, although I want to know my own destiny, but as a Hyuga clan, as a Konoha village, as a member of the ninja world, some things are more important than this. That is the survival of this world. Neji said silently. Tenten and other Ni-immortals were also deeply shocked. At this moment, they all felt like idiots who only cared about themselves and would be shocked by murderous aura and strength, but Neji was not. Although he is mortal, he has the consciousness of God. Before the crisis, they all misunderstood that Neji came to see the Big Toad Immortal for himself. It turned out that Neji was the great person who really cared about the survival of this ninja world. Hee hee. Immortal Big Toad chuckled twice, as if he finally got the answer he wanted. Tell me, what are your concerns? I'll give you the answers you want. Neji finally got the approval of the Big Toad Immortal, and he showed a relaxed smile that he had not seen for a long time. Immortal Big Toad, I want to ask you, divine power is the end of magic, right? When the Big Toad Immortal heard this, he was startled. Have you already? Neji nodded and said, now I have mastered divine power. His energy operation mode is too similar to chakra. Although I have been researching chakra, now I want to know the result in advance. At the end, is it the spiritual power of the gods? And these words, Shenzuo Shanran and Zima Shanran, were dumbfounded. Tenten naturally too. The Big Toad Immortal pondered for a moment and explained, have you already known the identity of the enemy? The disaster in the ninja world has always revolved around chakra, but no one has really explored the nature of chakra. I didn't expect chakra would so thoroughly researched by a young man of yours. But Immortal Big Toad didn't seem to understand the answer to the question Neji wanted to ask. He only taught him. Chakra is indeed the product of later generations, and it is an energy source that did not exist in previous generations. If you want to explore chakra, you have to find a general. The person who chakra brought to Earth. It's true. Neji interrupted suddenly. I've been in contact with them, the ones who brought chakra to this planet. The Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 367 Variable. Beyond Reincarnation. What? That's not Fairy Six Paths. Immortal Zima looked at Immortal Shenzuo, and they both looked at each other. Originally, on this occasion, they could no longer be allowed to speak, but the two felt the same degree of shock. Tenten blinked and listened honestly. She had never heard of the Six Paths Immortal's real name and the true legend of the Six Paths Immortal. Naturally, she did not understand the importance of the information disclosed by Neji. Immortal Big Toad took a deep breath and slowly spit it out. Have you come this far? So Neji took a few steps forward. Footsteps stomped on the ground, making a clack 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 sound. Big Toad Fairy, your name is Gamamaru, right? Neji showed a confident smile, and he was a little embarrassed to surprise them all again and again, and he simply didn't bother to care about their short knowledge. I know, you have existed since the time of the Six Paths Immortals. In terms of age, you are the Six Paths Immortals of Mount Myoboku. The Six Paths Immortals spread chakra around the world in the form of ninja. To be honest, when 10 tails are scattered as chakras of 9-tailed beasts, six paths immortals only do this with a part of the chakras. The rest, six paths immortals are distributed to this world to solve people's sufferings. Ninja sect's chakra energy acted on this world, and then derived the traditional profession of ninja, chakra interspersed with people's lives. But I always have a problem. Neji narrowed his eyes and asked, people have brought their own original chakra from birth, and this chakra cannot be integrated with the rest of the attributes. But that chakra is weak, but it is the source of life Izumi. Abbreviation for life force. This life force cannot be used in combat, but it is so important. No matter how strong chakra is, it can't replace him. When life force is weak enough, people will die, and no amount of chakra can save him. As Neji spoke, his pupils trembled slightly. The big-toed immortal said with emotion, Byakugan of the Hyuga family, I just found out. You have obtained the highest purity Byakugan, and you even have the body of an immortal. Neji raised his head, showing a confident smile, and said, yes, I can see it clearly now. The so-called chakra was indeed passed down in the form of ninja in the time of six paths immortals. However, the human body's vitality is something very similar to chakra. It is not that chakra derives vitality, but vitality can transmit and develop chakra. If human beings have nothing to do with chakra, how can they rely on ninja to continue? Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the immortal six paths, left a dossier for the Hyuga family. I read the contents of the dossier, and the interpretation of vitality is almost all interpretations of the 7 chakra attributes. Then, at the end of the dossier, chakra it is classified into 5 natural attributes and 2 basic attributes. Yin and Yang chakra. When the yin and yang chakras return to their essence, they can be combined with natural energy to generate sage art. It is thought that the power of extreme yang, and divine power, is the most essential, the power of life. If the end of chakra is divine power, can I think? Neji briefly expounded on his own thinking and reasoning these days. Chakra was originally an important energy source in this world, but there has been a more serious disaster than the Otsutsuki family's invasion of this planet, resulting in the theft of energy. Through some ability, human beings finally left this energy in this world, proclaim. This is a struggle between humans and gods. Neji's sentence of torture hit the big-toed immortal's heart. These answers that even he himself doubted and sought, Neji was able to find this step through his own efforts. So, you've got the true meaning of chakra. Neji bowed his head, shaking his head. No, I just mastered him. But I didn't understand, how could I easily find the truth about what happened before Qian Eternal? But this time the disaster in the ninja world was not because of the aggregate of chakras, the tail beast, this has also had to do. Quote. Neji said, reaching out, a Uzumaki storm-like chakra condensed in his hand. Puu, the energy ball showed black and white differentiation, and then slowly separated from it, a total of 5 flames, Yuhi, blue, yellow, green 5 colors. They correspond to fire attribute chakra, water attribute chakra, thunder attribute chakra, earth attribute chakra, and wind attribute chakra. There are also 2 airflows rapidly rotating around the center, black and white tadpoles forming a small 8 trigrams Tai Chi pattern. Immortal Fukasaku saw this scene and sweated, I've never seen it before. The 7 chakra attributes have been cultivated to the pinnacle level, and they also possess Sage Art Chakra, Sage Body, Fairy Eyes, and the legendary Divine Power. This guy's ability is close to the legendary Six Paths Fairy. Neji chuckled, but the Six Paths Immortal just redistributed the plundered energy back to the world. This is only a temporary solution. Such chakra is someone else's thing after all, causing wars time and time again. Chakra is the source. But what I want to do is to put an end to this farce completely. Neji looked up, and when he saw the dossier in 100% pure Byakugan, he understood everything. File is just like the stone tablet of the Uchiha family left by the Six Paths Immortals. The higher the level of eyes, the more you can see the real content inside. Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura are very different. both of which are to let people in later generations control chakra well and improve their strength to resist the attack of Otsutsuki, but Black Zetsu tampered with the stone tablet, and the Uchiha clan, who had been placed in high hopes, has already gone to the road of failure. Hyuga Tenen's spiritual body also has a certain meaning, or it is also Black Zetsu who is behind the trick. Let Kakuzu kill Hyuga Tenen at that time. I thought that I could solve the Hyuga Tenen, so that the Hyuga family also lost the possibility of knowing the truth. But Black Zetsu didn't expect Hyuga Neji to appear. And Kushi also brought Neji back to the time of Tenen's death more than 40 years ago. All this was expected and unexpected. Listening to Neji's words, Immortal Big Toad couldn't calm down for a long time, and let out a heavy sigh. Hyuga Neji, you really are a variable. Variable. Immortal Fukasaku felt strange. The Great Toad Immortal explained. So far, only Hamura has changed the world, and I have not been able to predict his fate. You are the second. If the Son of Prophecy is the one who decides the fate, then you variables are the ones who change the fate. This world once had a major change due to the appearance of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Now, because of you, there will be another major change. The Son of the Prophecy back then was Hagoromo, and Hamura was a variable who led the Otsutsuki clan to live far away. The moon. I didn't expect that the variables still exist today. Neji, I can't see your fate. You have already surpassed the 6 paths, escaped the 5 elements, you are outside the reincarnation. Chapter 368 Evolution. Tenseigan. Beyond reincarnation. Reincarnation. Tenten blinked and finally sighed. Really, I'm dizzy hearing this. Neji, just ask the Big Toad Fairy, who will you marry in the end? Tenten pouted and listened patiently for a long time without a single question that she cared about. In the end, she was actually bluffing, and she couldn't help being a little annoyed. Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Zima stared blankly as married people, and looked at Tenten blankly, with a confused look on their faces. And Neji was also stunned, shrugged, and smiled shyly. Tenten, this kind of thing doesn't matter to the toad. Tenten heard Neji's tone returning to gentleness, and couldn't help but wake up, grinning ashamedly and said, that. Neji, I'm joking. Immortal Big Toad continued. Actually, when Hamura left her own child in this world, Immortal 6 Paths and I were not optimistic. Unexpectedly, the variables of the year have really reappeared. His tone was a little weak, but until now, he actually showed a trace of excitement. He, chuckled, ha, your guess is correct, the real chakra energy is more than 10 tails. I should have expected you to be able to turn on Sage mode. You found it. The essence of all natural energies is actually chakra. Sage art is just a more primitive energy. In the disaster of the year, Mount Myoboku really avoided himself and kept himself, but now it seems that Mount Myoboku also had to be involved in this disaster. Hit. Now, I'm going to extract the chakra left in my body. Remaining chakra. Neji was a little curious. Immortal Big Toad raised his head slightly and opened his mouth wide. In its mouth, a small bead slowly appeared. This is the prophecy bead. Immortal Shenzuo widened his eyes, in disbelief. Immortal Zima also shouted. No. Immortal Big Toad, the orb of immortal spirit has left the body. Any immortal beast will quickly collapse and die due to insufficient heart function in a short period of time. Absolutely not. Neji asked hesitantly, what is the prophecy bead? Immortal Fukasaku looked at Neji and said eagerly, in the past 2,000 years of cultivation, Immortal Big Toad has long been an existence of an immortal beast higher than the Spider Queen. As I told you, Sage Art's body will correspond to it. The core of the fairy, the core is the core ability of the fairy beast. The prophecy pearl is the core of the Big Toad Fairy, if you take his core. Well, I didn't say I was going to hand over my core. I don't want to die yet. A young voice shocked everyone. What? Tenten blinked and saw the Big Toad Immortal sitting on the gigantic body, and at this moment, he had regained his youthful appearance. His originally aged skin turned back to Yuhi Run now, his eyes became brighter, and his whole body glowed with new brilliance. Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Zima looked at Immortal Big Toad, who was younger than themselves at the moment, and were too surprised to say anything. Neji chuckled and joked, "Yo, I didn't expect you to be so handsome when you were young." Immortal Big Toad. Immortal Big Toad showed a radiant smile at the moment, and said, "Although I have this prophecy bead, I have only lived for more than 2,000 years, and there are still people who are bigger than me in this world. I have been relying on 6 paths for all these years. The chakra left to me by the immortals has existed for thousands of years in this chakra-filled temple of sage art, but now I'm going back to the back mountain of Mount Myoboku." Back mountain, Tenten wondered. Immortal Fukasaku explained, "The back of Mount Myoboku is the place where toads practice. Once you enter, you have to go through 9981 hardships to get out. This is an extremely severe test even for immortal beasts. Because every difficulty most likely to die. It's all destiny," the restored young giant toad immortal said. Around the light, Dashung, Neji did not expect that his arrival would end a certain journey of the great toad immortal. But now it looks like a good thing. "What is the chakra you're giving me?" Neji asked. The great toad immortal explained, "This is left by immortal 6 paths. If you have a fate, you will naturally see him later, right? When you see him, you will naturally understand. This chakra will help you as a variable to complete your mission as a variable. I hope you can pull the world in the right direction. Of course, as a variable, you have your own choices. Because you are out of reincarnation. People, no one can restrain you in the true sense." The appearance of the big toad immortal has gradually blurred, and under the powerful light, his body has become slightly transparent. Immortal Zima already had tears in her eyes, and murmured, "Immortal Big Toad. You must be careful, Mount Myoboku can't be without you." Immortal Shenzuo firmly hugged Immortal Zima and comforted him, "Don't worry, Neji will definitely save this world." The end. Immortal Big Toad was about to disappear and said to Neji, "Finally, I have to tell you the truth of a world. It's not a waste of time for you to come to Mount Myoboku. After all, your research on chakra is deeper than mine. The truth about chakra is the truth about this world above eternal, and it is useless to ask me to find him. However, I can tell you. The 3 lands of immortals are crucial places, and they connect the 3 more important places." "Where?" Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. "Mount Myoboku is the gateway to the world of the gods, the home of thousands of fairy beasts, where Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, came to this world. Shikatsu Forest is the gateway to the world of gods, it is the gathering place of divine power, and another place, Ryachi Cave, is the place leading to the underworld, where the legendary soul gathers, the Pure Land is also there." Quote. After saying these words, the figure of the big toad immortal disappeared. The voice swirled in the hall for a long time, and everyone looked around, not knowing which direction it flew away, and just disappeared out of thin air. And a chakra flashed and rushed into Neji's body quickly. Neji didn't resist, and greeted him. "Boom," sounded familiar in Neji's mind. This massive, fiery power. Is this the 6 paths sage? And Neji guessed right, this chakra is even much bigger than the tailed beast. The chakra of that year is far from what the current 10 tails can compare to. All the chakra in this world, where is the tailed beast, can be accommodated. Ding! The host completes the task and rewards the host with 14% sage body quality. And 100W actual combat proficiency. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Is your system a 2G network? Is the reward distribution speed too slow?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a new item, Soul Destruction Orb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of chakra, which has been forcibly absorbed into the body of the descendant of the fairy. May I ask if you use 100W proficiency to activate the true sage body? You are a liar. Neji was a little dissatisfied, but still chose to activate. Then, ding! Congratulations to the host Byakugan, whose purity has reached 100% and has evolved into a true sage body. Byakugan has undergone the ultimate evolution and has become a turning eye. 1% proficiency reward. Turn your eyes, 1%. Chapter 369 Stop. It can only be solved with strength. It's unbelievable that there is so much truth in this world that we don't know. Immortal Fukasaku also seemed to be unable to calm down this conversation for a long time, and felt a lot of emotion. Immortal Zima reached the ground steadily and said worriedly, "The future of the world." Tenten stepped forward a few steps, stopped beside Neji, and stared blankly at the throne. She glanced sideways at Neji. Neji looked indifferent. "Neji, the big-toed fairy has." Neji chuckled. "Don't worry, this guy won't die. Before he can be reborn, he has to make good use of this valuable information." "Oh." And Tenten just blinked, and although she saw everything, she couldn't make use of these so-called information. Follow Neji. Tenten made such a decision. Although this is quite a blow to people's self-confidence, Tenten is a cheerful girl. Of course, she will not be frustrated by a little setback. This is also the point that Neji saw that Tenten was different from other women. She would not accept her fate when she encountered the gap in strength and setbacks. Tenten would still try to catch up and try to shine. This kind of character even feels a little boy, but Neji doesn't care. Boy and girl are not important, as long as it is a good boy. And Tenten's self-thinking look is really stupid and cute. "Oh yes, Neji." Tenten was suddenly stunned, and returned from the thought just now. She took a few steps closer to Neji's side. Neji also looked at her curiously, and the light leaked from outside the gap in the hall, sprinkled on Tenten's head. There was a special beauty, and Neji couldn't help but be moved. Tenten stretched out into his ninja bag, and after rummaging for a while, he took out a small shiny stone. The color of the small stone was not the same as any other rock, and the texture was cloudy and dense. It emits a faint purple light, and it is thinner than before, and it looks more beautiful. With Tenten's pure face, Neji felt that the beauty at the moment was like a painting. "I really want to get a camera and take a picture." "Well," Neji nodded secretly, feeling a little favored towards Tenten. Unexpectedly, all the way to the end, Ino and Karen's gentle and smiling girls didn't make Neji too tempted, but Tenten made Neji have a different kind of love. Of course, this kind of like is not much. After all, the two people are not in the same dimension in every direction. "Hey, the star of Xingying Village, I just guessed it for a while. I didn't expect it to come true, and this thing actually works on you. Now, its light is completely different. It has become more crystal clear, and, this faint purple light hits you. It is very beautiful." Tenten. Quote. Neji complimented Tenten with a chuckle. Tenten didn't expect that after Neji described it, she would turn to her appearance, and at this moment, that handsome face was directly against her. Tenten blinked, suddenly forgetting what he was going to say. You, Neji, well, stop joking." She took a deep breath, her face immediately held Yuhi, and there was a sense of Hinata's vision. Neji thought it was funny, but he didn't expect to flirt with Tenten like this till he became more and more curious. Tenten had to admit that he was a little happy inside. But she's still serious about her expression, and handed out the star in her hand. "Return to the original owner, it's very useful. Now Neji's purpose has been achieved. I hope you are satisfied with my entourage this time." Listening to Tenten talking so politely, Neji subconsciously thought she was treating herself as a delivery boy. "Oh no, delivery. Miss." Neji gave a light cough, cleared up those messy thoughts, shrugged and asked, "Since it's easy to use, why don't you keep it for yourself?" "Ah, this." Tenten was flattered. Some didn't know how to explain it. Neji turned around and walked away, saying lightly, "You should treat it as a token of love, right? For a girl as beautiful as you, the star should be handed over to you." Neji snickered inwardly. He made it up on the spot. After all, if he directly said, "This star is a burden to me," it just so happens that your body is extremely young, so you can help me bear the burden better. I'm afraid I won't be punished. Hate it. Set love. Hey, Neji, what are you talking about? Tenten pretended to be angry, but he was actually very happy inside. Neji really had intentions for her. Just like this, she has nothing extravagant. And Neji turned back and took a bead out of his clothes. The beads were turbid and dim, and there was also a faint white light, which was extraordinary at first glance. Besides, I already have something better to replace. I don't need that anymore. This thing is more suitable for me now. Neji still told the truth, but the more important truth is that the soul orb belongs to Yang. Star, it belongs to Yin, and the effect of this effect on one's own constitution is completely different. And even the core spirit beads of this fairy beast can't seem to completely cover the extreme yin power of the two gods in his body. Neji thought, he still has to find an opportunity to get back the sake cut sword as soon as possible. Neji was about to step away when a figure stopped behind him. Stop. Neji and Tenten looked over together and saw Immortal Zima looking at Neji with hostility. You bastard, are you planning to take the Spider Queen away? Her questioning made Neji look question marks. I said, that guy has been killed by me, this is its core. I got this thing myself, why can't I take it away? Neji looked around for a while, but did not notice Immortal Zima was extremely angry, and only smiled. Could it be that all of your Mount Myoboku belongs to you? After all, Neji also negotiated with the Great Toad Immortal, and got the power from the Great Toad Immortal. Thanks to the Great Toad Immortal, he got Tensagen and made a promise to himself. Neji regarded Mount Myoboku as half of his territory. All of a sudden. No. Immortal Zima came out quickly, and the extremely strong air pressure exploded in an instant. Fuck the kid. Immortal Fukasaku wanted to stop it, but it was too late, so he just stepped back and blocked the incoming strong storm with his cloak. Immortal Zima approached Neji aggressively, standing less than 5 meters away from Neji, her eyes surging. Neji looked indifferent and had no interest in paying attention to her at all. Although it was true that she did not expect such a strong sage art energy from a little toad, but thinking that this is the seedling hall of the big toad immortal, the concentration of sage art energy it was dozens of times that of the rest of Mount Myoboku, which was quite normal. I care about you so much, you Mount Myoboku can't rely on me to survive the calamity in the future, to stop me is to harm yourselves. Neji turned his head and left leisurely, and walked outside the palace. He knew that Immortal Zima was an old woman of menopause, and he didn't intend to bother about it. Senpo, Sage Art Sweden, Water Style, Water Slash. PFF'd, a thin line appeared, and the rapid flow of water transformed into a sharp blade and slashed beside Neji, slicing the gate of the palace in half. Load-bearing Jinchuriki column broke, and the entire palace was in jeopardy. Neji let out a sigh of relief with his back to the dangerous rear. It seems, it can only be solved with strength. Chapter 370 Crazy. Frustrated Mother. CCC. A few more, Immortal Zima seems to be crazy. Sweden Water Style is not aimed at Neji, but directly at the entire palace, destroying all the structures. Fuck the child, why do you? Immortal Shensaku seemed to understand Immortal Zima's emotions, but he did not agree with Immortal Zima's actions. Immortal Zima has been obsessed with Neji's back now, and said, anyway, Immortal Big Toad has returned to the back mountain to practice. There is no need for this palace to exist. In any case, today's soul-repelling pearl must not be used by this guy. Take it away. But Neji turned around, and a few pieces of his body fell at any time. I am sorry, but now the soul orb has completely merged with me. Now I am the only one who can drive the soul orb and stay in Mount Myoboku. I'm afraid there is no way to do it. Neji was not annoyed by Immortal Zima's behavior. On the contrary, she still looked proud. Immortal Zima looked even more angry. He said angrily, don't think about it. Immortal Zima sticks out his tongue, and the long tongue is very flexible, and it only takes a moment to grab Neji. And Neji turned on the spiritualization technique in an instant, disappeared without a trace, and flew behind him quickly. Immortal Zima froze in place, looking at Neji, who disappeared quickly, like a white phantom. This guy, such a pure spiritualization technique. Kato Dan back then never reached this level. Immortal Fukasaku grabbed the 1010 next to him and said, "Little girl, hurry up and get out of here, it's too dangerous here now." 1010 is a little worried about Neji's situation, but with Neji's current strength, it should be not dangerous, right? Boom, and boom, 1010 and Immortal Fukasaku quickly left, and in the air, Immortal Shinsaku shouted, "Fuck, the old times are over. Hyuga Neji is a trustworthy person, you hand over the Spider Queen, give it to him." Damn. Immortal Zima is biting Kiba, and the original image of a housewife looks like a devil at the moment. She roared angrily, sticking out her tongue and twirling around, originally booming the crumbling palace, but at this time, under the strong impact of her tongue, it began to tremble and crash. Boom. A huge stone fell, and Immortal Fukasaku and 1010 could not help but escape from the place of right and wrong. At this moment, Neji, who was standing outside, stood on a small hill not far away, watching the huge palace in front of him gradually collapse. It seems that the glory of the past is so annihilated, but Neji doesn't care about the glory of Mount Myoboku. Anyway, the disaster the world will face next will be tens of thousands of times more terrifying than this. Neji is used to seeing such small scenes. The palace was almost destroyed, and it instantly seemed to be in ruins. The sound of crack made Neji startled. The energy around the gap is continuing to gather. "I found you." Inside the palace, the voice of Immortal Zima came. Neji was startled. This is tracking. Startled. Neji felt that his movements were momentarily restricted, and when he swayed left and right, Neji felt that his body was dozens of times heavier than usual, and his speed immediately slowed down, just like an ordinary person. In the front, the slender tongue that was flying quickly attacked Neji again. Neji moved, but couldn't move fast at all. A sound of shoo. Neji was startled, realizing that he had been touched by the tongue, and his whole body was paralyzed at that moment. The next moment, Neji understood that he was bound by that long tongue. Neji sweated coldly and spit out, "This dead old woman is also disgusting. I didn't expect to have such a terrifying side." He felt like he hadn't woken up yet. After all, they were two immortals. Neji knew that they were not bad people, so he didn't play with her seriously at all. "Sweeten water style." Over there, the distant voice of Immortal Zima came. Oops. Neji sighed, but he didn't expect the other party to be so cruel. At the moment, he did not hesitate immediately, and instantly transformed into a white light. Wow, the sweetened water style failed to hit Neji, and Neji turned into white light and flew away to the other side of the hill. And the tongue quickly stretched, and Immortal Zima flew over quickly. After Immortal Zima landed, seeing that Neji was no longer there, he glanced to the other side. Not only Sage Mode, but also the art of spiritual transformation. "You bastard, the gentle fist of the Hyuga family can't satisfy you, so are you stealing ninjutsu everywhere?" Immortal Zima's questioning caused a big question mark on Neji's face. Stealing. Neji was a little speechless. Could it be that this guy is against him because of this? Neji was puzzled. Afterwards, Immortal Zima rushed over, and Neji fought with Immortal Zima. Neji didn't bother to untie the bondage, even if it was only at the speed of an ordinary person. As long as his strength was strong enough, he could take over a little toad's physical technique. Obviously, Immortal Zima is good at Sweeten water style, and Futon wind style, but not good at taijutsu. 1010 who were fighting fiercely, he couldn't help but tug at his heart. Why fight? The palace is ruined. This is Mount Myoboku. In the eyes of 1010, Mount Myoboku is a land of immortals and a very sacred place. Immortal Fukasaku on the side said, "Really? No, I'm going to help Neji. Tenten is a little worried about Neji, because Neji has not released the bondage, and he has been in a near-miss fight with Immortal Zima, which makes Tenten extremely worried. Immortal Shenzuo hurriedly said, "Wait. But you listen to me first." Afterwards, Immortal Fukasaku released Shikai. "Actually, my son and I fought the Spider Queen a long time ago. You should have heard of it." "Well, you didn't kill the Spider Queen." Tenten blinked. Immortal Fukasaku sighed and explained, "At that time, our two children were still in their infancy. When they were playing near Spider Mountain, they woke up the sleeping Spider Queen. The Spider Queen ate them." This. Tenten was extremely shocked. It turned out that there was such a past. Immortal Shenzuo was very helpless and shook his head. "Even Toad Wentai doesn't know about this matter. Those are our eldest son and second son. The children have been wanting to seek revenge for the Spider Queen ever since. But we have experienced, despite all the hardships, there is still no way to get rid of this demon. I simply go to the Spider Mountain from time to time to hunt and kill spiders, seize their spider glands for medical treatment, and relieve their hatred." Quote. "So, now Neji helped kill the Spider Queen. Shouldn't you be thanking Neji? Why do you still do this?" Tenten was a little pissed. Immortal Fukasuo hurriedly said, "Listen to my explanation. That divine soul bead hides the true spiritual body of the beast. Although the body of the beast dissipated, the spiritual body is still in the core of the bead. To put it bluntly, that bead is the Spider Queen. In the eyes of the child's mother, now Neji is saving the Spider Queen." So, Tenten suddenly realized, and then he understood why Immortal Zima looked so crazy. This is a frustrated mother. On the other side, Immortal Zima has finished the hand seal, aimed at Neji, and released the ninja at zero distance. Senpo, Sage Art Futon, Win Style, Say. Quote. Chapter 371 Great Idea. Blackmail Mount Myoboku. Neji was startled. "I know, besides demonic illusion, also joined Futon, Win Style. Is this really trying to kill me?" Neji's actions are blocked, demonic illusion has been suffering from being destroyed, and Immortal Zima is full of firepower. "If you dare to take away the soul orb, I will definitely kill you." Boom. The huge airflow kicked up the dust and bombarded it. Neji closed his eyes for a moment, and the huge chakra condensed around him. There was dust all around, and the earth trembled. Bang. Chakra and Futon, Wind Style, are intertwined to produce a striking cannon fire. "Fuck the kid." A voice came, and a weak voice flew, resisting the chakra released by Neji. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't a soft-hearted person, but he really didn't need to do anything until the situation was cleared up. And, now at Mount Myoboku, Neji has a purpose of his own. So, fortunately, Neji gathered up the chakra and only used it to defend himself. And this huge storm force is enough to last. Neji does not untie the chakra of revolving heaven, only attaches to his body, and integrates the sweetened water style Sage Art chakra that restrains Futon, Wind Style like a dungeon protecting Neji from attacks. In addition, the sweetened water style Sage Art has an innate effect of removing negative effects. Neji's poison was instantly released, and his actions were restored. Neji landed steadily, and the dust gradually subsided. At the other end, Immortal Shenzuo protected Immortal Zima, and Immortal Zima lay down on the ground tired. "My son, don't be so persistent. Now Neji is the chosen one. He can control the soul orb and save the world. In front of the overall situation and selfishness, don't be confused." Immortal Fukasaku was even a little emotional. After all, the dead child was also his flesh and blood. Neji was a little unhappy. Although they were like you and me, they didn't make any sense to him at all. Neji stretched out his hand and drew out the Thor's sword. The power of yin and evil has skyrocketed in an instant. Pooh! The strong power of extreme yin instantly made Immortal Shensaku and Immortal Zima pale. "Hyuga Neji, what are you doing?" Immortal Fukasaku immediately stood in front of Immortal Zima. This scene was quite touching, but Neji looked indifferent and said, I thought it was just a simple shot, but I didn't expect. It was a real killing intent just now. Give me a reason, otherwise I don't need to bear with you here. Quote. Neji didn't have to kill them, but just wanted to know why the soul orb couldn't leave Mount Myoboku. Immortal Shenzuo hesitated to speak, but after all, he did not speak. Immortal Zima knew that she was not Neji's opponent, and Neji was indeed able to control the soul orb, so she remained silent. At this moment, her mind is full of the first 2 children she gave birth to when she was young. About Neji's behavior, but how could she easily end her hatred of the Spider Queen? If you are hostile to me and do not approve of my deal with Gamamaru, then I will not keep you. Now you have no need to survive for me or the world. At the moment of disaster, anything that prevents me from saving this direct I will not stay. Quote. After all, now that you all know, I am the one with the immediate responsibility of saving, and of course I have reason to know all the obstacles. Neji raised his sword, Immortal Zima and Immortal Fukasaku both trembled. But Neji was just speaking in such a high-sounding manner. After all, he didn't really believe what Gamamaru said. What will happen in the future? Neji. Suddenly, Tenten came quickly. She jumped and fell behind Neji. Neji didn't look back, his Byakugan wasn't closed yet, and he was able to see all directions without blind spots. Tenten, I'm not killing, but they're so old as the great immortals of Mount Myoboku without the pattern of sacrificing for the bigger picture, they're just a hindrance to the hope of survival for all of us. Neji knew what Tenten wanted to say. After all, she was such a kind Tenten, and of course she felt pity in her heart. No, Neji, they have something to hide. Neji, don't do it yet, listen to me. Hearing Tenten say this, Neji paused for a moment and clenched the sword in his hand. Tenten is not a woman with the kindness of women, he said. Decades ago, their first 2 children were killed by the Spider Queen. It is because of this that Immortal Zima's hatred for the Spider Queen is the inexplicable. Neji was stunned. Could it be that the killing intent and madness he saw just now were all the hatred of Immortal Zima towards the Spider Queen? No wonder. Moreover, Immortal Zima knew that Neji had a lot of strength, and even asked Neji to go to places like Spider Mountain to do simple tasks. In fact, she wanted Neji to help her kill the Spider Queen. Combined with the fact that Neji saw Immortal Zima and learned that he had killed the Spider Queen, he was not really surprised. Neji understood the explanation. Then she should thank me and avenge her. Tenten said again, but the core of the fairy beast is immortal, it will not die. It is only the body that dissipates. Now what you have is the core body of the Spider Queen. Immortal Zima may want to destroy it. Tenten's voice also grew smaller. Neji knew everything, but understood. Immortal Fukasaku hurriedly said, no need. Since this thing is useful for Neji's cultivation, and Neji is the chosen person, why don't we make sacrifices? We can't beat you anyway. Immortal Zima no longer refutes anything, she really has no ability to stop it. Neji sighed, and after a long hesitation, he explained, have you felt the extreme yin power on this Thor sword? And the vibration caused by the extreme yin force in the sage art environment of the extreme yang force was very obvious. Neji explained, because the core of the fairy beast is under the environment of sage art all the year round, the power of extreme yang is very powerful. Because the power of extreme yin is too strong in my body, I need this power of extreme yang. The treasures to suppress, otherwise it will have a great negative impact on the body. Quote. So that's how it is. Immortal Zima breathed a sigh of relief and accepted this reason. And after Neji put away the sword of Thor, the 2 immortals breathed a sigh of relief, and Neji smiled evilly. He didn't want to kill them anymore, but he didn't say that he should forget it. Unsurprisingly, he had a plan. That's blackmailing Mount Myoboku. I said, this misunderstanding is solved, but you really wanted to kill me just now. Immortal Zima blinked, speechless. Neji gave a light cough, and raised his head proudly. Immortal Fukasaku looked humble and asked, Hyuga Neji, how are you willing to let us go? This is indeed our fault. Neji chuckled, shrugged and said, this. Then I'll speak up. Since this Spider Queen is your enemy, I promise you will not release it from the world in the future, and let it be sealed in this bead forever. Unable to appear. But I have lost a powerful immortal beast. You must find me another fairy beast and become my psychic beast. Neji chuckled. The two immortals opened their mouths. Is this you? It is clearly extortion. Chapter 372 Iwasu. The Wizards of Mount Myoboku. This immortal Shenzuo has nothing to say. He looked at immortal Zima with a resentful look on his face, and the subtext was, look at what you've done, now someone has taken the blame. Immortal Zima is also extremely speechless. This request is really too much. No. She wanted to say no, but now, clearly Neji's boss. Two immortals of Mount Myoboku, who are their elders, couldn't possibly humbly apologize to a junior Neji, right? But when Neji said this, it was indeed what they did wrong, and after this, Immortal Zima really did not want Neji to make the decision to keep the Spider Queen alive. You know, if Neji made the Spider Queen his psychic beast, then the Spider Queen could continue to get away with it, wouldn't her child die in vain? For this, she really needs to thank Neji. After all, it was Neji who killed the Spider Queen. Otherwise, in terms of the strength of the two of them, they would never be able to surpass the Spider Queen in their entire lives when they cultivated in the same environment. There is no other way to get revenge. Thinking of this, Immortal Zima somewhat regretted his actions. He even wanted to stop Neji impulsively. Neji might not have played with her seriously at all, otherwise why would he be deadlocked for so long? However, things like fairy beasts are very difficult to find. The Spider Queen is already an extremely rare fairy beast. Toujien is already a powerful psychic beast. Why do you need a fairy beast as a psychic beast? Since ancient times, in addition to the Six Paths Sage, Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the Outer Path, a fairy beast, was used to suppress Ten Tails, Husk. No other person has ever tamed a fairy beast. Then what did I destroy? Neji picked up the bead. Under the sunlight, the soul capture is still a turbid black and white color. The color is unmatched by any quality jade, and it is enviable. Seeing the bead, Immortal Zima seemed to be stimulated, and she thought of her child in her heart. No, never let that guy out. I must let her be completely sealed in this core. Immortal Zima's words were filled with hatred. And Immortal Fukasaku sighed and said, then, let's take him there. We Mount Myoboku, there is indeed a fairy beast. Neji was startled, didn't expect it to exist. He was just trying his luck to see if they could provide some information on the fairy beasts. After all, he had seen the power of the Spider Queen, and Neji was very concerned about the fairy beasts. I didn't expect Mount Myoboku, and toads who have cultivated to the level of immortal beasts. However, this toad is only close to the state of a fairy beast. In other words, he is an immature fairy beast. He has only cultivated in Mount Myoboku for 200 years. It has grown extremely rapidly, and cultivated into a fairy beast about 30 years ago. Immortal beasts will be in a state of deep sleep from time to maintain their lives. You can also see the Spider Queen. Immortal beasts need a lot of time to store energy in order to nurture their cores, because psychic beasts are different from humans. Strong innate spiritual power must be cultivated through acquired efforts. My son, why do you want to? Immortal Zima seemed to have some concerns, but Immortal Fukasaku said, okay, do you want Neji to release the Spider Queen? Although she didn't lose her soul, but now she is just dissipating her body, with Neji's proficiency in Sage Art Chakra. With a little effort, he will definitely be able to do it. Quote. And Neji also played with the beads back and forth in his hands, making Immortal Zima even more determined. Well, it's up to you. After getting permission, Immortal Fukasaku raised his head and said, Hyuga Neji, I'll take you to see that guy. But I can tell you first, the deal has been reached. Whether you can conquer that immortal beast later depends on your ability. Al, still need to be subdued. Tenten let out a long sigh. He hasn't had a good rest yet, and is he going to live again? Of course, this guy is not someone to mess with. Just trying to wake him up is a very difficult thing. Mount Myoboku also has a toad that became an immortal beast. Which one is it? Neji asked. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't solve it, but was curious about the mystery of Mount Myoboku. As far as he knows, besides Gamamaru, Mount Myoboku's strongest combat power is only 2 immortals. If there are immortal beasts, then that immortal beast should be the battle strength standing above the 2 immortals. Why is it not mentioned in the original book at all? Immortal Fukasaku said, well, you Ninja World have your genius in Ninja World, Hyuga Neji, you are a super genius that is rare in Konoha village once in 100 years. And we Mount Myoboku of course also have genius, except for the ancestor of the great toad immortal. This guy, he is also a rare genius. He is the same generation as us. Iwasu Big Toad. Iwasu Big Toad. Neji was a bit under the impression that Jiraiya seemed to have channeled the guy's esophagus to trap Uchiha Itachi and Oni. It's a fire-breathing toad, but his gut still doesn't hold up to Itachi's Amaterasu, and Neji can't help but doubt the strength. The big toad of Yansu is indeed a fire-type toad, but he is a hidden genius, although the strength of his body is not the most powerful among the toads. However, his sage art cultivation base is known as Mount Myoboku, the closest existence to the big toad fairy. Really so powerful? Tenten asked suspiciously. If you don't believe me, you'll find out when you see him. I can't guarantee that with Neji's ability, I will be able to subdue him. So, after a while of rest, everyone went up to the road to the Beihai mountain in the north. The further north you go, the colder it gets, but there is no rain or snow. It was just the temperature of the pure rain, snow, wind and frost that made everyone feel a little cold. Neji and Tenten stood on Tojien's back and walked steadily, with Immortal Fukasaku standing beside him. Immortal Zima didn't follow her. She looked after the house at home, and was responsible for cleaning up the Miaomu temple that she destroyed by herself. Why is it so cold? Tenten shrank his neck, trembling a little. Immortal Fukasuo explained. Of course, the North Sea Mountains are in the north, and of course it will be colder than the south. The big toad of Yansu belongs to the fire element, and needs to rely on the cold energy to cultivate the balance in the body. It is because of this that he will be short in time. I can achieve a cultivation level that is even better than that of the Spider Queen. But it takes a lot of tests to conquer him. Even Jiraiya couldn't do it in the past, but Jiraiya was also in the Great Toad Immortal. With the help of, I was able to channel out the esophagus of the big toad of Iwasu. Huh, Tenten nodded. He didn't expect this big toad in Yansu to be so powerful. She couldn't help but look forward to it. Neji closed his eyes, then opened Byakugan, the veins showed. Then, he slowly hand-seal. Fire. With a bang, a fire seemed to ignite in Neji's heart, and then he touched his whole body and warmed up. Conducted through the air, without even touching the body, the fire of Neji gradually spread to other people and began to warm up. Immortal Fukasaku asked in surprise, the art. It's no longer Kaden fire style, it's an escape art belonging to sage art. I didn't expect you to be able to master. All 4 generations failed. Ah, because it's familiar. Neji chuckled, and now he feels that he is the master of chakra. Chapter 373 Ninja. The Way of Cultivation. Fire. What is it? Tenten on the side felt that the warmth was extremely comfortable, and even though Izumi, the source of this power, was similar to chakra, he still couldn't fully understand it. Obviously, nature cannot be easily understood, otherwise how could the world be confused by something like chakra? Now, Neji is apparently close to otherworldly. You can understand it as Kaden fire style, but the escape technique that uses chakra as the energy source and hand seal as the technique is just the physical energy that is in line with the natural energy. Body energy. Tenten still couldn't understand. Immortal Fukasaku sighed and seemed a little impatient. But he still patiently interjected and explained, "You don't have to try to understand this kind of thing. Anyway, there are very few ninjas who can reach the level of Neji. Since ancient times, the only people who have reached this level in the ninja world are the 6 paths immortal and the current Neji. It's just an individual. The rest who can reach this state are mostly swordsmen, or warriors, or sorcerers." Tenten nodded slightly. She had heard of the world before the ninja world. Rumored that during the 6 paths immortal period, ninja was a very rare profession, and it was not related to chakra. But since chakra was passed on by 6 paths sage in the form of ninja, the concept of ninja has been widely quoted. But this is also the result of the continuous evolution and selection of the thousands of years of fighting among the major ninja families. The pinnacle of ninjas has become more refined and capable, resulting in the emergence of extremely powerful leaders like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. This led to the rise of the ninja industry, and the rest of the professions became insignificant. But the loneliness of the profession does not mean that the power they used at that time is out of date. After all, what kind of power is rampant in this world? It is completely up to the strong to have the final say, and the weak can only passively accept everything. It's just that Tenten couldn't understand that Neji had forcibly broken through to this state by his own strength. Neji experienced in the past 2 years. You can roughly understand it as physical energy and spiritual energy. Whether the world is a swordsman or endure, or sage art, divine power, they can be distinguished. It is this spiritual energy and physical energy that separates them. Quote. Tenten nodded thoughtfully, listening. And Neji stopped talking, letting immortal Fukasaku explain. The sage art of Mount Myoboku belongs to Yang, which is the energy of the body. The divine power belongs to the Yin, which is the energy of the spirit. If you really don't understand, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan of your ninja world are the best examples. Senju Hashirama of the Senju clan, that is, the chakras of the first Hokage, have the basic ability to heal the body, and their close relatives, the Uzumaki family, are also young body owners with extremely powerful vitality. This is body energy. Tenten was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately. So, my ancestors may also be related to the Senju clan. Neji said, my physique is extremely young physique. Neji let out a breath, narrowed his eyes and said helplessly, silly girl, the blood of the world is not limited to the Senju family. Isn't it Kimimaro? Different masculine constitutions have different powers. Kimimaro is extremely strong bones. Karen is extremely sensitive to perception and vitality. For example, the second-generation Hokage perception ability of the Senju family is also a famous ninja in history. And your talent is reflected in the ability to operate cold weapons. In this aspect, you have no humans can reach. Quote. When Neji said that, Tenten suddenly gave Yuhi a look at the praise. She stuck out her tongue and smiled secretly. Immortal Fukasaku continued to explain, and the Uchiha family, their Sharingan can use the demonic illusion parasitic with the pupil technique from the very beginning of Tomo, and even the extremely special physique can give birth to the extremely powerful demonic illusion ability. This is the main spiritual energy. The Yin chakra. Quote. Tenten suddenly realized. She nodded again and again. I understand when you say that. That is to say, not only chakras are divided into yin and yang. In this world, in addition to chakras, sage art chakras, there are other energy sources and different body bloodlines. Chakra is just a medium. Looks like you're not too stupid. Toujien underneath suddenly complained. Tenten was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and said in frustration, damn. I was complained by you, I really don't know what to say. Do you understand now, the difference between fire and Kaden, fire style? I still don't understand. Facing immortal Fukasaku's confident question, Tenten still blinked in confusion. Tenten smiled and scratched his head and asked, haha, this. Actually, I want to say, if this is the case, then the physical energy and the spiritual energy are two parallel opposites. Why is fire art better than Kaden, fire style? What about the difficult master? Quote. Immortal Fukasaku couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. No, it's not the same, they are not opposites. They are cooperative. Fit, mate. The escape technique can only act on the energy of the body. The magic technique is the combination of the energy of the body and the energy of the mind. I heard from Jiraiya that when Neji went to participate in the sword dance competition in the Kingdom of Iron, did you also go? Asked Immortal Fukasaku. I'm going. Then you should also understand that as a swordsman, dancing with a sword is not just a simple sword dance, it is the cultivation of sword chi. Sword chi is an invisible and intangible thing, it is the most basic spiritual energy. The ninja began to get in touch with swordsmanship, and it is estimated that he was aware of it with his keen Byakugan. In fact, even if ninjutsu can separate mental energy and physical energy, it cannot achieve fusion of the two. However, swordsmanship can. Energy and body energy are placed on the same sword and used in the same move. Quote. Now, Tenten completely understood what it was. Suddenly, she looked at Neji. Neji, did you have an epiphany so early? What a time span. More than 2 years have passed. Tenten is still ignorant until now, and Neji has come to this point alone. Neji's mouth twitched and he chuckled. Of course, at first I was just curious about Sage Art's power. If there is any move that can completely restrain chakra, how to deal with it? This is what I thought when I fought Orochimaru. There are only 2 answers. One is taijutsu and the other is Sage Art. Then, if it is an enemy who can use both Sage Art and taijutsu, he can perfectly restrain chakra, can resist Sage Art, and is not afraid of your taijutsu. Then, the only way to deal with him is to escape. Something other than chakra. A glimmer of light flashed in Neji's eyes. Tenten saw that light, it was the light of the ninja. 3 generations have mastered the 5 chakra attributes, and I now have 7. Orochimaru has spent his whole life studying the truth of chakra and spells, but he is trapped in a puzzle. I made a bold guess, and when today I finally understand why Orochimaru can't find the real answer. Neji's mouth twitched, as if he had seen the ultimate mystery of the 1,000-year voyage. Because, the origin of this world is not chakra. This is the way of Neji's cultivation. Tenten is amazing. Chapter 374 Gangas. Ancestral Defense. Not to mention that they had a long discussion along the way, Tenten also became more and more aware that energy is only a medium in this world. The chakra they use can actually be replaced at any time, and in this battle, Neji seems to be fighting something. But how could Neji tell them such a distant thing? Neji knew that in the future the Otsutsuki family would always come to take away chakra. And Neji couldn't be sure of the strength of the Otsutsuki clan, so it was still unknown whether the rashness could be resisted. But one thing is true, and that is to develop the world's energy other than chakra. Sage Art or divine power. Even if it is sword energy, this energy is not possessed by the Otsutsuki clan, and it is a powerful energy that can be an enemy of chakra. And now that Neji has discovered these, the next step is to use this energy to start a new practice. Sure enough, and Jiraiya's prediction is not wrong. Neji, you are the variable of the ninja world, and you will definitely lead the change of the ninja world. Toujien said. And the snowstorm got bigger and bigger. After the rain and snow passed, Immortal Fukasaku also gave a snort and chuckled. No, this guy is a variable in the whole world. Including Mount Myoboku, the future master is in your hands. Neji was a little embarrassed and shrugged. Don't put too much hope on me, I'm just a little curious about this, that's all. Neji's heart is not so complicated. As a split, then he will target main clan. As a Hyuga clan, then he will target other clans. As a Konoha village ninja, then he will target other hidden villages. As a person from the ninja world, then he would not care about the safety of Mount Myoboku. As a person from this world, then he would not hesitate to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. Has attracted so many people along the way to Neji's excellent character. Todian understands why Jiraiya has only played against Neji once, and is attracted by this quality of Neji, so that when a Megakure village is about to die, he entrusts Todian with Neji for important things. I don't know how long it took, and everyone finally arrived at the Beihai mountain in the north. It's finally here. Neji landed and looked around. It was full of snow, but there was no snow in the sky. Immortal Shenzuo said, "This is the Beihai snowfield, and the slightly raised hill in front is the Beihai mountain." Beihai. Big mountain. Why is it so small? Tenten looked puzzled, and saw that the hill was not as huge as he imagined, but a small hill more than 20 meters high rising from the snow-covered plain. Mount. Immortal Shenzuo smiled. Don't underestimate this little hill, this is the back of the big toad of Yansu. Iwasu. A big toad. Tenten looked suspicious. Toadjian looked around and said, "It doesn't snow here all the year round, but there is a lot of snow accumulation. Because for decades, the temperature here has never been high enough to melt the snow because of the cold air from the farther North Sea. So the snow has been around for a few years, maybe decades." Quote. Unbelievable, there is such a magical place in Mount Myoboku. Tenten raised his head, clearly seeing the sun shining in the sky. His body also felt warm, but he could see the low temperature of the surrounding itself with the naked eye. Immortal Fukasaku said, "Thanks to Neji's fire technique, using the fire attribute Sage Art Chakra to combine physical energy and spiritual energy, we are really not affected by the cold at all now." Neji asked, "Now, how do I wake this guy up?" I saw that Neji has opened Byakugan, and in the extremely pure Byakugan, it seems that there are strong impurities stirring and turning. Neji, your Byakugan seems to be different from before. And Neji just ignored it. Of course he knew. Because now Neji's Byakugan has evolved into Tenseigan. Now only 1% has a completely different structure from Byakugan, and it no longer needs such a high concentration of chakra to condense in the eyes. It is said that Tenseigan is fully trained, and Neji can use Tenseigan without even mobilizing chakra. And now using Tenseigan, Neji can easily separate the underground soil, grass, and snowfield for triple burial, and see the innermost toad skin. Even the flesh, intestines, innards. Everything, in front of Neji's eyes, split apart, as if they were connected as separate entities. It's really a big toad. Jiraiya can channel out its esophagus. This guy's life energy is also very strong. It turns out that the channeled esophagus can grow again, no wonder. Neji saw that a certain part had regrowed many times, and it understood the principle of the psychic esophagus. Immortal Fukusuo said, "Of course, the core of the Yansu giant toad is the fire soul orb, the power of the extreme sun. Of course, it is the ultimate of life energy. If you want to conquer the Yansu giant toad, the first thing you have to do is to split the serious toad's outer layer of solid defense, and then defeat him, he will obey you. It's easy to say, but it's not easy." Really? Then, let me try. Neji shook his shoulders twice, took 2 steps forward, and started to cast. And Tenten was startled. "Hey. Is this about to start?" Toadjian said, "The reason why only a little is exposed is precisely because the defense of the whole body will become extremely strong if it is concentrated on this point. Up to now, including the 4th generation, all the ninjas who have gone to Mount Myoboku have no one. Have you shown an attacking technique comparable to this defense?" "Not even me," Neji asked suspiciously. "It's not easy." Todian still gave Neji enough face. Neji blinked. It seems that this defense is indeed well deserved. It seems that it takes some real skills to be useful. The sword hilt immediately came out with a bang, a sword body glowing with dark golden light, thunder and lightning bolts, and horizontal swords together. Slash. Neji said lightly, with a swipe of his hand. The blade went away. No one could see the speed of Neji's shot clearly. The advantage of slash was that the extremely strong speed created a sharp attack that could cut through the air. Although the attack range is not very large, the ability to disintegrate the defense is extremely strong. But when the knife went down, the snow in front of him was quickly overturned, and the soil splashed everywhere. Under the hill, a huge scratch was cut open, revealing a little golden light inside. Did it work? Tenten asked. No, this light is the golden light used to protect the body of the giant toad in Yansu. Among the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the giant toad of Yansu is the main body of gold and secondary fire, corresponding to mental energy and physical energy. Immortal Fukasaku said with a smile, and seemed to be proud of his Mount Myoboku's strongest toad. And this defense, no one has been able to break through it so far. This defensive golden light is one of the strongest defense modes in the world, known as Gangchi. It is a move of the ancestors' defense. Even if the 6 Paths Immortal is alive, it may not be able to break through. Tenten couldn't help but be stunned. There are such powerful toads in Mount Myoboku. Chapter 375 Shame. Double Enchantment. Seeing that Neji's knife failed, Toujien still sighed. No way. He took 2 steps forward and explained, when I was a child, I saw the whole body of the big toad of Yansu once. That was 37 years ago. The big toad of Yansu is really as tall as a mountain, so huge. The physique gathers all the chi in the whole body to defend at one point. Even the attack of the Spider Queen, who is also a fairy beast, can't break this defense at all, right? Not to mention that Neji is just a ninja. Although Neji surprised him time and time again, this time, he chose to believe in Providence. Immortal Fukasaku also sighed. Neji, if I can't break the defense, I have nothing to help you. No, that's enough. Neji exhaled. It's fun to have a difficult challenge. Neji's words solidified the expressions of several people. Especially the immortal Fukasaku, who narrowed his eyes seriously and shed a drop of cold sweat. Hyuga Neji, if you regret it now, Mount Myoboku also has a psychic beast named Toad Hero. That guy's swordsmanship is very strong. I can make him your psychic beast. Immortal Shenzuo was shocked by Neji's self-confidence for a while, and immediately wanted to reluctantly part with her love. He originally held that it was impossible for him to tame the big toad of Iwasu before he dared to tell the story of the big toad of Iwasu. Now that Neji is acting like this, why does he still feel that he is very confident? No, from the first moment I saw him, until now, Neji has never looked depressed. Although Neji is always listless doing everything. But that seems to be just Neji's inattentiveness. Once Neji intends to do something seriously, it's as if he will never miss it. This is too scary. Neji took a few steps back, closed his eyes, and then opened them. Byakugan. Chakra condensed around Neji and started to burn like fireworks. This is Byakugan's chakra state. I heard that Otsutsuki Hamura's ability was only activated thousands of years ago. Hyuga Neji, you really have hidden real strength. Immortal Fukasaku was a little panicked, but Neji really suppressed his strength and waited until the end to release. All in all, we have withdrawn one after another, and no one knows what will happen next. Toujien suggested. Then, the 3 quickly retreated. Tenten and Immortal Fukasaku jumped behind Toujien. Toujien jumped backwards, more than 30 meters away. Neji in the distance has also risen to a height of more than 20 meters in the air, which is as high as the small hill. On Toujin's back, Immortal Fukasaku said in surprise, but even so, there should be no way to break the defense. The concentration of Sage Art's chakra is not the key at all, the key lies in the defense mode. Defensive mode. Gangchi. Reconcile mental energy and body energy in a balanced ratio. The reason why Yansu Dadoed cultivated into a fairy beast is because he learned the power of balance. In such a cold and snowy world, it is the balance of the fire soul beads. Extremely. And beyond that, there is an ability. Quote. Another one. Tenten asked curiously. Lingju is Lingju, that is third-party energy, aura. I'm all dizzy, so what does this mean? Tenten was a little puzzled. Although she had been listening to Immortal Fukasaku explaining, she didn't understand what these explanations meant. Then I ask you, do you know what kind of shape is made to be firm? What is? Tenten narrowed his eyes, as if the teacher at the ninja school was testing himself when he was a child, asking such a boring question. If you don't think about architecture, it's just the firmness of the shape, it should be the triangle. The triangle is the firmest. That's right. Immortal Fukasaku nodded. The triangle is solid because its forces are evenly dispersed, forming an internal closed cycle. This cycle cannot be broken by the outside. You can understand Gangchi as mental energy, physical energy, and third-party spiritual power attached to it. The three-way circulation of the spirit. The spirit beat is the result of the spirit possessing reaching the ultimate, and Neji, who does not know how to possess spirits, cannot break the defense of the chi. As soon as Immortal Fukasaku finished speaking, Neji over there raised his hand. Around the Thunder God's sword in his hand, there was a gust of gloomy wind. The yin wind was like a demon, with eyes and a mouth, revealing an eerie feeling. That, what you said about the spirit, is this. PFF'd. Immortal Shenzuo was stunned for a moment, unable to believe what he saw in front of him. Why? He couldn't believe it. Why the power of extreme yin hidden in Neji's Thor's sword was actually formed by enchantment. How the hell did it happen? Neji wielded the Thor's sword from the book at this moment, slashing with a heavy slash. Bang! The huge sword chi slashed down, and a very obvious trace of the giant sword was cut on the underground plane. On the small hill that was swung, only the soil and snow season were lifted up, revealing golden and honest defense. As this Gangchi. Neji took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and went into the spiritual world. Brother Evil God, are you still there? In the spiritual world, the evil god was standing tall behind Neji and sighed. Neji froze for a moment, then turned his head quickly. Yeah, are you here? Ha ha. The evil god looked angrily and said, Boy, you are the first to call me little brother. Even in our god realm, most of the gods need to honor me as Lord Evil God. Neji shrugged. Okay, those who make big things don't care about the details, don't be so petty. I remember you told me that the power of the blood-killing god belongs to the evil spirit. Is it just to restrain the chi in front of me? The evil god seems to be a little emotional, but Neji is a kid who can save the world in his eyes, and he will not ignore the big picture because of small things. Then he just said impatiently, well, of course, the root of the evil spirit is an extremely strong intrusion force that cannot be defended. What? You want it to enter the Thunder God's sword and drive me away? Huh? In the face of the evil god's questioning, Neji only narrowed his eyes and smiled. No. He opened his eyes, sharp-edged. Why don't you two work for me together? In an instant, Neji has returned to the real world. Immortal Shenzuo in the distance was stunned for a moment, and his heart squeaked. That guy, there seems to be something different. But he couldn't tell what was different, only to see Neji waving the yin-filled Thor sword again, and around the Thor sword, a burst of blood-black-blue smoke suddenly rose. What is this thing? Why can two spirit bodies be possessed by the same sword? Is it possible to have a double or double spirit? Even if Immortal Shenzuo used what he had learned and seen all his life, he could no longer explain what happened in front of him, and at this moment, his keen perception seemed to have noticed that Neji seemed to be hiding another more profound thing in the depths of his heart. Profound spirit. Hard to see through. Suddenly, the wind was blowing, and the sky was dark. Neji chuckled, looking at the bottom of his feet. The evil spirit came out, the blood moon orangutan Yuhi. Chapter 376 Conquer. Psychic Beast. Boom. Huge smoke and dust, strong winds. Neji's mouth twitched, biting Kiba lightly. Then, with a knife, cut off. There are no moves, and a truly powerful swordsmanship does not require any fancy gestures. Just find the weak point and strike with a knife under the circumstances of the right place in the right place. PFF'd. In response, the sound of breaking the air seemed to shatter space and time. The next moment, Neji and the Thor sword in his hand had already reached the ground, and even the afterimage could not be seen. And that solid defense, The brilliant golden light has already cracked and radiated everywhere. Shu seemed to disintegrate quickly, and the powerful force was finally no longer indifferent, but conveyed Neji's sword intent through this thick shield of astral energy, and went underground. Could it be? The distance, immortal Fukasaku resisted the waves of sword intent from Neji's side with his hands. The sword intent looked like a gossamer wandering in the air, but once it was blocked head-on, everything would be dissolved by the evil spirit that was integrated into it. Could it be that Neji realized the sword intent by himself, and the master was suffocating? This is something I can't understand. Immortal Fukasaku has been studying sage art and the energy of the world all his life, but he did not expect to see something completely incomprehensible to him today. He didn't dare to underestimate Neji's ability as immortal anymore. It was completely beyond his imagination. Boom. The ground trembled, but the amplitude was very small. Even if he was walking on the ground, his movements would not be affected by the slight amplitude. I really miss this scene. It's almost time to come out. Immortal Fukasaku sighed. It seemed that Neji succeeded after all. What's wrong? Has Neji succeeded? Tenten asked curiously, but unlike immortal Fukasaku's complex mood, Tenten's pure joy. Neji does is supported by Tenten. Immortal Fukasaku did not answer, and now his heart is extremely heavy, so he hopes that Neji can continue to be the chosen person, predicted by Gamamaru to save the world, but he also does not want the facade of his Mount Myoboku to be cracked so easily. It's so shameless. Neji noticed something and quickly stepped back several dozen meters until he reached Tenten's side. And immortal Fukasaku asked, "How on earth did you master the evil spirit? Are you not a human being? Are you a god?" Immortal Fukasaku could only use such a reason to explain, but obviously, Neji didn't want to pay attention to him. Neji just turned his head, looked at immortal Fukasaku and said, "Anyway, our initial bet is over. From the Spider Queen to here, have you done enough for Mount Myoboku? Next, this big guy, it's mine." "Damn, what do you want a fairy beast for? I have my own magic." Neji made a quick leap and flew straight into the air. Immortal Fukasaku stood on Tojien's body and wanted to catch up, but Tojien jumped up. "Toad health." Tojien said. "Sorry, Hyuga Neji channeled me out now, I must be on his side." I saw Todian jumping back, preventing immortal Fukasaku's actions, and Todian also deliberately stayed more than 30 meters away again. "Tojien, which side do you belong to? I'm really pissed off. I spent 40 years raising you in vain." Immortal Shenzuo had a look of resentment, but it was just anger. After all, he knew in his heart that even if Todian didn't stop him, he wouldn't be able to stop Neji from conquering the big toad of Yansu if he went in person at this time. Tojien said in a dull and clumsy voice, "Although I am stupid, I must obey the rules and orders. Now, I am just a psychic beast. This is the rule you taught me." This. Immortal Shenzuo stared blankly ahead. The golden light dissipated on the raised hill, leaving only a gentle little back. The surrounding soil began to slowly crack, and huge cracks began to appear towards the outside. After that, all the sand and turf retreated, as if annihilated. Boom! The turf began to burn, and the flames were everywhere. That guy was born 200 years ago. This guy was the mount of the Vulcan god. The fire soul orb in his body harbors a very strong fire spirit power. Hyuga Neji, since you have completely awakened him, you must win him. Otherwise, it will be the end of Mount Myoboku. Immortal Fukasaku sighed, very serious. Tenten asked in surprise, "Why? Didn't you say Iwasu Toad is only practicing here? Why is it the end of Mount Myoboku again?" Immortal Fukasaku explained, "Because I didn't expect Hyuga Neji to be able to break the defense at all. Iwasu Toad is a more terrifying existence than the Spider Queen. No, or rather, it is a more ultimate existence. We must find mutual growth and mutual restraint. Only things can resist." Quote. Tenten couldn't help but tug at Neji, who was not far away. At this time, Neji kept retreating, and the huge body was rising upwards. Fortunately, the larger body was in the other direction, and it did not endanger Tenten and others behind Neji. "Are you out?" Neji smiled. Seeing the huge object in front of him obscuring the sky, even if Neji floated a few dozen meters higher, it was still not taller than him. I saw that this huge guy was stepping on a deep pit in the ground, but it was still 60 to 70 meters high, and the height under the ground was also 40 to 50 meters high. In total, this toad is more than 100 meters tall. What a terrifying size. It is estimated that with just a slight movement, a village will be destroyed in an instant. This is not only a psychic beast, but a monster. Good guy, so big, how to deal with you? The giant toad in front of me is only covered in yuhi brown skin, and also has a huge head and eyes. The legs of the toad are still bigger than the toad, and the size of the toad is dwarfed by comparison. In front of the big toad of Iwasu, it is like a cute little guy. The big toad of Yansu moved his neck, and all the dirt and dust on his neck fell into the ground, causing bursts of fine dust. "You are, Hyuga." With an echo like a Sanskrit chanting from ancient times, the voice of the big toad of Iwasu carries a hint of sacredness. "Huh, you're different from the Spider Queen. You can talk." Neji's mouth twitched. But the big toad of Yansu seemed to have finally waited for something and said, "Master." "Huh." Neji was stunned, not sure what was going on. Immortal Shenzuo not far away also stayed where he was, and after a long time, he opened his mouth wide. Why didn't you get angry? It has been rumored for decades that once the big toad of Yansu is affected by a strong enough force, it will send out the wrath of real fire. Jiraiya just did not reveal its true body and almost destroyed the entire North Sea plain. But this time, I saw the big toad of Yansu saw that it was Neji, and even his expression relaxed a lot, as if there was some force that would subdue him. Neji is delighted, although he doesn't know the reason, but it seems that this toad doesn't need to work hard on his own. Okay, the subjugation is successful, the psychic beast is nothing more than that. Chapter 377 Vulcan. Spiritual Realm. Why? Although this is not bad news, at least it can be confirmed that the North Sea plain and the entire North Sea will not have to experience the dangerous disasters like before. It can also take a lot of effort. But watching Neji get the best psychic beast so effortlessly, Shenzuo Shanran was puzzled. Iwasu Toad, have you forgotten me? I'm Fukasaku. Immortal Fukasaku took a few steps forward, but was still on Toad Jien's back. The big toad of Yansu slowly turned his head and lowered his head to catch a glimpse of the immortal Fukasaku on the head of Jien. Toad Jien couldn't help but leave a drop of cold sweat. This kind of fear suppressed by his body shape is rare. Deep work. The voice of that Brahma sang, every word and every sentence, seemed solemn and heavy. At this moment, Neji is quite helpless. This huge guy doesn't look like he has subdued him. On the contrary, he is like a Buddha statue, and he has been subdued and converted to Buddhism. Neji couldn't help but laugh at the thought of it. Iwasu Toad, haven't you been guarding the North Sea for decades? Could it be that the person you're waiting for is Hyuga Neji? This is a young man. Yansu Big Toad smiled softly and shook his head. Said, in this young body, there is my master. Then he opened his mouth wide. His mouth was wide open like a huge bloody abyss, and Neji couldn't help but hurried back, his heart froze. How many years have you been with Kiba? Don't turn your mouth to me. Neji glanced at the behemoth in front of him, but it didn't have the ugly and strange smell as he imagined, but a very strong and thick light. The light of fire Yuhi. With fireworks, a bright flame burst out from his mouth quickly. In the bright firelight, a very turbid bead was condensed. Yuhi, the silk chimpanzee, was lingering in the bead, like the most conspicuous Yuhi-colored satin in the world, lingering and spinning in the cloudy bead. Fire Soul Orb. This time, Tenten shouted excitedly. Destroyer bead and the prophecy bead. Tenten once again saw the inner core bead of the third fairy beast, and couldn't help but get excited. Together with Neji, I can learn a lot right away. This is something that Tenten will never see in a lifetime when he stays in Konoha village and performs his mission honestly. This is the height of Hyuga Neji. Neji stretched out his hand, suddenly understood what this guy was talking about, and fell into deep thought. It stands to reason that Hyuga Neji is just an ordinary genius. Precisely because he is an ordinary genius, Neji has been hiding as a rubbish ninja since the beginning. Therefore, if it is a simple body of Hyuga Neji, it is impossible to be recognized by the big toad of Iwajuku. Then what he recognized, could it be the hidden spirit body in his body? Hyuga Tenen's spirit body. Neji can only think so. Maybe the reason why Hyuga Kamizuki wants to leave Hyuga Tenen's spirit in the world is related to these so-called fairy beasts. It is said that this Iwasu toad was the mount of the god of fire in the past life, and after being reincarnated in Mount Myoboku, he still possesses the power of the god of fire. Therefore, as a toad with the highest talent in Mount Myoboku for thousands of years, the speed of cultivation into a fairy beast is completely unmatched by other psychic beasts. This has only been bred in this place for more than 30 years, and already has a power that even the Spider Queen cannot surpass. Who is the god of fire? Neji recalled the few words about the gods recorded in the dossier. Vulcan is the brother of the man of Susano, the god of wine, or should he be regarded as a senior brother in terms of the gods, seniority? It is not clear to use the human generational relationship. Vulcan is the last heir, or descendant, of Izanami. Susano, the god of wine, was transformed by the nose of Izanagi after his death. They are both the second generation of gods from the origin of the gods. Its power can be imagined. It is already a field that Neji can't reach for the time being. As the mount of the Vulcan, it is naturally infinite in divine power. The cause of death is not yet known, but after reincarnation, he went to a place like Mount Myoboku and became the great toad of Iwajuku. That's all Neji has learned so far. It is precisely because of this that Neji decided to get it no matter what. Even if you give up the soul orb, if you can get the fire soul orb Neji, you will have the opportunity to come into contact with the world of gods. Even the power of sage art may not be able to resist the powerful power of the Otsutsuki clan, but if it is the power of the ancient gods, there may be a solution. The huge fiery power made Neji lose all consciousness from this world for a while. After waking up, Neji is in the spirit world. This is. Neji looks up, the blood moon of Yuhi the gorilla. Boom. Neji's mind, because he saw a huge woman's face in the sky, with a sinister smile. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Neji blurted out and debuted. It's amazing that you know about Otsutsuki Kagaya. Neji was startled and turned his head away. Only a handsome man who was wearing a Yuhi robe and a full body, and was not inferior to himself. You are. The man was stunned, looking at Neji's strange eyes. He also looked at himself. In your language, it should be the god of fire, right? Just now, I appeared in your consciousness, so it was connected with the power I resided in the fire soul orb. I used the fire soul, the beads knocked you out. Come to this place and you can see me. Fire. God. Neji felt more and more outrageous. The evil god, the god of death, the god of blood killing, and the god of fire in front of him are not gods of the same level. Just like the ninja world, even the best Jonin, the god of blood killing, is not the same level as the evil god who is Jonin. The Vulcan in front of him is at least at the level of shadow. As one of the gods who pioneered the world, the god of fire would actually take the initiative to meet him in the spiritual world. But Neji didn't intend to lose any confidence. He gave a light cough, and asked, "Are you? What's the matter?" Vulcan curled his lips, looked at Neji curiously, and said, "I'm very curious about you, but I also saw what happened during your time at Mount Myoboku. You are really a very interesting person. Gamamaru prophesied that you were the chosen one, and he just gambled his chance on you. And I think he got it right." Quote. Neji was startled and said, "Then what?" Vulcan raised his head, looked at the night sky, and said, "Did you see that face in the sky? That's the princess of the Otsutsuki star, Otsutsuki Kagaya. I know, do your gods also have a premonition about this disaster? After all, you are gods, and we are just mortals. But what I want to know is that since you all know so well that I am doing this to protect this planet, you're the ones who came to help me with those things. Why don't you do it yourself? Neji asked the question he'd always wanted to ask, and it probably wouldn't be appropriate to ask someone else. And Vulcan seemed to be asked in his heart, and he seemed to be silent. A long time, he looked up and said, "One eternal ago, the gods made a big mistake. Now, the gods have been exhausted in reincarnation and can no longer manifest themselves." Neji's expression changed. Chapter 378 Battle Situation. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. What do you mean? Neji wanted to ask for details, but Vulcan's body became more and more transparent. Time is running out, Hyuga Neji, fate has fallen on your head. The flow rate of Mount Myoboku is 1/7 of the current world, that is to say, in the past 3 days of Mount Myoboku, the ninja world has passed to 11 days. Now, the Fourth Ninja World War has begun. After Vulcan finished speaking, Neji widened his eyes. I know, you old bald donkey, why didn't you say it earlier? Vulcan was taken aback. What does bald donkey mean? Neji was speechless and said, forget it, it doesn't matter. What exactly did you show up for? Vulcan started waving his hand, comparing various gestures, but it was not in the hand seal at all, as if he was using some kind of magic. Your strength has reached the pinnacle of strength, but if you want to go further, you must have a thorough glimpse of Chakra's lens. This spiritual realm is the source of chakra I gave you. With this thing, you can be in the spiritual realm. You have practiced. Your strength will also increase significantly, and from now on, you will temporarily become the strongest person in the whole ninja world. The strongest person. When Neji heard this, he couldn't help but get excited. Yes, Neji worked so hard, but compared to the people around them, it made them dim. But to say that his current strength is only a few levels higher than Nagato, and to say that the entire ninja world is the strongest, that's not too dare. Can this thing really make you the strongest in the ninja world? I saw the Vulcan figure disappear. Neji felt the power of his body, and it was released in an instant. Neji almost couldn't control the loss of power. If this spiritual realm was washed away, wouldn't Neji lose a lot of money? Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the quasi-6 paths level. System upgrade. Open the Sacred Artifact System. Open the Proficiency Exchange System. Neji was taken aback. I'm going. I haven't been promoted for so long, and I've finally been promoted. What is the Holy Artifact System? Afterwards, Neji immediately opened the Properties panel, thinking that he should be able to find the answer he was looking for. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 18. Actual Combat Proficiency, 149W. Talents, Steal and Devour, Soul Orb, Fire Soul Orb. Strength, Quasi-6 Paths level up to 6 Paths level, Semi-Saint level, Quasi-Saint level, Saint level, Heavenly Path level. Ability. 7 Chakra Attributes Max, Superb. Pure Eyes. Swordsmanship ability is superb. Sage Mode Max. Demonic Illusion ability Max. Physique. Complete Sage Body. Weapon. Thor's Sword with Spirit Evil God, Blood Killing God. Realm. Chakra Spirit Realm, Vulcan Possession. Special Items. 1-tailed Shukaku Chakra, 2-tailed Katan Chakra, 5-tailed Mawang Chakra, 8-tailed Bulgos Chakra, Cubit 9 tails Kurama Chakra, 6 paths Immortal Yin-Yang Power. Neji was taken aback when he got the panel. I didn't expect that the 6 paths level is not the apex, there are so many up. Originally, Neji was very worried. It is so difficult to upgrade to the 6 paths level. Isn't it more difficult to reach the 6 paths level? However, the 6 paths immortals also joined forces with Otsutsuki Hamura to seal the Otsutsuki level, which means that Otsutsuki Kagaya may be more terrifying than the Six Paths level. Not to mention the more powerful abilities of the universe, Neji is also very worried that he will not be able to have the combat power to match. It seems that the system is also very user-friendly. In order to keep up with the strength, how about taking a step-by-step rest and clearing bugs? Nice tilde. However, what is the proficiency mall? Please open the proficiency store list. Open the list. Congratulations to the host for activating the proficiency mall. You can consume 1 point proficiency to obtain any high-quality items below. Exchange list. Special items. Ten Tails Chakra requires 1000 W proficiency. Six Paths Immortal Relic Blind Box requires 600 W proficiency. Death Scythe requires 500 W proficiency. Box of Bliss requires 1700 W proficiency, and Saint Innate Treasure Blind Box requires 3000 W proficiency. Neji supplies you with a sigh and murmured, "Sure enough. Although they are all good things, they can't afford it at all." But this also gave Neji a lot of confidence. As long as he works hard to accumulate proficiency, he will definitely be able to have stronger strength. When the time comes, let alone an attack lower than Otsutsuki, when the time comes, he will directly take the ninja army with him. Capture his planet Otsutsuki. This is relieved. Neji wakes up, he sees himself lying on the bed, with Tenten and Immortal Shima guarding him. "Are you awake?" Tenten asked. Neji coughed lightly, still a little uncomfortable, and asked, "How many days have I slept?" "Soon, less than an hour." Tenten blinked and murmured, "Half a day." Neji stood up quickly. Tenten was also very strange. He clearly said an hour, how could it be half a day? And Neji clearly knows that the flow rate here is 1/7, that is to say, in an hour, 7 hours have passed in the present world. Then the ninja war must have started. He hurriedly said, "Tenten, hurry back with me, the ninja world war has begun." At this time, the seaside battlefield. The battle situation is chaotic, and the ninja coalition, which consists of ninjas from 5 countries, is fighting against White Zetsu, who is constantly crawling out of the sea. Damn, these White Zetsus seem to have been strengthened by something, and they are not at the same level as before. Tarui frowned and slashed the attacking White Zetsu with a knife. White Zetsu who invaded the meeting venue during the Five Shadows meeting. Although that White Zetsu could silently sneak in and hide all the sense of chakra, its combat power was very weak. At that time, he was killed by the 4th generation Raikage with a single blow. Now, the weakest is equivalent to the level of an elite Chunin. Talui, don't be distracted. Boom. The huge Kaden fire style blows away the danger of the attack, and hopes to land. As an auxiliary ninja of the perception type, he can only use these basic escape techniques to fight against the enemy. The real combat power is the captain of the guerrilla part. Tarui. Ah. Tarui exhaled and looked at the 2 rays of light of Kumogakure, Golden Horn, and Silver Horn, with completely different eye parts. Don't be careless, the ones who really deserve our attention are the guys who were released by Impure World Reincarnation. She said that the seaside was stepping on the golden horns and the silver horns on the sea, holding the 6 Paths Immortals ninja gear, and grinned. Konoha Jonin, who were fighting the successive White Zetsu on the cliff, suddenly found a figure appearing from a distorted space. Akamichi Choza asked in surprise, "This is..." Yamashiro Aoba said, "It's Madara. The guy who calls himself Madara." Then, the masked man appeared in front of everyone. With sharp eyes, he saw the golden horn and the silver horn on the other side of the sea. He couldn't help sneering, as if he saw a good opportunity. "Madara, what are you trying to do?" Akamichi Choza snapped. "It's almost time, let's create a little show for you," Afe said slowly, and quickly hand seal. One of his eyes is Rinnegan. The art of necromancy Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Then, the huge smoke and dust took off, and with a bang sound, the figure of the behemoth covered the sky and the sun. Hoahohu. A shrill roar affected the entire battle. Chapter 379 Ino. Eye of Mind. What is that? Akamichi Choza, who was at the bottom, stepped back quickly, raised his head high, and looked at the huge golem that appeared out of thin air. And the ninjas around were panicked and fled everywhere. Oops, oops. Run. At this time, a white-haired man shouted solemnly, "Everyone! Don't run, you must unite as one to defeat the enemy." And his eyes are obviously in the state of impure world reincarnation. Akamichi Choza glanced at the man, wearing the old Konoha Jonin costume, and even in the state of impure world reincarnation, it seemed to be a very handsome face. Break. That's Kato Dan, a ninja of the same period as Sanin of Konoha, and the owner of the magic art. Choza, I'm here to help you. Good. Although Choza is also very worried about the broken state, it seems that the number of impure world reincarnation controlled by the Gai Yakushi Kabuto at one time is too large, which makes it impossible to accurately control the gaps left by each person. In addition, the ability to break the master's spiritualization technique is itself a gifted ninja with extremely precise control over chakra. It is not difficult to temporarily break free from control and act with self-awareness. Spiritual transformation. I saw Duan froze in place, closed his eyes, and his soul had already ascended to heaven. As this, the legendary spiritualization technique, a face stood behind Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. But under the mask, his face could not be seen clearly, only his soft sneer could be heard. Kabuto's impure world reincarnation technique is not as accurate as Orochimaru. He said, forming a vortex of air centered on his right eye, and in that vortex, his whole body was compressed and twisted like a piece of paper. Intel inhaled. Disappear. Damn, did this run away? As soon as the broken spirit body rose up, it lost its target and could only turn to look at the larger Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Bang! Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was about to move when a thick stone wall protruded from the ground, breaking his steps. Thank you, Brother Lois. Akamichi Choza thanked him casually. He also found the location. Super doubling technique. Boom boom boom. I saw Akamichi Choza swell and grow bigger. Until almost the same size as the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. The Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, looks taller, but a little thinner. Boom! Akamichi Choza punched Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, with a punch, and their footsteps nearly disintegrated the nearby mountains. Okay, amazing, this is the battle of the old Jonin elites. The rear, there is a young Jonin from Kumogakure village who is ready to help at any time, expressing emotion. At this time, Duan smiled slightly, very pleased, and said, the elite Jonin of the old era. No, when I was young, I saw a more powerful and younger Jonin than you. Duan remembered the Hyuga Tenin at that time. After the competition with the second-generation Raikage, Hyuga Tenin's strength soared like a hang-up. I am afraid that in this era, there are no more ninjas of that level, right? Okay, I'm coming too. Duan was also inspired. Although he was channeled by the enemy in the form of impure world reincarnation, as a ninja of Konoha village, he also intends to fight with all his strength to protect this land. After all, he's also the man who once targeted Hokage. Stare. He was stunned for a moment, and was about to shoot, but he realized that his body was no longer under control, and deep down, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring straight at him. What's the matter? Attack command. Named, Kabuto. A disciple of Orochimaru. Not bad. After biting and biting Kiba, he couldn't resist after all. His expression became gloomy and cold. Although he was anxious in his heart, his face flashed with murderous intent. Konoha's Jonin, watch out. Behind him, Lois was hand-sealing, but it was obviously too late. Akamichi Choza, who was stubbornly resisting the gigantic Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, turned his head abruptly and realized that the spirit body was already coming towards him. The spirit body suddenly stopped in the air. Then, the spirit body dissipated, and Duan opened his eyes. What's going on? He muttered to himself. Two forces in his body began to intertwine, and the attack command was suppressed by the sight. The secret technique of the Yamanaka family. The eye of the mind. Not far away, a reminder came. Everyone saw that it was Yamanaka Ino, the daughter of the Yamanaka clan chief. Ino, thank you, Akamichi Choza said. Ino nodded and muttered to himself. Neji, thank you for teaching me this time, and now I can do something on the frontal battlefield. Bang, tilde. With a loud noise, a row of figures scattered from under the cliff. Those ninjas who had returned from support were once again deterred by this momentum. Everyone looked at it and was surprised, especially Ino, his eyes widened. I saw the person at the head, Huza stared at him, his eyebrows were clear, and his square face was proud. Asuma-sensei. Ino's mouth trembled slightly. Zu, Ah-Fei's figure appeared on the floating gravel above the sea. At this time, the golden horn, the silver horn, had already turned into a tailed beast, and the nearby area was destroyed unsightly. Shikamaru, who had just dealt with the golden horn and the silver corner, was exhaustingly releasing the shadow binding technique. Tarui on the other side wiped away his sweat, and the two of them didn't even realize the danger was coming. But Ah-Fei didn't make a move, just took a step forward, jumped to Shikamaru's side. Damn. Shikamaru turned around. He immediately reacted to hand seal, but Ah-Fei was faster. Whoosh. The amber bottle beside Shikamaru was completely sucked in by Ah-Fei using Kamui, and then a hand was placed on Shikamaru's shoulder. Huh. Shikamaru stopped the hand seal immediately, threw the kunai in his hand, and jumped back. Gale style, storm style, resilient caustic soda. Baby. When gale style, storm style came, Ah-Fei squinted his eyes slightly and sneered. Sweetened water style and radiant thunder style merged into the blood following the boundary. Gale style, storm style. Really capable law. And beside his ear, the Kuusheng thrown by Shikamaru was tied with a detonating talisman and was about to detonate. Boom. The huge explosion blew the surrounding gravel away, splashing water. Shikamaru landed firmly next to Tarui. Are you alright? Tarui asked Shikamaru, still maintaining a tense fight. Ah, done. That guy. How can it be so simple? At this time, she jumped up behind him to help. His powerful perception ability had already made him realize that the double attack of Shikamaru and Tarui did not cause any damage to the guy in front of him at all. Sure enough, compared to the time it takes to transfer, the blur seems to start instantly. Shikamaru let out a breath, and took the amber bottle brought by Kumogakure village to deal with the two guys with Kyubi, Nine Tails chakra in the golden horn silver corner. It was already very difficult, and now there is another strong enemy. He had to forcibly cheer up, and after the smoke cleared, Ah-Fei's figure appeared. He chuckled. Nara Shikamaru, your mind is really the best weapon. I really don't want to be an enemy with someone like you. The next moment, a split shadow appeared in the center of the separation between the two sides, and there was some strange power that seemed to flourish from it. Both sides were surprised. Chapter 380 by me. Take over the battlefield. Who? A figure was first pushed out by a powerful force, accompanied by a scream. Ah! Neji, what is this place? Tenten exclaimed, realizing that there was a vast ocean in front of him. Damn! Tenten was in Mount Myoboku. He had also been cultivating fruitful results. He immediately reacted and drew a scroll. Drink. She clenched the chain that was channeled from the scroll, threw it out quickly, and attacked Ah-Fei. Ah-Fei immediately stepped back to avoid the attack, but the chain went straight towards the stone cliff beside the sea, and a hook slammed into the stone wall. Tenten bit Kiba. He quickly pulled. The whole person was pulled over by the automatically retracting rope, and jumped straight over Ah-Fei. But Ah-Fei didn't care, and stared straight at the handsome young man who emerged from the Yomatsu Hirasaka. No. Not a teenager. Time has changed, and it has been 3 years at a time. Since a certain time point has passed, Afe has never felt the flow of time, even if it is said that the time in this world is still, it is not an exaggeration. But every time he sees this person in front of him, he can feel how profound the baptism that time has left on this person. Although he himself may not feel this way. Hyuga Neji. Neji stepped down and actually floated straight in the air. Byakugan is not abnormal, you without Rinnegan. It surprises me that you can have the power of Master Kekemura. Afe said to Neji. Seeing Neji appear, both Shikamaru and Tarui were relieved. Neji, where have you been during this time? Why? Shikamaru was a little emotional, because during Neji's absence, Tsunade woke up and asked Shikamaru to replace Neji's accusation, which also stumped Shikamaru. During this time, he almost hollowed himself out to stabilize the general situation, and now that Neji appeared, he was finally free to catch his breath. Sorry, went to Mount Myoboku to find something I needed, and now. This battlefield is officially taken over by me. Neji chuckled, fell slowly, stepped on the surface of the sea, and went up and down. Have you got Rinnegan? Neji squinted the Byakugan, which had become purer and brighter, and saw the combination of Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan under the mask of Afe. This guy really knows how to play. Afe chuckled, hee hee. With the addition of an octopus leg of the 8 tails, and the QB 9 tails chakra on the golden horn silver horn, the plan can barely be implemented. Hyuga Neji, your appearance really made me disturb my thoughts. I felt that the plan could not be carried out, but now it seems that you still failed to stop me after all. Quote. He used to be very afraid of Neji, but now, it doesn't matter. At QB 9 tails are all gathered, and the Infinite Tsukuyomi project is close at hand. And Neji didn't take the plunge. He knew that Faye was stronger now than before, so all attacks must be in vain. Did you deliberately lead me to the Iron Country and let me fall into Otsutsuki's trap? Have you already investigated Otsutsuki? Neji asked curiously. In the original book, Uchiha Obito never reached this point. But with the emergence of oneself, many things will inevitably appear butterfly effect, and the subtle contrast is also reasonable. But Afe just chuckled, who knows? Neji frowned, and if that's the case, it's not clear how far this guy's Infinite Tsukuyomi plan is going. However, glad you can come back and witness my moment beyond the sky. Hyuga Neji, I have surpassed you. Afe sneered slightly, his voice chilling. Only when facing Hyuga Neji will Afe feel interesting. Unlike facing those ignorant fools, Afe knows that Hyuga Neji can fully perceive how dangerous what he is doing, so his smile will be close to madness. Smiling, he began to condense a little, intending to transfer. Don't think about it. The shadow passed quickly, the transfer failed, and Afe leapt into the air. Shikamaru shouted. As expected, the secret is in the eyes, similar to Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan, it's all time-space ninjutsu. So he has to spend time when he moves himself, but it's hard to avoid damage. No need, so just grab all the cracks in him and he won't be able to escape. After landing, Afe looked unhappy, and even under the mask, one could feel his disdain. Are you so confident? Shikamaru chuckled and said, otherwise, why don't you transplant 2 Rinnegans? Afe was shocked and his body trembled slightly. This Shikamaru's combat IQ is at best the level of an elite jonin. His strategic analysis is simply the best he has ever seen in his life. And now there is Hyuga Neji, a top-level combat force. When they are combined, they are simply invincible. Now there is no reason to entangle them here. Afe stepped back and said, I don't have time to spend it with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a kunai flew over again. The blur escaped, and another chain hammer was swung close to it. Is it finished? Afe turned his head. I saw that Tenten had taken out the big scroll and quickly hand seal. Tools, Heavenly Lock Disaster. Bang, the scroll became huge and floated in the sky. Neji, just take a good look at my training results. Tenten bit Kiba and muttered to himself. Enough, Tenten. Neji sighed and stopped. Tenten was startled and looked at Neji curiously. This guy has already decided to leave, so don't stop him. If you can't reach his other dimension, there's no way to stop this guy. Neji's calm words completely shocked Afe. You bastard. Neji chuckled, but said nothing. I'm afraid Afe would never have imagined that Neji could actually know the secrets contained in his tricks. And Neji also knew that without Kakashi's help, even with Yomatsu Hirasaka, he couldn't reach Afe's different dimension. All in vain. Humph. Afe immediately retreated and quickly hand-sealed. There, the roar of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is more and more shocking. Hoo. Both Tarui and Shikamaru looked over, and Tenten murmured, what kind of guy is that? Fairy beast. Tenten immediately remembered the Spider Queen he saw at Mount Myoboku. Although this Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is not as huge as the Spider Queen, it is not at all the level of ordinary psychic beasts to have this kind of power in this world. Right. Hihi, Hyuga Neji, this is a present for you. Farewell. Afe is still hostile to Neji. Although he is jealous of Neji's strength, he seems to be brewing a big plan. Now we are the real enemy. He was sucked into the vortex, and Neji only muttered, I never thought of you as an ally. Neji looked over there and said in horror behind him, it's amazing, a psychic beast of this level is simply not something that humans can deal with. Neji said, well, it's time for me to play. As the torn seam appeared, Neji disappeared immediately. Let's go too. It's not just Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, over there. She said. Chapter 381 Master and Apprentice. See you forever. Boom. Of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, made the surrounding ninjas unable to stand up. What the hell? Why can't even the Akamichi clans chose solve it? A special Jonin of Konoha, Aoba Yamashiro was dealing with the army from Impure World Reincarnation and couldn't help but sigh. Futon, wind style, chakra mode. Boom, the huge wind power knocked down the mountain city Chingye. He lay down on the ground, and after rolling a few laps, he found the gap and jumped away. Holding his arm, blood was already flowing, and he muttered, the ultimate control of the chakra of the wind. Asuma, I really can't handle your futon, wind style. Aoba, your Kaden fire style, is very strong, so you should restrain me. Sarutobi Asuma said that he tried his best to help his opponent to deal with him, but his body has been controlled by an inexplicable force. No, in the face of absolute power, no amount of restraint is futile. Can only turn on that familiar chakra mode when he is familiar with and master of an attribute chakra. And obviously, Asuma is a genius ninja in terms of wind attributes. With just one blow just now, the wind attribute chakra has turned into countless wind blades like sharp blades, tearing the arm of Yamashiro Aoba. At this time, the two people on the side came out. Aoba, are you alright? How could? One of them, looking at Sarutobi Asuma who was subjected to impure world reincarnation, was speechless in shock. Zitai, and Azumo. Asuma couldn't help his voice trembling instantly. These were the two Chunins in his team, and now, they have been upgraded to Special Jonin. Especially seeing them wearing the Ninja Allied Forces forehead guards, Asuma couldn't help but feel his inner emotions. And Gangzati threw a huge hammer ninja tool out, resisting Asuma's wave of taijutsu attacks. Captain Asuma. Zitai, your physical skills have grown. Asuma exclaimed. Kamizuki Azumo. Yamashiro Aoba also fell silent, knowing the friendship between Asuma and them, and only let Azumo help him clumsily to deal with his wounds. At this time, a person walked on footsteps. I'll help him heal. Kamizuki Azumo looked at the man blankly, and couldn't help but froze. It is a member of the 10th class that Sarutobi Asuma once instructed, that is, Asuma's disciple. Yamanaka Ino. And Ino's medical skills are very superb. After hand seal, he visualized the chakra and wrapped the injured part. Soon, Yamashiro Aoba felt that his wound was slowly healing. Ino, then. Kamizuki Izumo hesitated and tried to explain something, but Ino smiled and looked at him and nodded. Well, I already knew that. She and Neji have gone through so much, and she has even seen too many things about life and death. These experiences have also made the once little girl grow into a ninja who can stand on her own. Ding! Boom! Asuma's chakra kunai was knocked into the air, and the giant hammer of steel was thrown out of the sky and landed heavily. Ha! Ha! Gang Ziti gasped. Come again. Ziti, knock me down and call the sealing class to seal me. Asuma is already very anxious. He knows that he will soon be forced to show his true strength, and when the outbreak occurs, these players will have no way to stop him. However, surrounded by other ninjas fighting against the powerhouses of Impure World Reincarnation, there is no one to support here, and the real powerhouses are also there to deal with the huge Gedomazo demonic statue of the outer path. He was about to say something when a figure fell to the ground. Really? Asuma-sensei. Akamichi Choji gasped, unable to believe what he saw. No. Asuma's body was no longer under control after realizing that a pair of eyes were staring at him deep inside him. Well, Ino, Asuma's expression was dull. And the bottom of his feet has also been covered by black shadows. Is exactly Shikamaru who just arrived and calmly hand seal. Shikamaru closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said only, Asuma, the task of killing Kakuzu and Hidan, the 10th squad has been completed perfectly. As soon as this sentence was said, Akamichi Choji couldn't help but burst into tears. Ino held back his emotions and took a deep breath. Choji, Ino Shika Cho's attack, I'm still missing you. This is Ino Shika Cho's perfect attack method. Pigs, deer, and butterflies correspond to the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akamichi families. First, use the secret techniques of the Yamanaka family to control the action, and take this opportunity to let the secret of the Nara family. Hit the target and control the battle situation, and then use the powerful destructive power of the Akamichi clan to end the battle. This is the battle pattern of Ino Shikacho. However, Akamichi Choji, who had come to this point, abandoned the battlefield on Gedomazo, demonic statue of the outer path, under the persuasion of Akamichi Choza, and Choji, who had rushed forward, retreated. No, it can't be done. Everyone present was silent. Asuma looked at his former disciple, and couldn't help but feel heartbroken, but there was nothing he could do. Choji, you really are a kind kid. Ooh. The huge roar shook Akamichi Choza away again, and he couldn't hold it anymore. Brother Lois, are you okay? Akamichi Choza asked quickly. And Lois has condensed chakra and nodded. Doden, Earth style, art of mountain earth. Akamichi Choza jumped away immediately, and saw that the ground on the ground below was moved directly. Hits hard. Together, it is a mountain of spheres. Bang, bang. Gedomazo, demonic statue of the outer path, stretched out two hands and resisted the crushed mountain soil, but the force was not so resistant, it was still pressing down. Go down, even Gedomazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is hard to resist. Lois bites Kiba and his whole body starts to shake, but even so, he's still holding on. Attack, attack. The ninjas took the opportunity to attack, and Kunai and the detonating talisman attacked one after another, but they hit Gedomazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to no avail. At this time, cracks appeared. Hyuga Neji, floating in the air, appears above Gedomazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Time and space ninjutsu. Is that Madara guy again? Some people panicked, and some even started to flee. And Akamichi Choza said, no, it's our Konoha ninja, Hyuga Neji. It's Neji here. Choza was a little shocked. As the main force of this battlefield, he certainly knew that even the core tactics of this battle were formulated by Neji, and Neji's strength was beyond doubt. Hyuga, Neji. Kato Dan, whose body was destroyed by the attack of the ninjas, was still slowly recovering to his original state, but the dirt was accumulating. He widened his eyes and looked up at Hyuga Neji in the sky. That chakra, he still hasn't forgotten. Is it Tien Ren? He opened his mouth wide, and the difference was beyond words. Chapter 382 Shocked. That's genius. Hyuga Neji, who is it? Asked Jonan, an elite in the village of Iwagakure, puzzled. No matter who it is, it seems that it is not a simple guy to have the ability to float in the air like the 3 generations of Tsuchikage. Another ninja from Kumogakure village responded. I heard that it is Jonan from Konoha village, the genius of the Hyuga clan. One of Chunin from Sunagakure village said yes, he doesn't seem to be very old, and although his grade is not high, he has the taste of a young adult, and seems to be expressing some insights. Genius. Are there really so many geniuses in Konoha village? Is it someone like the Uchiha clan again? A ninja from Kumogakure village couldn't help but show his face-biting Kiba's teeth. He was the one who witnessed the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Killer Bee in Yunlei Gorge of Kumogakure village, and now he still sees the scene where Uchiha Sasuke used the evil Sharingan's pupil technique to subdue Killer Bee, and he has a lot of hatred in his heart. The other ninjas were also silent. With the precedent of Uchiha Sasuke, everyone seemed to have a feeling of distrust of the genius ninjas in Konoha village. Very capable, Uncle Lois. Neji chuckled, watching the huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, almost the size of a spider queen, being suppressed by the art of the earth. And this huge ninjutsu was released by Lois alone, which shows how high Lois is about Doden, earth style. Lois narrowed his eyes, only to see Neji's figure floating in the air, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Really? It's Neji. Really? What the hell did this guy do before? He's finally here. Quick, get rid of this guy. Lois was startled, then moved suddenly. And the earth trembled. The huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, began to struggle. The mountain earth technique was pushed away, and Lois quickly hand seal strengthened the firmness. After some desperate resistance, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has vandalized the art of mountain earth. Crap, this guy is moving again. Damn, what are you all doing? Hurry up and attack. But, that guy above, what is he doing? Everyone raised their heads one after another, and even the dozen or so ninjas who were imprisoned by impure world reincarnation couldn't help but cast their gazes. Facing the roaring mighty Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, Neji looked at him like a king. Ho-a-ho. Oh, did you finally notice me? So, don't you intend to release the psychic technique without forcibly defeating you, Ah-Fei? Hee. Neji shrugged, thinking that it was just suppression, and Ah-Fei would disarm the psychic in order to protect Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. After all, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is a psychic beast used as a body, with a powerful body to seal the chakra of the 9-tailed beast into it, and then fuse to breed 10 tails. Neji thought that people like Ah-Fei would be the safest, but it seemed that he was still underestimated. Apparently, Ah-Fei didn't think Neji would easily threaten Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Hey, Neji, don't hesitate. Below, came the cry of Lois. Hurry up, I can't hold it anymore. Roar. Ground trembled again, and Neji looked, froze for a moment. Ah, sorry, I forgot. Neji has been watching Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, from above, because it was only after this trip to Mount Myoboku that he knew the concept of a fairy beast, and he was naturally curious about Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, who was also a fairy beast. Is anything special? Neji, who was floating in the sky, did not directly feel the tremor on the ground, and the ninja below who was about to attack was also panicked by the struggle of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Is this big guy really something that people can handle? Brother Lois, do you know that guy? What a joke. Get him out of the way. If we all use ninjutsu together, maybe we can. And the Kumogakure village sneered. Impossible, no matter what kind of attack, this guy can't be injured. We have made so much effort. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise. Was shocked, only to see that Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, fell backwards and was hit by the force of Neji's palm, and he was completely unsteady. Hoo-hoo. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, immediately went into manic mode, and Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. Isn't the Yagami air strike too bad? Then, Neji's mouth twitched, and he charged a blow. 80 God's vacuum attack. The huge amount of chakra in the palm of the hand was quickly pushed away with the power to destroy everything in an instant, and the chakra was condensed together to form a huge fist. Bang! Ooh! That Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was also in pain, and was completely unable to resist it. The huge fist hit Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path's chest, and the ground trembled even more intensely. Boom! The mountain earth technique also gradually disintegrated. The power of that fist did not dissipate after knocking down Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, but continued to carry out a strong impact as if it had a steady stream of power. Ooh! Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, couldn't bear the fiery force at all. One arm broke like this. Boom! A huge arm fell to the ground, blasting the rubble. The nearby ninjas retreated, and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, began to struggle like a madman. Can you still hold on? If that's the case, I'm welcome. Neji chuckled and stretched out another hand. Bang! Tilde. With a shock of smoke and dust, the psychic technique was lifted. Neji smiled contemptuously. What a pity, but one arm is enough to slow you down. And the people below couldn't help but stay stunned. No, what kind of power was that just now? The ninjutsu attacks of all of us have almost no effect, so why? Is this the true strength of the genius ninjas of Konoha village? Especially the ninja from Kumogakure village couldn't help swallowing, not only from the shock of Neji's strength, but also from the fact that this time Neji stood on the side of the Ninja Alliance as a genius ninja from Konoha village. This is the real genius ninja. Lois breathed a sigh of relief, unlocked his mountain earth technique, and immediately fell down as if paralyzed. It's all ready. No, I didn't expect to consume so much chakra. Sure enough, this kind of intensity can't last. Lois wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling as if his entire body had been hollowed out. He stretched out his hand, showing his thumb, aiming at Neji who was slowly landing. Well done, Neji. Neji landed, the surrounding ninjas all stepped back in surprise. Although Neji stood on the side of the ninja coalition and knocked down the enemy, his strength was still very awe-inspiring. Neji blankly and asked, "Are you Hyuga Tenin?" Neji turned around and looked at the state of impure world reincarnation, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. After a while, he smiled and said, "Sorry, my name is Hyuga Neji. I don't know the Hyuga Tenin you are talking about." Full of Mukuro bones, huge Mukuro bones stand in rows. The huge Mukuro bone, Afe was sitting on it, and inside his mask, Rinnegan was shining brightly. I didn't expect to be able to break the arm of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Hyuga Neji, you really are the most troublesome one. Chapter 383 Transplant. Eternal Mangekyo. Above the white bones, Afe clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. But encountering a strong man like Hyuga Neji also made Afe full of fighting spirit. Almost ready. Transplant. Below Mukuro's bones, a voice came, a footstep, and the figure of the black-clothed boy walked towards the innermost. Afe was startled, jumped at will, and fell to the ground easily. It seems that you are finally mentally prepared. Is it because of Naruto? Afe hummed softly and didn't even look back. Uchiha Sasuke, who had his back to him, also stopped. Sasuke was wearing a black shirt and looked indifferent. No, the existence of that guy doesn't matter. Then, why did you think about it for so long? Don't make excuses, You are not a soft-hearted guy who was able to go to Orochimaru for 3 years for revenge. The reason why it took so long must be something you are thinking about. Ah-Fei accurately guessed Sasuke's thoughts. Although he would still transplant Sasuke's eyes, that was also because the current Sasuke had been completely used by him. Sasuke was silent for a moment, without speaking. And Ah-Fei took a deep breath and suddenly said, "You don't only have Naruto in your eyes, there is another person who is stronger than you in Naruto. He is a ninja of the same era as you. A true genius." Quote. Who? Sasuke asked curiously and couldn't help turning his head. That guy is back to the battlefield. Hyuga Neji. Sasuke was startled, his hands trembled slightly. For a long time, he widened his eyes and his hands trembled. He showed more excitement and eagerness to fight, lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice, "Great. Great. Now I can finally have a guy who excites me. Hee hee. Hurry up and transplant my eyes, I have a brother. These eyes, even 10 Hyuga Neji, are definitely not my opponent." Sasuke clenched his fists. The last time he saw Hyuga Neji, he shattered the confidence he had cultivated over the past 2 years. This time, his strength has once again risen to a new level, and he must overcome this deep obstacle in his heart. Since his brother's time, he has been chasing the world of stronger people. And Hyuga Neji completely inspired his competitive spirit for strength. "Don't be careless, that guy is also very strong now," Ah-Fei said lightly. "No matter what he is, the power of the Uchiha clan is the strongest. When I transplant my brother's eyes, these eyes will be the eternal Mangekyo," Sasuke said indifferently. And Ah-Fei even sneered, walked past Sasuke and walked into a deeper cave. A voice in his heart became ecstatic. It seemed that it was right. Now Sasuke has been completely brainwashed by him. Such people are the best to use. He didn't have to worry at all, Sasuke would turn around. At least now Sasuke is a powerful fighting force with a strong possibility. It is not far from the completion of the Moon Eye plan. The only thing to worry about now is the guy Kabuto channeled out of. In the seaside battlefield, a large number of white Zetsu poured in. It seems that the solution is over there, and now we still need us here. I want to use Kaden fire style to clean up a piece of white Zetsu. But those white Zetsu are not only outrageous in strength, but also countless in number, and according to his perception, the rear is slowly coming up from the sea, at least 3,000. Too huge, this number. Sam sighed. She was temporarily sent here to deliver information, but when she first arrived on the battlefield, she was trapped here by white Zetsu. Also trapped were dozens of ninjas from the village of Kumogakure, and a larger force was there against Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. But there is good news from Nozomi. He senses that Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, over there has been dealt with by a ninja from the village of Konoha. She couldn't help but wonder. I don't know who it is, but he can solve Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, alone. Sweden, water style, water array. PFF. ___. A huge wall of water, spraying a huge amount of water, attacked those white Zetsu. Both she and Sam stepped back a little, released Tarui who was in the water array, took another step forward, and hand seal again while spraying water in their mouths. His right arm and left arm are each tattooed with a word, thunder, and water. Raiden, thunder style, gratitude wave. I saw the strong Raiden, thunder style, spit into the Sweden, water style, and I saw the electricity immediately conducted into the water. With the Sweden, water style, the attack range of the thunder and lightning became extremely wide. PFF'd again and again. Ah! White Zetsus were electrocuted and fled in all directions. Dozens of white Zetsu were knocked down at the same time. White Zetsu's body flew up, and under the combined impact of Sweden, water style, and Raiden, thunder style, he completely lost consciousness, paralyzed his body, and fell into the sea. Lee, awesome. It's just one move, and it's solved dozens of white Zetsu. Just now. Use the Sweden, water style first, then use the Raiden, thunder style. The water is energized to shock the opponent, and both the Suiten water style and the Raiden thunder style are in such pure state, as expected it's Tarui. Even the ninjas in the village of Kumogakure couldn't help but admire Tarui's methods. Of course, Sam stroked his hair and breathed a sigh of relief. That guy is the only Heilei who has inherited the bloodline of 3 generations, the fusion of Suiten water style and Raiden thunder style chakra nature transformation, Gale style, storm style person. Neji, who was slowly walking forward, followed Zan. Hey, are you lying to me? Are you definitely Hyuga Tenin? No, you seem to be stronger than Tianren. Brother Tianren, have you practiced some kind of immortality ninjutsu, and have lived to this day? I don't even recognize the appearance, it's really amazing. Tell me now. Duan behind him kept muttering and nagging, and Neji sighed helplessly. You bastard, I'll seal you if you push me any further. Neji glanced at him. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy had some autonomy to move and wasn't completely manipulated by Kabuto, Neji would have beaten him long ago. Who knew that this guy believed in his intuition so much that he had always believed that he was Hyuga Tenin? Although from a certain point of view, Neji is indeed Hyuga Tenin himself. The technique of doubling. Choji's voice came. Bang, tilde tilde. The slight impact of force. Neji immediately heard the sound, and Duanyi quickly followed. Behind them, more than 100 ninja coalition forces are fighting against a dozen impure world reincarnation powerhouses, while the elite troops of Kumogakure village are facing countless white Zetsu by the sea. Well done, you guys, that's all, do it again. You'll beat me. Asuma didn't pant, he was the body of the impure world reincarnation, and he didn't feel any pain at all. I won't feel it, just knock me down and seal me up. Please, Choji. Asuma was once again held back by Shikamaru's shadow, but Choji hesitated again. But, the scene was chaotic, and it was clear that a struggle had been fought. Asuma was defeated by his apprentice. Since you don't want to start so much, let me do it. Impressively, a tone that didn't belong to him came from Asuma's mouth. Then, his eyes changed. Oops, it's that Kabuto guy. Shikamaru bit Kiba. Futon, wind style, whirlwind fist. The fist power condensed by the whirlwind, like a tornado, attacked in the direction of Ino fiercely. Chapter 384 Futon, wind style. Familiar moves. Whoosh, that whirlwind rubbed the air violently, making people terrified. Ino seems to have just recovered from the transitional state of using the heart-turning technique, and it is very inconvenient to move. Seeing that Futon wind style suddenly strikes, Ino has already covered his face, and it is too late to resist. Boom! The whirlwind fist bombed the past, and a huge dust broke out. Ino. Shikamaru immediately unleashed the shadow restraint technique. He didn't expect that his chakra was not enough. Asuma was able to forcibly break free from his slight control. Hand seal used ninjutsu. It was a fatal mistake, and he struggled to run towards Ino. Last time, Asuma had already lost his life because of his mistake. This time, Shikamaru was frightened again. He shouted excitedly and ran over, but soon, a figure appeared after the smoke cleared. Shikamaru stopped slowly, only to see chakra burning with a whirlwind on the body of the figure. Asuma's whirlwind punch hit him, and it was completely dissolved and even absorbed. The armor of thunder. No, it's not the chakra of the thunder attribute, but the chakra of the wind attribute. Because it is the same attribute, it is completely absorbed. The principle is the same as the thunder armor. I didn't expect. This guy actually transformed did this technique. One Kumogakure village was horrified, but the ninjas in the other villages didn't seem to understand the difficulty and shock of doing it. Ino slowly released the hand covering his eyes and stared blankly ahead, his pupils shaking slightly. Ning, Neji, it's really you. Ino's outstanding perception ability has long been aware of Neji's chakra, but because he has been nervously fighting with Asuma, every second counts, and there is no time to pay attention to distinguish whether it is true or not. I thought it was just my own illusion, but I didn't expect it to be Neji. Neji, where are you? Where are you? You're finally here. This time, Ino almost burst into tears, but she was still a reserved girl at heart, so she didn't show too much. But Neji could feel how much pressure Ino was under Neji's absence during this time. Ino, who disappeared for 2 years like Neji, suddenly appeared in Konoha village with Neji. Neji disappeared again after a while. Although Ino knew that Neji had plans, he still had to resist the pressure and implement Neji's strategy to defeat the enemy. Neji, it's exactly what you said. The enemy used a special method to strengthen the white Zetsu. And Yakushi Kabuto also cooperated with Akatsuki. These impure world reincarnation ninjas are Yakushi Kabuto's masterpiece. Ah, I know. Neji nodded. Orochimaru's means, he certainly knew best. Orochimaru or Yakushi Kabuto, they're just ants in the way. Neji said lightly, this time, the eyes of the audience are all here. Ninjas from various villages cast surprised glances one after another. Few people knew about Neji's identity, and more were young people who questioned and only heard about Neji's legend but were dissatisfied. Neji took a few steps forward, and Asuma suddenly chuckled and said, an ant. You're so shameless. Hyuga Neji. Neji frowned slightly, and Asuma's tone was very wrong now, with a femininity and strange taste. Neji, this guy is not Asuma-sensei now, but Yakushi Kabuto behind him is fighting with Asuma-sensei's body. It doesn't matter what happens, the friendship drama between your master and apprentice is almost here. Sorry, now I have to defeat Asuma in front of me. After all, he was channeled out to fight for the enemy. Neji said, and started to get serious. Shikamaru said, don't worry, now Ino Shikacho has grown up, not a crying child. Choji, who was in tears, suddenly sniffed and stopped crying. Yeah, as Shikamaru said, they've grown up and can't be crying little kids anymore. Behind Choji, there was a bang, and 2 wings grew. Shiny and very pretty. The surrounding ninjas scattered, startled. Wow, what is this? Choji, how did you grow wings? Choji was stunned for a moment, then glanced back and explained with a smile, this is the secret technique of our Akamichi group. Afterwards, he became dull again and murmured in his heart, but, I didn't take the secret pill this time. Asuma teacher, Shikamaru, I have really grown up. Ha ha ha, now it's not your kind teacher Asuma, but the elite Jonin who can use futon, wind style best in Konoha village. Kabuto's tone can be discerned immediately, and Asuma stretches out a hand, his face is indifferent and bloodless. But the action is very neat, and the wind attribute chakra is condensed on the body surface. CCC recalled that chakra was embodied with the wind attribute and began to change its shape. The chakra of the wind attribute wraps the whole body and is flowing all the time. This is the chakra mode of the wind attribute. Amazing. Similar to the thunder attribute chakra mode, it is an attribute chakra mode that can only be used if the nature transformation and shape changes of a chakra attribute ultimate are mastered to the point of perfection. Sarutobi Asuma in Konoha village. First time knowing that there is such a strong man in Konoha village. Everyone's admiration. Neji didn't hesitate, just took a deep breath. After a while, the corner of his mouth twitched, chakra together. Hu. Huge wind howling. Unlike Asuma, Neji gathered chakra from the outside, and the chakra of the wind attribute swirled, like a tornado shrinking upside down. A steady stream of wind energy began to condense around Neji, dancing gracefully. The opposite, Asuma, saw Neji's state, his expression became more serious, and he seemed to understand that he was facing a strong enemy. Wow, what the hell is this? That guy Asuma is a powerful wind attribute chakra extracted from his body. Why is this young man from the Hyuga clan in Konoha village able to extract the power of wind from nature? Is this the legendary genius ninja? It's an eye-opener. Everyone stepped back. knowing that in a battlefield of this level, they were no longer able to participate in the war casually. After Asuma's consciousness was seized by Kabuto, Choji finally overcame his inner obstacles and was about to go all out. "Okay, I'm here to help you faint, Neji." Choji was about to go up, but Ino shouted, "Choji, don't take action, it's dangerous to get involved in such a fight." Choji was startled and stopped. And Shikamaru also nodded and said softly, "Yes, Neji and we are not in the same strength. Even if you take action, it will only cause trouble for him." Even if time passes, Shikamaru will not forget that in the same era, Neji's strength has completely improved at a speed that surpassed them by 12 times. That devil training, Shikamaru has not forgotten to this day. Futon Wind Style Whirlwind Fist. PFF'd. The huge wind power leapt, and then, manipulated the characteristic kunai, and the wind attribute chakra blade flew up. To be outdone, Neji stretched out his palm. Here, a familiar move, Shikamaru was surprised. Futon Wind Style Palm Storm. Bang! Two powerful wind forces collided fiercely. Chapter 385 Master and Apprentice. Final Exam. Strong crash, panicked crowd. The scattered dust, the layers of fog rolled up by the power of the wind, and in the dimness, the three of Ino Shikacho seemed to see the heroic appearance of the penultimate of Teacher Asuma who once guided them. The three of them burst into tears, but this scene is coming after all. And this role, no matter who replaces them, is not suitable, Neji alone is the most suitable. Because Asuma also guided Neji's practice at the beginning, and even Neji has always been Asuma's most proud disciple. Ino Shikacho experienced various compliments verbally to Neji by Asuma for a long time afterwards. Especially Ino, he wasn't even present when Asuma died, so he was full of guilt. So she can better understand why Choji can't make a move, it's only because of Ino's technique that she can make up her mind to make a move. And Choji, the physical art of flesh to flesh, as an apprentice, no matter what, he can't start with the master who once protected him with his life. Ding! With a sound, the dust fell. Kaden Fire Style Ash Burn. Bang! A loud bang, Asuma's entire body was hit to the ground, and the dust was raised again in a small area. But this time, it quickly returned to its original appearance. Neji landed, and the scene gradually became clear. What about the Futon Wind Style practice? Asuma-sensei. Neji said these words lightly, as if speaking to himself. Ino behind him couldn't help crying and took a few steps back. As for Shikamaru and Choji, they cried many times because of this, and now, it's Ino's turn. Looking at Neji, Ino felt more and more sad. 2 years later, when she came back, she received the bad news that Asuma had left. And now, on the battlefield, I have to fight against my former teacher. Kabuto. What a bloody bastard. Ino finally bit Kiba, still struggling to raise his head, holding back tears. At this time, Asuma was slightly moved, as if he had captured a little bit of consciousness, and when he saw Neji, he was very moved. Neji. You are indeed conscious, Asuma-sensei. Neji was talking when suddenly another, Asuma, attacked. Futon Wind Style Revolving Heaven. Dance. Neji frowned, causing the air around him to swirl. Asuma was knocked back and stretched out his hand to resist. Neji, you are really getting stronger and stronger, Asuma sighed. Just now, he had been holding back, pretending that he was completely controlled, but in fact, his consciousness has always been retained. This is what Kabuto has done for impure world reincarnation, preserving all the subconscious minds of the living. Because the impure world reincarnation done by the second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama is to communicate with the soul of the deceased, so the art itself exists to preserve consciousness. That year, Senju Tobarama's younger brothers Senju Wajian and Senju Banma were killed in the battle with the Uchiha clan. In the end, Tobarama also personally ended the life of Uchiha Madara's younger brother Uchiha Izuna. The grievances are just manifestations, but the real cruelty is the war and the constant sacrifices brought about by the war. World is gradually moving towards unity and peace. Tobirama developed impure world reincarnation in order to appease people who were injured after the war and missed their deceased relatives. However, because impure world reincarnation can greatly restore the ability of the deceased before his death, this technique has been abused by some wicked people. Tobirama has to list this technique as a forbidden technique. Later Orochimaru learned this technique and made improvements. That is to completely obliterate the personality of the resurrected person and become a tool of battle. But the problem has arisen, that is, the ability to completely control the resurrection, but only to exert a maximum of less than 30% of the strength before his death, which is very limited. Kabuto has made improvements once again, that is, retains the personality, but uses Senjuhashirama's cells to strengthen the control. That is to say, Asuma has always had his own consciousness, just his own body, completely out of control, and has been receiving attacks that put the opponent to death. Futon, wind style, whirlwind. CCC. The characteristic Kanai chakra erupted with a sharp ultimate sound in the air, but Neji easily dispelled it. Good job, Neji. Originally, Asuma was just worried that the opponent was not using enough force, but Neji seemed to be completely determined, and Asuma felt relieved. Since there is no need to consider these, then he has no psychological burden. Asuma teacher, my futon wind style got your help, your death. I'm really sorry. Although Neji knew that Asuma died of a plot kill, Neji still felt very guilty. After all, he didn't know that he would spend 2 years in real time, otherwise Neji would definitely change the ending. But Asuma said, Neji, everyone has their own destiny, I'm really satisfied and relieved to see you today. Oops, he suddenly realized something, and then his hands began to frantically hand seal. Neji, it's futon wind style again, this time it's your move. Neji. I saw Asuma hand seal futon wind style palm storm. In Asuma's double fists, the concentration is extremely high. Neji was stunned, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Asuma really cared about his own accomplishments and secretly practiced his apprentice's ninjutsu. Then, let's take this trick as the final exam. Neji also followed hand seal. Futon wind style palm storm. Bang. 2 huge energies collided again. And Kabuto's voice came from Asuma's mouth, how naive. Hyuga Neji. I poured Hashirama cell enhanced futon wind style on Asuma, you can't win. Hee hee. Neji just smiled, raised his hand gently, and the hurricane was everywhere. Boom. This blow is like a lifetime. Boom boom boom. Asuma was blown away at once. Kabuto's consciousness was blown away. Neji turned into a spiritual body and flew away, the corner of his mouth twitching. Oops. Afterwards, Kabuto's entire consciousness dissipated, and Neji fluttered. He landed steadily and snorted softly. It's a pity. Neji also wanted to capture Kabuto's mind and take good care of him. It seems that it can only be said later. Neji turned back, and everyone came to look curiously. Ho, it's actually lifted. Impure world reincarnation. How could someone unlock impure world reincarnation? I saw that Asuma's soul began to float, and his body had turned into filthy dirt and piled up everywhere. Neji, you really got stronger. Asuma looked at the others and murmured, Choji, Ino, Shikamaru, you are my proudest disciples. Then, it dissipated and left like a fairy. Me. Choji was already sobbing, biting Kiba and muttering, I will definitely become an excellent ninja. And Neji just let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he drove away Kabuto's consciousness and made Kabuto disconnect from Asuma. Then use the spiritualization technique to liberate Asuma's soul, and the technique will be released. On the other side, in a dark cave. With a bang, a chess piece was shattered. Kabuto wears a colored cape, like a snake in a dark corner, with a huge snake head sticking out from behind. He held the chess piece at that moment and threw it out angrily. Damn, Hyuga Neji, I didn't think you even learned sage art, and you can actually integrate sage art into futon wind style. You really are a careless guy. Chapter 386 Negotiation. Akatsuki's strongest combat power. Sage art. Yakushikabudo's expression twisted and deformed in anger. And with the strong and rough deep breath, his twisted angry eyes suddenly turned into a sinister smile. Hey! Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Neji. He bit Kiba and grinned, revealing the sharp tiger Kiba. Kiba's teeth had changed slightly, and footsteps could be heard from the depths of the cave. Yakushikabudo didn't look back, but had already sensed something. He sneered and said to himself, one by one, they are all worry-free guys. But it doesn't matter anymore, I will definitely inherit the will of Lord Orochimaru, and now I have surpassed Lord Orochimaru. Pat, and, pat, the footsteps are gradually approaching. When the figure approached him, Yakushikabudo slowly turned around. Behind his shoulders, the snake's head exposed at the tail slowly raised his body, stood up behind him and stared at the person who came forward. Behind the clothes of the person who came, there is a pattern of the Uchiha family, and under the mask, Rinnegan and Sharingan complement each other. Is it all right? That guy, Uchiha Sasuke. Kabuto's mouth twitched, and there was fear in his eyes for the man in front of him, but at the same time he was using it proudly. He finally found a weakness to check and balance the opponent, but he didn't seem to want to break the bank. Facts have proved that a Fae in front of him, as the black hand behind Akatsuki, really is not a simple existence. I have already promised you, don't do too much testing. Otherwise, be careful playing with fire and hurt yourself. Hehe, don't be angry, Hashirama cells and a large army of impure world reincarnation have dragged you a lot of time. If it wasn't for me, Uchiha Sasuke would have had to fight the Ninja Alliance at this time, right? Kabuto's words made Afe clench his fists, and he was already very upset. But there is no way, he has nothing to do with Kabuto. Now Kabuto is no longer the simple spy he used to be. Now, he has perfectly inherited almost all of Orochimaru's abilities, and he is even better. The eye transplant went well. That guy, I sent White Zetsu's body to take care of him. If nothing else happens. Hehe, I don't think you want to trade Uchiha Sasuke with me, do you? Can a guy like White Zetsu really watch Uchiha Sasuke? Kabuto tilted his neck, looking like he was not easy to mess with. Although the two are in a cooperative relationship, the confrontation is full of crises everywhere. Afe was silent for a moment, snorted coldly, and said, don't underestimate any of Akatsuki's members, nor the body of White Zetsu. The eyes under the mask are dead and undercurrent, as if mocking Kabuto, the giant snake in front of him, all the time. So, what information do you want to convey? Now, Konoha's main force has been trapped by my impure world reincarnation army. With your ability, it should be easy to find Yao and Kyubi, Nine-Tails, right? Kabuto spoke. He deliberately showed a comfortable appearance. He knew that Afe could not break through the difficulties now, and he deliberately wanted to show that he had to help Afe to realize the plan. And Afe snorted coldly. You don't have to worry about this. The realization of the Moon Eye does require the chakras of Yahweh and Kyubi, Nine-Tails, but there is no other way. He already has another way. But for such an ally, there is no need to share the latest intelligence. Hyuga Neji, this guy is a big trouble. He is more troublesome than the main force of the entire ninja coalition. It will take me a while to complete my purpose. Understood. Kabuto shrugged, his face calm. He stretched out his hand and pushed his glasses and asked, isn't that just asking me to stop Hyuga Neji's steps? Originally, the most useful thing about the impure world reincarnation technique is to delay time. So, as an ally, are you going to tell me what other plans do you have? Is there anything else that can be used in place of the chakras of Yahweh and Kyubi, Nine-Tails? And Kabuto's glasses flickered, and he looked serious. You appeared on the seaside battlefield and caused so much turmoil. What did you do? Kabuto is keenly aware of this, and wants to obtain more favorable information. And Afe just said excitedly, don't forget, you promised to help me. The condition in exchange is Sasuke, and now Sasuke I have not let him contact the enemy, you have no right to negotiate conditions. After that, Afe turned around immediately, not waiting for Kabuto to refute. Ah, really? Kabuto watched Afe's back go away, only to hear his voice in the depths of the darkness. Hyuga Neji, it's not good for you or me to keep this kind of person. After that, the footsteps and the breath became farther and farther away. Kabuto turned around, frowning slightly. Yaoi and Kyubi, Ninetales, seem to have already moved, but the two pieces I prepared are about to come into play, right? Kabuto dropped 2 chess pieces and landed on the board below. He murmured, anyway, catch Yaoi and Kyubi, Ninetales first, then see how you beg me, hee. He looked up and quickly hand seal. Then, he said with a gloomy smile, Uchiha Itachi, Uzumaki Nagato. These 2 guys are Akatsuki's strongest combat power, but now they can only be used by me. But he turned around again, frowning slightly. This Hyuga Neji, I have a gift for him too. With that said, he grabbed another chess piece and placed it on the other side of the chessboard. Asuma teacher is in the spirit of heaven and will definitely bless you. Akamichi Choji stroked Choji's head, and Choji's chubby cheeks were dry with tears, and he nodded heavily. Okay, the enemies here are almost cleaned up. The sealing team will start sealing. Lois shouted loudly. And Choza also looked at Kato Dan, who had been standing beside him, and scratched the back of his head. I'm sorry, Brother Duan, I'm going to seal you now. Impure world reincarnation has no other solution but this. Duan Wen smiled and said, well, hurry up. Since Hyuga Tenren is here, I can definitely be sealed. Originally I was worried that you would be unable to do anything to me because of the spiritual transformation. If it was Tenren, my spiritualization technique is not worth mentioning at all. The spiritualization technique just now can liberate the imprisoned soul of impure world reincarnation. It is really powerful. How many times have I told you, I'm not Hyuga Tenin? Neji sighed, but Duan turned into a funny guy. It seems that I was in a hurry at that time, and I couldn't give this kid a good remediation. Huh. A shadow quickly spread over, and Duan was taken aback. Is this the means of the Nara clan? He realized that his body was already difficult to move, and raised his head. He saw that it was a young Nara clan kid, who seemed to be called Nara Shikamaru. What can you do? Nara Shikamaru wiped his forehead. I didn't expect it to be so hard to get to this level. Sorry, senior bro, to be on the safe side, you must be under control first. Wait patiently for the sealing class here. Wait, Shikamaru was startled suddenly, and his whole body was inexplicably shocked. I saw Duan's eyes suddenly darken, and he said with a sinister smile, as expected of Shikamaru. Chapter 387 Gift. Enemies meet. This guy, you are, Kabuto. Shikamaru again hand seal strengthened the strength of his art, and, break, tilted his neck even more easily, as if shadow binding did not exist. Damn, the chakra is running out. Shikamaru sighed. His chakra volume was not particularly high. He was fighting the Golden Horn Silver Horn who was released by Impure World Reincarnation before, and temporarily confronted the Masked Man, who suddenly appeared. Entanglement with Asuma for a long time, Shikamaru can no longer release the powerful shadow binding technique. What's the matter? Is that Kabuto guy again? Choza took a step forward. As a ninja of the old era, he deeply knew how troublesome the spiritual transformation technique of Duan was. But Ino and Choji obviously don't have such a big sense of crisis. In their opinion, there is almost no need to worry too much in the battlefield with Neji. Hey. Duan laughed grimly in Kabuto, Neji's tone, and the ninjas present all understood. Hyuga Neji, you are really amazing. You added sage art to Futon Wind's style. What's the matter? Asuma's Futon Wind's style can't match you at all. Sage art. What is that? The allied ninja army looked at Hyuga Neji in surprise, but Neji just looked indifferent, wanting to see what tricks Kabuto could do. Duan said, the Fourth Ninja World War started, but without you, I thought you wouldn't show up. I thought it was a pity, but I didn't expect you to show up. This is really exciting news. I'm got a gift, and now you're finally here. He grinned, a deformed smile. Then, a quick hand seal. Slap on the ground. The art of psychic impure world reincarnation. Ino took a step back and chirped, this guy actually released impure world reincarnation through the hands of a ninja who was taken by impure world reincarnation. A coffin quickly sprang out of the cemetery with a bang. Standing in front of everyone, facing Neji. Slowly, the lid of the coffin fell heavily. Bang! The dust flew up and slowly dissipated. A tall man opened his eyes in embarrassment and walked out. His mouth seemed to be grinning, but it was sewed up by black blood vessels, and the whole body, especially the exposed back, was torn apart many times, and it was full of traces of black blood vessels. It's like a dark doll with serious stitching marks, but it's not cute at all, and her eyes are a dull green. It's disgusting. Ino covered his mouth. An enemy like this in front of him was not an ordinary person at first glance. Choji and Shikamaru both widened their eyes. This guy is Kakuzu. Neji murmured. His eyes were calm, but there seemed to be a glimmer of light in his eyes, which was only for a moment and could not be captured. I didn't expect to meet you one day, it's really interesting. I want to thank this guy who channeled me out, hehe. Kakuzu's voice was low and strong, and when he looked back, he glanced at Shikamaru. Neji, Ino, this guy and another member of Akatsuki, killed Mr. Asuma. Choji bites Kiba, and although they have succeeded in revenge, seeing Kakuzu still overflows with hatred. Even Shikamaru couldn't calm down. He took a step back, and the shadow binding technique was immediately released. The action of breaking was fast, and the moment the shadow binding technique was released, he immediately jumped behind Kakuzu. One of Akatsuki's undead duo, Kakuzu. Hyuga Neji, this is my gift to you. You will end up, as well as Asuma. Kabuto grinned, seemingly satisfied with the reunion he had arranged, but the next moment. Boom. The huge chakra exploded in an instant. Bang. Chakra, who rushed to the sky, erupted in front of Neji. Neji moved quickly, but the breaking method was even quicker. He stepped back directly, and Kakuzu was emitting black blood vessels from his whole body, tying Neji. Neji slapped Kakuzu on the heart, and the whole person lay on the ground, and the black blood vessels began to bind Neji. What a naive kid. Compared to me, your combat experience is really too little. Kakuzu, who was instantly suppressed by Neji's absolute power, chuckled. I'm in the state of impure world reincarnation now. Even if you use your Byakugan's ability to see me clearly, you can't target me. He sneered, the blood vessels slowly moving to the location of Neji's heart. Neji only stretched out the hand that was firmly pressing against Kakuzu's heart, while the other hand and body were bound by the other's blood vessels, and his face was calm and indifferent. It's such a calm expression again. Hehe. It's been that way since then. Kabuto's severed body, his eyes widened. From that time, back in the Forest of Death, you've always been like this. Now let me see, how can you still be so calm in the face of your enemy? Neji finally raised his head slowly and glanced at his broken eyes. Kabuto saw this scene completely, and took a step back in horror. The anger hidden in this look is so indifferent but so simple. What's the matter? Kakuzu frowned and kept trying. No matter how circling, bending, and chakra attached to the black blood vessels, they couldn't break through Neji's body, or even pierce Neji's clothes. And the black blood vessels are like weak insects after all, and there is no way to pierce this hard defense. What kind of defense is this? Engel widened his eyes, and at this moment, he knew that he was being controlled, not that he was controlling the other party. At this moment, the previous threat seemed so ridiculous. Ino, who was on the side, widened his eyes when he saw this situation. Revolving heaven. Ino muttered, very surprised. Although her perception ability is not as high as Karen's, her level of sophistication has surpassed that of most ninjas. So in such a close situation, careful perception is the answer. That is, Neji used revolving heaven, but from the initial taijutsu, completely transformed into ninjutsu. Of using acupuncture points on the whole body to release chakra, Neji has become a master of chakra, and can even release a small revolving heaven directly on any part of the body. But isn't revolving heaven a physical art? No matter how strong your ability is, you can't release revolving heaven without any movement at all, right? There, Choza asked curiously. The past, when some big families in Konoha fought openly and secretly, the taijutsu of the Hyuga family was also thoroughly studied by the people of other big families. But Ino said, because of movement. Life is in motion, and every cell, every part in the body is in motion. Chakra control is not fine enough to release body art only on the surface. Carrot's control is already at its peak. It just uses every movement in the body to release taijutsu in the microscopic world, but in the macroscopic time, which is our eyes, it looks like ninjutsu. This is the thousands of revolving heavens released in every part of the body. A layer of shield is formed on the surface of the body, and nothing can penetrate the true absolute defense. Ino can't help but smile. Neji will give her an absolute surprise no matter what time it is. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and wanted to say something, but Neji easily broke free of his control, stretched out his hand, and aimed at Kakuzu's head. Why did you kill Hyuga Tenin? Neji's voice was as soft as possible, so no one could hear it. But standing not far away, although the body is controlled by Kabuto, the consciousness remains. He heard it very clearly. Kill Hyuga Tenin. Chapter 388 Kakuzu. Soul Annihilation. You bastard. What are you talking about? Kakuzu was stunned, squinting his eyes, and he really didn't respond to what Neji was saying. Besides, after so many years, it has been nearly 100 years since Kakuzu killed the first person, how could he still remember a certain person killed in the Long River? And Kakuzu saw that Hyuga Neji in front of him was so young, and it was obviously the people who had been killed in recent years. I didn't kill your so-called Hyuga. Bang. He could finish speaking, he was slapped by Neji and his entire body was smashed to pieces. Huge smoke and dust scattered. The ground sinks into a precise and terrifying pit. Sizzle. Kakuzu's body again. It kept piling up, and in the end, Kakuzu also returned to the original state he was brought over by impure world reincarnation. The hands and feet and other parts obviously recovered more, and Neji had already stood up. He walked over slowly and stepped on top of Kakuzu's head. The people present were going to help Neji, but looking at the situation, Neji probably doesn't need help anymore. What's even more surprising is that Neji's anger towards Kakuzu seems to have a deep hatred. Everyone didn't find it strange. After all, they all thought that Neji was venting like this because Kakuzu was a companion of the Akatsuki member who killed Asuma. But Kakuzu didn't dare to think so at the next moment. Neji's palm reminded him of a moment when he had seen such hateful eyes. You are. Kakuzu rummaged through his memory with difficulty, and seemed to have finally found something. Neji tilted his neck and said, Who told you to kill Tianren? What do you know? Neji tried to speak only in a low voice, so that Kakuzu could hear it alone. After all, this matter is a long time ago, more than 40 years apart, and it has nothing to do with them. It turned out to be you. I know, it turned out to be you, kid. Kakuzu's eyes widened, as if a switch in his body had been turned on, and the memory rushed into his heart. I didn't expect you to have this ability. Immortality. Hee, the real immortality, is that you. The real ability to stay young forever. I didn't expect that it was actually a member of your Hyuga clan. Bang. Another palm, huge smoke and dust scattered. Neji, no matter what, Asuma can't be resurrected. Hurry up and seal him. Shikamaru shouted. He only thought that Neji would do this because of Asuma's hatred, and immediately focused his attention on the broken body not far behind Kakuzu. The guy with spiritualization must be difficult to deal with. He has to do everything to accumulate chakra. Neji also doesn't have that big trace, just to cover up some traces. Speak what you know, otherwise, your soul will fall into reincarnation forever. Neji bent his knees halfway and squatted down. Hearing Neji's low voice, Kakuzu seemed to go crazy too. In the past, I was the person who feared death the most. In order to survive, I tried everything I could to learn the forbidden technique and complain. Hee, right now, I'm just a dead person from the impure world reincarnation. I'm not afraid of death. Are you that guy from the Hyuga clan stronger than Tenon? I won't let you succeed. That guy, it has already begun to act. Even if it is you, it is absolutely impossible. Boom. A huge light flashed, as if annihilation. Kakuzu's entire body was annihilated. In the smoke, seeing the light flashing, Duan showed a gloomy smile and said, Impure world reincarnation will return to its original state no matter what. Even if the body is turned to ashes, it only takes time to recover. After a long time, the smoke dissipated. Neji's feet, there was nothing but a few filth scattered around. How can impure world reincarnation's body be unable to recover? Kabuto, who was attached to Broken, was extremely surprised. Neji shrugged and said leisurely, Sage art, which combines yin and yang, can escape the shackles of chakra. It is the original power of this world and can determine the structure of this world. Even impure world reincarnation is an existence that conforms to the rules of this world. Once the causal link is cut off, it can be restored, and it cannot be restored again. Quote. Yin, Yang chakra, you guy, you are really a genius. Kabuto grinned, and even though he was in a cold sweat, he was still very interested in Neji. So, what are you looking for? Hyuga Tenon. What is the relationship between Hyuga Tenon and you? Kabuto asked, seemingly getting some useful information. Neji, who had been investigating for a long time but knew nothing about it, got unexpected information for the first time. That is Neji. It seems to be related to Hyuga Tenon who appeared a long time ago. Neji didn't look back, just stuck to the hand seal. Spiritualization. Cut off muttered. Huh. Chakra turned into a spiritual body, but did not move, but exuded a powerful force, covering all around. Ooh. With a piercing roar, a twisted soul was forced out. Kakuzu's voice circled again. Hee, this world is over. Boom. Neji slapped, completely penetrated. Intense golden light quickly passed through that ugly soul, and the soul spread out in the air, completely dissipating. Is this? The soul is flying away. Everyone looked at this scene blankly, and the strange things that happened on the scene were completely beyond their comprehension. Hyuga Neji, absolutely can't be wrong. You are who you were back then. You are not dead. But why? Why are you not Hyuga Tenon? Could it be that the real Tenon brother has? Duan murmured in his heart, but did not say it. And his body has begun to move. Everyone be careful, my body can't help it. Huh. The technique of spiritualization unfolded, and the broken soul flew out of the body directly, holding kunai, and the killing intent flashed. Choza quickly stepped back and said, everyone be careful. This is our Konoha village's secret spiritualization technique. The spiritualization technique will directly ignore the collision and tell the movement in the state of the spirit body. Those who are attacked by the spirit body will suffer damage to their souls. There is no cure for life. Quote. Huh. Run. Everyone backed away, and some people even ran away. But Duan's target seems to be Neji, and Neji is not afraid at all, and at the same time opens the technique of spiritualization. Neji's spiritual transformation is more advanced, and together with the entire body, it transforms into a spiritual body. Konoha. No, the art of spiritualization is the secret art of my Hyuga clan. Neji muttered. Bang! Neji's spirit body slammed the broken spirit body with a palm, and the broken spirit body instantly retracted into the body. With just one move, the winner will be decided. Then, Neji landed quickly, approaching Duan's body. He reacted. Neji had already pressed his broken head with his palm. This is... Duan murmured. Om. A loud voice flashed in Duan and Kabuto's mind. All the ninjas who were reincarnation by impure world, a strange voice flashed in their minds, unable to detect the source. This guy is following me. Kabuto opened his mouth in surprise and quickly hand-sealed. Damn. After that, Duan slowly fell down, but impure world reincarnation did not end. Neji turned his head and said to the crowd, I have already mastered the positions of all the ninjas in impure world reincarnation. I will seal the break-up with the 4 purple flame formation, so that he cannot use the spiritualization technique. Oh. Choza nodded dumbly. In the past, he only knew that Choji had said that the ninja school had such a genius as Hyuga Neji. When he saw it today, he was ashamed of himself. Chapter 389 Sam. Support Mission. Is this really a ninja from the Choji generation? It's simply incredible, the perception is too big. And Neji slowly turned around and walked towards Ino. Ino, just now frightened by what happened, she asked, Neji, you gave that guy's soul to. Neji, on the other hand, looked indifferent and explained, that guy didn't just kill Asuma, Tenen's death was also related to him. Neji spoke extremely quietly, something only Ino knew. Hyuga Kamizuki, Kakuzu and Ino saw this scene. Now, Hyuga Kamizuki and Kakuzu are gone. So, did you ask? Ino breathed a sigh of relief. She believed in Neji no matter what and made the right choice and decision. This guy didn't say it, but there must be someone behind it. Moreover, a guy like him who was used by others couldn't possibly know any key clues. So Neji simply let Kakuzu get the punishment he deserved, and Neji didn't need to keep him for such a wicked person who survived for himself. Neji, actually, there is another way. Ino looked at the fallen broken and thought deeply for a long time. She took out an item from her clothes and handed it to Neji. What is this? I saw that Ino was holding a small bag, and I didn't know what was in that small bag. Kabuto a long time to come out of that horrible state, and he only saw Neji's eyes in the darkness. And those eyes, those pure Byakugans, seemed to begin to transform, and they seemed to contain the entire universe. In particular, one of Neji's eyes has turned into a black state, and it also penetrates the firmer power of Byakugan, which is completely different from ordinary Byakugan. What kind of power is that? I didn't expect to be able to channel the soul to perform reverse perception. Kabuto bites Kiba, angry at what he doesn't understand. This was completely beyond his expectations, for sage art, or even the master of position power. But it doesn't matter. He breathed a sigh of relief gradually and stretched out his hand. His hands were already shaking with excitement. Hyuga Neji, I still have a lot of chess pieces, and even if you know my position, what if you find me? He tilted his head and murmured, 3 years ago, you made Orochimaru-sama feel threatened, but I am different. Now I have surpassed Orochimaru. In the darkness, his glasses shone brightly, and he grinned like a demon. Itachi, did you feel it? Well, the power of impure world reincarnation is connected, but it is not channeled through chakra. The forest, 2 men wearing dark yuhi cloaks walked with each other's arms, their eyes looking like they were being reincarnation by impure world. It turned out to be Uchiha Itachi and Nagato, who had been decrepit and emaciated. Is that what the guy who channeled them did? Nagato asked. Itachi closed his eyes and felt silently. No, there seems to be the same shock over there. Itachi raised his head and murmured, it seems that some powerful person was born. I really hope that person will stand on the side of the Ninja Alliance. The second battlefield, White Zetsu and Kurigakure Village and Sunagakure Village ninja are fighting. Deidara and Sasori, who were channeled out, regained consciousness from the violent, humming, sound. What the hell is going on? Why is it so unpleasant just after being let out? Deidara glanced at Sasori next to him again and said, Brother Sasori, you. The same. Sasori is now in a physical state. He looked at his soft body extremely unhappy, and complained, it feels really uncomfortable to be manipulated by others. PFF'd, Deidara couldn't help laughing. Hey, Sasori-san, you've been controlling others as puppets all your life, and now you've finally tasted it yourself. Wait, you seem to like to make yourself a puppet. Now you're a real puppet. Ha ha. Shut up, you bastard, I'll kill you if you talk more. The seaside, the first battlefield. Go. Rumbling. The seawater hit the stones, making a crashing sound. And the smoother beach that connects with the sea is the constant use of White Zetsu. Even though the bodies of White Zetsu fall into the sea, or cross the beach, they still can't resist and continue to pour out. The 391st. PFF'd, Tarui swung a heavy knife and slashed the body of the flying White Zetsu. Be careful. She shouted, and Tarui quickly avoided it, and opened it again, and by the way, split another invisible White Zetsu flying behind him. 393. Tarui raised his head. They had already killed more than 1,000 White Zetsu in this place, but they still kept coming out. It is said that there are still more than 4,000 White Zetsu, which is really a terrifying number. At this moment, he was startled and turned his head back immediately. There, Neji and Ino arrive. Taking a few steps and 2 steps, the ninja ran quickly, and the two quickly arrived at the side of the department. Ninja, the art of mind chaos. Ino, while hand seal, jumped to the ground. Ah! Are you crazy? A burst of noise, more than a dozen White Zetsus of those White Zetsus began to mutiny, turning to other White Zetsus like crazy, killing each other. Is this the secret art of the Yamanaka clan in Konoha village? It's scary. Sam walked over with his chest raised, his body penultimate, and Neji couldn't help but look sideways. He glances. Squinting sideways, he saw the woman's distinct facial features. He was tall and looked rather sexy. Seeing Sam's clothes, Ino couldn't help but be surprised, his face turned Yuhi. Hyuga Neji, the headquarters has heard the news that you appeared in the first battlefield, and specially asked me to bring a piece of information. By the way, I will send you a mission. What's wrong? Neji frowned slightly. Sam said, in the third battlefield, the troops of Konoha village were in a tough fight. Their opponents are a little special and may need your help. Need my help? What opponent? Neji is curious, what opponent is better to deal with? The 7 ninja swordsmen. Sam said. Everyone was surprised. The legendary ninja swordsmen of Kurigakure village. But why not let the ninjas of Kurigakure village go? Asked she. Tarui had just hacked to death a White Zetsu, and took the time to answer. Mizukage Terumime Kurigakure is not responsible for protecting the villagers and the people. In addition, the elite Kurigakure ninjas are also in the headquarters and medical troops, and it is impossible to draw them to support. Of the third battlefield. Sam nodded and said again, and I heard, Hyuga Neji, you once won the championship in the sword dance of the Iron Country, and you also defeated the first-generation member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Thunder Blade Raikiba. Owner Kurosuke Raikiba, so this task is up to you. No problem, Neji readily agreed. Neji, Ino looked at Neji curiously. Neji said, anyway, the victory of this war is the most important thing. And the place where the 7 ninja swordsmen are and where we are going is on the way. Neji finished speaking, he looked towards the sea again, where countless white Zetsu attacked continuously. His Byakugan, the stirring blue veins are no longer as ferocious as they used to be. On the contrary, they look much more elegant. Are there more than 4,000 white Zetsu left? And there is a steady stream in the distance. Neji chuckled. It's probably going to be up to you for a while, but I have a technique I want to try. It should be able to help you out. Neji took a few steps forward and extended his right hand. What is this guy doing? Tarui took a dozen steps back and noticed a strange yet familiar chakra. I saw Neji aiming at the endless stream of white Zetsu in the sea, and hand seal with one hand in his left hand. Senpo, Sage Art, Gale Style, Storm Style, Rewards Unlocks Caustic Soda. Tarui rolled his eyes. Chapter 390 Resentment. Tarui's heart. What? To actually use my moves? Tarui couldn't help but take 2 steps back in shock. I saw Neji stretched out one hand, and the other hand, after hand sealing with one hand, also stretched out together. PFF'd. In an instant, a fierce light flashed. The surrounding area that was originally daytime suddenly shone brighter than the daytime, and it was dazzling. Everyone covered their eyes, and when they came to their senses, the sea was already filled with gale-style, storm-style lightning bolts. Time and time again, made an electric sound, the black thunder mixed with the water, and the moment it touched the white Zetsu, it was annihilated. The power is so powerful. No, it's not the same as the normal gale-style, storm-style. No matter how bright the light is, Tarui no longer feels dazzling. This is a rare gale-style, storm-style beyond his ability. Whether it is speed or strength, it is completely above me, and this accuracy. Even in this huge sea area, this guy can perfectly control chakra on white Zetsu nearby, a little bit. Chakra is not wasted either. Quote. Tarui himself is the master of gale-style, storm-style, so he has long been used to this dazzling light. He stared at Neji frantically, and every wave was so perfect. No, Tarui, this guy uses Sage Art. The Kyubi Ninetales person of Konoha, Jinchuriki Column Force Uzumaki Naruto, also masters this skill. It's a terrible chakra mode. Explained aside. Tarui swallowed, only to see white Zetsu in a whole sea area, almost all of which were in Neji's gale-style, storm-style either missing or mutilated. It was horrible to see. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The incessant roaring noises even overshadowed the dreary pain of countless white Zetsu before his death from the sea, but in the face of the passing of these lives, Neji's eyes did not waver at all. Is this really a guy from the Omoi's generation? It's not like that at all. It's like a seasoned veteran. Sam couldn't help but change his face. His face changed slightly. And Neji just let out a light breath and turned to look at the crowd. Huh. Neji frowned curiously, and the others took a big step back in fright. What's the matter? Neji blinked his eyes. It was just a gesture of effort just now. He wanted to provide Tarui with a better solution. Why did they have this expression? Hyuga Neji, your tactics are really scary. She sighed and explained. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. It's all like this guy is still so calm. He couldn't help but glanced at the seaside again, where more than 1,000 corpses of white Zetsu were floating on the sea, motionless. And there are clearly 2,000 or 3,000 white Zetsu numbers coming up. At this moment, he seems to have been shocked a lot, and he has begun to feel scared. Unbelievable, those white Zetsu who didn't want to live and die before, were also shocked by Neji's pure killing intent. And Ino took a deep breath, although she felt this HTC scene, but after all, it was the second time, so she was not as shocked as several other people. Neji just glanced at Ino and shrugged. Is that what the Hyuga clan does? Tarui lowered his head, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly looked at Neji hostilely. Tarui, hey, you. Sam was slightly worried, while Tarui glanced at Sam and said, don't worry, I'm not the me I used to be now. Sam was startled, murmured and nodded, and stopped him. Tarui swallowed, and under the curious eyes of Neji and Ino, he took a few steps towards Neji. "What do you mean?" Ino asked with a wink. Looking at what Tarui seemed to be doing, Ino was worried about the people on Tarui's side, because Ino knew that they were not Neji's opponents anyway. Seeing this scene, I remembered what my father once said to me. It seems that my grandfather also died in the same way. He is also a ninja of your Konoha. What's more, that time, more than 1,000 lives were killed by one person in an instant. Solved. And Tarui took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Hyuga Neji, that person is also from the Hyuga family. What a coincidence. Tarui spoke with anger, but obviously, he didn't seem to hate Neji, and it shouldn't be Neji. Neji's expression remained indifferent, and he understood everything in an instant. And Tarui said, "But don't worry, I won't take anger on you. After all, it's only your Hyuga clan who killed Grandpa, not you Hyuga Neji. Moreover, the past wars were family and country hatred, not personal grudges. Now that the enemy is in front of you, you are naturally my teammate." Neji was indifferent and turned his head away, no longer looking at Tarui. But Ino was uneasy when he heard this, and his head was buzzing with embarrassment. Ino knew it. He had witnessed Neji, as Hyuga Tenin, took down more than 1,000 ninjas in Kumogakure village in one move at the gate of Konoha. Unexpectedly, there is Tarui's grandfather in there. This is really. No matter what era there is war. Neji said indifferently. At this moment, he seemed to be a bit Uchiha Madara. But he tilted his neck again, showing a wry smile. But the meaning of war will be different. So far, this should be the first time that the 5 major countries have become united for war, so. Your grandfather's death is your heart knot for the Hyuga family. But, the death of my father, Hyuga Hazashi, is also a knot in my heart for Kumogakure village. Quote. Sam and he were both startled. They looked at Hyuga Neji in surprise and couldn't help but look sideways. This guy, is that Hyuga Hazashi's son? Then, isn't he the genius boy that the 4th generation Raikage said, and even he couldn't resist? Sam and she, both shocked in their hearts, looked at each other. Neji froze for a moment, then glanced back. Those guys seem to be rectified again, and soon, they will make a comeback. However, I have helped you solve most of the pressures. Fighting in such an advantageous environment, you must use your brains and use less brute force. Neji gave Tarui a meaningful glance. Sam suddenly said, by the way, please go to battle immediately, go to support the Konoha troops, and rescue Hatake Kakashi. That, I want to ask. Ino suddenly spoke in surprise. You asked. After Sam said respectfully to Neji, he immediately returned to his indifferent tone. Ino asked, why do you have to let Neji rescue Kakashi, sensei? Didn't the Konoha unit have no invasion mission in this operation? The Konoha village ninjas invasion mission should all be in the units of Captain Yamato and Mr. Mitarashi Anko. Sam pondered for a moment when he heard the news. Explained, first of all, I want to give you some news, it's bad news. The tracking force of Konoha village and the intelligence squad too have disappeared and lost contact. And where we found it last, we found traces of Yakushi Kabuto and the masked man. That is to say. This. Ino stared blankly. That means, Yamato-sensei and Anko-sensei have already. Ino muttered to himself in a dripping tone. Chapter 391 Ninja. Excited 1010. Hearing Ino say so worriedly, Neji comforted. Don't worry, they won't die so easily. Neji smiled softly at Ino, and Ino's heart melted in an instant. But despite what Neji said, Ino's heart couldn't let go. After all, this time the opponent, even Neji, has to deal with it from a long-term perspective, which is enough to prove how powerful and difficult the opponent is. But Neji's comfort must also be rational, and Neji must have his considerations here. When they were thinking about each other, Sam also sorted out the words and continued to explain. Little girl, you asked just now, why did you save Hatake Kakashi from Konoha village? This is the consideration of Konoha's military advisor, Nara Shikaku. Neji immediately understood something. I see, then. I'll do it right away. Wait, why? Ino blinked, looking completely dumbfounded, and the desire to seek truth came again. Seeing that White Zetsu is making a comeback soon, they can't keep other ninjas carrying it all the time, Sam said quickly, sorry, I can only tell Neji the latest information. Sam took a few steps forward, towards Neji. Neji said indifferently, just say it, I'll take Ino with me for this mission. At this moment, the divine light on Sam's face just now paled. And Ino was just dumbfounded. After a while, Sam reluctantly explained, Killer Bee and Uzumaki Naruto, who were cultivating in Kumogakure village, escaped. This sentence surprised both she and Tarui. Tarui, it's more real than this guy. She also said solemnly, the enemy's target is the two of them. 8 tails and Kyubi, 9 tails, chakras. Sam said resolutely, it's better to say, but I heard that the Uzumaki kid in Konoha village is a stubborn guy, and generally he can't stop it. Back in the Iron Country, he knelt down for that Uchiha Sasuke. But there is one individuals are different. Quote. This person is Hitaki Kakashi, right? Neji's mouth twitched slightly. I know, let's go now. Then, Neji turned his head. Ino wanted to say something else, but a voice came from far away. Get out of the way. The Kumogakure ninjas got out of the way, and a new wave of White Zetsu was slowly buffering up, immediately. Yuhi white-haired fan in both hands and swiping it fiercely. Drink. Boom. The chakra energy waves of the 5 chakra nature transformations of water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, and mixed them away. Bang. In the place where the first wave of White Zetsu just landed, a violent explosion occurred, and the White Zetsu were blown away one after another. I saw Tenten holding the fan, ran over happily, and stood firm next to Neji. How is it? Is this fan powerful? This is. Ino leaned over. And Neji recognized it, and it was clearly the noble phantasm of the golden horn silver horn, the banana fan. Banana fan is a treasure left by the Six Paths Fairy, and later wandered to the village of Kumogakure, and was taken by the Silver Corner. 5 kinds of chakra nature transformation can be used, but it needs to consume a lot of chakra from the user. Of the current Tenten is definitely unsupportable, but because the Tenten has a special kind of chakra on his body, he can freely manipulate this banana fan. Neji smiled comfortably. In this way, Tenten is also a rare fighting force, and this seaside battlefield can finally settle down. Wait a minute, this is Lord Silver's banana fan. Using this will consume all your chakra. Sam reminded, slightly worried. Tenten, on the other hand, smiled and waved hard at the beach. Boom. Bang, tilde. White Zetsu that just climbed up were once again dealt with by Tenten, and Tenten was still standing in front of everyone intact. Look. How could it be? Are you not Chunin from Konoha village? You Konoha village. It's really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. Zai's chin almost fell to the ground. The battle of the ninjas is really embarrassing. Neji, it's all thanks to you. The token I gave. Tenten smiled slightly, bowed his head, showing shy Yuhi. Neji was startled. What? His mind was chaotic like an explosion. At that time, he just said casually, how do you feel about Tenten? Ino on the side blinked. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, apparently not listening. That, Tenten, the battlefield here is left to you. Because there is an important support mission next, Ino, who has stronger perception ability, should go with me. This is also the meaning of the headquarters. Neji pretended not to see Tenten's performance, turned his head and was about to leave. Who knew Tenten only said in surprise, that's great. Come on Neji, youth. Blue, youth. Neji smirked and waved at Tenten. It's terrible. It turns out that in the past 2 years, has Tenten been assimilated by Guy and Little Lee. Neji was suddenly very fortunate that he and Ino had spent so much time in the torrent of time. Neji and Ino soon bid farewell to the seaside battlefield and started their journey. Because I found the locations of all the ninjas in Impure World Reincarnation just now, it would be easier to find the directions now. Neji muttered. The forest, Neji and Ino hurried on their way. Take it. Neji threw out a few grain pills. Ino caught it and ate it decisively. After all, this is a special period, it is the same whether it is a man or a woman. As long as it is a ninja, it must fight desperately. Ino has done a pretty good job of self-awareness. That, Neji. Ino opened his mouth hesitantly. Neji was startled and didn't answer, thinking that Ino was going to ask some strange question. Ino said, at that time, you immediately accepted the task. Just because Mr. Shikaku meant it. Ino was curious, and Neji agreed immediately upon hearing that Shikaku had decided on the task. You can also see Tarui's expression. Even if it is a ninja coalition, on the surface we are comrades on the same front, but there are still all kinds of grievances and disputes. At such a tense time, any unfavorable information needs to be hidden. Quote. Ino murmured and nodded. Neji said it well and it made sense, and that's why Neji hid that he was the one who killed more than 1,000 ninjas in Kumobukuro village. It is to prevent hatred from breaking out. At such a critical moment, what is most needed is unity. Just, what does this have to do with Kakashi-sensei? Neji was silent for a moment, thoughtfully. He explained, although everyone doesn't say it, they all know it well. This time the surface leader of the enemy army, the masked man, is a pair of Sharingan. Sharingan is the ability of the Uchiha clan. Which village does the Uchiha clan belong to? Woo, Konoha. Ino blinked blankly. Neji smiled again and explained, also, the other party has Uchiha Sasuke, who is extremely controversial in the 5 kingdoms. Well, I'll ask you. Neji took a deep breath. You say, what is Kakashi-sensei's ability to become famous? Chapter 392 Obscure. Purpose of the task. Famous. Reikiri. No, I see. Ino took a deep breath, finally feeling the reality. This is the prudence and subtlety among the 5 major countries. Every detail will be carefully considered, and each country will consider it from its own perspective. Neji is worthy of being the ninja who once represented Konoha to negotiate, and has a somewhat stronger overall view. Ino only feels that this behavior is like dancing on the tip of a knife. Because Kakashi teacher's famous skill is Sharingan, at this time, the masked man also claims to be the former Uchiha Madara, and the Uchiha family has become the enemy of the entire ninja world. And the Sharingan owned by Kakashi teacher has to be subconsciously regarded as a special one by them. The existence of. Ino finished speaking. Neji went on to explain. That's right, so there are some things that Mr. Shikaku doesn't say outright. The reason why this task was entrusted to me is that Mr. Shikaku knows that I understand what he means, and I don't need to do it. With more explanation, the purpose and importance of the mission will be understood, and he will choose me. Quote. So, what is the purpose and importance of the mission? Ino asked. Of course it's Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Now in the entire ninja world, after Danzo's death, there are only 3 ninjas who can use Sharingan. Neji finished speaking. Ino immediately understood a lot. Sasuke, the masked man. And Kakashi, sensei. Well, how to deal with Sasuke and the masked man, I think Kakashi can at least provide the headquarters with a lot of usable information. This is the real purpose of our rescue this time. Kabuto used to be Konoha's spy. Kabuto's master is Orochimaru. Orochimaru he used to be known as Konoha Sannin. Including Sasuke this time, Uchiha Madara in name. They are all inseparable from Konoha. This is why I forcibly dealt with Konoha's internal conflicts and held the 5-nation envoy meeting. Is it so that the higher-ups don't screw up all this? Ino listened half understood, and Neji always made her understand later. The purpose of holding the envoy meeting is to show them my understanding of the enemy. The original enemy was the disaster caused by Konoha village, instead of letting people from the 4 countries keep complaining about the trouble caused by our Konoha village, and using Danzo's bad behavior come and take the Konoha army, it is better to take advantage of our Konoha village's knowledge of the enemy and come to the next city first. Quote. Ino was struck by Neji's explanation. I understand that if you don't do this, the 4 major countries will use this to suppress Konoha and unite Konoha as an enemy privately. In addition, their powers themselves check and balance each other, intrigue, and in the end, it's just a team with internal wear and tear. Also, they don't know enough about the enemy itself. Neji made a That's right, Mr. Shikaku agreed to these plans before I did it. So he knew that I must understand what he meant, and now what we have to do is to give Kakashi-sensei a new task and let him get in touch with the headquarters. On the surface, we are going to solve the animal husbandry troop, but in fact, we are just going to free Kakashi teacher alone. After the completion of the way, we will go to the place we must go. Ino followed behind Neji and felt that Neji's body was glowing at the moment. How can there be such a perfect man? Ino feels that he is so happy, even if he follows this man all his life, he is willing. Wait, Neji, there seems to be a fight ahead. I know, be careful to avoid it, this is a strategic point we have to pass through on this road. There seems to be an interesting guy ahead. Click. Boom, tilde. A soft explosion sounded, and the wooden board completely burst. My Sancho fish. Is there really no one here who uses Raiden, thunder style? Kankuro bit Kiba, angry and sad. Deidara, who was released from Impure World Reincarnation, looked at the puppet he had destroyed, put his hands on his hips and tickled the corners of his mouth, and said proudly, Hey, Sasori bro, your puppet doesn't look very good, you destroyed it so easily. I bet it only took 30% of the power. After he said that, he shook his hair confidently, and the strand of yellow hair on his forehead looked extraordinarily handsome. Sasori, who was released by Impure World Reincarnation, didn't have time to pay attention to him. Sanchoyu was originally my early work, and this guy has also been transformed. After all, the barren land in Sunagakure village can't find materials with sufficient strength. Sasori said, sighed, and looked down at his mortal body, seemingly dissatisfied. It's so boring, why is this Impure World Reincarnation technique only able to channel the body? It's so boring. Listening to Sasori's complaint, Deidara chuckled, Hey. I said bro Sasori, don't think about it. Didn't your puppet's body also get smashed by that little girl? Shut up. If you talk about it, I'll kill you. You told me that after you were resurrected. Hey. Hey, who allowed you to gossip? Kankuro bit Kiba and looked at the 2 people in front of him angrily. At this time, a few ninjas from Sunagakure village jumped out, and Maki also appeared behind Kankuro. This is the battlefield of Sunagakure village. Our Sunagakure village was originally a ninja village where Raiden, thunder style, was scarce. The thunder attribute was restrained by our wind attribute. In Sunagakure village, no one wanted to learn Raiden, thunder style, at all. Maki said embarrassedly. And Kankuro seemed to have been swept away by anger, bit Kiba and said, Oh. Since the Sancho fish is damaged, then I will show you something more interesting. A puppet transformed from the puppet body of Sasori, channeled from the scroll by Kankuro. Dalla dalla dalla, the sound of wood and lines being torn apart can be heard incessantly. This, ha 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 ha. Deidara nearly burst into tears, and Sasori just gave him a helpless look, then looked at Kankuro seriously. Deidara, give this guy to me. Sasori said it seriously, and Deidara immediately understood. Oh. So, my enemy is you. He turned his head and glanced at Maki and the others, chuckled lightly, and jumped quickly. A large white bird came, and Deidara jumped up and flew out of the forest. Chase. Maki and a dozen Sunagakure chased after him, while Kankuro faced Sasori alone in the flesh. Well as the corpses of more than a dozen ninjas from Sunagakure village, Sasori used chakra puppet lines to connect all the troops in the body, and they were manipulated and forced to stand like puppets. It's unbelievable that the puppet technique that I have achieved in Sunagakure village is actually passed down by people like you. Sasori glanced at Kankuro sneeringly, disdainfully. At the beginning, in the desert, he easily cracked all of Kankuro's moves, and poisoned Kankuro. He thought that Kankuro was dead, but he didn't expect to survive. At that time, it was a miracle that you didn't die. Kankuro said solemnly. Sasori of the Red Sand, although you are an enemy, you are at least my senior. I know you don't look down on my talent, but I will use the puppet you left to prove me. Strength. Sunagakure village's puppet technique, face has been humiliated by you. Sasori said impatiently. At this time, an old voice appeared. One bite of one Sunagakure village, you really don't know your identity. The two were startled, and saw an old man jumping off the tree. His eyes were astonished by the appearance of impure world reincarnation. Both Sasori and Kankuro were surprised. The old man said, Wasn't you missing Nin, my grandson? Chapter 393 Puppet. Easier next time. Mother Chiyo. Kankuro's eyes widened in surprise. Needless to say, just by looking at him, he knew that he was the enemy that Kabuto had channeled. Really? Kankuro frowned. After all, Sasori of the Red Sand is just a title. As the most talented puppet technique ninja in the history of Sunagakure village, there are many legends. Joining Akatsuki has become an S-class missing nin. But for Kankuro, this is just a defeat in a battle, and he is still confident that he will fight Sasori this time to prove his ability to improve. But what kind of existence is Granny Chiyo? This is a veteran of Sunagakure village. When Sunagakure village was first established, Chiyo's mother-in-law was already a very powerful ninja. And even the teacher of Kankuro's puppet technique is Chiyo's mother-in-law, not to mention the fetters, the identity is there. On top of the puppet technique, Chiyo's mother-in-law's weight is even greater than the weight brought by Sasori. I thought I was going to deal with one, but now it looks like I'm going to deal with two. Really, if I knew it earlier, I would have left some reinforcements. The battlefield not far away, the troops of Sunagakure village were resisting the invasion of White Zetsu, and more people had followed Maki and the others to chase Deidara. Now only Kankuro is alone, and it seems that the worst is going to be worse. Seeing the presence of Chiyo's mother-in-law Sasori, his eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't pay attention to the provocation just now. Anyway, it is estimated that he is with his own group. Since they are all guys from the impure world reincarnation, they must be the opponents of the Ninja Alliance. But then Granny Chiyo said, Don't worry, Kankuro, I'm here to deal with this guy with you. Granny Chiyo chuckled, turned around, and stood with Kankuro in Sasori's direction. Sasori was startled, tilted his head and frowned. Puppet technique manipulating attack blades. Whoosh. A row of kunai connected by chakra lines swiftly moved towards Sasori. Kankuro was surprised, because Chiyo's shot was extremely fast. Before he could see the movement of his hand, Chiyo's mother-in-law had already shot. As a puppet technique ninja, I know puppet technique very well. That is to know that by looking at the opponent's hand movements to predict the opponent's next puppet technique movement. This is a relatively clever method, and for Kankuro, who has successfully advanced to the Sunagakure village elite Jonin, it is not a difficult task. But even so, the same means are divided into 3, 6, 9, and Chiyo mother-in-law is obviously the most brilliant. Because Kankuro couldn't see Granny Chiyo's intentions at all, the flying kunai quickly disappeared. Who knew that Sasori just squinted his eyes and stood on the spot with his head tilted, his eyes hated and hated. The kunai in the air crossed the line of sight. But halfway through, it stopped abruptly. Time seemed to stand still, and kunai stopped in the air, but trembled slightly. It was not so much that he stopped by himself, but rather that he was forced to stop, and he was still struggling and pulling between the imbalance of power. What? Granny Chiyo widened her eyes. Hey, Granny Chiyo, what's going on? Didn't you get impure world reincarnation? Why? Kankuro asked in confusion. Granny Chio explained. Looks like that guy has distributed too much power to control other people. Now we can move freely to a large extent. Well, don't talk about this for now. Come and help me soon. Oh. Kankuro hurriedly stretched out his hand, and the chakra line was connected to a puppet named Sasori, ready to attack at any time. However, he fell into deep thought. It seems that the ninjas in a certain place are caught in a hard fight. Kabuto has used too much energy to control other people. The place where the Sunagakur village is now guarding is really not the main battlefield, so that means, the ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation are able to free time. Other words, Sasori in front of him and Deidara just now are fighting through free will. Mother Chio, if you are fighting for free, then this guy is also self-controlling. Kankuro panicked a little. Ah, I know. Granny Chio nodded. Kankuro said, if you control your body by yourself, then it's easy for the puppet master to exert 100% of his strength. Because, only the puppet master knows how to make fine adjustments with his fingers. Quote. Granny Chio explained. That's right, you can tell just by looking at his movements. His body didn't even move, but he silently manipulated several chakra wires and controlled my chakra wires. Kankuro was taken aback and looked at it. I saw that although it was subtle, it was faintly visible that the chakra thread was connected to the inside of Sasori's cuff, and the other end was pulling kunai in the stagnant air. Damn it. This is the trick that completely destroyed my Sancho fish just now. Kankuro clenched his fists. The hatred in front of him was obvious. At such an age, do you still consider yourself a puppet technique teacher? Even a Jonin from Sunagakur village doesn't understand such a basic thing. It's really ridiculous. Sasori sneered and moved slightly. Kankuro, be careful. This guy can control the chakra lines with the flick of a finger, and if he wants to, he can completely control the situation in an instant. Kankuro quickly retreated, holding back his support. But the next moment, the corner of Sasori's mouth was a tick. I'm sorry, my target is not you. The chakra lines are very subtle and hard to see with the naked eye, but Sasori's movements are very obvious. Puppet sealing technique. I saw all 5 kuwu, ding-dongs, fall to the ground. After that, Chio's body was quickly dragged back, leaning against a big tree, tied up by something, and could no longer move. Oops. Granny Chio raised her head blankly. Her wrists were tightly bound, and each finger was controlled by a chakra wire alone, so that they could no longer hand seal and move when they were separated. Is it aimed at Granny Chio first? But that's okay. Impure World Reincarnation's body can be recovered. But, is it just blocking the action? Kankuro frowned slightly, always on the alert for Sasori's attack. But Sasori ticked the corner of his mouth. The trouble has been solved, and now, it will be much easier. His smile is very charming, although the real body is channeled out, but there is still no trace of time, because Sasori has transformed his body into a puppet when he was 15 years old, leaving only a heart. Random Sasori's current appearance is also 15 years old. What did you say? Kankuro was very dissatisfied, and immediately manipulated his Sasori puppet to meet him. However, the next moment. Wow! Kankuro's eyes widened, all the puppets fell apart. Only Sasori's charming smile remained. Chio was imprisoned, she was still able to speak. She sighed, damn, I should have noticed just now that when he attacked me, he had already laid chakra lines in the surrounding air. In the air, chakra lines. Kankuro's eyes widened, is this something that humans can do? It seems that the young ninja really has no hope at all. It's better to solve it sooner. Sasori raised his head proudly and was about to talk loudly when a figure fell to the ground. I saw that figure was dressed in white, and his eyes were pure white and translucent. He said leisurely, can it really be solved? Chapter 394 Forbearance. Don't like being tied down. Neji. Ino dressed rough, exhaled heavily, and stopped. Just now, Neji didn't know why the speed suddenly increased. With Neji's ability, Ino couldn't catch up with Neji, who was marching earnestly even if he tried his best. This is Sunagakure Village. She looked around and realized that this was the battlefield of Sunagakure Village. That said, the ninjas not far away are on our side, the Sunagakure unit of the Ninja Alliance. It seems that in addition to White Zetsu, they also face the enemies of Impure World Reincarnation. Yeah, but Chiyo mother-in-law can move freely, but she was given by this guy. Kankuro's explanation, coupled with what they saw, was believing. They also knew what happened. Sasori was startled when he saw such a young reinforcement. Afterwards, he smiled and said, "Is that all it takes? Isn't there a strong enough guy in the Ninja Alliance?" He thought his taunting would make Neji even angrier. It seems that deliberately mocking the enemy's challenge to make them overwhelmed, and then defeating him to completely burn his self-confidence, is the puppet master's favorite psychological tactic. However, Neji ignored him. Sasori of the Red Sand. Where's the other Akatsuki member? His partner. Neji squinted his eyes. The special chakra he felt just now was not the guy in front of him, but puppet technique was also a special ability. That guy. Maki-sensei took a dozen Sunagakure village jonin to chase him. So, then it should last a while, right? Then. Neji muttered, looking back at Sasori again. I'll play with you, and I won't waste your stupid remarks just now. You. Sasori bit Kiba, but his heart was extremely elegant and his emotions were not revealed. He just snorted coldly. A guy like you can't understand art. No matter how art is, it will not be used to destroy the younger generation of ninjas. As a senior ninja of Sunagakure Village, it is ridiculous to want to completely destroy a young ninja of Sunagakure Village through battle. Neji's words made Chiyo's mother-in-law silent. This is her grandson, and Neji's remarks are magnified infinitely, and she feels extremely ashamed. Kankuro has nothing to say. His self-righteous puppet technique was instantly resolved in the brief confrontation between Sasori and Chiyo. This is Sasori, his true strength as a top puppet master. At that time, you really let the water. Sasori, now you can move freely, why choose to stand on the opposite side of the ninja world? Granny Chiyo frowned, and she knew that Sasori could move freely too. But Sasori, unlike her. Sasori still chose to fight against the Ninja Alliance, which is probably what Chiyo cares about the most. And Sasori just stared at Neji and said, "It's a pity that I didn't fight you well that time, but this time, I won't hold back. Anyway, this ninja world has no future." Nonsense. Ino was also hostile to Sasori, and his words were extreme. Destroying the future of generational ninjas, isn't that what war is going to do? After that, Sasori showed a very charming smile, while Neji calmed down and returned to indifference. He seems to have an answer. Then. Neji frowned slightly, veins forming around his eyes. But then, he was startled. Seemingly found something. The whole person's body took a few steps backwards. The two arms were forcibly lifted, and Neji only used Byakugan to see. Clearly a dozen puppet threads stretched out from the corners and connected to his body. Why? When is this? Kankuro is already dumbfounded. He went to Konoha village to take the Chunin exam, and even Hyuga Neji's sharpness, but Sasori can do this kind of thing quietly. This is a necessary skill for a puppet master. The ability to use chakra to approach the enemy without anyone noticing it. Otherwise, how could he be a genius puppet master? Chiyo muttered, looked serious. The last thing she could see was her grandson fighting someone else, because he hadn't seen Sasori lose a single battle from start to finish. Until Sasori even won the third generation of Kazekage, and even took the body of the third generation of Kazekage and made it into his own puppet. One crime after another was so sinful that Granny Chiyo finally fulfilled her mission at the end of her life and took Sasori away from this world. But now, the crisis has come again, and she has no chance to stop her grandson from doing evil in person. Young ninjas of Konoha, take Kankuro and go, you are no match for Sasori. Despite being Konoha's Jonin, the genius ninja, he's useless in front of his own grandson, and Chiyo knows that. Is it just ordinary chakra? Nothing special, but puppet technique, it looks like a kind of delicate work. Neji sighed, he moved his body, stretched out his hands, and acted as if he was accumulating energy. Sasori frowned, his expression shifted slightly. He said, give up the struggle. From the moment the chakra line attaches to the opponent's body, the duel is doomed to win. This is the ninja way of the puppet master. That's too boring. Might as well be Naruto. Neji's mouth twitched. Do you know my ninja way? My ninja way. Just don't like being restrained. After Neji finished speaking, his hands quickly slashed open. Gentle Fist's chakra joined the wind attributes chakra nature transformation, and his palm strength was like a sharp blade, cutting all the thin chakra lines. What? Cut off? This Hyuga clan kid, he's amazing. Granny Chiyo blinked, a little surprised. Kankuro sighed, too, and he couldn't help him right now. Front of the genius puppet master Sasori, any puppet technique attack is meaningless. This point, Kankuro saw clearly when Chiyo's mother-in-law failed in an instant. HMPH, so what? The Hyuga clan in Konoha village are all taijutsu ninjas. For the puppet master ninjas, the ones who are least worried are the taijutsu ninjas. Sasori narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand. In an instant, a dozen corpses jumped out and blocked him. And the corner of Neji's mouth twitched, the chakra of the whole body shrunk to a layer of the epidermis, and his eyes were determined. Since you said that, I'll fight you with taijutsu. Although I really don't like being bound, but my own restraint, except. After Neji said that, he got up quickly and sprinted in Sasori's direction. Idiot. This guy, why don't you take advantage of such a good opportunity to fight with taijutsu? Granny Chiyo remembered fighting with Sakura. At that time, it was also because Sakura was an individual jutsu ninja, so there was no better tactics at all, so she could only take risks with taijutsu. I saw Neji fighting with those corpses, but I didn't expect that the movements of those corpses were not slow at all, and even completely surpassed normal taijutsu ninjas. Because it is a corpse, being manipulated by chakra lines can completely override the limitations of the human body. Ino leaned over and asked, then, why can't you use taijutsu against puppet technique? Granny Chiyo frowned, her expression brooding. No way, absolutely. No way. Chapter 395 Rest assured. Stronger taijutsu ninja. In the end, why? Facing Ino's doubts, Chiyo's mother-in-law pondered for a moment, and then she took a breath and released Shikai. The biggest advantage of puppet masters for ninjas is that they don't need to fight on their own. If you only fight with puppets, you can think of puppets as shadow clone. Shadow clone. Yes, even shadow clone. If the spell is not advanced enough and chakra's control is not strong enough, it is easy to be defeated. But the puppets are different. You can see that Kankuro's puppets are already broken, but as long as there are chakra lines, any movable object can be used as a weapon. The good crows and black ants can be used after several defeats. The puppet that stands up again. Even the shattered and completely destroyed sanshofish can be used again as long as the technology is high enough. Quote. That is to say, puppet technique can have countless chances to make mistakes in the face of taijutsu ninjas, but taijutsu ninjas use their own body to fight, and there is no chance of mistakes at all. Chiyo's mother-in-law's serious eyes made both Kankuro and Ino feel the depression of the atmosphere. Kankuro looked at his three puppets who had fallen to the ground and couldn't help feeling sad. After all, the skills that Grandma Chiyo said, Kankuro Master's skills are not good enough. He can't manipulate everything like a puppet. Granny Chiyo added, when fighting a puppet master, there may be poison anywhere in the battle. As long as you see blood, the puppet master can basically declare the victory or defeat. But the best news right now is probably, Sasori can't use it now. His own puppet, otherwise he will become even more terrifying. After all, after this guy betrayed and joined Akatsuki, he is going to have a huge S-rank mission next. Super big S-class mission. What is? Granny Chio looked at Neji and the dozens of corpses in front of her with a wonderful physical performance, and said word by word, "This guy, on a mission, alone, destroyed a whole country." Ino was stunned in place, and she, who was originally calm, finally felt some shock at this moment. Is this the legend of one person destroying a country? Terrible. This, Sasori. Isn't that a ninja from the Hyuga clan in Konoha village? They are fighting Sasori with taijutsu. At this time, more than a dozen ninjas from Sunagakure village came to support, and they all saw Chio, who was controlled by the chakra line. "What are you doing? Go and save Chio, mother-in-law." Now here, only Chio mother-in-law can deal with Sasori. Kankuro said quickly. He also moved, frightened by Sasori's aura just now, and now he feels like he should at least do something to change this doomed ending. But Chio scolded, "Don't get close." Everyone was puzzled. Chio explained, Sasori's control of the chakra line is particularly precise. If you come to rescue me at your level, you will only be controlled by the same. And this is a sealing technique, and it is not so easy to release. Chio mother-in-law said in a loss, with a sad face. How could I have raised such a grandson? At this time, Ino said, "Don't worry, Neji is a very strong taijutsu ninja." Chio was startled, narrowed his eyes in disbelief, and said, "Even the might guy from your village may not be able to perform well in front of the puppet master. That might guy practiced every day to practice taijutsu, but Sasori's practice amounts still 2 or 3 times his size. This kid in Konoha is still just a young." No. Ino's mouth twitched, and he raised his head confidently. Neji's practice volume. But Mr. Guy's more than 10 times. Also, I think I'm a better taijutsu ninja than Mr. Guy. Ino dares to say this is because Ino has personally participated in Neji's devil training. 1/5 of Neji's arrangement was completed, and Ino was already tired and gave up the following training. And it took a long time for Ino to find out. It turned out that the training schedule that Neji handed in according to Asuma's request was already sorted out by Neji using the rest time of a lot of exercise on weekdays. They actually do in the so-called devil training, is not as much as 1/5 of what Neji usually does. Bang! Neji found an opportunity and released both palms together. A dozen corpses flew away together. Sasori took a step back, there was nothing in front of him to resist. Kankuro chuckled and said, "Nice job. As long as Sasori has no puppets, he can't handle any physical skills, because his puppet technique has no poison or hidden weapons, so it has no lethality." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 ruined puppets, Raven and Black Ant, lying on the ground were shaking their heads and floating. After that, he quickly walked towards Neji. Everyone was shocked, and Kankuro was even more surprised. "It can manipulate the puppet that I have transformed." I saw the 2 puppets, which were freely controlled by Sasori's fingers, and flew in the air. Attacked Neji while spinning. Neji's reaction was also very timely, and immediately stepped back. Because he could see it clearly, there were hidden weapons and poison in the puppet. Whoosh! In the swirling, several thousand copies came quickly, and Neji shot with 3 palms. Ding! Ding! 2,000 copies were immediately sent flying. Neji was startled, and immediately turned his head away, and the 3rd shot evaded. "It's been a long time since I fought with physical skills, I'm really uncomfortable," Neji murmured, but taijutsu is the original work of the Hyuga family, and Neji will definitely not give up easily. This guy's physical skills are amazing. Sasori muttered to himself, his eyes a little dazed. I haven't encountered such a strong person for many years. If the other party will use any effective attack method, I may have been defeated without a puppet. But from the current point of view, the opponent obviously will not use any long-range offensive moves. Sasori's mouth twitched, and he chuckled, I didn't expect you to be able to achieve this level of chakras control. If it's a guy like you, maybe puppet technique will be a successor. But instead of praising Neji, he showed a look of resentment. Both of them are ninjas called geniuses. Kankuro frowned and clenched his fists. He also hated his incompetence. At such a critical juncture, his moves were meaningless. Even the puppet was used by the enemy. He bit Kiba, stretched out his hands, and muttered, "Now, that's all I can do." Gada gada gada. I saw the crow and the black ant flew up again, and disintegrated quickly in the air. Then, it broke apart and was dragged away, far behind Kankuro. Kankuro said to Neji, "The puppet master's chakra line has a certain distance limit, and now I have moved the puppet to a place where he can't reach at all." Neji was indifferent, continuing to stare at Sasori with hatred in his eyes. Although it was hatred, there was an inexplicable contemptuous smile. "Enough, I've had enough, hee. Hey." Sasori reached out and started hand seal. "This seal is..." Granny Chio's eyes widened. This was a technique she had never seen before. Chapter 396 Sandiron. 3 Generations of Cage. Puppet technique. The psychic technique. Psychic. Everyone stepped back. Only Neji stood resolutely and narrowed his eyes. Bang, tilde. The huge dust rose, the smoke billowed, and something was channeled out. Gada gada gada, came. "It's a puppet." Kankuro reacted immediately. He would never forget this familiar voice. As a puppet master, he was all too familiar with such a voice. "Be careful, puppets can attack from anywhere. Protect yourself." After instructing everyone, Kankuro finally jumped into the battlefield. "Hyuga Neji, it won't be easy if this guy has a puppet. I have to help you." Only as a puppet master can I understand how terrifying a one-on-one battle is when a serious Sasori has a puppet. And Neji didn't care, he just wanted to see what the apex of the rumored puppet technique was, and now the power in his body is probably just bursting out, and Sasori can't hold it at all. But there's no need to rush into this world, because if other abilities are used at this time, wouldn't it prove their thinking even more? Teishu can't fight puppet technique. How ridiculous. I don't know why, but I heard Sasori say, the new era of ninjas is hopeless. Neji would want to refute so much. Perhaps, over the years, among the ninjas of the new era, he has seen their blood and tears, their indomitable spirit, and their desperate struggle to pursue their dreams. This time, Neji also wanted to protect something. Of course, Neji doesn't take risks lightly, and he's not a fool like Naruto. Boom. The smoke dissipated, and everyone looked closely. I saw a human puppet Jonkiba dancing claws floating behind Sasori. It was Cage, the 3rd generation. 3 generations. Cage. Why can you? Granny Chio tried hard to break free, but it seemed that the seal was related to Sasori's own strength. Now that he has a puppet that fits him, the chakra in his body seems to flow more smoothly. Almost completed the transformation from cage level to demigod level. This power is not just a simple genius puppet master. As a ninja, Sasori has extremely high attainments in all aspects. What the hell is going on here? Why are you still able to channel this puppet? Obviously, it was destroyed. Granny Chio was biting on Kiba. At that time, the puppet was obviously destroyed by a punch from the Konoha village ninja named Haruno Sakura. How could this be? Sasori sneered and explained, human-shaped puppets are different. This is a work that I have spent my entire life completing. How could it be so easily destroyed by you? In order to preserve the power and bloodline boundaries of the human body, it is necessary to performing the ritual of the soul contract, and the object of this ritual is my own body. Quote. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he was even more proud. If there is no impure world reincarnation, I really have no way to channel this puppet. Because this spiritualism requires my body to perform a contract ceremony, and I have become a puppet. I can hide this puppet on the scroll, but now. He frowned, looking at Hyuga Neji in front of him. I heard that you were also called a genius. Hee. Neji stood there, looking indifferent. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. The daughter of Akatsuki, Sasori of the Red Sand, the genius of the puppet master, killed Kasukage at the age of 15 and partnered with Orochimaru. And also contributed to a country by herself. You have so many names, and powerful deeds, why only care about a genius? Neji suddenly became natural and started talking. Could it be that the time called genius is the time you really care about? Neji chuckled. Hearing this, Sasori was startled and his eyes widened. Neji in front of him actually reminded him of something he didn't even realize. Everything he does, everything he insists on, seems to really have been centered around what he is called a puppet genius. Maybe it's because I lost my parents when I was young and I'm too lonely, or maybe it's because of the closed environment of Sunagakur village. Sasori was stunned, but this dusty side was easily revealed to everyone by this indifferent teenager. Chiyo mother-in-law was also stunned, and couldn't help lowering her head in silence. Bullshit. Sasori bites Kiba, hand seal immediately. Jident magnet style, sand iron wings. I saw the 3-generation Kasukage puppet move backwards, slowly making a sound. The tattered cloak on his body quickly opened, as if a tattered crow was crying for the last death of its life. The concentration of chakra is so high that Chiyo's mother-in-law can't help biting Kiba. This move is too dangerous. Run, run. Her voice grew smaller and more sad. It's too late, it's too late. The grandson in front of him was the bitter fruit he brewed, but he did not expect that he would cause even more damage in the end. She had seen this trick with her own eyes. The trick of the 3rd-generation Kasukage is definitely not something these young ninjas can take over. Run. Sasori said. It's useless, today, you will all die here. He widened his eyes, stared straight at Neji, and shouted, come on. Use all your abilities. Neji, on the other hand, still had that indifferent look. Sasori, who has always been introverted, is not calm at the moment. He asked melancholy, you bastard, what the hell are you thinking about? Neji pondered for a moment, then just shrugged and said, it's nothing, fighting with you, it's just boring. You bastard. Sasori was thoroughly enraged, and angrily released Chakra's chakra. Drink. The black sand iron came piercing like a kunai, and the speed was extremely fast. Neji evaded quickly, and all the ninjas in Sunagakur village also evaded, and those corpses were penetrated by these sand and iron, and their bones were eroded. Quote. Ino was almost attacked, and Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. Sasori bit Kiba and saw that Neji's movements were quicker. As a taijutsu ninja, it really wasn't a good hit. Again he made complicated seals. Jident magnet style, iron sand world method. PFF, tilde. The pointed sand iron that fell to the ground spread out at this moment, like a torn space. It grows wildly around, and blooms quickly, as if overnight, hell is coming. Senpo, sage art revolving heaven. Boom. Without any movement, Neji just stretched out his hand, and chakra broke out with an irresistible momentum, shattering the surrounding sand and iron in an instant. This. Granny Chiyo widened her eyes and murmured, who released this chakra? Sasori. No. Click click. The sand and iron were all broken, and fell to the ground, and the dust was flying. Shoo shoo, tilde. The sound of rapid movement, the puppet of Kasukage 3 has quickly approached Neji, but Neji did not dodge. Bang, tilde. A huge pit sank in the ground, and Neji reached out with one hand. Click, a hole was broken in the puppet's chest. Dust cleared, Sasori looked at the scene and laughed loudly, idiot, puppets don't have hearts. On the other hand, Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and stared at Sasori. However, you have been brought out by impure world reincarnation now. And his posture has already been set. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Chapter 397 Heart. I'm just solving the trouble. 8 trigrams 64 palms. I remember. This is the esoteric body art of the Hyuga family. It is a method of attacking the enemy's acupoints at close range with acupuncture hands. Granny Chio narrowed her eyes, unable to understand Neji's behavior. But, it's so far apart. And Neji narrowed his eyes and gestured. Me, have a heart. Hee, but what's the point of being a dead person? Sasori sneered, disapprovingly. But then, Neji slapped. 2 palms. Dong dong. 4 palms. Sasori narrowed his eyes, and everyone present curiously watched Neji use the gentle fist method against a lifeless puppet. But, then... Sasori widened his eyes, feeling the parts of his body react. This is a feeling that I haven't experienced in many years. Sasori has a hard time accepting that his acupuncture points are being attacked. 8 palms. 16 palms. What the hell is going on? Sasori bit Kiba, his body seemed to be unable to hold on. As a puppet master, melee combat itself is not good at ability, and physical fitness is naturally not good. However, after Sasori transformed his body into a puppet, he has not felt any pain for more than 10 years, and now the severe pain from the acupuncture point is unbearable. Only then did he realize that he had already lost the most important ability, forbearance. How ridiculous, he did not wait for his parents after waiting for the whole childhood. From then on, he who hated waiting the most developed an impatience that was not in line with his introverted character, which also made him lose his character's forbearance. At this moment, Neji happened to use his physical forbearance to completely crush him. 32 palms. Each palm seemed to hit the puppet's body, but in fact, all the palms hit Sasori's body, and the acupoints were violently impacted by chakra. It's amazing, that's what it is. Granny Chio seemed to finally see the way and let out a sigh of relief. As expected of a genius. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The last palm went down, and after a while, Sasori fell to the ground. He fell to the ground, face sideways, unable to get up again. Neji walked over slowly, and he passed the third-generation cage puppet, which had no vitality, and the puppet also fell to the ground, and the dust was everywhere. After stopping, Neji lowered his head and looked at Sasori, who had been subdued. Although as a ninja who was released by Impure World Reincarnation, Sasori, as a puppet master, can implement puppet technique on himself, thereby completely breaking away from Kabuto's control. This battle is Sasori's own will. And Neji understands this. In fact, Neji still respects him as a real opponent. I said, now you have a heart. Sasori froze for a moment, then remembered what Neji said just now. He let out a breath and chuckled, so, you mean the real heart. Because there is a heart, as long as you attack the acupuncture points, you can block my movements. If I were a puppet body, you would not be able to do this. Neji remained indifferent and said, it's you who misunderstood. What you think doesn't matter to me at all. Sasori was startled, turned his eyes, and looked at Neji above. Neji's eyes fell together with the strong sunlight, but at this moment, Sasori refused to avoid it, just wanted to look directly. Sasori was shocked by this face that never wavered at all times, and the responsible way of doing things. Art. It's just art. In his mind, Deidara's voice sounded. After a long time, he exhaled and smiled slightly. Just now, you released the chakra that destroyed all the sand and iron in an instant. Then, since you have such a strong move, and you have the opportunity to fight with me early in the morning, why do you keep using taijutsu? In the new age of ninjas, some things are as important as victory in battle. Neji said lightly. Sasori narrowed his eyes, still lying on the ground, but he no longer dared to look directly at Neji. There are countless ninjas who died in your hands. Konoha White Fang killed your parents and just did the same thing as you. Ninjas have their own purposes, and acting for their own purposes is the same in different eras. It's just an act. It wasn't a grudge in itself, so Neji didn't want to reconcile the conflict. What I want to do is just to tell you that the ninjas of the new era, even if they only use taijutsu, you may not necessarily win. At this moment, Sasori was speechless in surprise. Neji breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head away. This guy shouldn't be able to move for the time being, prepare to seal it right away. Hearing the footsteps of Neji slowly leaving, Sasori hurriedly shouted, "Wait. You said that every ninja has its own purpose, so, what is your purpose in participating in this war?" Hearing Sasori's question, Neji did not stop, but continued to leave. "Answer me." Neji didn't stop after all, and didn't look back. Neji's voice came. "How do I know? Didn't you guys start the war? I'm just solving the trouble you caused." Sasori was startled when he heard Neji's answer. "Just, is that so?" At this moment, what he did seems to have become so meaningless. Fight against the world, fight against Sunagakur village. For people like Neji, this is just their accusation. It's just because the trouble comes, so they solve it, but there is no motivation. Such a sense of responsibility and mission is something Sasori has never been able to learn. At this moment, he thought of his parents who died on the battlefield. Just to troubleshoot, just. Granny Chio also sighed and murmured, "Sasori, your parents, but participating in the war is also to solve the troubles of our Sunagakur village." Sasori's eyes, there was never before seen sadness. "In the end, I turned out to be the troublemaker." However, he finally showed a gratifying smile, not a sneer, but a real release. Heart knot, finally opened. Hiss. Quick, this way, seal. Wait, this is, don't come near. All the ninjas in Sunagakur village were stunned, and saw that Sasori's body began to erode, turning into dirty soil, and his soul soared. Chio stared blankly at this scene, speechless. Sasori ascended his soul and said, "It seems that I'm not a real genius. As for the answer to the war, as a genius, how can I think of it at this time? I'm sorry, it seems that I have caused you trouble again." Quote. His soul gradually dissipated. Kankuro watched this scene with astonishment. Neji solved their biggest trouble after many twists and turns, but Sasori is still having an epiphany at this moment. Chio on the side also smiled, and said slowly with relief, "In order for Sasori to recognize himself, that guy has been keeping his hands. With the child's current strength, Sasori should be easily eliminated. He's such a gentle guy. Thank him for me, Kankuro." Afterwards, Granny Chio's soul also soared and dispersed. Grandma Chio. It all happened so naturally, like a dress rehearsal. Only a bunch of stunned Sunagakur village ninjas remained. Kankuro lowered his head and murmured, "Hyuga. Neji." Chapter 398 Bakuden, Explosion Style. Spatial Variation. "Hey, Neji." Ino struggled to keep up, and Neji lowered his speed appropriately. It's a bit of a habit to say it, after all, I often act with Ino. When occasionally ignoring Ino, Neji's speed will be normal and become extremely fast. But when he noticed that Ino was trying his best to catch up with him, Neji would still slow down his speed. After practicing swordsmanship, Neji felt that this was actually a kind of cultivation. This is the so-called mind. It is also like this, as a young man, Neji does not have the so-called blood and vigor of young people at all. Looking so young and mature, he is very calm, and he still has a pure heart in his heart. Such a high state of mind may be the most worthwhile thing that Neji has cultivated along the way. Now where are we going? Ino blinked, sensing that the battlefield was not in this direction. Kakashi-sensei I can only let Mr. Kakashi hold on for a while longer. Besides, the headquarters haven't come to contact me, what's the hurry? Ino was startled and frowned in embarrassment. Neji continued to explain while rushing on his way. The mission of the headquarters is to accept the battlefield on Kakashi-sensei's side, and let him stop Naruto and Killer Bee from participating in the battle. But Mr. Shikaku will always tell me privately and let Kakashi-sensei return to the headquarters. After all, that's what I asked Tsunade to give him. Hearing this, Ino was taken aback. Neji laughed. Hey, that's the secret of Sharingan research. I have to divert their attention to Kakashi, because we're going to find someone else then. Uchiha, Sasuke. Ino frowned. That's right. When I think about it, what Sasuke Uchiha wants to do will coincide with us, right? This. Looking at Neji's confident profile, Ino was deeply shocked. Everything is always familiar to Neji. Even the flirting battle with Sasori on the road was easy for Neji, and it didn't seem to affect his vigorous arrangements for other things. Neji, I now feel that this fourth ninja war was planned by you behind the scenes. You. What nonsense. The truth. Haha. I don't want to be betrayed by my good brothers in the end like Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas who judged troubled times. Since it's all about preventing this war, instead of going against it, it's better to follow him and change his ending at your own pace. So where are we going? Ino asked in surprise. Don't worry, it's just ahead. I joined you in this battle because I was curious about this person. Click. Bang. There was a huge explosion, and 3 figures quickly flew out of the thick smoke. It was Maki who fell in the middle line of sight. The 2 next to him are the elite Jonin of Sunagakur village. The rest of the Sunagakur village Jonin, all wounded, stepped back, clutching their wounds, looking at the Akatsuki member with fear in their eyes. Deidara snorted. Whenever he learned that his moves could not knock others down, he would feel lost. But this kind of loss is just a momentary emotion for Deidara, and soon, it will be overshadowed by his high and enthusiastic pursuit of art. You guys, why are you still so weak? Who is your case cage now? Do you want to change case cage again? The 7th generation case cage. Ha ha. Deidara grinned, smiling happily. And Maki frowned, always vigilant. Although he can protect himself from being easily hurt, the moves of this person in front of him are too wide and lethal, and it is inevitable that his teammates will be hit by a move. At this time, 2 figures came quickly. Don't worry, the 5th generation case cage Gaara is alive and well. Neji breathed a sigh of relief when he landed. It's always tiring after a long drive, but Neji is definitely more comfortable to stop when fighting a mere cage-level ninja like them. What did you say? Where are you guys from? Deidara narrowed her eyes, looking disdainful of Neji. Neji shrugged. I said Gaara is still alive, who am I? You can think of me as Uchiha Sasuke. Anyway, for you, it's just a ninja from Konoha village. Neji didn't bother to introduce himself. He came here because he was very concerned about Deidara's Bakuden explosion style. Deidara's clay is a kind of Bakuden explosion style. This kind of fusion of chakra into a bloodline boundary is itself a difficult task, and Deidara can also get the realm of royal object. In the world of ninjas, Neji doesn't know what to call it, so let's call it ninja tool. Putting other things in the ninja tools, such as hiding poison in thousands of books, is relatively basic. The core of the ninja is chakra, which can be used in different places. Asuma's best move is to perform nature transformation of the wind attribute chakra into the characteristic kunai, and then freely change the shape in battle to achieve very flexible and deadly purpose. And this is already extremely difficult. The more difficult formal Deidara, which integrates the characteristic blood-bound chakra into the object, because the blood-bound chakra itself is an attribute chakra. Therefore, using the attribute chakra to perform the spell is itself a morphological change of the chakra attribute. Deidara's clay can undergo secondary morphological changes. Call it spatial change. It can achieve spatial changes, that is, using the same chakra and the same material. Deidara injects its own different subtle changes to create different shapes and create different effects. C2 Dragon can hide the explosive force focusing on the range of thunder in the tail of the dragon, and can also be used for mounts. C3 number 18 is when the balance of chakra is distributed externally and the balance is broken, and a large-scale killing move is instantly released. C4 Garuda divides the exploding chakra into nanoscale small bullets, which are integrated into the clay to expand, and these small bullets are released into the air through the expansion force. Although he knew about this, it was difficult to do it. Neji was curious about this, so he came to look for a person like Deidara. Neji has 7 different chakras. He has thoroughly studied all kinds of chakras, but the connection between these chakras and the way to merge them into blood and follow the boundaries and use them perfectly, Neji has not yet found the essence. It can be said that from now on, all the blood follow the boundary ninja, are Neji's goal. Uchiha Sasuke. Deidara had never seen Neji, and was not surprised at Neji's appearance, but rather sneered. You mean, the Konoha village ninja I killed? Itachi's younger brother. Ha ha. Deidara let out a long sigh, waved his hand and shook his head. I'm sorry. If you're here to avenge him, then you'll be spared. You can't be resurrected from death, anyway, I'm a dead person now. However, you can tell him if you see him. Being able to die under my self-destruction is also a fleeting beauty with art. Ha ha. But is he dead? I mean, he if you are also reincarnation by impure world. Quote. Deidara said, her eyes full of confidence in her artwork. Chapter 399 Click. Dumb. And all the ninjas from Sunagakure village all around looked confused. It's just that they were more vigilant about Deidara's strange exploding clay, so they didn't show too much laxity. Only Neji, as if the person in front of him wasn't the slightest threat. He chuckled and said, Uchiha Sasuke is not dead, your self-destruction failed. Neji's mouth twitched, but he didn't want Uchiha Sasuke to die. About 6 Paths Fairies. Regarding the truth about the Otsutsuki clan, Neji had to check all the things that were not explained in the original book. Uchiha Sasuke, who is the reincarnation of Indra, of course can't die, so after returning, Neji got all the information in Konoha. Sasuke Uchiha, Shigo Libra, and another sentient ninja who was originally under Orochimaru formed the Eagle Squad and met Deidara near the Land of Waves. Deidara targets Sasuke because of her hatred of Itachi's Sharingan. Restrained by Sasuke Raiden, Thunder style, Deidara is incensed and desperately wants to prove that his art is definitely not inferior to Sharingan. Finally, the self-destruction was completed. The forests and wastelands with a radius of 10 kilometers were completely destroyed, and there was no trace of vitality. But it was avoided by Uchiha Sasuke by using the method of channeling the myriad snakes. The myriad snakes died under the self-destruction, and the perception ninja accompanying the Eagle Squad also died under this self-destruction technique. But Uchiha Sasuke survived, and continued to participate in the Battle of Yunlei Gorge in the name of Eagle Squad with Libra, and captured Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force Killer Bee. Also joined Akatsuki at the same time, but now, Libra I have disappeared. Speaking of which, Neji is also very interested in this Libra I after all. As a natural source of curse marks, there must be some reason. Perhaps the spell seal is related to the sage art of Ryochi Cave. You follow this line, you might be able to find something hidden behind the Ryochi Cave mentioned by the great Toad Immortal. Ha ha, you said my self-destruction failed. Neji was thinking, and was finally interrupted. Impossible, impossible. My self-destruction is absolutely impossible to fail. Deidara in front of her seemed to be crazy, but seeing Neji's indifferent and confident appearance, Deidara had to believe what Neji said was indeed the truth. He muttered to himself madly. My art is the most perfect, I won't allow you to insult my art. You stinky boy. Neji sighed, pulled away from his thoughts, and said to Deidara with a chuckle, art is not to mention, your partner has completely returned to the Pure Land for the soul of art. Then, before you go back, let me have a good experience. What about your Bakuden, explosion style? Quote. My clay is not Bakuden, explosion style, it's art. Click. Neji was startled, when. Boom. Under the feet, a huge roar came out, and the fire was everywhere. Neji. Ino couldn't help but step back for a while, but he couldn't help but want to step forward. The explosion just now was too fast, even a god would not be able to react. Deidara sneered, widened her eyes, and said in an extremely terrifying tone, "Ha, ha ha. People who insult my art, damn it. Who told you to talk nonsense, right? I didn't expect that I would. Did you plant mines in the ground in this area ahead of time? Next, it's your turn." Deidara turned her head, and the souls of the ninjas in the Sunagakur village almost flew away. Difficult, could it be said that you have buried all the bombs in the ground? Damn. Maki also panicked. He thought he could save himself, but now it's alright, he can't even save himself, not to mention the dozen or so ninjas of Sunagakur village behind him. Deidara grinned and widened her eyes. Hold out one hand, index and ring fingers in front of the nose and lips. Hey, click. Ah, quote. With an order, everyone wailed, knowing that they were living in the world at the last moment. But then, time seemed to stop abruptly. What? How could? Deidara seemed to have been inexplicably hit, and again hand seal in disbelief. Click. Everyone is nervous again. But, still no movement. At this time, the smoke slowly dissipated, and Neji's figure reappeared unharmed. And around his body, there is a layer of chakra shield that looks very thick, and the whole body is shining with the chakra of the wind attribute. This is the armor of the wind, Hyuga Neji. This is the move of the original Kazekage. Maki frowned, unable to believe that Neji actually cultivated the wind attribute chakra to such an ultimate realm. No, not only the wind attribute, but also the thunder. What? Everyone was shocked, only to see Neji half squatting, palms hitting the ground with both hands. Neji's palm, from time to time, squeaks out a gossamer-like lightning bolt. And those thunder attribute chakras were embodied, through the power of Neji's palm, completely penetrated the land, covering the entire area below. Neji, you've done a great job. The principle of using the thunder attribute to restrain the earth attribute chakra makes the Bakuden, explosion style, of the earth seal completely ineffective. Ino praised. And Neji also stood up slowly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Thank you for telling me, otherwise I really didn't realize that you set up so many clay bombs in the ground in advance. Now, the bullets are all misfired. Deidara was angry, but he couldn't do anything. Maybe he was destined to be stepped on by these thunder ninjas. At this time, Jonin, an elite of Sunagakur village, hesitated. This Bakuden, explosion style, is a blood-based boundary formed by the fusion of thunder attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra. It stands to reason that chakra itself has Raiden, thunder style, attribute. Why is it restrained by Raiden, thunder style? Quote. At this time, Maki finally relieved his breath. Any case, Neji solved the problem he had been worried about, and now things are finally getting better. He opened Shikai and explained, the fusion of the blood and subsequent boundaries is not so simple, and there is also a problem of proportion. That is a certain proportion of Raiden, thunder style, attribute chakra and a certain proportion of Doden, earth style, attributes are merged at this moment, forming a Bakuden, explosion style, of a certain degree or a finished product that has been offset. And it is precisely because of this that the blood succession boundary is a skill that is not necessarily a master even if it has the chakra attribute. Quote. When Maki said this, Neji nodded leisurely. He still agreed with this point, otherwise, wouldn't he have learned all the boundaries of blood? Maki went on to explain, this guy from Akatsuki has Doden, earth style, seals on his spells, so Doden, earth style, must be an attribute with more mixed proportions. In addition, clay itself is a kind of the earth-type material. He injected chakra into the clay, is nothing more than to better exert the characteristics of the Doden, earth-style, chakra. It is precisely because of this that he is completely restrained by the thunder-type chakra, which is also it is the only weakness he has revealed after he has completely strengthened the power of Bakuden, explosion style. Quote. Maki's analysis was so well-founded that Deidara was even convinced. You guy, actually know me so well. He raised his mouth and looked at Marky with contempt. Deidara seriously and said, you bastard almost destroyed Sunagakure village last time. We have done a lot of research on you since then. It's a pity that we couldn't kill you personally. Quote. Chapter 400 Unyielding. Competitive Deidara. Huh, kill me yourself. You have no chance. Deidara turned back suddenly and looked at Hyuga Neji. Looks like you're good at Raiden Thunder style too. Like that guy. Neji knew that what Deidara was talking about was Sasuke Uchiha, and laughed, but, I might be a little tougher than him. Seeing Neji squinting slightly, Deidara was startled. This is demonic illusion. And this demonic illusion is extremely arrogant. Unlike Uchiha Itachi's silent hindsight horror, this man's demonic illusion came so violently. It's like rushing in front of you and telling you that this is demonic illusion, but you don't have any ability to move or resist. Just like the horrible demonic illusion, Sharingan, Byakugan. Right, it's all Konoha's pupil technique, why didn't I think of it? Move, move. Deidara's fingers trembled slightly, but she couldn't break through a certain layer of defense at all. Everything around him became illusory. Deidara forcibly turned his hand away, and could only move slowly. It was very difficult. I will never be in one place and get knocked down twice. Deidara has also been a ninja who has been known as a Bakuden, explosion-style, genius since childhood. As a proud disciple of Onoki, the third-generation Tsuchikage, Deidara's character is extremely rebellious. Under the strict discipline of Onoki, instead of any improvement, Deidara began to go against the path of destruction. Deidara goes astray time and time again in order to prove that her power doesn't need to be regulated anymore. Until he was finally abandoned by the village, and then stimulated by Itachi's ability, he wanted to come to Akatsuki to prove his art. The end, I met Sasori again, always suppressing myself above art, but this kind of life made Deidara continue his rebelliousness and never grow up. A winning heart that will never be wiped out. As long as you are defeated once, you must win it back next time. Demonic illusion. I definitely won't. He grinned, and although looking into Neji's eyes in front of him, he couldn't move, but his hands could move. Hey. Last print. Done. Go to hell. Click. Deidara gave a loud shout. Bang. A huge explosion sounded deafening. But this time the explosion was not on Neji's side, but exploded Deidara's body. Everyone watched Deidara go crazy in front of Neji, unable to control his body, and directly detonated the blasting clay that he squeezed out and was still in his hand. Blow up his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing Bakuden, explosion-style, detonating clay. May I ask if you can swallow it and spend 100 W proficiency to advance to return to the primal? Really realm. System, you are really getting worse and worse. This is so special, the actual combat proficiency is stalking Sasori, and finally grinded from more than 150 W to 200 W. Are you cheating half of it? That's right, a large part of the reason for Neji and Sasori's entanglement is also due to fighting these relatively ordinary ninjas. If they are resolved quickly, the actual combat proficiency obtained is too little. And now there are not so many strong people in this ninja world, who can let Ning resign from the challenge. So, this is the only way out. But at the moment, Neji still forcibly remained calm. Devouring. How can you say that if you lose the blood and follow the boundary that you have finally obtained, you will lose it? Neji will not miss the good show of the Ninja World War. When the duel with the top powerhouses comes, are you afraid that you will not have the actual combat proficiency? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering Bakuden, explosion style, and reaching the realm of returning to the original. At this moment, Neji instantly understood that all the abilities of Bakuden, explosion style, formed a fixed inherent pattern in his mind and muscle memory. That is to say, at this moment, Neji has even mastered other forms of Bakuden, explosion style. Or to be more precise, the Bakuten explosion style that Neji stole from Deidara has even surpassed Deidara's understanding of Bakuten explosion style. Sizzle. The dirt floated slowly, restoring Deidara's body. He clenched his fist and looked at Neji in disdain. You bastard. Are you trying to irritate me with demonic illusion? Huh. Yo, yes, you have also learned to analyze. It seems that your brain can be saved. Neji chuckled. The goal was achieved, and he didn't care about Deidara in front of him. Anyway, at any time, as long as you want, you can take action to clean up these guys. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a large group of white Zetsu suddenly came and joined the battlefield. All around, there is a vast expanse of white, surrounded by all this. Maki looked around, and white Zetsu had already filled the surrounding area with water. Absolutely. Deidara curiously looked around at the bizarre-looking avatar of Ju. Is this the spore technique? Why is it getting uglier? It's not artistic at all. Deidara complained. A white Zetsu stepped out and laughed. We are here to save you, Deidara. Akatsuki needs your abilities now. But Deidara snorted coldly, and the moment his hand recovered, he reached into his ninja bag, and he stretched his legs as if to show off his skills. I don't need you anymore, I can solve them all by myself. Deidara, don't be tantalizing. White Zetsu frowned, as if he was trying his best to use Deidara's abilities to deal with the ninja coalition in a targeted manner. But Deidara had already pulled out her hand, squeezed out the blasting clay, and then threw it out like a flower. Wow! At this moment, the clay is like powder, fluttering in the wind. Deidara smiled horribly and said, as long as I use chakra to react with the blasting clay, all blasting clay in this area will explode at my will, so you can't escape, Uchiha Neji. Neji narrowed his eyes and shrugged helplessly. Hey, I said you could treat me as Sasuke Uchiha, but I didn't ask you to change my surname. Deidara didn't care. After hand seal, said, I don't care about you so much. Click. Neji, on the other hand, stood there, his mouth twitching. Huh. Deidara rolled her eyes and glanced around. A peaceful place. Click. He shouted again. Still silent. Why? Bang. A huge explosion sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Ah. Bang, tilde. Another sound. But several times in a row, the explosions were all in the periphery, and all the white Zetsu who came were blown away, wailing mournfully. Deidara frowned. Why did it explode in that place? It must be a mistake. No, you made no mistake, that's the blasting clay I detonated. Neji's mouth twitched, and then hand seal. He only imitated Deidara lightly, put his hand on the tip of his nose and murmured, crack tilde. But he said it very lightly and leisurely. Then, the surrounding white Zetsu seemed to be in hell. Bang bang, bang, bang. Tilde tilde. Deidara, stop. The white Zetsu didn't dare to approach any further under the powerful explosive force. Why do you use Bakuten explosion style too? You bastard. Deidara couldn't figure out why Neji could do such a thing. And Maki frowned, aware that something was wrong, and immediately hand seal. Futon wind style. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There were whirlwinds everywhere, and those winds naturally formed a circle, surrounding them all. Maki stared blankly, and said with emotion, I understand. That's how it is. Chapter 401 Jiden, magnet style. Perfect pressing. What do you mean? Deidara frowned and looked at Maki curiously. He didn't understand what it meant when these winds swirled like this. And Maki frowned slightly and said, because, Hyuga Neji has already filled the audience with thunder-type chakras, before you used that move. What did you say? Deidara choked up speechlessly, glanced at Neji, and thought back to before. He was in demonic illusion. Neji, who was looking at him, was clearly in his own detonating clay. In the end, the place where the explosion occurred was here. Coupled with the huge explosion dust that followed, it became a natural cover. For such a long period of time, such a careful and powerful ninja must have had a lot of time to prepare. There is no doubt that the person in front of him is a more terrifying opponent than Uchiha Sasuke, no. Itachi. Deidara looked at Neji's indifferent expression, so confident and unshakable. He was timid, and timidly took a step back. In all his life, including Onoki and Akatsuki's chief, he was never convinced. Only for the person in front of him, at this moment, he wanted to be convinced. He can't think of any way to fight this man again. Even the Bakuden explosion style that he is best at, the other party is completely familiar with it. How to fight this? At this time, Jonin, an elite of Sunagakure village, came up behind Maki and asked, "But, Mr. Maki, how do you judge that there is a Raiden Thunder-style chakra nearby? To be honest, I don't feel it at all." Here. Maki chuckled and said, "If you can feel this, how can you let the enemy get caught?" The elite Jonin behind him bowed his head, full of shame. "It's not Raiden Thunder style, it's Jiden Magnet style," Maki explained. Jiden Magnet style. This time, Deidara also followed the Sunagakure village, startled, and began to listen to Maki's live speech. Maki nodded and said, "Yes, Bakuden explosion style is a fusion of Doden Earth style Raiden Thunder style with Doden Earth style as its main character, and Jiden Magnet style is the fusion of Futon Wind style Raiden Thunder style based on Raiden Thunder style follows the boundaries. From this perspective, Jiden Magnet style is more suitable for suppressing Bakuden explosion than Raiden Thunder style. Style method. Because Raiden Thunder style restrains Doden Earth style and Futon Wind style restrains Raiden Thunder style, Bakuden explosion style is perfectly suppressed." Maki raised his head and looked at the swirling wind around him. "My Futon Wind style didn't start, it just caused the wind." This time, the ninjas in the surrounding Sunagakure village were all taken aback, because they all realized the horror of this matter. The Futon Wind style technique has not been completed, but these cyclones do exist, which means they are naturally formed winds. Maki explained, "Just by touching the chakra of the wind property, you can use the magnetic field created by Jiden Magnet style to form a larger wind force." At that time, the Jiden Magnet style owned by our 3 generations of Kazekage was relying on this ability to vigorously develop the land energy of our Sunagakure village. A huge desert was formed later. Sunagakure village are all familiar with this form. It is because of this strong magnetic field that these winds are gathering. "Hyuga Neji, you are so much stronger than when you fought against me in Konoha village, and you are so terrifying." There was a drop of cold sweat on Maki's forehead. He used to be a life and death opponent for Sunagakure village and Hyuga Neji. Now, with Hyuga Neji's strength, I am afraid that killing him is just a piece of cake. He could only keep rejoicing that now, Hyuga Neji was on his side. "Okay, you have procrastinated enough time, and you and I will make up for the grievances between you and me." Hyuga Neji chuckled, then hand seal. "Receive." "What?" Deidara blinked. Jiden Magnet style condensed wind, all gathered. Those winds, like ropes, all contracted and bound Deidara's whole body. Maki was also stunned. He didn't mean to delay time at all, and stayed in place. "What's this? Rope made of a whirlwind? Hey." Deidara frowned, looked at Hyuga Neji and said, "Aren't you very powerful? Why do you use a sly trick? Let me go, I will fight you for another 300 rounds." Neji scratched his head. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, the winner is king, but the loser is not qualified to negotiate conditions tilde. Ino, let's go, haha tilde." Neji doesn't have time to entangle with such a weak chicken for too long. Now that Bakuden explosion style is the master, then the next battle is Hitaki Kakashi. Ding! The opponent's status level in this battle, Cage level. The proficiency obtained in this battle, 22W. Please check. Ding! Opponent's status level in this battle, Elite Chunin. Proficiency gained in this battle, 3W. Please check. The first one is from Deidara, and the last one is the proficiency provided by White Zetsu. Watching them leave, Maki was also stunned, not knowing what to say. Awesome, Mr. Maki. How can you work with that kind of guy? We didn't find out at all. Elite Jonin hurriedly praised. Then, let's study hard. Maki blinked, a guilty conscience. In fact, just now, he was just used by Neji. He didn't know that Neji was taking the opportunity to do other things. If this is true, can it not be a big embarrassment? Hey, let me go. Damn it. That guy is so annoying, I'm going to blow him to pieces. Maki glanced at Deidara and said, almost forgot about you. Seal class. Seal this guy. Deidara looked dissatisfied. Damn. Believe it or not, I'll blow myself up now. Deidara bit Kiba and opened her mouth to lick the clay in her chest with her tongue, looking like she was about to kiss herself. Noisy. Keep his mouth shut. What are you doing? By the way, Ino, who is Kakashi-sensei and their opponents? Neji and Ino travel through the woods. Ino replied, it seems like the one who was called the Seven Ninja Swordsman, the senior ninja of Kurigakure village. Ninja sword. 7 people, Neji muttered, his eyes blurred. After a while, there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and he said, then, it will be very interesting. The third battlefield, in the forest. Konoha village were exhausted, and there was thick fog everywhere. Kakashi stood wearily in the thick fog, driving the Sharingan to temporarily ensure the safety of the neighborhood. Nearby, there was a leisurely voice, the voice of Teodi not slashing again. Kakashi, how long do you want to hold on? Your Sharingan consumes a lot of chakra. It can't hold up my Kurigakure technique. Kakashi sighed. He knew it wasn't intentional not to cut, it was just controlled by Kabuto. He said, no way, your Kurigakure technique is really tricky in a many-to-many situation. At this time, a roar came. I heard that you will not kill the seniors here again. Let me get out of the way. Drink. Boom, tilde. The thick fog of sword chi dissipated, and a figure slid a distance after landing. With white hair, his hands swelled and became several times thicker, holding a machete tightly. Impressively, it is the beheading sword that will never be cut again. Chapter 402 Thick Fog. The Art of Kurigakure. I remember you were. Kakashi squinted his eyes slightly. This sudden person did not intend to kill. On the contrary, he seems to be on the side of himself. His fighting spirit is slow, and the targets he faces are all enemies. Sharingan, as one of the 3 major pupil arts, is a judgment type, and Kakashi has naturally developed the habit of making judgments, and is more sensitive than ordinary ninjas. In just an instant, he can judge that this person is not hostile. Shueyu also slowed down at this time, stood up, turned the beheading knife in his hand, and clamped it on his shoulder. It's unbelievable, such a small body can withstand the power of this big sword. You have grown up, Shueyu. The sound of no more slashing sounded slowly. This guy is Ghost Lantern Shueyu. Kakashi seems to have heard people mention that the younger brother of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon seems to be a ninja with good talent, but Kakashi does not understand the news after that. Ghost, I remember you were missing Nin from Kurigakure village, and you were with Orochimaru. Why did you come to help us? Did Orochimaru send you here? Although he didn't feel hostile, Kakashi still inquired just in case. Ghost Light Shueyu didn't seem to have noticed before, but only now did he notice that there was someone behind him. He turned his head stupidly, glanced at Kakashi, and his proud face immediately became a little surprised. Oh, isn't that the famous copy ninja Hatake Kakashi? Isn't that? Hey. Shueyu grinned, and the sharp Kiba teeth were very eye-catching. He swung the big sword in his hand again, showing off his ability with ease, and said proudly, don't worry, I'm here to help you. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. It seems that the guy in front of him is the same as his appearance. There is no suspense. Reckless and Naruto are somewhat similar. You. Seeing Kakashi want to ask, Shueyu seems to have sensed his intention, and immediately said, Hyuga Neji is my elder brother. Karen used to be my companion. Oops, I'm really mad to say, Karen is eating and drinking in Konoha. Alright, but I was threatened and had to work outside for Hyuga Neji all the time. Since you are the #1 technician in Konoha, I must help you, you should be. I am Hyuga Neji's younger brother. Kakashi's face was stunned, and a ninja who was so young and in such a situation actually had a big brother. But also, for the peculiar existence of Hyuga Neji, you shouldn't be surprised if anything happens, it's more normal for someone to obey him. Also, there is also a reason that is not a reason. I have always wanted to fight with Senior Zabujan. Shueyu's expression suddenly became serious, and she turned her head away. It was as if there was an old enemy with him for more than 10 years. That, in the direction of not cutting behind you again. Kakashi sighed and closed his eyes. Sharingan's excessive consumption had already made him very tired, and he had to endure an idiot. Shueyu was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned her head away. Ah, here, good. He became vigilant and kept looking around, as if he would be attacked at any time. I've heard that if you don't kill the seniors, your Kurigakure technique is used for assassination. It's never missed, right? Let me come, see it. Idiot. There was a sound of knot slashing from the fog, and Kakashi, who was beside him, finally covered his face and sighed heavily. Looks like there's nothing to save the kid. Shueyu was dumbfounded and asked, what? Don't you dare to fight me. Don't kill the senior again. In the fog, the figure that was not slashing again slowly appeared. His hands were empty, and his eyes were clearly from the impure world reincarnation. You want me to fight you? That's fine, give me back the beheading sword in your hand, it's my weapon. No longer had a bad look on his face, he looked at Shueyu angrily. Only then that Shueyu suddenly realized, stunned for a moment and said with a smile, oh, it turns out that there are no weapons. That's good, then don't fight. He shrugged, swung the knife behind him, and said, anyway, this knife is mine now, don't think too much about it, and don't kill the senior. Do not cut again. If you don't kill Mr., be careful they cheat. At this time, a firm girl's voice came from the side, and sharper eyes also hit. Shueyu was startled and frowned. Kakashi also looked away. It was Shiro who was born out of impure world reincarnation. Ah, Shiro, how many times have I told you? Now we are dead people, this is just being shot by someone from impure world reincarnation. We don't have to think about it so much. Now Kakashi is not our enemy, only they can save us by defeating us. With Zaibi Yuzan's explanation, Bai suddenly realized. Ow, got it, I forgot again. I'm sorry, I won't kill Mr. Seeing Bai's humble appearance suddenly jumping out again, Zabujan finally sighed. But the hand that didn't cut it started to hand seal involuntarily. Oops, my hand moved unknowingly. Ninjutsu katakana middle dot Kurigakure technique. Ziz. The fog filled again, thicker. Kakashi looked even more melancholy, and said, impure world reincarnation, chakra has no limit. As long as there is time, it can be restored. If it goes on like this, your Kurigakure technique will never be solved. He felt even more troublesome. Originally, the main core of the Konoha ninjas' battlefield was that the terrain was too complicated to support each other. As a result, after coming to the group of 7 ninja swords, they were not only strong, but also did not expect that this Kurigakure technique alone would make it difficult for them to move. This Kurigakure technique is a secret technique that can never be cut, and it is difficult to crack with Sharingan, Kakashi explained. Also, what's even more tricky is that guy Manu. The only ninja of the 7 ninja swordsmen who can skillfully use 7 or 8 knives. He actually channeled 4 knives just now, only the shark muscle, the beheading sword, and the double knife flounder. Not being channeled out. It's your brother, Shueyu. Kakashi looked at Suzuki. Shueyu squinted her eyes and shrugged, my brother. Then, the most important thing now is how to solve this huge dense fog, right? Shuiyu curled her lips, very confident. Look at me. He swung the big knife, stuck it on the ground, and moved a huge hand seal. Sweetened, water-style, water cannonball. Beyond the fog, Neji and Ino arrive at the battlefield. Ninja, the art of mind and body. Ah. Ah. White Zetsu and White Zetsu scuffled with each other. Neji was driving Byakugan to see what was going on inside, squinting slightly. Neji, this should be the secretary of Momoji Zabuzai, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the technique of Kurigakure, right? This is the first time I've seen it. The scope is too wide, but you can just follow me. Neji took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them again. Byakugan bulged, but Ino, who was attentive on the side, noticed that the folds next to Neji's eyes were obviously not as ugly as before. Much smoother, no obvious traces of blood vessels can be seen. Chapter 403 Genius. Offense and Defense. Water cannonballs. Boom, tilde. The huge sound of wind and water burst through the sky, and the ground was also covered with water. After more than 10 consecutive rounds, Shuiyu was exhausted. On the ground, wet. It's all Shuiyu's masterpiece. Kakashi sighed as he looked at the broken scene. Don't try, it just doesn't work. How can a man say no? No, I'm going to try again. Shuiyu was furious and wanted to release another water cannonball. At this time, 2 figures jumped out. Who? Kakashi immediately became vigilant, and his right eye, which had been closed just now, suddenly opened again. But the next moment, he immediately recovered because he saw Yamanaka Ino coming. And next to her, was the figure that made Kakashi tremble and was still familiar. Neji. Seeing Kakashi so surprised, Ino leaned over and said, Kakashi-sensei, we are here on a mission from the intelligence dispatched by the headquarters, come to support. Reinforcement. That's great. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. Now that Neji is here, at least in terms of combat power, there's no need to worry too much. Even if the opponent is the legendary 7 ninja swordsman, Neji, as a powerful ninja that can rival Orochimaru, will definitely not be inferior to them. It's just 2 people, is that the reinforcements? It seems that the ninja allied forces are really not at any level. Nozan sighed again, this is the helplessness that I hoped to lose but found that I couldn't lose at all. And Shuiyu also turned her head and saw Neji. He widened his eyes in shock. You are. He swallowed, speechless. Ghost. Shuiyu ran away, and in the next moment, he was pulled back by an inexplicable force. Yin escaped Bishamontan. Huh. Seeing that Shuiyu was moved back alive by Neji, she sat down on the spot, and Shuiyu was too frightened to move. Ino, who was beside him, shed a drop of cold sweat in a daze, thinking to himself, Bishamoten, Neji has been useless for a long time. Kakashi, who was standing aside, was even more stunned. This is the same ability as Pain. Neji, you. Kakashi looked at Neji in shock. When Pain invaded Konoha, Kakashi and Pain fought for dozens of rounds. They were tortured by this elusive repulsion and gravitational ability. Later I heard that it was Rinnegan's powerful ability. Just why does Neji have it? But Kakashi owns Sharingan, so it's not impossible to see the difference between the two. Pain's repulsive gravitational force directly utilizes the Earth's gravitational force, and Rinnegan can directly connect with the entire world and control it. And this ability of Neji seems to translate space and manipulate things through space. Kakashi, who has mastered Kamui, can still distinguish the difference between gravitational repulsion and time-space ninjutsu. Kakashi-sensei, right now, there doesn't seem to be a fight. Weren't the 2 people on the other side being manipulated by Kabuto? He doesn't want to fight if he doesn't cut it. If he doesn't cut his head without a beheading sword, he will lose the means to cooperate with the attack. Now they really want to break free, but they have to fight. Kakashi finished explaining. Shiro immediately hand-sealed. White. Surprised, Bai hurriedly said, "Sorry, I can't control myself." Sweetened water style 10,000 ice petals. Be careful, Zai Bi Yuzan shouted in surprise. Kakashi just moved, and the next moment, Neji said, "Don't move." Everyone stopped, only to see countless water splashes, just with the help of the accumulated water left by the Shuiyu move just now, leaping up, forming countless thin needles, flying towards everyone. Neji's gesture, he didn't even need a hand seal, and said indifferently, revolving heaven chakra mode. Whoa, whoa, whoa. An inexplicable chakra, rising from the ground, with Neji as the center point, spreads rapidly. PFF'd, PFF'd. There were countless splashes of water, and the moment the water needles touched everyone's body, they seemed to be in contact with some obstacle avoidance and completely splashed. A dangerous water needle attack was completely reduced to a fireworks display. Seeing the water flowers blooming all around, everyone even had a feeling of enjoying the light rain on the way to climb the mountain outdoors. This. Zaibuzan blinked his eyes and murmured, "I didn't expect this kid to be a little capable." Bai's 10,000 ice petals attacked from all directions, and he was able to defend them all. Afterwards, Shiro stretched out another hand and handed the hand seal with one hand. One-handed hand seal. Ino was surprised. Zaibuzan chuckled proudly and said, "Of course, Bai is a veritable genius, but it's not the same as those boasted in the ninja world. He is a real powerhouse." I saw that those water splashes floated up again after landing. This time, they began to condense, becoming ice crystals, bright and dazzling. Hyoten ice style acupuncture. Thorn. Thousands of ice needles attacked again, and Neji was stunned, not even moving. Afterwards, although some needles flew near the crowd and hit the obstacle avoidance again, the obstacle avoidance was extremely hard, breaking apart like ice crystals. Shuiyu looked at the scene helplessly and smiled bitterly. Ah, does the genius ninja have a more splendid fireworks show? It would be extremely embarrassing not to cut his face black again. Kakashi shrugged and explained, "I'm sorry, this Hyuga Neji is also recognized as a top talent in our Konoha village. If he's a genius, let him quickly unlock my Kurigakure. It's a hassle, I don't want to be controlled anymore." "I know, but it's not that easy." Kakashi also felt a headache. If this Kurigakure technique did not exist, he could even rush over and call the sealing team to seal it and stop it. But he knew that if this Kurigakure technique was scattered, it would be difficult to find a companion. Kakashi has Sharingan, Neji has Byakugan, but a large number of other Konoha ninjas are now fighting those monster ninjas all over the forest. And there are also a large number of white Zetsu coming to support from time to time. It can be said that if you delay for a second, life may be lost. Damn it, I'll try again. Shuiyu bit Kiba and prepared to hand seal. Zai didn't cut it but said, "Idiot. Stop using ninjutsu, don't you understand?" "Why?" Shuiyu frowned. Bujin sighed, pondered for a moment, and finally explained, "It doesn't matter, I'm dead anyway, even if I tell you the secret of the Kurigakure technique. My Kurigakure technique is our family's secret technique, which is different from the general Kurigakure technique created by sweetened water style. This kind of Kurigakure technique relies on my chakra to absorb the chakra in the environment and transform it. The means of water mist, that is, nature transformation, is a technique that occurs during the process of morphological transformation to a certain extent." Quote. That is to say, as long as you have chakra around, this technique can be released repeatedly. The technique performed by chakra will be converted into the nutrients of my technique. The technique you just used is just to increase the concentration of my Kurigakure technique. It's just higher. Shuiyu and Kakashi were both startled without a word to wake up the dreamer. Wouldn't this kind of technique be completely incomprehensible? Chapter 404 works. First technician Neji. But, if that's the case, then there's no way to use physical art. The water moon is getting bigger, and he never dared to look at Neji next to him. Neji just caught him back, but he was not allowed to escape. And he couldn't run because he was worried that Neji would ask him about the investigation. In fact, he spent most of the 2 years playing. After all, Neji disappeared. He just thought that Neji died in an accident. Besides, Neji's mission at the time, when he went to investigate Orochimaru's stronghold, was also very difficult. Orochimaru's 2 years have been extremely terrifying. In the underground, I don't know how many countries it has spread to, there is such a terrifying existence, arresting people everywhere for human experiments, and it has not been arrested to this day. This time, Shueyu still looked at Neji curiously. After all, according to Shueyu's impression of Neji, this guy has never been stumped by any difficulties. I saw that Neji's expression was gloomy, and he was also very keenly aware of Shueyu's ghost expression. Huh, I see your humbly expression, it's better not to use my name to swindle in the past 2 years. No, absolutely not. Shueyu swallowed and explained quickly. Back then, he had also participated in the sword dance, and he knew that Neji might have gone to a strange place, not disappearing for no reason. Neji has now. Shueyu is very curious but doesn't know anything, stemming from the entanglement of curiosity about the unknown and terror, which is different from Orochimaru. Neji is really strong. Not just unknown. The mere Kurigakure technique, the primary goal now is to crack this, right? Then stop talking nonsense. During the time I was talking nonsense with you, I have found everyone's position. What? Neji, you? Kakashi froze for a moment, dumbfounded. And Ino also laughed and said, Neji, you're still the same, you never miss any opportunity. Of course, you think I'm interested in wasting time with this guy Shueyu. The opposite Momochi didn't cut it. He hoped that Kakashi and the others would quickly end their state of being controlled. Now that a Hyuga Neji came, he was even more curious. What moves could this Neji use to break through the moves he's been using all his life? It is the difficulty of the technique of Kurigakure, so if they do not use this technique again, they have suffered losses in countless assassination missions. To be cracked by such a fledgling little Maudo, the so-called genius ninja. Running out doesn't work. Now thanks to Suzuki, the scope of the Kurigakure technique is wider. Even if you can run away, those Konoha ninjas who didn't run out will probably have been slaughtered by the full moon and the others. This sentence reminded Kakashi. He quickly said, Neji, time is running out. Ah. Neji stretched out his hand, took out 2 kunai from his clothes, and threw them out quickly. The 2 kunai quickly broke through the thick fog and accurately inserted into the soil under the feet of Zabuzan and Shiro. Zabuzan and Bai lowered their heads subconsciously, and the kunai buried above was tied with a detonating talisman with densely written spells. It's very difficult to solve this with a simple detonating talisman, let alone cracking the technique of Kurigakure. On the other side, Neji said, it's not the explosion itself, but the power of the explosion, the turbulent airflow, and the airflow to disperse the dense fog. Kakashi frowned slightly and said, it is indeed effective, but it is only a detonating charm, how can it have such a powerful power? No. Neji hand seal, the corner of his mouth twitched. It's not a detonation talisman, it's Bakuden explosion style. Same as Hyoten ice style. The blood follows the boundary. Bakuden explosion style. Neji, you still use Bakuden explosion style. Kakashi's eyes were stunned. Now he's embarrassed, and he was actually called the number 1 technician of Konoha. Neji, this Konoha number 1 technician doesn't matter, but it's for you. You will be the first Konoha technician from now on. And Neji wasn't finished yet, and Hanseel said again, in addition to Bakuden explosion style, use Jiden magnet style, and Futon wind style to create a peaceful airflow around. Use the power of Bakuden explosion style to blast the airflow, form a vortex and spread out around, not only the dense fog in this area, but also all the dense fog in the main battlefield will be expelled. Quote. Neji gave a hand seal and showed Kakashi directly. More than the first technician of Konoha, Neji, you will be the first technician of the ninja world from now on. Afterwards, the huge flames covered Zaibujian's jeers and Shiro's shouts. Boom! Ino took 2 steps back, only to find that the power here was much smaller, and there was a rapidly rising earth wall in front of him, blocking the flying clods. Doden, earth-style, earth flow wall. Only then did she realize that Kakashi, who had already touched the ground with hand seal's hands, slowly stood up. Did it work? I saw that the airflow surrounding it was fluctuated by the powerful airflow caused by the huge and continuous explosions. A ring-shaped vortex is formed, which disperses the dense fog around it and floats into the air. A large amount of air fills the water mist in a full state. At this moment, the mass becomes lighter than the air. It began to float upward, and the density became smaller and smaller, and with the eddy current, it dispersed towards unknown places around. After a while, the speed of the thick fog fading rapidly accelerated, and it continued for only 10 seconds. Lee, awesome. Shuiyu stared at the scene in a daze, her eyes rounded. 2 years later, he was sure that his eldest brother had really come back. Omnipotent big brother. No, the omnipotent first technician. In fact, Neji thought of it according to the method provided by Maki. Maki used futon wind style to test the Jiden magnet style he used, which inspired Neji. Futon wind style is a combination of Jiden magnet style. So fit. Adding them together is not very powerful, because the mutual influence is so small, but it is used to disperse the dense fog, but it is such a suitable combination. Konoha ninjas who were full of scars and insisted on dying, at this moment, seemed to see the sunshine of the dawn again, igniting the hope of life. Removed. The art of Kurigakure is released. Great. Cheer up everyone. Konoha ninjas, united. That's great. The next step is to deal with the other 6. Kakashi looked around at Subuzuki and Shiro who were recovering. The seal class. We need support here. We must seal it quickly before we cut it. Ino jumped out and said, leave it to me. Hand seal. She closed her eyes and frowned. Damn, the amount is too large. It's hard to tell the difference. I can only do it all at once. But my chakra. At this time, she felt a warm chakra that came from behind and spread throughout her body. She froze for a moment, then turned her head to find that Neji was stroking her back with a hand. Her face was slightly yuhi. Neji smiled softly. Go ahead and use your powers. Ino smiled and nodded. She closed her eyes again and poured out all her energy. Om. Everyone present. In my mind, there was a voice like a world apart. Ino's voice entered the minds of even the ninjas of White Zetsu and Impure World Reincarnation, because Neji's chakra comes from a tailed beast, and the amount of chakra can be imagined. Everyone, the technique of Kurigakure has been lifted. The SEAL team, please go to the woods on the east side of the battlefield to seal it and not cut it. Please hold your ground. Neji has arrived at the battlefield. We will definitely clear up all the 7 ninja swordsmen. Wow. Ino's words shocked everyone. The Konoha ninjas were energized and shouted. Go. From now on, this is our battlefield. Hyuga Neji is here. That genius ninja. He's more powerful than Uzumaki Naruto. On the other side, the other 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were also taken aback, and the news was also known to them at the same time. Chapter 405 6 People. The 7 ninja swordsmen. After a commotion, the Konoha ninjas started an absolute counterattack. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Suiton, water style, water array. Futon, wind style, Daitapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Bang, bang. For the ninjas who turned around in the drawing, in terms of numbers, the Konoha ninja side has the advantage. As for those White Zetsu, the strength of the Konoha ninjas is also above them, so once the blockade of the vision is lifted, the Konoha ninjas begin to cooperate and help each other, and the situation is quickly turned around. And more importantly, the 7 ninja swordsmen who were the main force all withdrew from the main battlefield. The reason why they played an important role in this battle is the body of their indestructible impure world reincarnation. As ninjas, the 7 ninja swordsmen possess peculiar ninja swords, which can all cause unexpected effects. Even if the attacks of the Konoha ninjas were effective, they soon fell into the next difficulty. Therefore, it can always create more opportunities for them to recover their bodies. Furthermore, the continuous supply of chakra allows the 7 ninja swordsmen in the impure world reincarnation state to even have powers that surpass their peak lives. This time, after the evacuation of the tricky people, the battlefield has been reported again and again. After a long time, somewhere in the eastern forest, 6 figures arrived. In the dark bushes, the ghost lamp full moon wrapped his arms around his chest, narrowed his eyes, and looked serious. His appearance is not much different from ghost lamp Shueyu, and he also has white hair, but he is more mature and his eyes are more terrifying. The second person arrived was a fat man, but his huge body was very flexible, and because he didn't have any weapons in his hands, he was more agile. It was Tsukazan Fuguki, the first owner of the big sword Shark Muscle. The third person arrived was a very tall and thin person with 2 danfang eyes and bandages all over his body, looking extremely mysterious. It was Kuriarer Kushimaru, the first owner of the long knife sewing needle. The fourth person is a girl who is not very tall, but has long hair with 2 ball heads, and her eyes are extremely fierce. It is Ringo Amayuri, the second owner of Thunder Blade Thunder Kiba. The fifth and sixth people came together, Munashi Jinpachi with a blasting knife, and Akabi no Jinin with a blunt knife kabuto in both hands. Both of them looked like they were not to be messed with. Of these 6 people, Gaidong Manu did not get the double knife flounder that once belonged to him, because they are now in the hands of Changjiro. And after Tsukazan Fuguki's exclusive weapon, the shark muscle, was killed and taken away by the ghost shark, it now falls into the hands of Killer Bee. The remaining 4 got their own weapons, and the combat power can be seen as Madara. The moment they gathered together, they seemed to burst out with a lot of energy. Ghost Lamp Full Moon first said, "It's here, the chakra in it, it's obvious." Ringo Amayuri grinned and said with a smug smile, "Isn't it too weak if you don't kill that guy?" That's all. Among the 6, he seems to be the only one who thinks this is a good thing, and finally has the opportunity to show his own abilities. Akabi no Jinin angrily said, "Hyuga Neji. Who is that?" Tsukazan Fuguki replied indifferently, "I haven't heard of it." Kuriarer Kushimaru narrowed his eyes and said leisurely, "What can a guy from the Hyuga clan do?" Munashi Jinpachi rubbed his chin and thought about it. Is it possible for us who were impure world reincarnation to escape this battle? I feel that the chakra inside is wrong. Several people looked at the full moon of the ghost lamp, but the full moon of the ghost lamp was stunned, and muttered, "This chakra is Shueyu. Seal. Squeaky, tilde." The strong light caused Zaibushin and Shiro to be sealed inside. Zaibushin muttered, "Thank you, Kakashi. It seems that there are more talented ninjas in Konoha village besides Uchiha Sasuke's parallel imports." Kakashi. "Bye. That's great, we can be together forever again, don't kill Mr." Without slashing Tsunere's face, Yuji said, "What nonsense. You are a man, Shiro. Please pay attention to your words and deeds." Baizi said with a sickly face, "It doesn't matter, now Mr. Fuzan is dead, I can't help you." Looking at this appalling legendary scene, everyone has a black line, only Ino has a bright face. If I die in the future, it would be nice to be like this tilde. Neji again with longing, and Neji on the side gave her a blank look, or maybe she had always been Byakugan. Leisurely said, "Don't think about it, those guys are here." "Those guys?" Shueyu asked blankly. Kakashi also reacted at this moment, turned around and looked in the same direction as Neji, and frowned. Sure enough. Those guys. The other 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Then, among the trees, several figures came quickly and landed in front of everyone. Big brother." Shueyu stared blankly ahead and took a step back in fear. This state of fear, even seeing Neji, has never happened before. Ino also frowned slightly. It doesn't matter when he sees other people. The moment he sees the ghost lamp full of moon, he gets horrified. Neji, this person. Not easy. I saw Ghost Lantern Manu clasping his hands and glancing at his surroundings wantonly. He didn't say a word, but Munashi Jinpachi, his subordinate, held a huge knife covered with detonating talismans, and scolded, "If you don't cut a knife without a knife, it's nothing, now it's a good show." As soon as he finished speaking, Neji moved. Ringo Amayuri was impatient and was about to step forward, but the ghost lamp Manu reached out and stopped her. She was stunned for a moment, but she still obeyed and stopped acting. Shuiyu swallowed. He had only seen this scene on 2 people. The 5 Otogakur who obey Kimimaro, and the 7 ninja swords who obey the Onagan Mansuki. Neji walked a few steps forward, but ignored the enemy, just muttered to Kakashi, "You protect them, I'll take care of these people." It's astonishing, astonishing. Moreover, Neji's tone was extremely calm and indifferent, without any arrogance to give up on me, but simply made a decision. It's like killing them and killing a few ants, there's not much difference. You guy. Ringo Amayuri bit Kiba and was very dissatisfied with Neji. At this time, Munashi Jinpachi couldn't hold it any longer, and snorted coldly, "Enough, Ringo Amayuri doesn't care if I listen to you. I am the first generation of ninja swordsman, and I need to listen to you as a second generation ninja swordsman. What do you guys say?" He ignored the obstruction of the ghost lamp and the full moon, and quickly stepped forward, but no one stopped him. Go to hell. He clenched the explosive droplet in his hand and slashed it with one knife. Real power erupted in the air. Neji stretched out one hand and blocked it with one palm. Gentle Fist's chakra burned, completely resisting Munashi Jinpachi's attack, but Munashi Jinpachi snorted lightly, and said, "Naive guy. My blaster droplets are not for slashing people, but for exploding." Bang! As soon as the voice fell, a huge explosion exploded. Fire god of death. Neji. Even though he knew that Neji wasn't that vulnerable, Ino was still heartbroken. Boom! The fire ignited, and the ground exploded again. Munashi Jinpachi fell to the ground, grabbed his own blaster, and laughed loudly. This is a second stage attack. Even if it was blocked the first time, it's still a hit this time. Ha ha. Chapter 406 Mystery. Chakra Flow. I said, you guys from Konoha village just don't take yourselves seriously. How dare such a young ninja come to deal with Lao Tzu? It's a fantasy. Munashi Jinpachi sneered. It's everyone else's turn next. He was immersed in the joy of his victory, especially after breaking through the level of the ghost lamp and the full moon. He was even more proud. Defeating these people, even if you are a dead ninja, you can still feel an incomparable sense of honor. But the next moment, there was a word that made him feel cold. Looks like there won't be a third time. Not very good. The second generation Hokage's multiplier detonating talisman can explode 3,000 times at a time. Your technique is not even as good as 1,000th of his. Smoke cleared, and Neji's figure, accompanied by a sneering snort, was amplified and passed into Munashi Jinpachi's center. Damn, why didn't you die? Munashi Jinpachi took a few steps forward again, like some kind of ritual to finish this duel. He must defeat Hyuga Neji. This is also a bad habit of the old times. Force proves everything, so he doesn't want to lose at all. Do not want to lose no matter what. At this time, Tsukazan Fubuki behind him said dully, this should be the revolving heaven of the Hyuga family. When I was young, I saw the boy of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hiyashi, cast it. But this guy's revolving heaven is more powerful and can be so subtle. It's amazing to get close to the whole body. But Munashi Jinpachi still didn't take it as an example, and said coldly, what the rubbish of the Hyuga clan. Then I won't smash him. He played with his blasting knife again, but Neji just chuckled and said, you'd better stay away from that knife now. What did you say? Munashi Jinpachi's battle is not for Kabuto, just to prove himself, and naturally he cares about Neji's opinion. Neji laughed. I have left my chakra on that knife. Now, the owner of that knife is me. You. Hee. You. Munashi Jinpachi was extremely shocked. Although he didn't believe what Neji said, it really made him suspicious. What are you kidding? This blaster has been in my hands since the beginning, when even 3 generations of Mizukage couldn't master it. Can you master blaster? It makes me laugh, Kiba. Don't be joking. Bang. A loud noise shocked everyone. The blaster's droplets exploded, and the target of this attack was his master, Munashi Jinpachi. And Neji's gesture is still a finished seal with one hand. Munashi Jinpachi's hands has been eroded, and the dirt is slowly recovering. He widened his eyes in a daze, and the other hand held the blasting knife with suspicion. Although there was no pain, the news was enough to shock him, and his hand trembled slightly. Why did the blaster droplets explode? Seeing Munashi Jinpachi's surprised look, Neji shrugged and said with a smile, didn't I tell you? It has my chakra on it, and now that knife belongs to me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Munashi Jinpachi suppressed his doubts and roared in separation. And the next moment, Neji once again hand seal with one hand. This time, everyone saw it clearly. Hand seal, Neji's mouth twitched, and the droplets of the knife exploded, and a violent flame erupted. Boom, tilde. Bang, tilde. Several explosions in a row, Munashi Jinpachi fell to the ground, his whole body was torn apart, even his head was usually blasted with broken holes, and his whole body was smashed and eroded. The blasting knife spray took you as the impact of the explosion, no one held it, it flew all the way, and after spinning for more than 10 weeks, it landed on the side of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The other 4 were startled and moved aside a little, only the ghost lamp standing beside him complained, still clasping his arms around his chest, looking indifferent. Then next. Neji tilted his neck and said immediately. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, while Ghost Lantern Manu looked directly at the arrogant young man in front of him. Once upon a time, he was also the guy who was completely defiant because of his proud talent. Not have enough blood, his completion level even surpassed that of his predecessors, who were called ghost people at the time. Records. So he is also called Ghost Rebirth. After that, he joined the 7 ninja swordsmen, possessed a double sword flounder, and took the opportunity to practice. Finally, the master who successfully mastered the ability to use 7 swords. Moreover, he was able to channel 7 knives. After the impure world reincarnation this time, he was the one who channeled those 4 knives to the other 4. Because of this, with this kind of sky-defying ability, those 7 people of the first generation of ninja swords were also forced to obey his orders. From birth to death, he had no rival. It wasn't until later, during a mission, that he met Konoha's genius, Uchiha Shisui. 2 generations of peerless geniuses from Konoha village and Kurigakure village have been on a par with each other for a long time. In the end, soon after hearing that Shisui returned to the village, he experienced the mutiny of the Uchiha family and disappeared. I heard it was suicide. In fact, after that battle, Manu fell ill accidentally after returning to the village. After a long-term fatigue battle, he was experimented by the clansmen who inherited the powerful abilities of the Ghost Lamp clan. He hoped that he could inherit the powerful blood of his predecessor, the Ghost Lamp, and the Moon. In such an experiment, the body functions of the Ghost Lamp full moon all declined rapidly. I ended my life unknowingly like this. I didn't expect to meet such a real genius after being reincarnation by impure world. Are you, the genius of Konoha? I have also played against a genius ninja of Konoha before. He is different from you. He is very decisive, but he is so grumpy. Neji covered his face and sighed, and shook his head with a wry smile. I didn't expect to be criticized. Sigh, how decisive. The battle is getting more and more intense, and you may not notice this side. Neji also wants to end it soon, but it is a pleasure to play with these guys who have never known before, and more importantly, Congratulations to the host for stealing ninjutsu, ninjutsu Kurigaker. And successfully swallowed. Congratulations to the host for stealing the bloodline boundary, Hyoten Ice Style. And successfully swallowed. Congratulations to the host for getting the actual combat proficiency total, 7W. Ah, that's it. It seems that the strength of those guys is not enough. The ghost lamp full moon in front of him looks okay. It is better to play with him. At this time, Ghost Lantern Manu stopped looking at Neji and took a few steps forward. Walking to Munashi Jinpachi's side, he stretched out his hand. Unexpectedly, the slow recovery speed became extremely fast in an instant, and Munashi Jinpachi's body quickly recovered. This is the flow of chakra, Shuiyu said in surprise. What is it? Ino wondered. Shuiyu explained solemnly. Manu has the most perfect talent and bloodline of the Ghost Lantern family. The chakra flow technique can speed up and slow down the flow of all chakras, just like water. The impure world reincarnation technique should also use chakra to restore the body, so the full moon can directly accelerate this flow. Quote. Neji heard this ability, and his eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Huh. It's interesting. Chapter 407 Defense. Do you want your knife? Ziz. The chakras around him began to flow rapidly, and in Neji's eyes, there were substantial and very different changes. For others, it is just the secret technique of the mysterious Ghost Lamp clan. In Neji's eyes, this ability quickly became very attractive. The control of chakra. Haha, it's kind of interesting. Neji now knows that there are people outside the world and there are heavens. He didn't expect that. He thought that Ghost Lantern Shuiyu's ability was very strong, and he should also be a relatively talented ninja of the Ghost Lantern family. I didn't expect that this ninja world is really full of surprises, and there are monsters like the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. If he can master the chakra flow control technique, then Neji can go a step further in the control of chakra, which will be of great help to him in unlocking the Kekkei Genkei. Now, Neji is even more curious about this Ghost Lamp Full Moon. It seems that the bloodlines in the bodies of the various families in the ninja world are more valuable. These techniques are not based on chakra, but focus on controlling, utilizing or producing chakra through abilities. That is to say, before chakra appeared, this ability is also very powerful, enough to be inherited. This further proves the conjecture that Neji has always confirmed, that chakra is not the original power of this planet, and that chakra is evolved from the original power of this planet, and that power will be as powerful as sage art and divine power. These were all destroyed by the aggression of the Otsutsuki clan, and this is what Neji wants to restore. Okay, get rid of this guy and let me see what else he's capable of. Ghost Lantern Moon raised his head and stared straight at Neji. In Neji's eyes, the Ghost Lamp Full Moon is just the second Kimimaro. To get rid of him, Neji is not helpless, but the secret technique of the Ghost Lamp family, Neji, is too curious to end the battle so easily. Then, let's go together. At this time, Akabi no Jinin held back for a long time, couldn't bear it any longer, and took off quickly. I saw him pick up the heavy blunt knife Kabuto, like a big hammer, and knock it down. Rather than knocking, it is better to smash. Just by looking at the cumbersome movement, one can feel the extremely unreasonable weight of this knife. Boom. A huge shock came from his hand. Neji barely used one palm, and used Gentle Fist chakra to resist the attack. Everyone was shocked. Neji exhaled and said, "It's really a dull knife. Awesome." Akabi no Jinin saw that his move didn't work, but he bit Kiba and tried hard, but to no avail. Afterwards, he grinned and chuckled, "What a naive guy. Do you think that what works for Munashi Jinpachi will work for me? Humph. My blunt knife, Kabuto, can break all defenses. Not even chakra. Exception. Zizzy." I saw that the Gentle Fist chakra in Neji's hand began to dissolve rapidly, and those chakras were all transformed into the offensive power of the blunt knife Kabuto. The situation is extremely unfavorable. But Neji narrowed his eyes and said leisurely, "Can you break all defenses?" Then I'm really curious, is what you said true, Tilda? He suddenly had a whim, stretched out his other hand, and after the hand seal, the violent Yuhi chakra took off in an instant. Boom boom boom. The powerful chakra instantly formed a strong contrast with Akebi no Jinin's weak momentum, and a golden light blocked Akebi no Jinin's way like a copper wall. He landed quickly, and the golden light was like a shield wall, with a considerable thickness. What is this? It doesn't look like a chakra. He clenched the blunt knife Kabuto cut in both hands, and looked serious. And everyone present has never seen such power. Neji didn't explain it either. After all, Gengchi is a type of top-level sage art. It is an existence that rivals divine power. How can it be understood from the perspective of chakra? He just wanted to see if his so-called breaking all defenses could work. And Akebi no Jinin ignored the surprise of the people around him, only snorted coldly, and said confidently, "No matter what kind of monster you are, my blunt knife Kabuto will never miss it. Apart from the disadvantage in speed, as long as the other party and I are tough fight, you can't beat me." Drink. With a knife, there is a loud noise. Bang. The sound of tearing, dancing in the wind. Storm ripped apart the air, and the sound of click was clear and audible. How? Ha ha. Akebi no Jinin laughed complacently, while Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and chuckled, "It's really amazing, but don't you want your dull knife?" Akebi no Jinin looked at it, and saw that it was not the golden light like a copper wall that shattered, but the blunt knife Kabuto cut. Blunt knife Kabuto cut all the knives torn apart. Not only did the blade go away, but the handle was subjected to a greater force, and it was completely shattered and shattered. Neji narrowed his eyes and murmured in his heart, "This astral chi is the strongest defense known in the world. His structural system is unmatched by any chakra, not even revolving heaven." So Neji didn't taunt him just now. The blunt knife Kabuto's ability to cut really surprised him. The attack power was so strong that it could completely counterattack and devour the entire blunt knife. That is to say, the person who made this knife, although considering the strong defense-breaking performance of this knife, did not consider. The knife itself has almost no defense power. Click click. Under the astonished attention of everyone, the blunt knife Kabuto cut all the pieces, leaving no room for it. How could? Munashi Jinpachi also bit Kiba, with tangled eyes. In this world, there are not only such powerful young people, but this young man can be so powerful that they are beyond compare. At this time, Akebi no Jinin was also defeated, and he lowered his hands in despair, and got a taste of the real powerhouse. A huge figure jumped away again, and the extraordinary weight raised dust all around when it landed. Tsukazan Fuguki is a tall and fat man with a height of 2.5 meters. Although he has no weapons at the moment, his long orange hair stands on end. After a hand seal, he roars, "Ninja, needle 1,000 books." I saw that his hair quickly turned into countless thousands, and the needles flew towards Neji like a drizzle. Sweden, water style, water dragon bullet art. Behind him, Shueyu actively helped hand seal, and the vast water dragon was created in an environment without water, blocking all the needles. The next moment, Tsukazan Fuguki sneered, and saw that dozens of needles immediately floated up inside the falling needles, pulling out the long lines. Those threads immediately surrounded Neji, like a net, surrounded by Neji. The source of those threads was a weapon like a huge stitching needle, and Kuriarer Kushimaru's slender figure was like a needle, swiftly dispatched. Tsukazan Fuguki sneered, "You're finished now." Kuriarer Kushimaru's move is to use the seamless connection of long knife sewing needles and threads to behead the enemy. What if you escaped this disaster? As long as you are around here, everyone is in danger, including those ninjas behind you. At this moment, Kakashi and Ino are nervous, because they have not entered the battle state quickly because of Neji. Situation immediately became critical. Kakashi turned on Sharingan again, and the next moment, Neji held out a hand. He looked indifferent and muttered, "Hyoten ice style, demonic mirroring ice crystals." Chapter 408 Unsheathed. Thor's sword. Hyoten, ice style. Why? Sukazan Fubuki took a few steps back in surprise. He never thought, besides Bakuten, explosion style, this guy can actually have Hyoten, ice style. That the water terrain created by Shueyu's water dragon bullet technique just now played a role. Under the action of the accumulated water on the ground, the ice crystal mirrors quickly rose up inside, resisting the flying needles and threads. Those needles shuttled through the demonic mirroring ice crystals, as if they were caught in the cyclic Tsukuyomi, and never again no anger and aggression. Subsequently, Neji hand seal again. Hyoten, ice style, ice rock hull no. Zitsa. In the air, cold ice cubes began to spread rapidly out of thin air, growing around Kuriarer Kushimaru, who was trapped by demonic mirroring ice crystals. Soon, he was trapped by ice cubes, a barrier used for defense. Is formed. But Kuriarer Kushimaru was also forced to be hidden inside. At this time, the wires connected to the outside seemed to be a burden. After the demonic mirroring ice crystals were lifted, the huge ice ball fell to the ground, smashing a big hole, and the messy wires also followed. The landing. Is it originally a defensive move? Neji did the opposite, making him the main reason for trapping the guy. Because an attack like the needle is very quick and hits the mark, which proves that his power is not strong enough, even if it is a defensive technique, he has absolutely no way to break through. The fifth one is settled. Neji looked up and took a deep breath. Momochi, Munashi Jinpachi, Akebi no Jinin, Sukazan Fubuki, Kuriarer Kushimaru. There are only two people left, the Ringo Amayuri and the ghost lamp full moon that he is more looking forward to. Damn, it's Bakuten, explosion style, and Hyoten, ice style, again. You bastard, are you a ninja who fights by stealing other people's ninjutsu? What a shame. Sukazan Fubuki scoffed, while Neji squinted his eyes. If he remembered correctly, in the original book, Sukazan Fubuki, as the intelligence unit chief of the village of Kurigakure, ordered the ghost shark to do the work of the last line of defense to protect the intelligence escorted by the intelligence unit. In order to protect the information, the ghost shark even killed his teammates. And those teammates have the existence of people who are cherished by ghost sharks. As a result, this guy, as the captain, sold his intelligence to neighboring countries for profit. Such news made the ghost shark unacceptable, and the ghost shark personally ended the life of this scum and took away the muscle of the shark. Neji sarcastically said, no matter how shameful it is, it's not as shameful as it is. It's even more shameful to be killed by one's own subordinates after doing something different from the surface. You. Sukazan Fubuki was suddenly speechless. You are talking nonsense. But, that's all, what he is most curious about at the moment is Neji. How could such a young ninja know such a thing? Really an unusual guy. It might be over 100 years old. This time, he didn't dare to act rashly. And Ringo Amayuri grinned and said with a chuckle, I'm different from them, you guy, don't be too arrogant. He took out two knives, but did not step forward, but lightning flashed on the knives. The two knives crossed together, and the power of thunder and lightning quickly condensed. Thunder Sword Raikiba, kid, I played against his first master Kurosuke Raikiba 2 years ago, I hope you don't lose as badly as he did. Bang. Ringo Amayuri hates Kurosuke Raikiba, the previous owner of the thunder knife, because Ringo Amayuri died unexpectedly half a year after he got the knife. Kurosuke Raikiba is also the most recent person in the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and it is possible that he is not dead yet. Because Ringo Amayuri took the knife and didn't kill the guy. Stop chattering. Take the trick. Thunder Saber Technique. Falling Thunder. I saw that she crossed the two knives together, and when the sky was cloudless, there was a thunderbolt. Can that knife actually be able to manipulate lightning? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. This powerful force is really shocking. Neji, on the other hand, was indifferent, just raised his head and slammed his palm. CCC. On the occasion of thunder and lightning interaction. From bottom to top is an overwhelming trend. Everyone was stunned, Ringo Amayuri also had a premonition that this person was unusual, but he bit Kiba and crossed the thunder knives together again, saying, Raiden Thunder Style Ramen. It seems that she is a more skilled master than Kurosuke Lei Kiba, and she can actually use that knife to hand seal. Ino said in surprise. Shueyu said, Ah, that's right, this is the real way to use that knife. Compared with the two-knife flounder and flounder, the power of Kamui is different. There are two thunder knives, and they have to be rubbed together. Only by keeping pace with each other can a greater power of thunder be born. Quote. Ino narrowed his eyes, looked at Shueyu, and asked, How? How do you know this? Shueyu was startled, looked at Ino blankly, squinted her eyes and laughed. Hee, I'm not talented, although I'm not as good as my elder brother Manu, but I also mastered the use of 3 knives at the same time when I was a child. Quote. He spoke, he immediately swung the beheading sword in his hand and said, But this one is really my favorite. After all, it's the most handsome for beheading people. Ino saw Shueyu's energetic appearance and complained, Really? Then why don't you go up and cut your elder brother now? Shueyu was startled, and quickly said with a guilty conscience, it's enough to have Neji here, I'm just watching the show. Watch the show. Bang, Ino ignored him. However, she also had a little worry in her heart. Shueyu is a ghost talent, with a very strong comprehension ability, especially for the beheading sword that he immediately learned to use when he got it. Shueyu's ability to master the sword is very strong. If not restrained at that time, even in the Dance of Swords, Suzuki would not have lost to Kurosuke Rai Kiba. That was the first 7 ninja swordsmen. And even Shueyu can only master 3 knives. That ghost lamp full moon, even at a very young age, mastered 7 knives proficiently. Such a terrifying talent, and a concentration comparable to Neji, how strong is it? PFF, Raiden Thunder Style Thunderbolt. Boom. Ringo Amayuri lay on the ground, his face ashen. But for a moment, he still stood up with difficulty, biting Kiba and looking at Neji who was calm and composed. Damn, all the evil Konoha, just the Hyuga clan ninja who is good at chakra control. Nothing great. Compared to our ninja swordsman, you are nothing. Ninja knife. What's so great about holding a ninja knife? Ringo Amayuri snorted and said, Ninjas are extremely difficult for a ninja master. Don't think that you are very strong. Back then, the master Lei Kiba took me half a year of work. She crossed her knives again. Raiden Thunder Style Thunderball. Quote. Flew towards Neji. Neji sighed and reached into his clothes. Raiden Thunder Style. Then, let's use the ninja sword with you guys. Ohm. The blade knocked out, and there was a flash of thunder. The dull thunder and lightning did not seem to split, but directly swallowed those thunderballs. The sword in his hand became even more turbid, with the power of rubbing yin. Thor's sword, Kakashi said in surprise. Chapter 409 Hydrate. Ghost Lamp Full Moon. Slash. Neji held it, neatly. Others don't understand, but Ino understands. This is a Neji who sees himself as a practicing swordsman again after a long time, not a ninja to fight. The so-called ninja is forbearance for the strategy of battle, but the forbearance as a swordsman is not a simple strategy, but the freedom of the whole move. Act decisively, resolutely. At this moment, Neji's attitude has changed completely. As a ninja, Neji's strength has reached the level of quasi-6 paths, turning his hands into clouds and covering his hands into the wind, and a move with all his strength can instantly destroy this area. But Neji must control this degree, otherwise the tragedy is also a kind of spiritual practice. But only by becoming a swordsman, Neji's offense became extremely accurate. Ringo Amayuri's body was split in half. All the thunder and lightning have been bloomed. Surrounded by yin energy, Sukazan Fubuki jumped back and avoided subconsciously. And Neji is a knife. See. From the head to the tail vertebra, his whole body was split in half, and he fell to the ground on the left and right. The ghost lantern Moon, who was standing behind them, also seemed to sense that Neji was starting to fight in earnest. Have you finally fought seriously? This is your true strength. Neji didn't answer. His face was indifferent. Ghost Lantern Manu murmured. Actually, I don't want to fight you, but there is a guy behind this who seems to be manipulating me all the time, so I wish you good luck. He sighed, hand seal as he spoke. This guy, it seems that he has also learned about my body and has a good level of control. Ghost Lamp Shuiyu rode. I saw a slight change in the surrounding chakra. Gui Deng Shuiyu swallowed and said, this is another move, he is about to start. I saw that the ice cube that trapped Kuriarer Kushimaru quickly disintegrated and melted. The bodies of Sukazan Fuguki and Ringo Amayuri began to recover, and even the blunt knife Kabuto began to return to its original state. Can even a ninja's sword be restored? This is too exaggerated. Kakashi was extremely surprised. Ghostlight Shuiyu narrowed his eyes and explained, yes, the function of chakra flow control lies in the technique of hydration, or this is the highest state of the technique of hydration. Treating the form of everything in the world as the form of water, you can transform and morph, and be unshattered without shape. As for the elder brother, he realized this ability before he got sick, but the elders of the people in the clan listened to the words of the fourth generation of Mizukage, and after the experiment, the elder brother could not use this ability at all. Never heard of it. Kakashi also felt a lot of pressure. He immediately pulled off the mask that he had put on before, Sharingan Fresh Yuhi, and the shape changed, Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. Om. A central point appeared, and the ghost lamp full moon jumped quickly and retreated back 10 meters. Sweden, water style, the art of the water arm. Shuiyu also hand seal, her arm instantly gigantic, waving a beheading sword, and flew away. Ding. When Akabi no Jinin and Kuriarer Kushimaru fight with Suzuki alone. Kakashi also shifted his target and said to Neji, leave these people to us. And Ino also said, Neji, if you are curious about that guy, you can go. Leave the battlefield here to us. At this moment, Neji turned his head slightly and looked around. Under Byakugan's line of sight, everything within a kilometer radius is clearly visible. For the range of chakra, it can even reach 10,000 meters. It seems that everything is almost resolved, and I don't need me anymore, so I'll play with you. After Neji said that, a cracked black tunnel next to it had opened. Time and space. The ghost lamp full moon was startled, and the body responded subconsciously. And behind him, Neji's hand has reached out and placed it on his shoulder. Take it. Distance. Munashi Jinpachi threw the blasting knife droplets in his hand, and Ghost Lantern Manu stretched out his hand to catch it firmly. And at this moment, Neji was stunned for a moment, and the hand on Manu's shoulder actually slipped down as if it had failed. Wow, tilde. Water splashed, and Neji's hand penetrated Manmoon's body. To be able to use other fake actions to release the hydration technique on the way to receive it, this guy's ability is far above Shuiyu. After all, the elder brother is still the elder brother. The whole ninja world always seems to be that the elder brother is more powerful than the younger brother. Also reasonable. Neji immediately stretched out his other hand, and the Thor's sword swung in one blow. Wow, tilde. The water splashed everywhere again, and the whole head of the full moon turned into water, and was beaten by Neji. The next moment, the fire was dazzling. Bang! The blasting knife droplets produce a huge explosion, and the smoke is billowing. Huh! Neji quickly backed out, half squatting down. The Thor's sword in his hand was tightly gripped, and it seemed that fighting against this monster couldn't be a sword-only battle, and one had to be very careful. It seems that there is really no way to hurt him without using Sage Mode and the power of Yin and Yang. It seems that the power of revolving heaven around your body can be released continuously. It's very powerful. It's more powerful than the Konoha village genius I saw before. The genius you met, who is it? Neji asked with a chuckle. In my heart, I was thinking about the next step, either using Sage Mode or Byakugan Chakra Mode to find the weakness of the hydration technique with strength, but this means that Neji's self-cultivation exercise has ended in failure. The reason why they have been entangled for so long is just to find a way to defeat difficult opponents with the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint in equal strength. Every time he fights like this, Neji can always gain a lot of proficiency. Is it really difficult to do it deliberately? Uchiha Shisui, that guy's demonic illusion, really is my biggest weakness. But, if it's physical damage, there's nothing I can do. Demonic illusion. Neji's mouth twitched. Then I know what to do with you. He didn't expect the answer to be so simple. Why didn't he think of it? It's really easy to come by. Bang, tilde. The blasting knife droplets produced a violent explosion on the way. Neji was unscathed. The powerful impact made him dodge for a while. The moment he landed, Neji realized that he had no place to stand. The ground has been completely hydrated by the full moon's spell, turning into a pool of water. Sink into the bottom. Neji seems to be sinking into the bottom of the sea. Manyu's face appeared in front of him. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a smile, "Your ability. It's very useful, but it's mine soon." The full moon was startled, and the next moment, Neji turned into a white light. Only the full moon is left underwater, and everything happens in less than 0.5 seconds. Using the technique of spiritualization, Neji easily escaped, but it also consumed a lot of chakra. This protracted Fourth Ninja War made Neji experience many battles in a row, and the consumption was still a lot. This is also the reason why Neji does not dare to play his whole cards easily. The enemies to be encountered later will be stronger than waves. Full moon came to Neji and transformed from water into a human form. "What do you mean when you say my abilities are yours?" Manyu asked. Neji's mouth twitched, and he chuckled. "Of course I'm studying your abilities. I've already mastered the 7 attributes of chakra, but I still can't steal your bloodline limit. But I finally know the answer just now. Your ability belongs to sage art. Is the energy of nature." Chapter 410 Demonic Illusion. Shisui's eyes. Nature. Energy. Ghost Lantern Manu is obviously incomprehensible. Even the sage art mentioned by Neji just now, he is also confused. And these, Neji probably guessed it. Hehe, the Ghost Lamp clan is really interesting. The clan in this world has been passed down from ancient times to the present. I should have thought of it long ago. Neji has already started talking to himself. The ghost lamp full moon in front of him frowned, and he didn't understand what this young man with such a strong strength was thinking, just like he couldn't understand why Neji could have such a strong strength at such a young age. It turned out to be like this. I knew. This piece of land has existed for so long, and chakra just passed on this piece of land by the ninja 1,000 years ago. Before that, there must be a stronger force. Neji raised his head, suddenly enlightened. These families, whether it is the bugs of the Aburame family or the ninja dogs tamed by the Inuzuka family, existed before chakra came to this world. Although they survive through chakra, they are not created by chakra. The real vitality of life does not rely on chakra. When there is no chakra, the world is of course a reasonable and possibly more prosperous period. Why must chakra be seen as a blessing, not a disaster for this ninja world? Kimamaro's ability, Suzuki's ability, and even Karen's ability is a Uzumaki clan. None of this has anything to do with chakra. It belongs to this world, a real gift from the gods. Neji clenched his fists excitedly, his mind full of wonderful fantasies about this world, as if his taste buds were activated, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, like a mad scientist who was obsessed with research. Hyuga Neji, what the hell did you think of? Manmoon narrowed his eyes, but he wasn't too curious. For him, understanding Hyuga Neji itself is a difficult thing to do, let alone what Hyuga Neji is going to pursue as a living person. He is already a dead person, and he was forced to give up everything he cared about in this world during a serious illness. How could he care about the thoughts of those who are still alive? Therefore, his face was also indifferent, and only his hand was raised subconsciously. Anyway, hydration is a move you can't break with taijutsu. Even ninjutsu doesn't work. As I said, the only weakness is demonic illusion. It's a pity that you have Byakugan, not Sharingan. He sighed and said, this person behind the scenes is Orochimaru's subordinate, right? It seems that because of Shueyu, he also has a lot of research on our Ghost Lamp clan, and knows how I can deal with ninjas like you. He raised his head, looked at Neji who was thinking to himself, and said, find a way to escape, find someone to deal with me. I really didn't expect you to use Byakugan to impose demonic illusion on me just now, but that level is not enough for ordinary people. People can do it, but it doesn't mean much to me. Indeed. Neji finally broke free from his excited fantasies and opened his eyes. What? Are you finally free from the environment? Ghost Lantern Full Moon shrugged, and the surrounding environment was quiet, as if time and space had stopped. Neji looked around, narrowed his eyes, and said, you're right, my Byakugan's demonic illusion is still incomparable to Sharingan. Byakugan's demonic illusion is based on yin and yang, and it does not affect the people in the demonic illusion, but the surrounding environment. It is as small as Izanagi, but for your body, it belongs to nature. For some special physiques, my demonic illusion is as simple as giving you a kindergarten math problem. But, Neji raised his head, tilted his head and said, how do you know that I can't use demonic illusion using Sharingan? Sharingan's demonic illusion. Neji's eyes were rounded, and his right eye turned black. There is a thick turbid atmosphere around, which is shocking. Net eyes opened. Neji's eyes flashed a hint of Yuhi, Tomo from Sharingan. Ghost Lantern Manu frowned and took a step back. This guy, as a Hyuga family, hides Sharingan in his eyes. I don't know about the ghost lamp full moon of the three major pupils, but I just thought it was a strange phenomenon, narrowed my eyes and said, even if you have an ordinary Sharingan demonic illusion, it doesn't make any sense. After fighting against the Uchiha clan of Konoha, I don't fear the ordinary demonic illusion. Quote. However, Neji's eyes, the next moment, changed instantly. The shape changed to a shuriken-like shape and began to spin rapidly. This is Uchiha Shisui's eyes. In Neji's pure eye, the pattern of Shisui's eye emerges, and the green chakra energizes. You actually, why, how come Uchiha Shisui's eyes are in your hands? The ghost lamp full moon is rarely excited. He has never met an opponent in his life. Only in the last battle of his life he met Uchiha Shisui, who is also a genius. Shisui again, he was thrilled. Neji, on the other hand, looked indifferent and explained, before Uchiha Shisui died, Sharingan was taken away by Shimura Danzo, the top of Konoha. This eye Danzo used him to do many bad things. I killed Danzo and took back the eyes. Such eyes should be used for real use, rather than wicked ways. Quote. The blood Yuhi color in Shisui's eyes was bright and translucent. And the ghost lamp full moon, at this moment, the memories have flooded into my heart, and my mind is full of Uchiha Shisui's excellent mind and extraordinary movement. As a master, they are all sympathetic. And at this moment, Neji in front of him is so imaginary with that genius, but compared to Shisui, the person in front of him doesn't seem to be a hero, but a hero. So courageous, doing things completely unexpected. He sighed and murmured, it's just a pity that your demonic illusion seems to have failed. He stretched out his hand, which slowly liquefied. In Uchiha Shisui's demonic illusion, I can't do anything, he can make me immobile. And your demonic illusion can't do that, even if my actions can't be sealed, there is no meaning. Even if you beat me here, the mastermind behind the scenes will still control me to escape from here and continue to support other enemy battlefields. I didn't expect Ghost Lantern Moon to think so for the Ninja Alliance, which is also the result of Neji's demeanor that moved him. After Uchiha Shisui, another Hyuga Neji came out to let him experience the fun of learning from masters. The Ghost Lantern clan are simply too buggy. No, you don't need to worry about it. Neji chuckled, shrugged, and counted the time. According to the time, it should be almost right now. Look. Neji raised his head, the blazing sun in the sky, shining on the ground. The water on the ground began to evaporate a little under the scorching sun. What do you mean? Ghost Dengmanu narrowed his eyes and explained, direct sunlight is indeed the weakness of the hydration technique. You found it very accurately, but this level of damage is not enough. At this time, Neji's mouth twitched suddenly, showing a charming smile. Don't you? Never doubt that the reality you believe in is really reality. Chapter 411 Right Eye. Conjecture established. Reality. Ghost Lantern Full Moon did not understand the meaning of this sentence. And Neji explained without resentment, do you think you didn't win demonic illusion? Neji lowered his head, did not continue to explain, but said leisurely, if a person is in the game, then what he sees is what the planner wants him to see. As a person in the game, how can this be the case? How about easily trusting your own judgment? Neji's eyes at the moment are meaningful. And that contemptuous glance made Ghost Lantern even more afraid after the full moon. He immediately started hand seal, not to fight, but to confirm the reality he believed in. ZZ. His hands began to liquefy, but in any case, there was no way to completely liquefy them. The moment the arm turned into water, it dripped down, and the sound of water droplets was heard in the ear. The water vapor keeps rising, and the liquefied water is gone. There is no return. On the way to liquefaction, the water flows rapidly, and there is no source of replenishment. When did this start? Ghost Lantern Manu blinked blankly, closed his eyes, and sensed the flow of chakra throughout his body, and he didn't get hit by demonic illusion. Neji chuckled. Demonic illusion. This eye of Shisui. His pure eyes opened again, and the fresh Yuhi of Shisui's eyes inside was extremely moving. Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan is the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan from demonic illusion so far. You have never seen the power of demonic illusion contained in him. Shisui's real demonic illusion is not what you call bondage and mind control at all. Shisui's demonic illusion is the real horror. The place is that he can control your thinking where you don't notice it. Let you be a judgment that you ignore. Have you forgotten? Listening to Neji's explanation, Manu's whole body had goosebumps. The hairs stand up. All of this is a game. Maybe at that moment, Neji started demonic illusion, or maybe this demonic illusion has never been unlocked. You haven't acted yet. This is the evidence. What? Ghost Lantern Manu frowned, but couldn't move, and for some reason, his chakra leaked out involuntarily. You are such a sharp and calm ninja. Even if you are controlled by Kabuto, you will never show any flaws. Look at you now, and you are still the same person who watched your companions fight without showing any flaws. Neji chuckled, and Manu stopped talking, thinking. Just now, he was chatting with Neji in a panic, and even started to think about it, and even thought from the perspective of the ninja coalition. But the Kurigakure is reborn. I have been influenced by demonic illusion since the beginning of the battle with you. He stretched out his hands, and even realized that he had long forgotten the time, and under the huge sunlight, the moisture continued to flow. Almost there, Neji breathed out. Neji closed his eyes, opened them again, and returned to his original Byakugan appearance. And the full moon of ghost lights has finally broken away from demonic illusion. Suddenly, he raised his head. Serious frown, staring at Neji in front of him. He didn't speak, his face was indifferent. All the words, in the heart, filtered again. Really, it's like this. His face was indifferent, but his heart had already exploded. All his life, he has been a person of indifference and inarticulateness, and he actually chatted with a strange ninja in battle. This is the demonic illusion of the Eye of Shisui, capable of even changing a person's personality. Neji touched his right eye and felt a burning sensation. He murmured, whether it's Shisui's eye or purifying eye, it's too powerful. Without the blessing of Hashirama cells, I'm afraid the concentration of chakra will burn all my optic nerves. Using the two special pupil techniques for such a long time, Neji is also a little too exhausted. It is really unexpected to use such strength in such a place. Good harvest though. Neji's face showed bright yuhi-colored lines, as if the gods were about to start a mysterious ceremony. Ghost Lamp Manu squinted his eyes, although he didn't show it on the surface, but his heart had turned upside down. This was no longer demonic illusion, but Neji's battle, which caused a big explosion in his heart. Sage Mode. Neji turned on Sage Art, and the chakra around the body exploded instantly. This trick is over. Vulcan. Neji stretched out his hand, his palm in the pose of Gentle Fist, and Gentle Fist's chakra turned into a fiery yuhi color during the burning process. This is the divine power of Vulcan. Unlike ordinary chakras, divine power is the absolute nemesis of Sage Art. Fire is also against water. You were burned by Vulcan's power just now in demonic illusion and all your hydration ability was burned away. Now, this trick, you can't defend against it. Neji's eyes, there was a flash of heroic confidence. Baby. Speed, power, unparalleled. The fire is soaring. There was no more water, but the body was smashed by a palm in the fiery smelting, and the whole body was smashed into two pieces. Bang, fell to the ground, and the ghost lamp full moon stared blankly. Divine power. God's power. It's really ridiculous. Ghost lamp full moon broke away from demonic illusion and returned to the original mean and indifferent character. Only the upper body was left, but he still quickly raised a hand and stretched out his index finger. Sweden water style water iron cannon. Fire a powerful chakra water cannon from your index finger. The speed is extremely fast, and it is impossible for a human to react at all. Right on Neji's forehead. Ha! Hit. But. Straight through Neji's head, the spray hits the spray, and over Neji, it explodes even more violently. Neji's body was also partially liquefied, and then quickly recovered. Neji's mouth twitched. Thank you for your ability, it's very useful. Ghost Dengmanu lay on the ground in a daze, and the lower body was slowly recovering from the dirt, but the speed was extremely slow. Neji said, that chakra flow is the ultimate form of hydration, right? It's really interesting. The ghost lamp full moon stared blankly at Neji performing his unique hydration technique. His face was ashen. You are a true genius. His mouth trembled slightly. Failure is not terrible, knowing that the huge gap between himself and the other party is the most terrible. Neji said, your body should have undergone some kind of ritual, which greatly enhanced your perception and absorption of Sage Art chakra from the outside world, but it also accelerated your demise. Your body is not a descendant of celestial body, why? Can you withstand this kind of power? Neji tilted his head, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Neji used the Eye of Shisui to launch demonic illusion at the beginning of the battle, which changed Man Moon's attitude towards the fight. When Man Moon mentioned his weakness, Neji tried to use Byakugan to launch demonic illusion. Under the effect of Shisui's demonic illusion, Manu thought he had broken Byakugan's demonic illusion and let down his guard. This is the process. Neji used Byakugan to thoroughly see the abnormal change in the flow rate of chakra in Moon's body. During the hydration technique, the flow of chakra in his whole body is still in the state of demonic illusion, and it still merges with the outside world. Integrated. This is the characteristic of Sage Art. That is, through this, Neji immediately judged that the ability of the Ghost Lamp family, the essence of the hydration technique is the use of Sage Art energy. It seems that the conjecture that Sage Art is an energy that existed in the world earlier than chakra, has been established. Chapter 412 Little Brother. Moon's Mission. I will seal you. Your younger brother Shuiyu has inherited your ability perfectly, but the power of the immortal sage art is not something your tribe can bear. Neji stretched out his hand, and the power of hydration in Shueyu's body slowly vacated, and was sucked into the palm of his hand by Neji. Let me bear this sin for you. This is a matter of mutual benefit, and this is also the condition you gave me to take care of your brother. Afterwards, Neji retracted his hand and started hand seal. Aikiao Shukaku Chakra. Boom. In the ground, sand began to seep out, slowly wrapping Ghost Lamp Manu's body, and the sealing technique began to beat as if alive, surrounding the surface of the sand, connecting like a chain. Wait. Ghost Lantern Manu hesitated for a long time, and finally frowned slightly. His indifferent face finally appeared a little shaken. This is the last chance. If you have anything to say, just say it, Neji said. He doesn't want to take it off anymore. Bakuden, explosion style, Hyoten, ice style, and hydration techniques have all been obtained. This is already the biggest gain he wants, and the rest are just incidental. The demonic illusion you used just now is really Shisui's strongest demonic illusion. Ghost Lantern Manu asked hesitantly. The demonic illusion of Uchiha Shisui that he had seen at the beginning made him completely immobile. Just like this, he was already haunted by this matter before his death, but unexpectedly, Uchiha Shisui still had this demonic illusion ability hidden. Neji immediately understood what the Ghost Full Moon, an extremely proud genius, really cared about. Corner of his mouth twitched, and he chuckled. I can only tell you, this technique is far from Uchiha Shisui's strongest demonic illusion. It is an existence that is thousands of times stronger than this technique. It is forbearance. The strongest demonic illusion the world has ever known. This. Ghost Lantern Moon's eyes widened. How deafening is this news? Is he a genius? In the village of Kurigakure maybe, but in front of Uchiha Shisui, and in front of this young ninja of the Hyuga clan. He is nothing. He was about to leave now, hiding his indifference for a lifetime, but he didn't expect to end up under Uchiha Shisui's demonic illusion. It seems that the ninjas of your Konoha village are still the strongest. Ghost Lantern Manu closed his eyes, unwilling to take another look at the world. The sand slowly covered his entire body until it crawled towards his face. Just before the sand covered his face, he finally said softly, if possible, I really want to see what the strongest demonic illusion looks like. Wow. The sand covered it, and Neji slammed it down. Seal. Shukaku Chakra's sealing technique is very powerful. Using chakra to seal only one person is enough to be worthy of the famous existence of Ghost Lamp Full Moon. Neji finally let out a breath, and the sage mode was released. Neji. Ino ran over at this time out of breath, followed by Suzuki and Kakashi. Is it resolved? Neji asked. Well, it's all sealed, it's all thanks to Kakashi-sensei. Ino looked at Kakashi, and Kakashi was so tired that the dark circles under his eyes looked bad. No, thanks to Ino's secret technique, your abilities are close to your father's. Shueyu looked at a sand and stone statue in front of Neji, a little surprised. Neji said, your brother is really talented, he was worried about you before he was sealed. Shueyu was startled, her face was startled, and she was a little moved. But the next moment, he pouted again, and said, come on, don't lie to me, I don't believe it. Hee hee. Neji shrugged and smiled, believe it or not tilde. Shueyu narrowed her eyes, glanced at the sandstone statue secretly, and sighed quietly. Neji turned on Byakugan and observed the details within a kilometer nearby. Except for White Zetsu, most of the impure world reincarnation ninjas were sealed. The sacrifice here is slightly more serious than other battlefields, but it's not too bad. Exaggeration is all within reason. It is also unavoidable. After all, the technique of Kurigakure is too tricky. Fortunately, Konoha village has had a hostile relationship with Kurigakure village for a long time, so Konoha village ninjas understand how to deal with Kurigakure village ninjas, which greatly speeds up the sealing process. Then, the support mission is perfectly completed. A relieved smile, Neji stretched out his hand to welcome Ino's palm. Clap, the two of them gave each other a high five and smiled tacitly. Then Ino looked at Neji hesitantly. Don't worry, some things will come naturally. Neji nodded. Shueyu narrowed her eyes, looked at Neji secretly, and asked, so there seems to be something else to do. I'm going to. She had missed a lot of things by not following Neji in the past 2 years. This time, she finally got together again, but she didn't want to miss it again. No, I still have tasks to do for you. Neji narrowed his eyes and said, I have a very important thing for you to do. No, I have to go with you. You promised me back then that you would accept me as your younger brother, and then I worked for you. You can't go back and regret it. Otherwise, I won't be willing to help you. The more time passed, the more Shueyu knew that Neji was not as indifferent and resolute as she looked, and she knew that Neji would not do anything to him, but learn to negotiate conditions. Neji pouted, thought for a moment, then nodded cheerfully. Okay, you can follow if you want, but you can find someone for me first, and you can go together. Looking for someone? Shueyu asked curiously. You are also familiar with this person. He is the main medical unit in Kurigakure village, the medical department in Konoha Ninja village. Ow, I know, I'm going right now. Come find her, and I can work with you, right? I'll bring her right away. Afterwards, Shueyu acted immediately and left the scene without waiting for Neji to speak. Neji, you have a lot of little brothers outside. This thing is more useful than my Parker. But he is not a perceptive ninja, how can he find you then? You lied to your little brother like that. Kakashi groaned. Neji smiled and shrugged. Don't worry, the person he's looking for is second in perception, and no one dares to say first. Ino was startled, and noticed a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Dad, Ino said blankly. Ino, now I want to convey the order of the headquarters military division. Please convey to Neji and Kakashi by your side. Ah, okay. Ino looked at Neji, explained it, and started hand seal. Then, a small, group chat, was set up by remote connection between the father and daughter. Shikaku, Kakashi, Hyuga Neji, I'm Nara Shikaku, I'm at headquarters now. Kakashi, well, what are the instructions? Shikaku, although the task for Neji is to rescue the third battlefield, but in fact. Don't worry, I've finished dealing with the 7 ninja swordsmen. The other ninjas from the ninja village are not here now. Kakashi can go. Neji smiled inexplicably. Shikaku was surprised. It's so well done, I knew it would be okay to leave this to you, Neji. Chapter 413 Battlefield. Their own crisis. This thing, what's going on? Kakashi was dumbfounded. Shikaku, the enemy this time is basically related to missing Nin in Konoha village, and it seems that a large part of Sharingan is involved. We suspect that it is related to the previous Uchiha clan rebellion. But now there is no way to investigate the previous incident. The simple and direct way is to study Sharingan. Now the masked man calls himself Uchiha Madara, and he also has Sharingan, and Uchiha Sasuke, who has not appeared for a long time, also owns Sharingan. To face enough complex situations, the intelligence master of Sharingan is very important. Now on our side, you are the only one with Sharingan, Kakashi. Hearing this, Kakashi suddenly realized. He almost neglected himself, he had such a special eye. Because this matter is extremely sensitive, the ninja coalition is now composed of 5 countries. Although the distribution of Neji is reasonable, it is indeed easy to cause misunderstandings among ninjas from the 5 countries. Try not to make a statement about Kakashi. Kakashi nodded and said, well, I'll be careful. Shikaku, before the sun goes down, go back to headquarters. Kakashi, understood. Shikaku, then, Hyuga Neji, the headquarters has a new mission for you. Neji, a new mission. Shikaku, the 4th unit, trapped in the desert by the powerhouses of impure world reincarnation, especially the powerhouses such as the 2nd generation Mizukage Ghost Moon, the second-generation Tsuchikage Mew and the third-generation Raikage, needs strong combat power to go forward. Support. Also, Naruto and Killer Bee need someone to stop. Neji, wait, if that's the case, I think it's appropriate for me to stop Naruto and the others. Shikaku was obviously surprised. What? There is no powerful enemy there. Why don't you support the teammates in the desert battlefield? This. Report. A strange chakra appears in the southern wasteland, approaching the location of Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee. Over there, came the voices of the headquarters perception personnel. Shikaku sighed. It just happened to be close. Just do as you said, you go to Naruto. Make sure to keep him safe. The tailed beast must not fall into the hands of the enemy. Neji's mouth twitched. Of course, I never miss. Then, let Kazekage and Tsuchikage go to support the desert battlefield. Over there, the headquarters was engaged in urgent discussions, and the connection was interrupted. Ino asked, why not support the desert battlefield? Neji's eyes were sharp and he smiled. Of course he is more interested in the things here. There was a hint of evil in his eyes. South, the wasteland. Outside the woods, Naruto, Uzumaki and Killer Bee, on their way, finally stopped. There seems to be something strange, yo. But if you encounter this uncle, you must retreat, yay. Killer Bee tilted his head, looking very drawn. Naruto has become more rigorous, because he has a strong perception ability when the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails mode is turned on, and can fully understand the chakra of the enemy so close, and these two chakras are all he seems to know. Chakra. Until two supporting figures appeared in front of them. I didn't expect it to be you. Naruto, you look stronger than before. Nagato narrowed his eyes, and his face looked very bad. Even in the state of drawing, he looked sick. And Uchiha Itachi was not much better, and said to Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, have you met Sasuke? Nagato, still Sasuke's older brother. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto was excited and helpless when he saw the two of them. Nagato is a person who repented before his death and was influenced by Naruto during his lifetime, and of course Naruto would not be regarded as an enemy. And Naruto also heard the truth about Uchiha Itachi in the mouth of the masked man, so he also has a series of question marks for Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, are you really just being used by the senior management of the village? Is it really because of the betrayal of the Uchiha clan that you have to choose to slaughter the entire clan? Killer Bee, who was originally interested in rap, turned his head in surprise and looked at Naruto when he heard this. And Nagato was also stunned, and glanced at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi was silent for a while, but in the end did not answer. The truth of the matter doesn't matter, it's the outcome that matters. How is Sasuke now? Naruto lowered his head, unable to speak. He clenched his fists, bit Kiba and said, Sasuke he now wants to destroy Konoha, and was used by the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. After knowing the truth about you, Sasuke's hatred for Konoha is even deeper. Sure enough, did it end up like this? Itachi sighed, but there was only a slight change in his expression. He was also a person with a deep sense of stoicism. Naruto, haven't you fought Sasuke yet? Sasuke, has his eyes changed? Although I don't know why Itachi asked, but Naruto answered honestly, Sasuke, he has completely changed. It's all the work of the masked man behind him. Looks like, he hasn't had my eyes transplanted yet. Sasuke, Itachi muttered. Be careful. Nagato shouted immediately, his hands stretched out, and Rinnegan made a hum. Ah! Killer Bee opened his mouth wide, and was surprised to realize that his whole body had been sucked over, while Nagato's other hand was free from Uchiha Itachi's support, and a black iron rod stabbed out of his palm. Damn, my body can't help it. Nagato said in a trembling voice, trying to resist, but to no avail. Compare. The eight-tailed voice recalled that the tailed beast chakra overflowed from Killer Bee's body, the half-tailed beast chakra emanated, and behind him, the more powerful golden light-tailed beast chakra attacked. Naruto uses Kyuubi, Nine Tails, mode chakra to grab Killer Bee. Struggling to drag over. Kaden, fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Drink. Naruto stretched out his hand to resist, while Killer Bee used the half-tailed beast-like chakra to slap down and take all the function fire. Itachi, on the other hand, left the battlefield, controlled himself with his only will, pulled the distance and jumped to the branch. On the other side, the desert battlefield. A Jonin from the Hyuga clan, swiftly dodging the attack. Hyuga Iroha, one of the 3 elders of the Hyuga clan, the personal bodyguard of Hyuga Tianzawa, is also the new elite Jonin of Konoha village. When his teammates are exhausted, he deals with the legendary second-generation Mizukage ghost lamp alone. Phantom Moon. Sweden, water style, water iron cannon. 8 trigrams 1 hit. Bang. The huge collision force caused both of them to retreat a lot, but Ghost Lantern Genu just landed lightly, while Hyuga Iroha fell to the ground and rolled over a dozen times. The next moment, Ghost Lantern Wanyu appeared behind him like a ghost again. He turned around, stood up immediately, and made a warning. Ghost Lantern Wanyu's mouth twitched, and he sneered, "You brat of the Hyuga clan. I thought it would be fun to play with me. Is it just this level? Compared to the genius boy of the Hyuga clan I played against, it's a long way." Hyuga Iroha asked in surprise, "The genius boy of the Hyuga clan in your era? Is it Hyuga Tenon?" "Hyuga Tenon. I'm not interested in that kind of guy. The guy the first fought against is a stronger guy than Hyuga Tenon." The corner of Ghost Lantern's mouth twitched, and he stretched out his index finger and pointed at Hyuga Iroha in front of him. "Farewell, boy." Chapter 414 Reinforcement. Old Man Tsuchikage. Second generation of Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Moon. Such an arrogant strong man, because he has no eyebrows, looks impatient no matter what. He paused for a moment, nostalgic for the young ninja of the Hyuga clan in front of him. He was older than that Hyuga clan guy at the time. But during the resurrection period, Ghost Lantern Moon also understands that the Mizukage in Kurigakure village has reached the 5th generation now. So times have changed, and it has been decades, and he naturally doesn't think about it. It seems that the Hyuga family will never appear that kind of genius boy again, right? Sweden, water style, water cannon. Ghost Lantern extended his hand, and his index finger was finally aimed at Hyuga Iroha's forehead. Hyuga Iroha was lying on the ground and nervously kicked back a few steps, but now, the previous battle had already seriously injured him, and even now, he couldn't dodge easily. Moreover, the water and iron cannons of the Ghost Lamp family are notoriously fast, extremely accurate, and one-shot kills. This move is the end of it. Hyuga Iroha closed his eyes, preparing for death. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. A huge beam of light came flying, and the water iron cannon was instantly wiped out without a trace when it hit the beam. And the strong light also came towards the ghost lamp and the moon. He frowned, this trick he was all too familiar with. He quickly turned his head away, and then evacuated the place. The moment the beam touched the ground, it rapidly expanded into a huge cube shape. The part covered by the strong light, including the sand on the ground, all turned into invisible dust. A figure floated over, and I saw a small old man who was not tall, wearing a light green cloak. The old man bit Kiba, and said in a hoarse voice, "I was escaped." It was this guy who burned Master Wu's body back then, so he had to wear bandages on his body for the rest of his life. "You are Tsuchikage, the 3rd generation." Hyuga Iroha blinked and looked at the old man in surprise, excited. Onoki glanced at Iroha disdainfully, and murmured, "Young people must be strong. Get out of here, save you is to save face for your Hyuga clan." That. Hyuga Iroha blinked suspiciously. Onoki sighed and said, "Hyuga Neji, your Hyuga clan didn't produce a few powerful ninjas, how could you produce such a god?" Onoki is extremely depressed. No matter what, a family has to be a powerful family like the Uchiha family, in order to cultivate that kind of genius ninja that is rare for thousands of years, right? But this Hyuga clan, except for Neji, I have never seen such a shocking ninja. In front of such a powerful enemy, they were sent to another world with almost no resistance. Compared with Neji, it is simply worse. Too far. Onoki, it looks like you're a disciple of that guy, Tsuchikage the third generation. You're really capable. Ghost Lantern Wanyu has changed positions at this time, standing in the same place, tilting his head. At this time, a figure with a bandage all over his body jumped up quickly and landed. It seems that your spells also have a cooldown. Just now, Onoki's Jinten particle style, you still avoided it in fear. It is also the state of impure world reincarnation, and Wu began to mock Ghost Lantern Moon. Ghost Lantern Wanyu frowned and said with contempt, I want you to talk more. You mummy, fight well if you fight, you didn't put Jinten particle style just now. No adults. Onoki was still full of fighting spirit just now, but now he felt a strong sense of crisis. To work together to deal with a legendary god-level ninja is still something that can be tried. But if there are two at the same time, it is not good. Particular, Onoki's Jinten particle style is learned from nothing. Using Jinten particle style in front of nothing, Onoki is simply playing a big sword in front of Guangong. At this time, a figure came running fast. Hand, Captain Tamari. Hyuga Iroha withdrew halfway and stopped. You go there to support. The 3 generations of Raikage's thunder and lightning armor need Byakugan to analyze. Yes. Then, Hyuga Iroha quickly rushed to the other end. Is that the 3rd Raikage over there? According to the kid of the 4th Raikage, the 3rd Raikage's physical skills are extremely terrifying, and after the physical activity, he has the strongest spear and the strongest shield in the world. Onoki muttered. Tamari rushed over, turned his fan on Ni's shadow of impure world reincarnation not far away, and looked at Onoki beside him. Old Tsuchikage, why are you the only one here? Where's Gaara? Young people should be polite. Onoki frowned, and his mood suddenly became extremely unhappy. Gaara, are all the boys in Sunagakure village this naive? During the 5 Shadows talks, Gaara kidnapped Onoki a lot, and Onoki is still brooding, and now he is called, Old Tsuchikage, by a girl like Tamari, which really makes him angry. Aren't you just an old man? Is there anything wrong with me? Tamari narrowed his eyes in disgust, looking jealous and impatient. As Onoki was about to have a seizure, there was a thud in his waist. Oh, pain. You damn girl, I'll settle the account with you next time. Where did Gaara go? Tamari was obviously more concerned about Gaara's whereabouts than Onoki's waist. Onoki looked at the 2 big enemies over there seriously, and explained, the headquarters asked Gaara to support the other side. It's enough to have me here, don't look at my age, this kind of battle. I'm very looking forward to it. Onoki kicked, and a lot of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The forest, Neji and Ino are on their way. Suddenly, Neji stopped. Damn, what's going on? Neji muttered to himself, walking to the point where his eyes suddenly felt a violent burning, and a force that could not be released began to surround. After forbearing for a while, Neji only paid attention to this wrong. It had never happened before. It was as if a certain part of his body was being controlled by others, and it was swinging randomly, but he couldn't stop him effectively. Neji, what's wrong with you? Ino frowned and stopped, looking very worried. Neji has never been in such a situation, it must have been a serious enough situation for Neji to behave like this. I'm fine, Ino. Neji bit Kiba, fighting the pain, and started hand seal. Open eyes. Inside, Uchiha Shisui's eyes quickly began to spin. Chakra is no longer suppressed, and the wanton growth erupts. This instant, Neji felt a blank space in his mind, the intense pain and the sense of wrapping disappeared immediately, and some unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind. Unfamiliar. Neji, what's wrong with you? Neji. Ino's voice is getting more and more trance. Neji suddenly felt like a world away. There was some power surging in his body, and a burning feeling swept his body again. This. Neji swallowed, lips dry. He stretched out his hand to resist subconsciously and slowly opened his eyes. All around, there is a dim world, as if the road to Huang Izumi. In front of him was the ghostly young man, Vulcan, that he had seen before, looking at him. Chapter 415 Launch. Induction of Koto Amatsukami. Vulcan. Neji narrowed his eyes and asked hesitantly. But he didn't wait for Vulcan to answer, because Neji was just a little different just now, but the next moment, his memory recovered, and he completely remembered that the person in front of him was indeed the Vulcan he had met. As this, or the spiritual realm at that time. Vulcan chuckled, this time his voice was much more comfortable. Have you forgotten? You subdued Mount Myoboku, and the power of the Fire Soul Orb created a spiritual realm where I connect with you, and your powerful divine power also enchanted part of my divine power here. It seems that since then, I haven't come here to practice cultivation. After Vulcan's explanation, Neji quickly remembered. Not that he can't remember it, it's just that just now. An inexplicable memory rushed into his mind. So it is. Neji's eyes widened, as if he understood something incredible. Uchiha Itachi, didn't expect you. Neji's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but smile, not knowing what he was thinking. The Vulcan was only on the sidelines, as he was dispatched. Although he is respected as the god of fire, being enchanted by Neji's divine power also proves that at a certain moment before, his consciousness was suppressed by Neji, so the master of this spiritual realm is still Neji, he is just the one who resides in it. Just a spirit. He faintly felt that the spirit body that Neji was hosting was the truly terrifying existence. So even Vulcan, he didn't dare to be disrespectful to Neji. Then, why did you summon me here? Neji asked quickly, coming back to his senses. Vulcan shrugged and explained, your mind has experienced an unprecedented storm just now. In order to protect your cultivation and your spiritual body, I have to do this. Oh, you said that. Neji's mouth twitched, and there was a hint of intelligence in his eyes. This matter, even to the gods of the spiritual realm, he does not intend to disclose. Just now, Shisui's Koto Amatsukami was activated, and it was Koto Amatsukami that was set in advance. But, don't be this one eye. It is the other eye, which is estimated to be the eye of Shisui that Uchiha Itachi had left in Uzumaki Naruto's body during his lifetime. When he saw Uchiha Itachi's own eyes, it played an effect. So Koto Amatsukami activated, all the original information in the target and Shisui was leaked, and Neji, who had another Shisui eye, deciphered it through the ability of clearing eyes at that moment. Also fully understood. Other words, Neji's ability to clear eyes is interpretation. But this is not the point is that in Koto Amatsukami, in addition to the setting of, guarding Konoha, there is more important information. That is the 3 artifacts. The Ten-kun sword, the 8-foot mirror, and the 8-footed Changtomo's 3 artifact hiding places. Neji then realized that the hiding place of these things was also what Uchiha Itachi wanted to give to Sasuke, but due to misunderstandings, there was no way to hide them. If it can be handed over to Sasuke, it will be buried there. And now, it's Neji's hands. Neji's mouth twitched, his fists clenched, and he raised his head firmly. So, what exactly happened? I won't let that kind of thing seem like your spiritual body is cultivating. That's the meaning of my existence. The meaning of your existence. Neji directly ignored Vulcan's question and asked him instead. As a god, Vulcan had no reason to care about Neji's thoughts, so he didn't care and replied, the spiritual body in your body is a very important existence. In my body. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly looked at Vulcan with some vigilance. You are a god possessed in my spiritual realm, can you spy on my heart? Neji's vigilant suspicion made Vulcan sneer, and he replied, "You are overthinking, even a god can't invade your heart, right? Your strength is already so strong that you have reached the peak. Even the gods will give you 3 points. So, what does the spiritual body in my body have to do with you?" Neji asked curiously. One of the answers to the question he has always wanted to know is where did the spiritual body of Hyuga Tenin hidden in his body come from? Judging from the performance of Hyuga Kamizuki, the relationship between this spiritual body and Tenin it's not big, but it's just been living in the body of Tianin for a period of time. Neji has reason to suspect that it may even be artificially transferred, so that this spirit body has survived to this day. Sorry, I can't help you to ask these questions. As for you want to doubt me, I can't help it. Now you are in the spiritual realm, you can do everything here, even if you destroy me, you can do it. After all, what is here is not my body, but a spirit body. Although Vulcan's voice was shrill and gentle, but his eyes were also very sincere, and Neji also let go of his undeserved vigilance. I'll talk about these things later, what's more important now is what's in front of me. With that said, Neji turned around. You said just now that in this spiritual realm, I can make everything happen. Of course. After pondering for a while, Neji stretched out his hand, frowned slightly, and there was a sound all around. Boom. The dimly lit surroundings became much clearer in an instant, as if a sea of water shrouded this small world in an instant. Whether it was Yuhi's sky or the red land, it seemed at this moment that it had turned into a translucent blue in the underwater city. On the ground, a huge pattern of Tai Chi 8 trigrams is formed, which is exactly the formation under the feet of Neji's 8 trigrams 64 palms every time. Vulcan looked around blankly, extremely shocked. Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and chuckled, I really didn't like the environment just now. If that's the case, I might come back to see it often. After all, it turned into a streamer and dissipated in the sky. Neji raised his head and turned from the spiritual realm to reality, and the adjustment of breathing took some time to adapt. It was as if he had experienced a nightmare for a long time, and even his breathing became thin. After taking a deep breath, Neji saw Ino aside, still very worried and overwhelmed. It seems that those things just happened in reality only for a second or two. That's why Vulcan said that there is the most suitable place for cultivation. Are you all right, Neji? Well, it's all right. Those guys are ahead, Ino. From now on, you have to protect yourself as much as possible. Seeing that Neji has returned to its original state and Chakra's feeling has returned to its warm appearance, Ino breathed a sigh of relief. I know, I will protect myself. It turns out that things have come to this point after all. Uchiha Itachi, who had already woken up, was lost in thought. On the other side, Nagato squinted his eyes, not seeing what just happened. That crow, what is it? Amaterasu. Blood flowed out of Uchiha Itachi's eyes, black fireworks rushed over, and Nagato's entire body ignited a black flame. And the crow in the air was also ignited. Cough cough. Naruto coughed, bit Kiba and said, I remember that crow was set in my body by Uchiha Itachi in demonic illusion. Is that real? Chapter 416 Black Flame. Amaterasu and Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sign. What is that? Black Flame. Killer Bee, who has always been funny, has to realize the seriousness of the matter at this moment. No matter how you looked at the black flame, it seems strange. Killer Bee's face became serious. As Uchiha Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi is said to be far superior in talent and strength. Killer Bee, who played against Sasuke, naturally did not dare to slack off. And Naruto reminded solemnly, Uncle Bai. That's Itachi's Amaterasu. Be careful, you can't get rid of that black flame if you touch it, and the flame won't disappear until it burns out the locked target. Yes. So evil. Killer Bee frowned, unheard of. Naruto, rest assured, I'm out of impure world reincarnation's control now. Huh. Something danced fast in the air, and Killer Bee and Naruto quickly backed away. Other hand, Uchiha Itachi pulled out a few lily swords and quickly supported him. The shuriken touched each other in the air, helping with a completely difficult turn, and after performing an almost fairy-level maneuver, Itachi jumped over. When it landed, Nagato was not far away, and the corruption lay on the ground, black flames burning. Ooh! The invisible chameleon giant lizard finally appeared. His eyes were all blocked by Itachi's shuriken, and his long tongue was tied to the tree, which restricted his actions. Is that thing just this guy's tongue? Fortunately, I didn't touch it. It's disgusting. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Itachi, are you really out of control? Naruto asked curiously. Itachi nodded secretly, looked at Nagato, who was lying motionless on the ground, and explained, it's almost time to seal him, I'll explain later. Then, he opened Mangekyo's Sharingan again, but the next moment, he was startled. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Nagato opened his eyes immediately. Bang! Tilde. The huge repulsion lingered around Nagato's body, and all the black flames bounced away. Itachi frowned, thinking about action, but it was too late. Huh! Itachi felt that he jumped up directly, and was quickly attracted by an irresistible gravitational force, while Nagato had slowly climbed up, his eyes were full of surprise. Itachi, I can't control my hand. Get out of the way. An emergency. Nagato even forgot that he and Itachi were the body of impure world reincarnation, and Itachi found that he couldn't resist during the leap, so he quickly took out a few kunai and threw them quickly along the gravity. PFF'd. With Nagato's other hand, a black stick pierced through Itachi's body. And it Kulu also plunged into Nagato's legs. The two were entangled together, and there was a hissing sound. Itachi, you. Nagato widened his eyes in a daze, only to see the roots of the kunai that his legs had pierced into, each tied with a detonating talisman and immediately detonated. Boom. Huge explosion, deafening. The two were separated by a huge repulsive force. The smoke and dust were scattered, and the gravel was flying. How's it going? Naruto, who was always watching on the side, couldn't accurately judge chakra. Impure world reincarnation's body was extremely special, and it was impossible to judge it with the chakra perception method of ordinary people. After the smoke cleared, everyone took a closer look. Nagato's legs at this time were almost the cost of meals, but this time they were bombed again, and they were completely eroded, but the dirt recovered quickly, and he quickly sat up and stood up with difficulty. On the other side, Itachi's body gradually returned to its original appearance. Thunderplow Hot Knife Tail Beast Chakra. A roar made everyone startled. Killer Bee, who was wearing the tailed beast chakra coat, had already leapt to Nagato's side. Nagato was also startled, and subconsciously stretched out a hand. Wait, Uncle Bai, this can't be done. Naruto widened his eyes and shouted in surprise. He has fought with Nagato, so he completely understands how terrifying Rinnegan, one of the three major pupil techniques, is. I saw Nagato stretch out a hand, and before Killer Bee's Thunderplow Hot Knife was about to hit him, Rinnegan exerted his strength and chakra absorbed it. Ziz. All the tailed beast chakra in Killer Bee's body was absorbed by Rinnegan and entered Nagato's body. Too bad. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column in front of him was acting too fast, and he didn't have time to remind him, and it became like this. Bang! Killer Bee fell to the ground, and the chakra passed so fast that he was physically exhausted. CCC. Seeing the blue smoke rising, Nagato's body has gradually recovered to the appearance of his youth. Itachi frowned and muttered, this is the power of the tailed beast chakra. Nagato, now fully in his youthful heyday, stretched out his hand again. He bit Kiba, trying to stop himself, reminding, quick. Run. I saw that hand, which was mechanized in an instant, disassembled like a Gundam, and then bloomed layer by layer, launching dozens of thick and long Dao bullets aimed at Killer Bee, ready to launch. Uncle Van. Naruto shouted and moved forward quickly, but it was too late. Iori air strike. A violent bright light instantly knocked back the deformable monster in front of Killer Bee. In just a moment, it disappeared. Looking at it again, it is already dozens of meters away from my side. A few dozen meters away, thick smoke came out, and all the bullets hit him. But because of Rinnegan, the explosion was made of chakra, and naturally it was unscathed. This is Neji, Naruto said in surprise, and Neji arrived, and beside him was Ino. Itachi, who was about to shoot, still held his hand and looked at Neji. I remember you were. Neji also noticed Itachi on the side first, because Koto Amatsukami arranged by Itachi, made other discoveries, and Neji looked at Itachi with a different meaning. Long time no see, Mr. Itachi. Neji chuckled and Itachi looked serious. Although he had only played against Neji once, he had a faint feeling that this young man was not easy. Naruto, it seems that you have another strong teammate. Hurry up and beat me to seal me. The battlefield absolutely needs your strength. As their enemy, Nagato is still cheering them on. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed. No, the power of control is getting stronger and stronger, you must be very careful. Nagato frowned, and then, his eyes changed, full of indifference, with killing intent. This. Naruto was stunned for a moment and said, what's going on in the forest in the south? Chakra of the tailed beast. Ino was startled and asked in surprise, Naruto, is your perception ability so strong now? Naruto explained, this is the Kyuubi 9 tails mode, the reason Kurama lent me chakra. At this time, Neji saw that Nagato over there has been completely blackened, and the battle with Itachi here must not be disturbed by the masked man. Naruto, there's probably a masked man over there. You and Killer Bee Jinchuriki call him go and fight them. Here, leave it to me, Neji said, and glanced at Itachi who was dazed over there. When Ino heard this, he was taken aback. Hey, Neji. Although she knew it was out of date, she still leaned over and reminded in a low voice. The mission of the headquarters is to let us protect Naruto from being captured by the enemy. How can we let him directly meet Uchiha Madara? Chapter 417 Cooperate. The Battle of the Three Eyes. Facing Ino's worries, Neji only shrugged and said, I'm fighting the enemy, not just obediently grabbing it. It's because I can't get caught, so I'm going to fight. Neji's mouth twitched, and Ino wanted to say something, but held back. After all, Neji's decision, she has to support no matter what. Neji to do this. Yoshi, then, Neji, Uncle Bai and I will leave first, and we'll leave it to you here. And there's Weasel's help, and I'll help you when I'm out there. Naruto said to Neji and left with Killer Bee. Neji shrugged and murmured, this kid should have improved a lot after practicing, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. And Neji just remembered it, and he almost forgot. During this time, Neji should have practiced Kyuubi 9 tails. Other words, Naruto should have met his mother Uzumaki Kushina. With the power of mother's love, Naruto should have a warm power in his heart, right? So Neji didn't go to demolish Naruto's stage, but his heart was different, the battle here would end faster than there anyway. There, Nagato crooked his neck, it seems that Yakushi Kabuto strengthened his control. Nagato stared at this side, his face was expressionless. This is a decent opponent. I want to meet the legendary Rinnegan too. Although Neji has seen it before, he knows that Nagato's pair of Rinnegans are the Rinnegans awakened by Uchiha Madara. Although the people who use them are a lot weaker, Rinnegans are still a rare pair of powerful weapons. Enjoyed this fight a lot. It seems that you have grown a lot during this time. Itachi walked to Neji's side, and Mangekyo Sharingan twirled. And Neji's eyes, blue veins couldn't help stirring up, and Ino behind him was frightened by the momentum, and quickly took a few steps back. The opponent is Rinnegan, the teammate is Byakugan, it looks like it will be a very interesting fight. Itachi quipped. And Neji also chuckled and reminded Ino behind him, Ino, stay away. Next is the battle between the legendary three major pupils in the ninja world. Don't get involved. Neji took a deep breath and took a step back. Scorching sun was scorching hot, and Neji could feel the pressure released by the pair of Rinnegan's dozens of meters away. Three pairs of eyes from other worlds are doing their best. Come on. Itachi reminded that Neji's body also moved. Ah. Huh. With a sound, Nagato's speed was also extremely fast. I didn't expect this guy to have such a speed when he was young. Neji chuckled and fought Nagato hand to hand. Gentle fist method. Chakra all over. Rinnegan opened, and chakra absorbed all of it, and Neji's palm suddenly no longer had any lethality. Isn't the melee ninjutsu also ineffective? Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. Get out of the way. Kaden fire style, great fireball jutsu. Huh. Neji quickly dodged. The huge fireball kicked up dust on the ground, and the dust collided with the flames like churning magma. Boom boom boom. The flames were burning and roaring. The white figure is spinning rapidly. The spiritualization technique was lifted, and Neji landed beside Itachi. You're really welcome. Hit me directly with such a powerful technique. Neji asked jokingly. Itachi also chuckled and said, of course, I knew from that fight a few years ago that with your movement technique, that technique can't be effective on you. So, for this guy, it should be just a trick, right? Ah, just delay for a while. Huh. After the flames burned, the ground was pitch black, and all the chakras and flames were also absorbed. Nagato looked indifferent, stretched out his hand, counted the chakra he absorbed just now, and counterattacked. It's really tricky, Itachi said, dodging a few steps sideways. And Neji quickly hand seal, said, sweetened water style, water array. PFF'd. Huge water sources rise out of thin air. Itachi on the side was taken aback and said in amazement, your sweetened water style can actually have the level of a ghost shark. The fireball collided with the huge water formation wall, emitting strong water vapor. And Neji just chuckled and said nothing. Ghost shark. What is that? Neji, this is the sweetened water style ninjutsu that he stole from the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, and it is more than a ghost. PFF'd, tilde. With a flash, Itachi's figure quickly approached. It seems that the distance ninjutsu is different, you can only try it with taijutsu. Itachi went in melee and fought with Nagato. Pat, tilde. Fists are fleshy, but the two impure world reincarnation's bodies, that kind of slight fists and kicks hardly did any major damage to both sides. Bright Yuhi-colored Sharingan spins rapidly, and Itachi's Sharingan enables his taijutsu to perfectly predict the opponent's movements. In this regard, Itachi has the advantage. And Nagato frowned slightly, finally found the opportunity and stretched out his hand. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push. Gentle Fist Law 8 Trigrams Vacuum Palm. The huge palm force hit, not chakra but a real palm force, and the huge power shocked the air so much that it trembled. Itachi and Nagato are in a straight line, but Itachi's body has the effect of confusing, and Nagato is in the middle of this move. Bang, tilde. Nagato was knocked out, fell to the ground, and rolled several times. Itachi's rotten body flew a few pieces of dirty soil to fill it up and repair it. You said to me, you are not the same, release ninjutsu to me together. Itachi said. Neji smiled bitterly and said, hey, I'm not dead. When impure world reincarnation was created by the second generation Hokage, its first practical use was to do suicide battles. Anyway, you can't recover. It seems that in terms of physical skills, Byakugan is more powerful. The corner of Itachi's mouth twitched. Since Uchiha Shisui, he hasn't felt this way anymore. There has never been an opponent that he can trust so much. The two geniuses meet late, and the tacit understanding of their cooperation can be seen as Madara. Shasha. Nagato, who slowly climbed up from the ground, seemed to finally be serious. He widened his eyes, and the air around him became different. Reach out. Bansho Tenon, universal pull. Neji was quickly pulled over and headed towards Nagato. The next moment, Itachi quickly followed, extremely fast, even surpassing Neji and directly behind Nagato. Tightly, he walked towards Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei, almighty push, sign. Bang, tilde. Itachi was pushed away, and Neji was attracted. The arm on the other side of Nagato in front of him mechanized and stabbed out a huge blade, which was extremely sharp. 8 trigrams slap in the face. Bang. The chakra of revolving heaven forcibly pushed the gravitational pull away, and Bansho Tenon, universal pull, cut to attract the chakra released by the Neji acupoint, hit himself, and nearly fell over. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. 0 distance palm. Boom, tilde. The dust was flying, and Nagato flew out and rolled on the ground for a dozen laps in a row. Neji and Itachi didn't let their guard down, and when they were about to pursue the victory, Nagato, who was lying on the ground, put his hands together, hand seal. Detonate. Tianqing. After opening his palm, the black sphere shone with a restrained black brilliance. Chapter 418 Weakness. Crack Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth. The black sphere in Nagato's hand reached out and held it out. The black sphere with a diameter of only 10 centimeters slowly floated up and floated into the sky. Bad feeling. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that something was wrong, while Neji was indifferent, using Byakugan to observe Nagato's movements all the time. Nagato bites Kiba, slaps both hands, only one mark. Ohm. The surrounding magnetic field changed in an instant, and the sphere radiated a huge gravitational force toward the ground. This gravitational force was huge and unheard of. Itachi and Neji felt this gravitational force, and the sphere was attracting them with some kind of function, and their feet were pulled off the ground in a few steps. Itachi jumped back quickly, trying to escape. Who would have guessed that the ground under my feet began to split, and huge mud and stones were pulled out of it and flew upwards. Even the stone was pulled up. No, it's the whole earth. Itachi secretly marvels, Rinnegan hides such a powerful power. This is the sealing technique. It is the sealing technique that the 6 Paths Immortals sealed the 10 Tails. It is also this technique that created the moon. Neji murmured, and after a simple dodging, Neji had nothing to do. The entire ground on the soles of his feet was pulled up by this huge gravitational force, and it slammed. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The stones and mud blocks lost their gravity and began to crumble in the air. Although the speed was slow, the gravitational force of the sphere was so strong that it seemed to be locked. If you are attracted to it, it will be difficult to break free, right? Stepping on the stone, Itachi observed the black sphere and quickly analyzed how to crack the technique. Neji, on the other hand, still looked indifferent, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This technique is really interesting. It doesn't have chakra attributes, but it can produce such a huge Jiden, magnet-style effect. Rinnegan is really interesting. Neji was still thinking about the profound meaning of ninjutsu, while Itachi was already anxious. Any ninjutsu has its weaknesses. Even the Rinnegan of the 6 Paths Immortal is not perfect. He pondered for a moment. The two had already flown into the air, and soon, they would be attracted to one piece by the black sphere and all the stones, and be sealed inside. Itachi closed his eyes, and only a moment later, Yuhi-colored chakra burst out instantly. Kakakaka. Bloody Yuhi-colored bones, contained by chakra, stood tall. Is this your Susanoo, Itachi? Neji on the side kept avoiding the stones, and the two of them had already delayed a lot of time in the process, and they could no longer delay. Itachi stretched out his hand, and the huge Susanoo also stretched out his hand. At this time, Itachi also stepped on a huge rock, but the gravitational force of the black sphere became more and more huge. Now we must use powerful long-range ninjutsu to destroy the black sphere. The only weakness of that jutsu should be this. And Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, and Susanoo's hand slowly spun a Uzumaki, and the huge chakra power assembled, very spectacular, like a galaxy. Using this powerful gravitational force, no matter what, the technique will not be missed. Moreover, it can also use the gravitational force to strengthen its power. Itachi said, jumped up. The strong gravitational force, Susanoo threw the turbo-like Tomo towards the huge boulder created above. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Itachi roared and threw Hachiko Tomo out. Foot Tomo quickly spun away, and with the help of gravity, quickly hit the sphere. Boom. The huge destructive force almost destroyed all the stones that were attracted up. All the dirt and stones scattered like dust at this moment, and the flowing stones fell like fireballs, but the gravity is still there, and the two are still attracted to the middle. Isn't the power enough? So it seems, already. Itachi is already at the end of the road. Although he has a good way, he doesn't have enough lethal moves. He turns to Neji. He is a taijutsu and ninjutsu. Even if he has some special abilities to control chakra, he can't unleash more powerful moves than himself just now, right? It seems to be the end, this time. Failed again. Itachi blames himself a little, and he is always so confident about the handling of the Uchiha family, the village, and Sasuke. However, after self-confidence, it is one's own hand to make things wrong again and again, and there is no way to complete it perfectly. Even a genius like Shisui can't handle the problem, so he really can't, right? Boom. Two collided with the huge boulders made by Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, and the ground continued to send boulders one after another at a high speed. To be overridden. 80 Gods vacuum attack. At this time, Neji's big drink came from the side. Itachi was startled and looked at Neji in surprise. Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and said to Itachi, compared to the precision and inertial destructive power of ninjutsu accelerated by gravity, if the distance is close enough, the destructive power is the only way to effectively destroy the black sphere. Then, Neji slapped hard. A huge chakra burst out in an instant. This shocked Itachi and Nagato standing on the ground. They widened their eyes and looked at Neji's palm. Chakra, like Izumi, destroyed and disintegrated all the stones in front of them. Crash. Stone crushing, Neji's palm softened like a giant fist, and with one punch, it shattered what Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, had created. It was also at this moment that all the black spheres were destroyed. Bang. Soaring fire, a loud noise. Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is like creating a huge bomb that explodes into the sky. Bang. Tilde. The sound of the explosion at the original place made a figure in the forest stop moving. I saw that figure was wearing the clothes of Konoha village, the work clothes of the intelligence department, but her forehead was also wearing the forehead guard of the Ninja Alliance. This person is the two-tailed Jinchuriki, column force Yugito. She narrowed her eyes, originally sensing that at the end of this forest, there is a powerful tailed beast chakra. Yugito wanted to go over and take a look. Tsunade's dissuasion, she insisted on coming to the battlefield to look for Neji, but after the search was fruitless, she was attracted by the tailed beast chakra. What the hell is, what? She murmured, feeling curious. But in the end, she still turned her head and said, sure enough, it's the chakra here that worries me more. What happened? She had a very bad hunch, because there was more than one tailed beast chakra from over there. There are 7 different tailed beast chakras. At the end of the forest, the masked man sensed something was wrong and finally stopped. The two figures in front, also not far away, stopped. Above the clearing in the forest, Killer Bee and Naruto saw the masked man more than 10 meters away facing them. The two were stunned until they saw the 5 figures behind him. Chapter 419 Seal. 10-Fist Sword. Yow, you beat 9 tails, I take it. Afe raised his head. The Sharingan and Rinnegan in the mask indicated that his identity was not simple. And the 5 figures behind him, Killer Bee and Naruto, were also taken aback. Who are those people? There's something strange about them. The same kind. Killer Bee narrowed his eyes and didn't even bother to rap. It was the most ominous enemy Killer Bee had ever encountered so far in this war. This is Yugao. Naruto was stunned. He didn't know the people behind Afe, because those people's bodies were very strange and seemed to have been remodeled, especially the strange chakras and dirt floating around. At first glance they were a ninja from Impure World reincarnation. But after a closer look, Naruto actually saw the ninja, Hataka, whom he met during the mission, missing Nin from Kurigakure village, and Hagaka as a six-tailed Jinchuiki column force. In the end, what's going on? Naruto clenched his fists, ignoring the bad premonition, and greeted him. Ha ha, how, Naruto, this is my gift to you. Afe sneered lightly, as if he had expected Naruto's reaction. Who the hell are they? Why the chakra of the tailed beast? Killer Bee asked curiously. Naruto seemed to have realized the source of the matter. Killer Bee and Naruto are now almost perfect people who can control the tailed beast with Jinchuriki column power, so the perception ability of the tailed beast chakra is 100 times stronger than that of the average person, and the 5 on the opposite side were released by Impure World reincarnation among the human Jinchuriki column power. 5 different tailed beast chakras are faintly emitted. In there is a senior from Kurigakure village that I know. That person is missing Nin of Kurigakure village, and also six-tailed Jinchuiki column force. Naruto narrowed his eyes, his tone heavy and serious. Killer Bee was startled, stunned. The corners of their mouths were both bent. On the opposite side, Afe took a few steps forward and said, Naruto, this is the new pain 6 paths that I prepared for you. But unfortunately, there is one more. He tilted his head, pointed his finger at Killer Bee, and said, so, it's definitely you next. Boom. The reverberation of the explosion was still spreading in the distance, and here, it was already devastated. Call. The wind whistled and the huge waving sound was shocking. Thorn. A sword stabbed out, and Nagato was immediately aware of the powerful sword intent and almost got hit. Boom. A sword pierced the ground. Nagato dodged and frowned. The dust dissipated. Itachi's huge Susanoo was almost in its final form, and the giant Susanoo's man held a sword burning with Yuhi-colored chakra and slowly retracted it. Is this the 10-fist sword? Neji on the side murmured. Itachi didn't answer, only said, the 10-fist sword can seal Nagato, but now that he has regained all his mobility, it is not an easy thing to hit. You must first block his actions before. Neji nodded leisurely and looked indifferently at Nagato in the distance. So, it's my show time next. The corner of his mouth twitched, as if he was going to participate in some grand performance. The next moment, a striped pattern of bright Yuhi color slowly appeared on his face. Itachi on the side was taken aback. At this moment, he felt that Neji beside him had become different. Is it the amount of chakra? No, it's the whole nature of chakra that has changed drastically. The original Nagato couldn't help frowning. Itachi murmured, the chakras are all going into the body, and the natural energy around is also gathering. He was keenly aware of this, but he didn't know that the technique Neji developed was called Sage Art. And this mode is called Sage Mode. Huh. Neji's body turned into a spiritual body in an instant, swaying, just for a moment. Before Itachi could detect the gap, Neji was like a shooting star, passing in front of the two of them and flying away. After a while, he landed behind Nagato. Bang! The sound of breaking the air came, and Nagato slapped a palm in his ear. But if you dodge in time, you almost get hit. Just as I am fortunate, the next moment. Bang! Tilde. Nagato was knocked down, and the power that erupted from Neji's palm was exactly the same as Naruto's frog hand. And the magic of spiritualization is activated again, and Neji pursues the victory. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. The huge repulsive force repelled everything around, including the ground on the ground, which was pressed into a huge pit. However, Neji was to no avail. Still coming towards Nagato, in front of Nagato. The body method is like a ghost. At this moment, even Nagato's face had an incredible and shocking expression. The original Itachi was also secretly surprised that he was able to carry all the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push signs. And Neji is a quick slap. Rinnegan can block all the acupuncture points in the body and absorb chakra. Itachi murmured that things would not be so simple. I saw that although chakra was hit by this palm, he rounded his Rinnegan, unfolded a barrier, and began to quickly absorb the chakra from Neji. But he was still blocked from action. After Neji's chakra was inhaled by him, he blasted all the acupuncture points. Rinnegan's weakness is sage art. Neji chuckled. Boom boom boom. Nagato's body froze. Thorn. A long sword stabbed down, and Neji was startled, quickly activated the spiritualization technique and retreated a few meters away. Susanoo locked the chakra-burning sword, continuously absorbing the energy in Chakra Nagato's body, and the technique of impure world reincarnation also ended at this moment. The lines on his face were slightly cracked, and Nagato regained consciousness immediately. This is the Ten-Fist Sword, now you have been sealed, Nagato. Weasel said. Neji, who was standing not far from him, and heaved a sigh of relief. It's great, it seems that this time it didn't have any bad influence on the world. He showed a gratified smile. He was really glad that the Konoha ninja in front of him had decent power, and he couldn't be completely defeated by himself controlled by impure world reincarnation. Instead, he cooperated with Itachi to seal him. It seems that Byakugan is also a strong pupil. I didn't expect that I could even block my Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. Nagato murmured. Neji shook his head and said lightly, it's not blocking it, it's the technique of spiritual transformation. Byakugan is the most insightful pupil technique among the 3 pupil techniques, and can completely predict your Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign. The position where the released repulsive force arrives. After predicting it, use the spiritualization technique to avoid it for a short time, and then materialize to approach you. It seems that it is completely resisted. I see. That's great, you young ninjas from Konoha, you really have a bright future, it's great. Nagato's body began to erode. Speaking of which, I also had a bit of an intersection with Jiraiya. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is half my teacher. Nagato was startled and looked at Neji in surprise. Afterwards, he showed a gratified smile and said softly, really? Is that so? I didn't expect that besides Naruto, I have a junior brother like you, this is so gratifying. Chapter 420 Decide. The Road of One's Own Will. Akatsuki's purpose is the 9-tailed beast. Now except for 8-tailed and Kyubi, 9 tails, there should be only 2-tailed without any trace. If you find it, be sure to protect it. Nagato hurriedly provided the only information he had. Then, his soul slowly ascended to heaven. Yugito. Neji murmured, narrowing his eyes. The past 2 years, he almost forgot that he took Yugito as a hostage from Kumogakure village. He also thought that Yugito, as the Jinchuriki column force of Erway, would definitely be troubled by Akatsuki in the future. If things go bad like this, it's better to be prepared first. So Neji communicated with the higher-ups and arranged Yugito to Konoha's intelligence department in advance. Konoha's intelligence department is an organization with strong secrecy capabilities, and it is a very wise choice for Yugito to stay in the intelligence department. Then, Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head with deep meaning, and looked at Itachi where he was. Susanoo was released, and Itachi rushed over. On the other side, Ino, who had left farther to avoid the battlefield, finally came over. That's great, Neji, that Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, just now is such a tricky technique. Ino originally wanted to take cover in the same place. Once he encounters an intractable moment, he can interfere with the enemy through a long-range heart-turning technique. But I didn't think that Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, was not through the effect of the caster's maintenance, but parasitized chakra on a black sphere, and the black sphere continuously released chakra. to make gravity. Although aware of the dangers of jutsu, Ino has nothing to help. When fighting an enemy of this level, such unexpected situations will always occur. However, Neji can always reveal his hidden cards to deal unexpected blows to the enemy. Time and time again, I realize that Neji is not that simple at all. Ino was very puzzled at first. Why does Neji have to keep hiding because he has the strength to solve the battle instantly? At least until now, Ino could have a clue of Akatsuki's answer. Just now, if the enemy knew that Neji had such a powerful art, he would not be so careless. Neji usually puts his fists away, and only strikes out when necessary, always giving the opponent unexpected attacks. This may be the real intention of Neji. Neji, let's support Naruto and the others next. Ino said, squinting and glancing at the woods to the south. At the end of the forest, the strange and powerful chakra came from time to time. The battle over there seems to have begun. Ino said, if it is a battle that neither Naruto nor Killer Bee can handle, I am afraid that only Neji can help them in the Ninja Alliance. Wait a minute, don't worry about the battle over there. Naruto and Killer Bee are almost perfect-tailed orcs Jinchuriki, column power, and they are not opponents that can be defeated so easily. No matter who their enemies are. Neji said and turned around. Itachi walked slowly in the direction he was facing. Hyuga Neji, sure enough, compared to the battle with you a few years ago, you've grown a lot now. Itachi's eyes were full of admiration for Neji. But Neji's eyes were very quiet, and Ino noticed Neji's delicate mind. After working with him for a long time, Ino had already learned how to observe Neji's emotions. As long as he shows this look, there must be some intentions, but Ino doesn't know what Neji's intentions are for Itachi. Itachi, what do you want next? Ino asked curiously. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a slow breath. He said tiredly and helplessly, I can trace back the guy behind the scenes through the chakra of impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation is too troublesome now, I have to stop that guy. Okay, amazing. Ino was taken aback. This kind of reverse tracking chakra is something that many perception ninjas can't do. Itachi was able to get out of control in the state of impure world reincarnation, and he was able to reverse perception at such a long distance. Itachi and Neji in front of them represent the geniuses of the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family in Konoha village. Wait. Neji stopped immediately. You go to support Naruto and Yao. I will definitely stop impure world reincarnation. I've already hit my own Koto Amatsukami. Don't worry, this spell cannot be lifted until the problem is resolved. Itachi, thinking he saw Neji's worry, explained. But Neji said, in this fast-changing battlefield, anything is possible. Your self-confidence has turned Sasuke into what it is now, do you still need to be blindly confident again and again? Itachi was stunned by the torture of Neji's soul. You should have learned it from Naruto, right? Akatsuki has already been known to many people about your story. And after Sasuke learns the truth about you, he will definitely fight against Konoha. All of this has nothing to do with your self-confidence. It doesn't matter, if you could have believed in your clan and your younger brother Sasuke at the time, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Itachi bowed his head. In the eyes of such a genius, there is rarely such self-doubt in his eyes. Perhaps because of his unparalleled talent, he never needed to doubt himself. And the belief in himself again and again is to ignore the power of others. When Shisui gave him his eyes, he hoped that Itachi could use this eye to try to change the future of the Uchiha family and Konoha. Trusting Shisui, Itachi decided to go his own way. At that time, he had lost hope for the future of the Uchiha family, lost faith. You're right, but in the current situation, there is no better person to stop impure world reincarnation than me. Weasel said. Neji's mouth twitched and he smiled coldly, really? You are still so confident. Let me do the thing to stop impure world reincarnation. I'm sorry, Shisui, I have it too. You. Itachi rolled his eyes and looked at Neji in surprise. Neji said leisurely. Danzo took Shisui's eye, Shisui gave you the other eye and jumped off the river. And your brother Sasuke finally went to Danzo for revenge, but his strength was limited, I helped him complete his revenge. As it should be, this eye belongs to me too. Quote. Hyuga Neji, you are truly an amazing person. But will you end up going the same way as me? Itachi asked. No. Ino stood up and said firmly. Neji, you will never do such a thing. Uchiha Itachi, no matter what your difficulties, you are the one who killed the Uchiha clan. Even if everything at that time forced you to this situation, the reason for doing this is this kind of decision is also related to your inability to make changes. But I believe that if it was Neji, he would definitely not let this tragedy happen. What Itachi didn't expect was that his question was answered perfectly by another person. The people around him even knew such important information about Akatsuki. Itachi looked at Neji in surprise, a genius of this era, then his era was different. Chapter 421 Artifact. Itachi Hidden Secrets. Unbelievable, in the peaceful ninja era, people like you can appear. Itachi looked sideways at Neji, something like this was somewhat of a consolation to him. The things of that year have always stayed in Itachi's heart, and the serious illness that has not been cured for a long time is mostly related to this kind of heart. Itachi concealed this concern all his life, and finally felt a little relieved at this moment. At least, his decision at that time did not let the world lose hope, and people like Neji would stand up again and again to save the world in different and better ways. Well, I'll trust you. Sasuke, I'll get rid of you. Itachi looked at Neji with a complicated expression. I checked it out when I went to Konoha village. Sasuke and you took the same Chunin exam, right? Your presence made Sasuke feel the pressure, and he finally started to want to become stronger, so he was bewitched by Orochimaru. But this everything is in my calculations. What I didn't expect is that you are still so powerful today, you are still that genius, and you will definitely bring more motivation to Sasuke. Sasuke is very simple, he needs a go forward with goals. You must be that good goal. Quote. Hearing this, Neji smiled slightly. Itachi, if you had this kind of consciousness 9 years ago, maybe you would have been able to handle that matter better. But in the end, you are also a hero of Konoha. You are the shadow in the dark, the ninja who truly protects the village. But I will accurately convey your love to your brother to him. Neji said and started hand seal. Are you going to seal me? I didn't expect even the sealing technique. Itachi smiled and took a step back, extremely cooperative. He was originally a dead person, but now he just returned to the Pure Land, which is finally okay, but rest in peace. After all, as long as you deal with living people, there will be endless fetters, which can never be settled perfectly. Only when it breaks, it breaks. At that time, if I could have seen earlier that you could bring this kind of excitement to Sasuke, I would have put Shisui's eye on you at that time. Itachi murmured. And Neji is the hand seal, sealing art Aikiao Shukaku. The sand fluttered from the ground, wrapping Itachi's body completely, binding it completely. For a long time, everything was calm. Neji, at that time, even if that happened, Itachi wouldn't have succeeded, would he? Ino asked curiously. Neji frowned slightly, his memory of that time was a little blurry. But he knew that he must have a way to deal with it. I don't know if he can defeat him completely, but if he wants to deal with me according to his ideas, it's just a dream. Neji had already mastered Sage Mode and Chakra Nature Transformation at that time, and these two abilities alone were enough to make the unwell Itachi eat a big pot. But, Neji, that's not your way of doing things. Why should Itachi be such a handy fighting force to completely seal him? Ino finally asked his doubts. And Neji also seemed to be hit by something that he cared about, and his expression was stunned. Hee. The corner of his mouth twitched, his eyes lingering. Of course it's a conflict of interest. This guy hides it until he dies. He's a terrible guy. After deceiving others for a lifetime, he will deceive himself for the rest of his life. Neji raised his head and looked into the sand and dust. Itachi had closed his eyes forever. Shukaku Chakra, although it is difficult to suppress the deity, but the Matsuri product of Itachi resurrection is only white Zetsu, and the weak vitality has no room for counterattack. In the end, what's going on? Ino asked in surprise. Do you remember, before I came here, my eyes were sensed? Neji asked. Is it really related to what happened before? Neji Kai Shikai commented. Itachi wanted to set Uchiha Shisui's Koto Amatsukami to protect Konoha, so that Uchiha Sasuke would not defect and act to protect Konoha. But Itachi knew that Konoha's high-level officials could not tolerate the existence of the Uchiha clan. Itachi asked Sasuke to do so. Is there any difference between protecting Konoha and letting Sasuke go to Konoha to die? Although Uchiha Itachi loves Konoha very much, he also loves his younger brother, and he has been fighting for the two all his life. Do you think Itachi will leave a hidden danger for his brother to die at the last moment? Neji gave Ino a meaningful glance. Ino is also a ninja of the same era as Sasuke, and he has some feelings for their brotherhood. She thought about it for a long time and said thoughtfully, even if Itachi wants to protect Konoha, he will try his best to think of a two-way solution, right? That's right. Neji smiled and said, in Itachi's eyes, if Sasuke is himself, it is a minority of Itachi's trust in others. At the bottom of his heart, he is still a self-willed person. In the end, he still kept his hand. I want to impose my last thoughts on Sasuke. Are you talking about Koto Amatsukami who protects Konoha? But didn't you say that this means Sasuke is sent to death? Itachi really did that? Ino was a little conflicted, and became more and more curious about what Neji said about Itachi's first hand. I also received the thoughts and memories that Koto Amatsukami provided. But I created a mental illusion when I conquered the Iwajuku toad at Mount Myoboku. Spiritual fantasy. You can understand it as the new consciousness created by the art of turning your heart around. The spiritual realm is a place where consciousness can be accommodated. When I was controlled by Koto Amatsukami, my consciousness hid in the spiritual illusion world, and was not controlled by Koto Amatsukami. Devoured by Koto Amatsukami, but in Neji's eyes, decisive confidence suddenly appeared. He chuckled and said, hee. In Koto Amatsukami, Itachi also mixed other information. Other information. Since Sasuke guarding Konoha is an act that is tantamount to sending death, but if you want to stop Sasuke from destroying Konoha, you must do it. Then there is only one way. Find a way to make Sasuke strong enough to be able to protect Konoha, and there is no way the people in Konoha village can hurt Sasuke. Quote. Neji's words woke the dreamer. Ino opened his mouth slightly, and the answer was about to come out. This fellow Itachi has hidden all the true power in his Sharingan in this Koto Amatsukami. Once Sasuke touches it, it will help him break through the highest realm of the eternal Mangekyo. Besides, Uchiha Itachi is so young, he even collected the 3 artifacts that belong to the gods earlier than the 6 Paths Immortals, the 10-fist sword, the 8-foot mirror and the 8-foot tomo. Quote. Neji showed a sly look and said, in the Koto Amatsukami technique, Itachi left the locations of these 3 artifacts and wanted to hand them over to Sasuke. But this technique was released on himself. The secret was originally it should also be buried here. Quote. Neji looked at the stunned Ino and explained again, that's why I tried my best to show my strength to make Itachi believe that I have enough strength to protect Konoha and Sasuke. Those artifacts are ominous things. Controlling those artifacts died young, and he didn't want to let Sasuke take this risk. But he doesn't know, this Koto Amatsukami secret is also known to me, and now I'm the only one who knows where these artifacts are hidden. Neji's eyes are full of sharpness. Chapter 422 Split. Impure World Reincarnation. 8-foot mirror, 10-fist sword, 8-foot tomo, actually some legendary names. Ino recalled the specific nouns he just said, and although he knew that this was the time to be excited, he didn't quite understand what these artifacts meant. And Neji naturally saw that she didn't understand what it meant to get these things, and Neji said, you don't understand now, but you will understand later. In short, the next enemy, only we can become stronger and stronger. Coping. Quote. Ino murmured and nodded. But in fact, she still let out a sigh of relief. She wondered more and more that Neji was already so powerful, why would she pursue the power to become stronger? Could it be that, in this world, can there be a more powerful enemy than the simple Otsutsuki before? At this time, the desert battlefield on the other side. Ghost Lantern Wanyu was slowly wrapped in bandages, slowly buried, and muttered in his mouth, "Damn, I haven't used my true strength yet, why was it sealed?" Don't be long-winded, your strength is just like that, it's just the young children who have grown up. Wu, on the other side, was also slowly sealed. The eyes have been calm. And Ghost Lantern Wanyu bit Kiba and said dissatisfiedly, "Damn, don't talk big here, isn't your guy also sealed?" Hey. Huh. Onoki took a deep breath, it took a lot of effort to seal this guy. And the ninjas in Sunagakure village here also contributed a lot. Temari and Naruto clones on the other side rushed over. How is it over there? Onoki asked. Temari replied. Don't worry, Naruto and my futon, wind style, just restrained that guy's Raiden, thunder style, the 3 generations of Reikage have been temporarily suppressed, and when all his experience is exhausted, it will be sealed. Although Gaara is not here, there are still many ways to seal in Sunagakure village. Quote. Well, after all, it is the great ninja village, one of the 5 great kingdoms. Without any basic sealing technique, how can I use Shukaku Aikiao perfectly? Onoki glanced at Temari with ulterior motives, and said with a smile, speaking of which, the 5 kingdoms are also the land of winds that make the most of the use of tailed beasts. In this regard, I have to learn more from you. Hey, that's not a good thing, old man. Temari looked contemptuous. Naruto on the side frowned when he heard this, feeling that something was wrong. It seems that the two do not know each other, and they each dislike each other and do their part. That. Haha, just kidding, your character is very similar to my granddaughter. Temari let out a snort, letting Onoki laugh. And now, the 3 tenacious enemies have all been sealed, and they can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, I really want to thank Naruto. If Naruto hadn't come to support in time, he might not be able to hold it any longer. Besides, he has also trained such a strong futon, wind style. Temari narrowed his eyes and looked at Naruto beside him. Thinking back to when Sasuke and Neji excelled in Chunin's selection, this Kyubi, 9 tails, Jinchuriki, column force was still the tail of a crane that was useless, but now, it has grown so much. Mention that there is a big gap with them. Even Neji now may not be able to display the strong futon, wind style, just now, right? Well, haha, when I ran out of there to the battlefield, I had a strong sense of perception. I learned from Mother Tsunade that the battle here is very difficult, so I cloned here. Now I clone the power of the chakra has been consumed not much, and the main body. Naruto frowned slightly and said in surprise, something seems to have happened on the main body. I can't stay here, I have to disarm Shadow Clone first. Well, let's go, now the battlefield here is almost over, the 3 shadows of the previous generation have been completely sealed. Even if the enemy has any tricks, there should be no higher combat power than this. We have solved the enemy's main combat power, and this credit is enough for you to continue your heroic deeds. Onoki slowly untied his spell and landed, no longer floating in the air. Temari on the side was a little curious, this was the first time he saw the old man float down from the air he was flying towards. Okay, then, see you soon. Since I'm here to fight, I must make the fight end quickly. Bang, tilde. Shadow Clone dissipated in response, leaving only the fog swirling around and dissipating. Okay, the battle in the desert battlefield, victory. Onoki raised his hand, intending to share the victory, so that everyone can taste the fruits of the end of the battle. Everyone couldn't help laughing happily. The battle was finally over, and some people were still sad for their dead compatriots. Live tenaciously for them. At this time, not far away, a chakra triggered the perception of the perception ninja. There are people. What? Why are there enemies? What's going on? 12 o'clock. Within 100 meters. It's Mr. Wu. It's Mr. Tsuchikage, the second generation. A perception ninja from Iwagakure village noticed something and shouted quickly. And Onoki frowned, feeling that things were not easy. Tamari complained, this guy is really difficult. Wasn't it sealed just now? Was cheated. Onoki explained. No, the one that was sealed just now is indeed Master Wu's main body. However, Master Wu has the split technique, so I am afraid that the main body was divided into two when he was caught. But don't worry, no adults can't use Jinten particle style in the split state, and the combat ability has been greatly reduced. At this time, Wu's figure slowly landed on the huge cliff in the desert. Kid, it seems that you are quite familiar with my body. Before the seal, I was forced to release the split technique. This split technique is very extreme. Although the trigger conditions are very simple, my strength has been weakened a lot. He took a deep breath. Although he didn't support the Ninja Alliance very much, he didn't like the guy behind the scenes at all. They have already defeated my body. If it is a split body, wouldn't it make more sense? Kabuto's voice came out. It doesn't matter, leaving you will naturally still have you around. It's just to help me do one thing by borrowing your hand. I didn't expect that you, the ancestors of the desert battlefield, who I had high hopes for, would lose so quickly. I didn't talk about it. If you put this guy on this battlefield, it would be helpless. Hand Seal started to find that his hands started unconsciously. Qualification Seal. You actually want to use my body to activate your own magic. It's really insidious. There is no impatient. After all, it is someone else's technique. It is very strange to use. The art of psychic and pure world reincarnation. Wu's hands patted the ground, and a coffin in front of him quickly jumped up. Chapter 423 Come. Uchiha Madara. Boom boom boom. The coffin was lifted slowly, and the aura inside was shocking. There is another one, but who is this person? Although Wu's body is controlled, but the consciousness still exists in the body, I can't help but feel a little interested in the guy who Kabuto channeled at this time. After all, the shadow already represents the highest combat power in the ninja world. Is there any more powerful person who can be the savior of the cage-level ninja battlefield? This kind of thing doesn't seem to exist at all. So, what's the point of channeling a guy now? Do you think that someone who is channeled can win the current army? Facing Wu's doubts, Kabuto smiled confidently. Hee, win. No. I want more than this, you'll know soon. This guy, the next thing is to completely reverse the entire Fourth Ninja War. Huh. Kabuto finished speaking. Wu frowned, feeling a tinge of power begin to bloom. Afterwards, it became more and more blooming, and it seemed that the hatred that had been ruined for hundreds of years was unraveled in an instant, which made people feel the impact in an instant. Hey, Tilda. He quickly jumped aside, and then a huge impact popped out. The lid of the entire coffin exploded completely, scattering countless sawdust. The dust on the ground raised a fan-shaped storm, and turned his head to look at the closed door that was opened by blasting. It's who? The dust fell slowly until calm was restored. Looking at the person in the coffin, Wu swallowed his saliva, and his eyes were completely stunned. Interesting. He murmured and repeated these two words, and his mind was already blank. I didn't expect you to get this guy. It seems that the outcome of this ninja war is really unknown. It's really interesting. Wu gasped, full of surprise and uplifting tone. But at the same time, he couldn't hide his fear of the person in front of him, but he had to admit his strength and unshakable status. I didn't expect that even you were taken advantage of by this mastermind. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. The footsteps stepped out slowly, and the loosening of the armor made a click sound. But the sound of the armor rubbing against the body was still audible. You are. A voice came out, and Wu's mind suddenly exploded. Really Really that guy, the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Resurrected by impure world reincarnation. To this day, I still remember when I was young, when I visited the village of Konoha. When trying to win some land for the land of Earth, Uchiha Madara of Konoha used his strength to prove to them the prestige of a big country, and since then, the land of Earth has never been on good terms with the land of Fire. Since that time, Uchiha Madara has been a nightmare ninja for many ninjas, and after Senju Hashirama, no one dares to fight him anymore. Ninjas who have seen Uchiha Madara Sharingan, except Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, have died Huang Izumi. But this is just an exaggeration. The second generation Tsuchikage, who was inactive, was only the guard of the first generation Tsuchikage Shihei at that time, but he had some strength. Only seen Uchiha Madara's battle, never dares to recall that battle that he still can't understand until now. It's incredible. This guy is a legendary ninja with a full score in all aspects of ninja body magic. Isn't it Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life? It's impure world reincarnation. Are you a kid from the village of Iwagakure? Madara looked up suspiciously and looked at Wu over there. It seems that you are also being used. Ha ha, Wu said here, and went silent. He himself is very clear that now he is forced to end. Kabuto, who was operating behind the scenes, couldn't wait to use the impure world reincarnation to invade his consciousness and completely control him. Hello, I'm Kabuto, the one who called you out. Madara's eyes darkened as Kabuto's voice came out. To communicate with me through impure world reincarnation, what a sinister guy. Madara is strong and tenacious. As the genius of the Uchiha family and the later patriarch, he has never been insidious and cunning, and he is upright. In the end, he became missing nin who defected to Konoha as a loser, but he was never used to such a sinister guy. I was with the guy you liked, and I reached a cooperative relationship with him. So please don't get me wrong, I channeled you, just to see the power of the legendary Uchiha. Of course, to be able to with this body, you can teach these juniors well what a real war is. What is that? Someone. Are there two? Why? The two figures gradually showed their heads, overlooking the thousands of ninjas from Sunagakure village from a high place. It is densely scattered all over the desert, and these are the strong men who survived this battle tenaciously, but at this moment they seem so insignificant. What does it feel like? Why, a very foreboding feeling. Onoki frowned. In addition to Wu's chakra, there was another chakra mixed in, more turbid and darker. Tamari didn't care. He waved his fan heavily and said, who cares who he is? Even if Naruto is gone, there are so many of us here, does the enemy want to use two people to deal with all of our ninjas? The forehead guards are different. And from the perspective of clothing, there are ninjas in every ninja village. What kind of war is this? Madara raised her head, put her arms around her chest, looked at the ninja below, and asked. Kabuto said with no body, it's the new ninja coalition. Your accomplice doesn't seem to be acting according to your plan. He declared war on the 5 countries, and the 5 countries were forced to form an alliance to deal with us. Hee, that's ridiculous. Madara's face became gloomy, and she seemed to look down on the group of ants underneath. Where's Nagato? Why didn't Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life, resurrect me? Seeing how much Kabuto knows behind the scenes, Madara couldn't help but ask. Kabuto was taken aback and said, I don't know your plan, but Nagato used his own life to save the lives of those who died in Konoha village after the failed plan to invade Konoha. To be precise, that guy betrayed Akatsuki, betrayed us, and betrayed you. Nagato betrayed me. Madara was very surprised, but after a while, he snorted again. Well, it doesn't matter. At this time, everyone was talking in surprise. Who the hell is that guy? Why is that look? Is that Kabuto guy again? Could it be that some previous shadow was channeled? But only Onoki, not their newborn calf, was not afraid of tigers, and after seeing the man's face clearly, he was shocked. This, impossible. Why is this? Really? That guy? Onoki took a few steps back and stepped on the desert ground. What's the matter? What's the matter? Do you know the guy? Old man. Tamari looked back, although he was not forgiving, but seeing that Onoki almost fell, he couldn't help but want to help him. On the other hand, Onoki had a heavy face and murmured, "It's him. Uchiha Madara." Chapter 424 Activation. Hidden Tasks. Uchiha Madara. Tamari had heard the name of Uchiha Madara, and his face turned pale. All the ninjas present were shocked. Uchiha Madara. How? Isn't that masked man Uchiha Madara? Since that guy was released by Impure World Reincarnation, it means that he is already dead. If that's the case, who is that new masked man? Onoki realized it later, and felt more and more strange. Is there any ninja contacting the troops? Tamari hurriedly shouted. Yes. Someone ran over, and Onoki was still thinking, unable to escape his panic. Because when the second-generation Tsuchikage Wu visited Konoha village, Onoki, who was still a teenager, followed Wu to Konoha village and saw the horror of Uchiha Madara. To this day, he still feels that it was an unspeakable nightmare. Anyway, contact the headquarters first. If the masked man is not Uchiha Madara, the information must be passed on first. Headquarters, in a large temporary building, all ninjas are doing all kinds of work non-stop. Researching herbs, receiving wounded, in charge of communications. The hall, there is a huge water polo, and the ninjas of Kurigakure village are working hard to close their eyes to gather chakra. This is the perception of the overall chakra. If any important enemies appear, they will not escape their perception. Report. A new enemy appears on the desert battlefield. There is a contact ninja in the desert battlefield to send information. What the hell is going on? Seeing the sudden chaos in the scene, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but stand up. Now I finally hear that there is a big jaguar in the desert battlefield, and I really don't want to make any mistakes. This. Uchiha Madara, by Kabuto Impure World Reincarnation, channeled in the desert battlefield. This sentence shocked all the ninjas in the headquarters. Madara. What's going on? Everyone's mind was instantly confused. Shikaku was also stunned, and immediately asked, "Really? Is it really Uchiha Madara?" There can be no mistake. Tsuchikage the third generation met Uchiha Madara when he was young and played against him, although he will not admit it. But if that's the case, then another battlefield guy. Who is it? Shikaku frowned, as if facing the biggest analysis problem on the battlefield. What is the enemy's purpose? Then, Ino and Neji were on their way, and Ino received a call from headquarters. Ino, I'm Shikaku, now using your father's art to contact you. Are you with Neji? Ah, yes, I know what to do. Ino and Yamanaka Inoichi, who is far away, immediately used the Yamanaka secret technique to build the ability to communicate, and several people began to communicate. Neji, have Itachi and Nagato been sealed? No matter what other tasks you have now, please go to support next. Where are you going to support? Neji was getting impatient, but he didn't show it either. Was somewhat responsible for this war as a Konoha ninja and tactician. But in order to be able to sacrifice as little as possible in the future battles, and in order to have the strength to fight, some things have to be done. Now, a new enemy has appeared on the desert battlefield. It's Uchiha Madara, the real Uchiha Madara, who was channeled by Kabuto Impure World Reincarnation. Naruto's avatar was forced to disarm for unknown reasons, and he can't be reached now. Neji, that the battlefield on the side needs support, and Uchiha Madara is not an easy enemy. Quote. Madara. Ino was a little curious, but kept his mouth shut. In times of crisis, this is not the time to ask this question. Neji, on the other hand, was stunned. Hey, there are so many troubles. He pouted helplessly, although he probably expected that Kabuto would eventually find Madara's body, but he didn't expect the headquarters to take such a measure at such a critical juncture. Where's Gaara? Why not let Gaara go to support? Neji, Gaara has decided to support the battlefield in the southern forest, and the eastern desert battlefield needs support. Really? I know, I'll go. After the contact was over, Ino was also relieved. Madara appeared. Who is that masked man? Ino asked. Neji glanced at Ino. Although he knew the identity of the masked man, it was useless to tell Ino. He only said, no matter who it is, it can't affect my plan. He said, will hand seal. Shadow clone. Bang, tilde. The two clones appeared in the fog, with a stern look. This. Avatar. Neji, what are you doing? Ino asked. Neji said, a clone, going to the eastern desert battlefield, can't help but look at Uchiha Madara. Since the enemy planned to use this trump card at this time, there must be an intention. Another clone, go to the southern forest. Naruto and the safety of Killer Bee is very important. The enemy's chakra is giving me a very bad feeling now. There are reasons for both sides to go. Neji spoke very quickly, but the main body, finally, did not go to these two places. What about the body? Ino, you and I, go stop Kabuto together. Stop Kabuto. That's right, if Kabuto is not resolved, Impure World Reincarnation will not be disbanded, and if the battle strength of the major battlefields is not gathered, it will be difficult to deal with the enemy. And Neji's real plan is to help the ninja coalition build an advantage before implementing the plan himself. Always give them the advantage of being able to hold out until they come back, right? Otherwise, when you return to the battlefield and everything has been defeated, it will be too late. Taking care of both sides, it is still too difficult in the end. So the two clones of Neji immediately started the split action, and the main body and Ino moved towards a certain place in the north. Hey, Neji, my perception ability is completely incomparable to Karen, can I really find that guy? If it's Kabuto, it should be a corner that no one can find at all. I had already sensed the position of Impure World Reincarnation's ninjas when I was fighting against him. Of course, that also included Kabuto's position. Amazing, Neji. At this time, the system prompt sounded instantly. Ding, detected the host to initiate a hidden mission. Do you accept it? Damn it, I don't accept it, and I don't accept it, but this time. Neji usually feels that everything is easy to handle, but this time too many things happened at once, and he was a little exhausted. Accept. Neji is not afraid anymore. Anyway, after hiding his strength again and again, it is finally time to use his strength. No matter what task he will be entertained together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, defeating a ninja of the same level, and obtaining the opportunity to learn Super S level abilities. Super S level ability learning opportunity. Great! In order to achieve this level, no matter what, it must be a Zanagi or something like that, right? This is not to use once, but to learn it completely, just. Fight with ninjas of the same level. Neji is now a quasi-six paths ninja. Is there really such a strong person in the ninja world now? Chapter 425 Collision. Battle of People Jinchuiki Column Power. The southern forest, in the dense forest, in the huge clearing. The air became more and more serious, the two sides were drawn to each other, and the battle was about to break out. Rinnegan, really? Naruto bit Kiba, furious. How? Are you going to angrily show your demon fox appearance again? As long as you are provoked, your body will be completely occupied by Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Afei chuckled lightly, as if angering Naruto is a very proud thing. Or, if you want to drive Naruto to a dead end, and see what kind of quality and mouth escape, you can make Nagato betray him too. And Killer Bee on the side, put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, Hey, Bee. Oh, calm down, work together to kill the strong enemy. Naruto was startled and turned his head blankly. He smiled gratified, then grinned and clenched his fist confidently. I am not the child I used to be. Although I am really angry, the Nine Horns are already on a united front with me. But, Even so, I won't forgive you. You have tortured Yugao and the others, and these people, the Jinchuriki column forces, like this. Those people, Jinchuriki column force, although they knew they were corpses, but their eyes were forcibly fitted with rinagons, and the appearance of all of them did not look like humans or ghosts. Hey, Naruto, calm down. These guys are not themselves, they are just the means of the enemy, you should understand. Ah, I know, but seeing them like this, how can I be calm? Naruto finally clenched his fist in anger, hand seal. Shadow clone. Uncle Bai, cooperate with me. I'm going. Whoa, 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 tilde. Chakra began to rotate in Naruto's hand, and immediately merged into Rasengan, and Killer Bee also played the shark muscle behind him, and the thunder-type chakra flowed rapidly on the shark muscle. Why, it's only a little painful if you obey me obediently. If you agree to my Moon Eye plan, I'll let you have a parent's childhood and resurrect your master, Jiraiya. Why do you want to be my enemy? You don't deserve to mention teacher Jiraiya. Ah tilde. Naruto roared, and the whole person jumped quickly, holding the Rasengan in his hand, and sprinting quickly. It's still the same as before, thinking that all problems can be solved with Rasengan. Sure enough, it's still the same as before, no progress. Obito didn't even bother to move, the people next to him, the Jinchuriki column forces, rushed out. All people Jinchuriki column power, are equipped with Rinnegan, shared vision, and enhanced power of hitting. Sweetened water style, water mirror art. 3 people, Jinchuriki column force, Karataki Yagura, pulled up his weapon, pulled the water surface like an oval mirror, and aimed at the attacking Naruto. What is this? Naruto murmured to himself, and a ray of light was emitted from the water surface, and in an instant, a Rasengan like his hand appeared. Rasengan! Naruto roared, and Rasengan slammed together. Damn, it's just human Jinchuriki column power, this technique can actually imitate the ninjutsu I use. Naruto. The 3-person Jinchuriki column power is the 4th generation of Mizukage, he is earlier than me, and he is also stronger, the guy who is called the real perfect man Jinchuriki column power. Oh. Naruto responded, stunned, and immediately backed away. Bang. The huge strange force landed, and Han smashed the ground with one punch. Lay plow hot knife. With a bang, Killer Bee flew away quickly, hitting the tall figure. But Killer Bee turned around, but Han tilted his neck and shrugged, looking unscathed. Hee, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column Lehen and Kumogakure are the strongest in taijutsu, possessing unparalleled supernatural powers, and their defenses are also extremely strong. Unbelievable, even the Thunder Plow hot knife can't penetrate his defenses. Killer Bee fell into doubt. At this time, Naruto shouted and reminded, Uncle Bai. Don't be fooled by him, this is Rinnegan's ability, it can absorb chakra. Teishu can be effective. Absorb chakra, E.H. He turned around in surprise, and suddenly waved the shark muscle in his hand. Broken, tilde. With a soft sound, he stared in front of him in surprise, but there was nothing. Only the transparent bubble glowed with a faint brilliance, and the one that he had just cut was just a fragile bubble. What is this? Killer Bee frowned, but Naruto immediately reminded, be careful. Uncle Bai, that's Yugao's foam technique. Bang. Those bubbles that have not been seen through are like timed bombs, sending out a huge explosion of fire. Boom boom boom. Thick smoke billowed, Killer Bee gradually revealed his appearance, and around him, there were already tailed chakras. Uncle Bai, are you alright? Ah, it's alright, these are the same people as us, Jinchuriki column force, really strong. It was. As soon as Killer Bee complained, Naruto noticed that the ground where the two were standing began to crack. And in the crack, the molten slurry is rolling. This is Yoden lava style. It's the bloodline of the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column power, said Killer Bee, a former Iwagakure ninja who he had seen in battle with Iwagakure village when he was a child. Ability. Uncle Van. Huh, Naruto turned on the QB 9 Tails mode, the golden chakra glittered on the body surface, and the rapid movement speed quickly took Killer Bee away from the battlefield. There, because of the large area of Yoden lava style, the number has begun to burn, fracture. It's dangerous. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, and just after he felt relieved, phosphorescence shone in the air. Damn, here it is again. This time, it's the phosphorus art of the Nantai's Jinchuriki column force. Killer Bee narrowed his eyes and clenched the Kiba pass. A Fae, who was standing in the distance, sneered coldly and murmured, "Come on, let me appreciate your last struggle." It's not far away. Can't use Byakugan, save chakra. Neji, who was about to open his eyes to observe the situation, finally put his hand down. It's Shadow Clone now, how long it can last is still unknown, and every shot has to be considered more carefully. At this time, he was stunned for a moment, and a kunai flew over. Neji sank immediately, lowered his body in the air, and lowered his head. There was no way for Kunin to reveal that he flew over, but the detonating talisman was almost over. CCC. Bang. Under the explosive force, Neji was hit in the middle and landed firmly. Fell to the ground, frowned slightly, and murmured, "Am I too nervous? I didn't realize that there were enemies nearby." Neji stood up slowly, patted the dust on his body, and said, "If it wasn't for a layer of chakra covering the body, I'm afraid I would be injured. Shadow Clone is different from the main body, but it cannot be easily injured." Huh. Come yet. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, closed them, then opened them. Byakugan, open. For a moment, he was taken aback and didn't move. The woman approached behind Neji and slapped it away. Neji lowered his head, and his palm was instantly empty. Neji slapped the backhand, the woman rose into the air, suppressed Neji's hand, and the other hand slashed down. Neji, on the other hand, crossed his arm and caught the split with his elbow. "Have you grown up? You haven't forgotten the simple palming techniques that I taught you?" He chuckled. The man was stunned, and when he saw it was Neji, he was speechless in surprise. "Don't know me, Yugito." Neji gave a warm smile. Chapter 426 Anger. Yugito of Tsunere. Ning, Neji. Yugito was startled, a little panicked. She immediately let go and Neji nearly fell. Oops. Neji stood up, shrugged and complained, "What? Are you so surprised to see me? Almost made me fall." "Hug, sorry." Yugito was flustered when he saw Neji. He was still a frost beauty in his heart, and would not easily show his stumbling side. So he quickly regained his composure and asked, "Why are you here? Neji, where did you go when the war started? Are you back to fight now?" A series of questions, but Yugito is his own person, and Neji will feel easy to get along with. "Well, I went to a place because of some things, and now I'm back." "Aren't you in the intelligence department?" The ninjas of the intelligence department should be placed in the headquarters, the liaison class, or assigned to the medical and logistics units. Why did they appear on the main battlefield? Neji stared at Yugito. Yugito saw that Neji was staring at her and couldn't help looking at Yuhi. 2 or 3 years have passed, and Neji has grown into an adult at this time, a little taller than Yugito. He is no longer the indifferent and mature little adult he used to be, but a real man. Neji stretched out his hand and stroked Yugito's hair. At this moment, Yugito was like a good kitten that Neji raised, without any threat or power. You, it's good to meet me in such a dangerous place. If you meet someone else, wouldn't it be dangerous? Although Neji really cares about Yugito's behavior at this time, because if he hadn't been lucky enough to meet Yugito, as the only tailed orc Jinchuriki column force Akatsuki has never even touched, if he is caught at this time, things can go bad. If it can't be dragged out enough time, the 10 tails are summoned, and Neji will not be able to improve his strength enough. By then, Neji can't escape the fate of being killed. This kind of thing, Neji will never let him really happen. I worry about you. I want to do the right thing, I don't want to wait. I'm not incompetent. And as a tailed orc Jinchuriki column force, with your help and guidance, I have practiced for 2 or 3 years. It has made me a lot stronger. Now I can roughly control the tailed beast, and I can perfectly transform it into a tailed beast. And my physical skills have also been strengthened. Well, this isn't child's play. Hearing this, Neji still showed a serious look. Although Yugito looked indifferent and unapproachable outside, in front of Neji, she was just a little woman. Neji's face sank, and she naturally trembled with it. It is precisely because you are a tailed beast Jinchuiki column force that you cannot come out easily. Do you know that even though you can save a few people when you come out, you are doing what you think is just and right? But do you know that if you fall into the enemy's net and the power of the tail beast in your body is used by people, the number of people killed by this power will be hundreds of thousands or millions? Do you think you can afford this number? Neji's mind was filled with those stupid acts of being a hero that led to the annihilation of the entire army. Although he didn't want Yugito to feel sad, as a tailed beast Jinchuriki column force, in this special period, it is very important to have the awareness to protect yourself. Important things. Okay, I know I was wrong. Yugito pouted and looked at Neji resentfully. Neji glanced at Yugito, thoughtful. However, no matter what, it is impossible to leave her alone. Since she has arrived here safely, it proves that the current battlefield is relatively peaceful, and there have not been too many changes. This is the southern forest. If you come from the headquarters or the direction of the medical unit, the straight line of this road is also perfect to miss the main battlefield. If that's the case, then you follow me. Just in case, remember, no matter what happens, you have to protect yourself first. You hear that? Neji gave Yugito a serious look, and Yugito was taken aback. After calming down for a while, she nodded silently and said, Well, I see. Huh. Neji let out a breath. What's wrong? Have you finally calmed down? Yugito blinked, as if he was being cute. Well, as long as you're obedient. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the arrogance in Yugito's stomach would become more and more arrogant in recent years. Unlike Karen and Ino's meekness, Yugito is very arrogant as a Jinchuriki column person. Of course, Neji will find an opportunity to suppress her arrogance. Yamanaka Inoichi from the intelligence department to help him teach her so well. Neji is really thankful for his tentative future husband-in-law. So, next, is it my turn? Yugito pouted, his brow furrowed sternly. Neji was startled and took a step back, a black line on his face. Neji, why? Yugito seemed to hold back his strength, as if something had been wrong for a long time, and it was about to erupt at this moment. Neji took a deep breath and asked, What's wrong? You bastard, you left more than 2 years ago, and then never heard from again. I went to the sword dance competition and didn't want to take me there, and then I disappeared. Do you know that this for 2 years I've been trying to find a way to find you, but they all told me that you're dead. Yugito was still angry, driving by a Kugan's Neji, and he could carefully see the lacrimal glands of the woman in front of him. How many tears were squeezed out in an instant, and they were held back in an instant. Such a habitual action, how distressing. Do you know how much I miss you? Seeing Neji's astonished look, Yugito finally couldn't help breaking the defense. She collapsed and lowered her head, covering her face with her hands and sighing. Covering her face, she now has Neji, and she knows that she is protected. Unable to sob softly, Neji froze for a moment. Damn, he is not afraid of anything, there is only one. You cry in front of my whole woman, how can I be human? But Neji is not only afraid of women crying, but more, he still feels distressed for Yugito. Seeing Yugito seems to be a rare opportunity to vent his squeezing emotions. Neji stepped forward and hugged her slowly. Yugito was held in Neji's arms, and Neji and Yugito looked like a match made in heaven for their current height. Don't worry, if someone dared to bully you before, tell me now and I'll help you out. From now on, no one will bully you again. Neji stroked Yugito's hair and patted her on the back, comforting her gently. Soon, Yugito adjusted his emotions and got out of Neji's arms. You said, now, I'm going to fight with you. You mean? Neji stared at Yugito, stunned. With tears in his eyes, Yugito said firmly, at the end of this forest, there is Chakra the tailed beast. Are those Akatsuki guys? Chapter 427 Fight Hard. Vision sharing. Well, then, it's really Akatsuki's people, and also, Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force and Kyubi, Nine Tails people Jinchuriki, Column Force, who were not caught like you, are fighting against them. No wonder. There are tailed beasts Chakra, but there are not only two. As a human Jinchuriki, Column Force, Yugito is very keenly aware of the tailed beast Chakra. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. He had already used Byakugan to sense the fighting situation over there, and as a person who had traveled through, even after many years, he would not forget what happened at this time. The time may not be right, but at this level, Neji must have basically recalled it. Akatsuki's masked man, Ah-Fei, took advantage of Impure World Reincarnation, three-tailed to seven-tailed five-tailed orc Jinchuriki, column power, and installed Rinnegan in an attempt to create a new Pain 6 Paths. Yugito, you know. Neji suddenly felt a sense of helplessness and happiness in his heart. Yugito, the sixth person was originally yours. Aiki Algara was rescued by reinforcements from Konoha village. Yaao and Kyubi, Nine Tails, were too strong, and there were two forces behind Konoha village and Kumogakure village. Escort, so even Akatsuki, it's a no-brainer to do it. Only you, not as protected as Killer Bee in the village of Kumogakure. You've been doing that kind of covert work. Neji narrowed his eyes and looked at Yugito. If I hadn't chosen to protect Yugito and brought it back to Konoha village, maybe meeting Yugito now would only be to see Yugito transform into the Impure World Reincarnation state, and be fitted with Rinnegan. So, putting you in the intelligence department is to protect you. Listening to Neji's explanation, Yugito softened. Regardless, Neji was on his side after all. Thank you, Neji. Yugito took a deep breath. Bang, tilde. The two were chatting, and there was a lot of shock in the distance. Both were startled. It's so intense. Yugito worried about the battlefield over there. Neji narrowed his eyes, and Byakugan noticed the situation over there, and immediately said, come on, come with me, and be ready to protect yourself at any time. Bang, tilde. The huge bubble burst, and the fire was everywhere. What is the composition of the foam and why does it burst? Yo, the sound of the explosion silenced me, yay. Killer Bee coughed twice, then changed to a serious attitude. As expected of the human Jinchuriki, column force, they are all very powerful guys. Although his character is like a gamer, Killer Bee is still a very reliable combat partner when it comes to critical moments. Naruto on the side also managed to gain a firm footing, suppressing his anger and said, their strength is because they have to endure the unbearable pain of ordinary people, and they grow up step by step. The more I see their strength, the more I feel that the guy in the mask is unforgivable. Naruto stared at Ah-Fei not far away so resentfully, Ah-Fei tilted his head. Until now, he has not made a move. Oh ha, hee hee. Ah-Fei couldn't help laughing, took a deep breath, and mocked, what? Did the poor Jinchuriki column force find the same empathy in front of his peers? If so, why don't you go to a world with them? After all, Ah-Fei immediately hand seal. The Nantai-man Jinchuriki column Lifu over there was startled suddenly and his eyes widened. Then, he opened his mouth wide and took a staggering step forward. The tailed beast chakra in his body is in full bloom. Go, Naneo. As Ah-Fei shouted furiously, Fu's body exploded, and the body was transformed into a gorilla Yuhi, colored tailed beast chakra state. Shape. Huh. It's fast. Watch out, Naruto. Oh. Naruto immediately retreated quickly, while Killer Bee flexed his shark muscles without fear, showing a big brother demeanor. Bang! Fu's palm generated a huge force and slapped it with a claw, while Killer Bee barely resisted it with his shark muscle. Really capable. Killer Bee squinted his eyes contemptuously, then, clenching his shark muscles with both hands, pressed forward. In the bandage of the shark muscle, something seemed to start to wriggle, and Fu's chakra was slowly absorbed, and the shark muscle became thicker and thicker. Fu's tailed animalization state is also slowly released. It's very useful, this knife. Killer Bee proudly raised the corner of his mouth. This shark muscle was once used to crack his tailed beast chakra pattern. So, what about the next one? Ah-Fei has already hand-sealed, his eyes are cold. Uncle Bai, be careful. A four-tailed figure of Jinchuriki Li Laozi flashed to the side, and Killer Bee couldn't react in time. On the other side, Naruto quickly threw out his shadow clone and came to the rescue. As for Naruto, who came from behind, Laozi lowered his head perfectly as if he could see it, and Naruto threw himself in the air. Bang! Punch! Killer Bee was knocked out and fell to the ground and rolled several times. Naruto landed in surprise and said in shock, It's Rinnegan. These guys share their vision. He resented that he was only beginning to realize that the other party and Pain Six Paths cooperated in the same way, using Rinnegan to share vision. And over there, Naruto suddenly realized that it was too late to support. Killer Bee turned over, and on top of his head, the five-tailed man Jinchuriki Lihen had arrived in time. His hands clasped the master's fist, and attacked downwards. First get rid of one. Ah-Fei snorted lightly, but the next moment, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. It's a blue fire. Drink. With a loud shout, the faint blue flame flashed. Yugito came quickly, and slammed it with a claw. Ah! Bang! With just one blow, he caught Wei Li Wushwang's biggest weakness from the side. That is, when he was charging, his defense would be reduced to the top. Yugito landed, and she used the chakra of the two-tailed cat, a claw like a cat's claw, which has the ability to destroy the stability of the enemy's defense. Yugito. Killer Bee was taken aback, seeing Yugito, a little bit more than a ghost. Yugito chuckled at Killer Bee. This was her actual battle after a few years, so she was naturally a little excited. Are you all right, then? I'm fine, but why are you here? Killer Bee frowned, surprised. At this time, Naruto also came over and looked at Yugito in surprise. Aren't you being protected by Konoha? Naruto, what's going on? Killer Bee was a little anxious. This time, the reason why he and Naruto decided to come is to make sure that even if the two of them fail, there is still Yugito as the best bargaining chip, so that the Ninja Alliance will have an invincible position. Who knew? Yugito shook his shoulders and explained, Don't worry, now I am like you, I can become a perfect tailed beast as a master. I also want to fight for the victory of the Ninja Alliance. This is my own decision. Quote. In the distance, Ah-Fei looked at this scene and held back Yugito. It's really hard to find a place to get through the iron shoes. Yugito or Wei, I'll accept it. After I capture the three of you, this world will end. Don't you think it's too simple? An indifferent voice shocked Ah-Fei behind him. He turned his head and looked sideways. A figure in white behind him, with pure white pupils, made him shiver. Chapter 428 Sandstorm. Gaara arrives. Hyuga. Neji. Ah-Fei's voice became deep, and the next moment, Neji had already left. And he widened his eyes. Naturally it was urgent. Who? The sound of breaking wind passed, and Neji slapped it away. Ah-Fei's whole body has also been blurred, and Neji slaps the air. The next moment, Ah-Fei materialized again and grabbed Neji's arm. Now. Zizzy. Neji's body overflowed in an instant, and it seemed that he was ready for a long time, and he found such an opportunity when Ah-Fei materialized. But Ah-Fei's mouth twitched, his face indifferent. Rinnegan glowed faintly, all of Neji's chakras were absorbed by the barrier created by samsara, and Ah-Fei's other eye, still Mangekyo Sharingan, began to absorb it. Neji will be transformed into a spiritual body. And Neji's face, the Yuhi-colored sage mode pattern, shows up. Sage art. How do you know that? Ah-Fei's eyes were rounded, and he was immediately illusory. He didn't expect that Neji even knew Akatsuki. The way to deal with Rinnegan is to use sage art with a strong enough concentration. And the most coincidental thing is that Neji can really use the technique of spiritualization and sage mode, which is simply perfect to suppress the treasure, specially used to deal with himself. You really are a variable that shocks me. Following Ah-Fei's muttering words, Neji slapped his palm, and the tree the two were standing on exploded completely. Bang! Ah-Fei landed quickly, and the next moment, Neji still used the technique of spiritualization to quickly stand in front of him. Ah-Fei once again hand seal, the illusion of magic is open. Sure enough, you should have solved your troubles completely back then. The Hyuga clan is really good at it. Listening to Ah-Fei's disgusting tone, and imagining the ugly expression under his mask, Neji snorted coldly, Hyuga clan. No matter how skilled you are, I am afraid it is not as good as your Uchiha clan. The Kyubi Nine-Tails Chaos clan, the civil strife in China, or the Uchiha Madara back then, which one is not shocking? Besides, you, like Uchiha Sasuke, seem to like killing your own master. Did you learn it from Orochimaru? Ah-Fei was startled, as if what kind of scar had been opened. But instead of panicking, he questioned Neji's identity at this moment. What do you guys know? Who knows? Neji took a step back when he saw him disappear. Anyway, even if he couldn't hurt this guy, the other party couldn't hurt himself. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The next moment, Ah-Fei started time-space ninjutsu. He hummed softly and said, Hyuga Neji, don't worry, soon, I will have the power that you can't defeat no matter what. The next moment, Uzumaki appeared behind Yugito. Killer Bee and Naruto are currently fighting with the Jinchuriki column people who were released by Impure World Reincarnation. Yugito obviously has a lot of slack in actual combat due to the blank period of several years. She didn't notice until Ah-Fei appeared behind her. Oops. Yugito. Killer Bee and Naruto panicked immediately, but both of them were suppressed by the Jinchuriki column forces, unable to support them. Neji frowned slightly, mobilized the chakra in his body, and hand seal with one hand. Beside him, a black space-time crack appeared, and on the other side, behind Ah-Fei, a crack appeared instantly. Neji's spiritualization technique is activated, and in just a moment, the displacement speed is comparable to that of Hiraishin. It seems that I am faster. Felt Neji appear behind him, couldn't understand the means he was using, but he almost touched Yugito first. It only takes a moment, even if you get a little injury, you can transfer the Jinchuriki column force of the two-tailed person in just a moment, and the next thing is simple. Eight-tailed chakra can be replaced with an octopus leg, caught by Sasuke Uchiha. Kyubi Nine-Tails' chakra can be replaced with a sealed golden horn silver horn, 10 tails, only this one or two tail. Boom. Swish. Ah-Fei touched it with one hand, but found that the sand quickly covered his arm. Hyuga Neji, move with confidence. Gaara roared angrily, flying in the sand like a cloud, hand seal with both hands. Hand seal like a stubborn stone, completely isolating Ah-Fei from Yugito, who was just a short distance away. Neji, who appeared behind him, unlocked the magic of spiritualization, Sage Mode. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Bang. It's this trick again. Ah-Fei groaned, the whole person was hit to lie on the sand, the Neji behind him was very fast, and each palm hit the acupuncture points accurately and interrupted the flow of chakra in Ah-Fei's body. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. Damn, chakra can't be condensed, and Rinnegan. Is it Sage Art's gentle fist method? Ah-Fei couldn't move. At this moment, he realized that something was wrong. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Neji's last slap, a quick blow to the past. On the other side of the sand, Yugito was lifted into the air by Gaara's sand. Neji's last palm exploded with a huge impact, completely breaking through the sand on the other side. And Afei's body was also subjected to a strong impact, and the clothes behind him were pierced, revealing part of his juniors, and Neji withdrew his hand. Afei fell to the ground on the last breath, narrowed his eyes, at the moment like a turtle in a urn. Gaara, why are you here? Naruto took the opportunity to leave the battlefield over there and rushed over. Gaara stared at Neji intently and said, the battlefield in the forest in the south is close to the wilderness in the south. I know Hyuga Neji, and from that time on, he will not give up the battle against any strong man. It was said that he was going to the battlefield in the desert area, but I expected that his body would definitely come to the battlefield here. Quote. Gaara looked at Neji firmly, and Neji just chuckled without explaining. Is it the ontology? Anyway, you will always know tilde. Damn. Afei stretched out his hand, slowly stretched out his hand, and hand seal with one hand. Huh. Neji sped away, slamming down. Bang. There was a huge depression on the ground, and Afei sank deep into it, and behind Neji's sinking body, there was a gentle fist chakra like a floating dragon. The power of this punch was unquestionable. Gaara, who was lifted up by Gaara's sand in the air, swallowed, leaving a drop of cold sweat. How much hatred did you endure when you were hit by this palm? Although I didn't see Neji for a while, Yugito did not expect that it was the first time I saw Neji treat an enemy so cautiously and with anger. Neji. Yugito murmured, and over there, the person Jinchuriki column Lifu flew up. Afei, who was knocked to the ground by Neji's palm, chuckled lightly, it's really. But, unfortunately, it. Boom. Bang, sound, the fog continued, and a huge beast appeared, with 3 pairs of wings spread, and a single tail behind him, a total of 7 tails. This is Nanao. Chongming. Neji Muran raised his head. Chapter 429 Coincide. People Jinchuriki column force together. Ooh. Huge roar, accompanied by Nanao Shigeki's huge movements, the surrounding forest was greatly damaged in an instant. Ho-a-ho. Nanao's low roar, the entire forest, accompanied by all this, almost disappeared. Sizzle. The chakras condensed together, and Nanao swallowed it. Then, hiccuped, Mist erupted from his mouth, the concentration of chakra, even Yugito sensed a powerful threat. Get out of here. Gaara shouted and used the sand to send Yugito away, and Naruto and Killer Bee quickly evacuated. Gaara, however, stayed where she was, picking up the sand. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Afei quickly used Kamui to escape. Gaara stood on the sand and asked, didn't this guy hit your troublesome gentle fist method? Why can you still use chakra? Neji sneered and said, that guy is different, he has Hashirama chakra on him. And there's also Rinnegan, just a little 6 paths fairy. Even Sage Art's gentle fist, although it can hurt him and limit him, it won't last too long. Get out of here, this move is very dangerous. Gaara said, Nanao Shigeki has opened his mouth, and the energy in his mouth is full of light, the horror of this chakra is shocking. No, it's because he's very dangerous. You can't stop him. Neji frowned and narrowed his eyes slowly, the blue veins around Byakugan became more and more peaceful, emitting a faint blue light. Then, he actually vacated the sky. Gaara was taken aback. You. Hyuga Neji. Neji said, this tailed beast has been transplanted with Hashirama chakra. It is a real tailed beast, not a fake from impure world reincarnation. It seems that this guy, Afei, is going all out to catch Hachibi, Kyubi, 9 tails, here. And Yugito, Gaara, if something happens you absolutely have to protect them. Quote. Neji didn't know how long he could last, after all, it was just a clone. And Gaara didn't understand why Neji said that. Ooh. With the roar, tailed beast bomb, come fast. Hit the ground, huge power, spread out. The earth seems to have set off a huge wave, and the trees hundreds of meters in the vicinity are all annoying. Land shattered, forests destroyed. Ah! Gaara bit Kiba, almost exhausting all her powers, holding up the sand flowing in the cracks of the whole earth, making sand from the soil, and the surrounding area seemed to turn into a sea of sand in an instant. And Neji floated in midair with white light, covering all the chakras of revolving heaven on the sand made by Gaara. Covered and protected by the sand, Naruto, Killer Bee, and Yugito all stopped. Revolving heaven, only to find out that Neji and Gaara helped them fend off this threat. So, is that Neji? Naruto asked. Yugito nodded and explained, let's also prepare to use the power of the tailed beast to participate in the battle. Since the enemy has already channeled the 7 tails, it is not impossible for him to use other tailed beasts to fight. Of course, the tailed beast only it can be solved with a tail beast. Oh. Naruto and Killer Bee, both full of fighting spirit, plan to fight a fierce battle. Nanao calmed down a little, and Afe followed Uzumaki, slowly appearing above Nanao's head. And not far in front of him, is Neji floating in the sky. Gaara also controlled the gravel to slowly back away, and behind Neji, over there, the people from the Impure World Reincarnation, the Jinchuriki column forces, also came over. 4-tailed Mizukage, 3-tailed Jinchuriki column power Karataki Yagura, Iwagakure Village Ninja, 4-tailed Jinchuriki column power Lousy and 5-tailed Jinchuriki column power Han, Kurigakure Village Missing Nin, 6-tailed Jinchuriki column power Feather High. And Raiyan Village Ninja, Nantai Jinchuriki column Laifu. Quote. Afe faced Neji, although his eyes were full of hatred that was suppressed just now, but there was a sense of sarcasm in his tone at the moment. He continued, plus Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto, Killer Bee and Yugito on your side. Hee. I don't know if it's a causal coincidence, but I didn't expect that 9-tailed orcs, Jinchuriki column, would gather here. Afe chuckled softly, while Neji said nothing. He knew in his heart that he was going to have a hard battle with this guy here. Now only myself can fight this guy with Rinnegan, but as Shadow Clone, how long can he last? At this time, Gaara flew up with the sand and asked, the headquarters said that the real Uchiha Madara has been resurrected, in the desert battlefield in the east. So, who is this guy? Why do you keep pretending to be Uchiha Madara? Your purpose, what the hell is it? Afe was stunned, as if he had just learned the news. After a moment, he looked at Neji and sneered meaningfully. Afterwards, he said calmly, who am I? Ah, who knows? At this time, the eastern desert battlefield on the other side. Grunt, a ninja in Iwagakure village swallowed. Uchiha Madara jumped and landed. One person, facing an army of more than 1,000 people. Sunagakure village were supposed to be fighting at home in the desert, but they were overwhelmed by this power. Madara landed. The posture of entering the battle-ready state was completely different from the arrogant body just above, and every look seemed to be able to kill a person's heart. Temari also took a step back, cold sweat left. Onoki just said that Madara was amazing, and Temari, as a cautious woman, naturally wouldn't ignore Madara at all. Then let's start dancing. Madara snorted softly and started. Rush. For peace. Fight. Ninja coalition forces took action one after another, facing Madara and starting to sprint. Nearly 1,000 people sprinted here, and even the sound of footsteps was deafening. There was a roar, but the momentum was completely overwhelmed by Madara on the opposite side. This guy, are you going to fight with taijutsu? Temari was taken aback, unable to understand such a decision. But Onoki sighed. The most important thing right now is to hold off and wait for the support from the headquarters. We shrimp soldiers and crab generals are definitely not the opponents of this guy. Temari swallowed, an ominous premonition welling up inside. Only one knife passed. Madara's ghostly body technique captured it and killed a ninja with a backhand knife. With the beginning of the death of the ninjas of the first Allied ninja army, the blood of everyone's battle begins. Countless ninjas attacked in an orderly manner, but all the attacks were easily resolved by Madara's smooth movement. Without any flaws, and the galloping figure, the ninjas of the surrounding ninja coalition were completely fooled in the palm of their hands. Ah! Tilda! With an exclamation, one person was stabbed to death. Madara pulled away the person who stood up behind her, grabbed his neck with one hand, and roared, "Do you want to dance too?" At this time, he was stunned, and a kunai flew behind him. He caught it casually, uncovered Ku Shang's detonating talisman, and jumped up. He kicked the attacking ninja away with his legs, affixed a detonating talisman, and threw it into the crowd. Bang! The crowd blew up, and everyone was terrified. One person, take the lead. Don't underestimate people. Maki, who came to support, quickly returned, and the hand seal triggered the wind blade. Madara stared indifferently at the miscellaneous fish in front of her, and in an instant, she quickly walked away, pinched Maki's neck, and said, "This is the end of your life." His Sharingan, flashing Yuhi light. Maki's eyes were rounded, bloodshot in his eyes. Chapter 430 Dialogue. Madara in question. Maki-sensei, hurry up and save Maki-sensei. Sunagakure village, who looked very young, suddenly panicked, and it seemed that she should be Maki's new student. But she doesn't seem to have any means, and she is very nervous to start, but she has no way to start. Don't panic. That guy used demonic illusion. Tamari stopped the movement of the little girl next to him. Now Tamari is close to adulthood and has developed very well. He looks like a mature woman. She took a domineering step forward and manipulated the big fan in her hand. Give it a go. 3 stars. Who? A huge storm hit. Madara dismissed it, and quickly threw the Maki in her hand. PFF'd. The storm completely hit Maki, knocking Maki out for dozens of meters, rolling over the desert for dozens of weeks, and no longer unconscious. Oops, Mr. Maki. Sunagakure village all looked worried, but they still looked scared. Maki was famous for being a top-level fighting force in Sunagakure village, but he was powerless against this enemy. Those of them who are not as powerful as Magi, aren't they even less likely to defeat? Don't worry. Tamari took a few steps forward and continued to manipulate the fan domineeringly. Since this guy will use Mr. Maki to block my technique, it seems that my technique can pose some threat to him. Moreover, Mr. Maki himself has certain attainments in futon wind style technique. His wind attribute is very strong, and being hit by my spell has no threat to his life at all. Quote. Wait, girl, you are definitely not Madara's opponent. Old man. Tamari lowered her voice and glanced back at Onoki. Although he has been disrespectful, he actually respects Onoki in his heart. At this moment, she looked down on the old man a little bit. She bit Kiba and whispered, "Now, we are the only ones who can stand up. I don't know how strong this guy is, but if we don't fight, we will definitely lose." After all, Tamari rises to the challenge. The stunned Onoki let out a heavy sigh. Tamari reminded him of this important thing, something he had only discovered himself. That is, since Madara appeared, his fighting spirit and fighting spirit have all dissipated. Because I am afraid that it is not Madara's opponent at all, I don't even have the courage to fight now. But if you don't take action, Madara will still slaughter the people here, and the battle will still be a complete failure. Tamari walked past the crowd, waving a fan, in Madara's direction. After stopping, the two were only 30 meters apart. Hee, it's really interesting. Do you think your technique works for me? Madara asked curiously. Tamari, on the other hand, held the fan firmly with both hands, cautiously not wanting to let go of any details and flaws, and waiting for the opportunity at any time. After a while, she said, "If you don't try, how do you know?" Ha ha ha. Madara burst out laughing. The laughter stopped. There were countless flaws during this period, and no one dared to do it. They just took the opportunity to catch their breath, and Tamari considered all the opportunities. Obviously, this is not the time to shoot. In dealing with such an enemy, always be wary of whether all the opportunities are sufficient to give an advantage. But even so cautious, it is still difficult to find opportunities to shoot. As long as there is a little carelessness, in an instant. The fear of death. It's really a big talk. The Stinky Girls movie. Madara raised her head proudly, narrowed her eyes, looked at Tamari contemptuously, and asked, with your combat experience and strength, do you think you are qualified to fight me? In my opinion, you don't even deserve to say what you just said. Madara was originally confident that her battle just now could make all the weak ninjas of the new era terrified, but unexpectedly, there was a female ninja in front of her. Dare him with Uchiha Madara. What logic is this? He is about to laugh off Kiba. Moreover, the inexplicably confident look on Tamari's face also made him extremely unhappy. He became more and more curious. What did this female ninja have seen or what was supporting her, and dared to do such a thing? Tamari snorted softly and said, combat experience. Not necessarily. Didn't you just lose? Me, lost. Madara frowned, somewhat dissatisfied and puzzled. Tamari pondered for a moment, and looked coldly at Maki, who was lying on the ground over there. She said, I saved Mr. Maki from your hands, isn't that your loss? Tamari finished speaking, the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Madara was startled, stunned. Although there were countless battles in her lifetime, at this moment, Madara suddenly remembered the time she spent under the ground after fighting Hashirama. During that time, Madara cultivated her Shinseng. In fact, he has also been away from actual combat for a long time. So that when he saw the ninja coalition, his first reaction was to be surprised. For fighting, he already relied on instinct. He didn't pay attention to every detail, and he was so arrogant, but at this moment he had to admit that Tamari just used his arrogance to save his partner by using futon wind style. But how could Madara admit it? He got upset and put his arms around his chest. No matter what, he will completely blow and smash all the inexplicable confidence of this female ninja in front of him. Since you are so confident, why is it at this level? When I was your age, I already had cage-level strength. The corners of his mouth twitched and his eyes narrowed. In his eyes, the world is already doomed, so he is very happy to play with a little girl's self-esteem while having fun. In terms of talent, in my eyes, you are really nothing. What qualifications do you have to say that kind of thing? Madara thought that Tamari was about to doubt herself when she finished speaking. Who knows, Tamari will squeeze the fan even tighter. Ah, I know that as a genius, you are very strong. You are also a legendary ninja, but seeing the way you fight today, I know that you are fundamentally different from a real genius. Tamari held his breath, an inexplicable power in his heart. Real, you guy, you say I'm not a real genius. Madara frowned. At that time, Uchiha Madara was known as a genius in the whole ninja world. And legendary ninja. From Sunagakure village. It's hilarious. Tamari raised his head and said proudly, ah, of course. Because, I have seen ninjas who are more talented than you and know what they are fighting for. A ninja with a twisted mind like you is not worthy of the first generation of shadows who have peace and chaos. On a par. Quote. Tamari cursed, waving the iron fan. Scythe. PFF'd. The huge explosion blew away, Zanzanwu and the storm merged together, and the lethality was visible to the naked eye. But Madara sneered and roared, very good, little girl, you please me, I will give you a reward. He quickly put his hand in front of his mouth. Cadent fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. PFF'd. Huge fireball, like a sea of fire. Oops. Cadent fire style has always restrained futon wind style, and it has such a large range. The ninjas in the back shouted badly. Madara also widened her eyes, waiting for Tamari's remorse. But the next moment, a light appeared in the fire in front. Chapter 431 Rest Assured. And me. Whoosh. What is that? Who? The sentient ninja felt a chakra mixed into it, and the speed was difficult to catch even with the naked eye. It was as if a strong light suddenly intervened, interweaving the flame and futon wind style. Originally it was a counterwave between two spells. Now, Kaden fire style and futon wind style hit the figure in the middle, and futon wind style's effect strengthened Kaden fire style instead. Huge and lethal, surrounded by a sea of fire. Sweden water style great exploding water colliding wave. PFF'd. From the desert, a stream of water erupted. After that, the water flow became stronger and stronger, like a torrent. It was as if a time crack had been created out of thin air, and it was connected to the sea of a megacre village. The huge amount of water extinguished the scalding flames and sank them all. Above the desert, after being burned by flames, it was watered by violent water sources. Amazing. To actually cast Sweden water style in the desert. And this amount. There, the ninjas of Sunagakure village were stunned. And Onoki also narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "This chakra, it seems familiar, maybe it's that guy." On the other side, Madara also stretched out her hand, indifferently blocking the incoming water vapor. He narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "This Sweden water style is that guy from Tobarama's. No." He also keenly sensed that it was not Senju Tobarama's chakra. However, since he is in later generations, he must be someone who can use this exaggerated Sweden water style technique. Maybe it is the current Kurigakure village Mizukage. Then, Neji's figure slowly appeared after the water mist dissipated. He had turned into light again, and quickly approached Tamari. "Are you all right, Tamari?" Neji's mouth twitched and he gave Tamari a gentle smile. Tamari's face turned Yuhi slightly, blinked and said, I'm fine, thank you. Don't worry, I will never let anyone hurt you in front of my eyes. Neji spoke softly, with a very provocative tone. That me, I know. But. Tamari became incoherent, but she immediately noticed that the people around her now couldn't hear her and Neji's conversation, and then immediately pretended to be calm. Madara in the distance saw at a glance what was wrong with the two of them, and complained, "So, you just said that the genius you've seen more powerful than me is the guy." He chuckled lightly, and the young people of later generations are really doing their part when it comes to falling in love. Tamari's face was Yuhi. If Neji didn't come just now, I'm afraid she would be swallowed by this sea of fire. Now that she has Neji, she is a little more modest, but finally she no longer has to worry about being threatened by Madara. "Neji, sure is a powerful fighting force," she said confidently. "That Neji is no worse than you. You bastard, you betrayed Konoha village, and now you are betraying the entire ninja world. Your plan will definitely fail." Tamari felt her heart beating violently, and the development just now made her not calm down for the time being. Neji also regained his senses at this time, and focused on Madara who was not far away. Seeing Neji watching herself, Madara also looked at Neji. Then, he was stunned. "Byakugan, you're from the Hyuga clan. So, you're a ninja from Konoha village." Neji, on the other hand, looked indifferent and ignored Madara at all. Madara also did not expect that she would be left out by the juniors of Konoha village, and she immediately became emotional. Genius ninja in Konoha village. How ridiculous. He narrowed his eyes, but apparently that statement didn't provoke Neji's rebuttal. The scene became extremely embarrassing for a while. Madara frowned and asked, "Who did you learn Sweden water style from? Are you a disciple of Tobarama? But, I'm afraid Tobarama can't teach an apprentice like you, right? Wouldn't it be more boring to have two such boring guys together?" Madara thought about it all by herself, while Neji ignored him from start to finish. Finally, Neji looked at Tamari next to him and said, "Tamari, do you want to beat this guy?" Looking at Tamari's Neji, the corner of his mouth twitched. Me, how could I? Don't worry, it's me. Neji's eyes, the blue veins began to wrinkle slightly. Although it was not as open as before, it was faintly felt that the power contained in it was extremely huge. Neji. Tamari is puzzled. And over there, Madara didn't get angry when she saw that the Byakugan boy ignored him at all, and instead spoke to the female ninja so softly. Okay, it really pisses me off. Are the ninjas in Konoha village so hated under the management of that guy Hashirama? Then, let me see your sweeten, water style, again. Madara quickly hand seal, hand to mouth. Kaden fire style, great fire destruction. This time, it's another form of majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. It is no longer a large-scale technique, but all the fire techniques are overlapped together, and the concentration of chakra is also extremely high. The attack is precise and extremely powerful. Boom. Fireball took the shape of a ray and flew towards Neji and Tamari's position. Madara narrowed her eyes, Sharingan twirled, but he wanted to see what kind of sweeten, water style this young man was using. It seemed that the young man entered the arena by means of spiritualization, and the speed was too fast to notice. However, after knowing that the guy was from the Hyuga family, Madara was not surprised. In the battle with Hyuga Kamizuki, Madara understood that the technique of spiritualization is the extremely powerful power contained in Byakugan. I just didn't expect that the old man Kamizuki would survive and pass on this secret technique, which is really appalling. So, let's see. Not far away, Tamari waved his fan. Futon, wind style, Itachi. That's ridiculous. Still going to use Futon, wind style, to fight my Kaden, fire style. Something went wrong in your head. In the rear, the ninja coalition also broke out in real surprise. Why use Futon, wind style? Isn't this a technique to strengthen the enemy? How could it be? What a fool. Tamari, who was wielding the Futon, wind style, also muttered worry. Neji, I have tried my best. This level of Futon, wind style, will never be able to resist his Kaden, fire style. Don't worry, try again. Neji's mouth twitched, and chakra burst out from his whole body. Then, he put his hand on Tamari's hand and held the back of Tamari's hand tightly. Tamari's face was Yuhi's, and her body took a delicate step back. But Neji's faint fragrance and sweat made her a little intoxicated. At this moment, she remembered that the only boy she had a crush on when she was young was Hyuga Neji in front of her. Tamari, go, now you have my power in you. Ah, this is it, Tamari said, feeling a powerful force entering his body, masculine and unreserved. Neji chuckled, and he rounded Byakugan. This trick is not a test for Tamari, but a test for Uchiha Madara. Tamari felt the mighty power and struggled to wave towards the incoming flame again. Boom. This time, it was Tamari's Futon, wind style, who burst into flames. The concentration is so high that it completely surpasses Madara's Kaden, fire style. Like a disaster, it swept away, completely devoured Madara's Kaden, fire style, and went towards Madara. In an instant, an earth-shattering flame and dust storm erupted in the area of 100 meters ahead. Chapter 432 Fight. Peak Match. How could Futon, wind style, beat Kaden, fire style? Unbelievable, this is the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Sunagakure almost worship. Where have you seen such a god-level ninja? Hyuga Neji. I've heard it before. However, the legend has already said that he is amazing, but I didn't expect to see him today. He is even more awesome than the legend. One person, Hammer Uchiha Madara. Unheard of move. In the sea of fire, the sandstorm covered the flames, and the wanton gust of wind kept the fire crow alive. Now the strength of Madara's art is completely endured by himself. The operation lasted for 30 seconds. This sandstorm completely annihilated almost all the gravel within 100 meters. After everything subsided, there was a dead silence. Is it resolved? It's amazing. Futon, wind style, joined the powerful chakra, changed the nature of the chakra, and formed a qualitative leap. In other words, the chakra of this Konoha ninja is far stronger than the opposite class, and it relies on power to use it. Futon, wind style, beat Kaden, fire style, by reverse restraint. Quote. This operation directly caused the Sunagakur villages behind them to call 666 directly. A one-sided massacre finally ushered in a turning point. Although it has nothing to do with them, there is finally hope of life, and this hope is great. After a long time, a dark figure slowly stood up. The dirt floated up, and the body slowly made up for it. Madara looked indifferent and glanced at the body she was repairing. Then, he looked at Neji in the distance with a displeased expression. Neji turned his head and said to Temari, "Okay, go back and protect yourself." You be careful." Temari backed away after a worrying warning. She knew that not only would her existence not help Neji, but it would also make Neji constrained. Neji's strength, she has seen it with her own eyes. Hyuga clan not far away, who was already indifferent, Madara sighed. "Okay, I'll admit it." He spread his hands, his face full of displeasure. "You are indeed an amazing genius. You have such means at such a young age that you can actually use the thought of using positive chakra to strengthen Futon, wind style." Madara said, narrowing her eyes. At this time, Wu jumped down. Among the ninja coalition forces, Onoki, who was hiding in it, said, "No adults in a divided state can't use Jinten, particle style, and now the main enemy is Madara." After landing, Wu spoke, and it was Kabuto's voice. "This guy is Hyuga Neji from the Hyuga clan. He is indeed a tough guy. Even my master, Orochimaru, suffered losses. Of course, I believe that as long as you do your best, you will not fail." "No, I didn't hold back just now," Madara said indifferently. Kabuto was taken aback and glanced at Madara in surprise. Madara lowered her head and murmured, "That guy is very good at controlling chakra, and he has a deep understanding of actual combat. Impure world reincarnation is a technique to control the soul from the pure land back to the world, and the chakra of the yin attribute is very heavy. Yes, so even Kaden, fire style, has a body with yin attribute chakra, which is released by condensed chakra." Quote. "The eyes of the Hyuga family, those eyes. The insight is even above my Mangekyo Sharingan, and I can easily see the chakra state condensed from each acupoint and meridian when I hand seal." Madara's body has finally recovered at this time, and she started to walk slowly forward, and continued to mutter, "So this guy, in that girl's futon, wind style participated in a lot of positive chakra. Look, it seems that my Kaden, fire style, is restraining futon, wind style, but in fact his yang dun completely restrains my yin dun. What a great guy." Madara's growing interest in Neji brings the two closer together. Neji also walked forward indifferently, he didn't look back. Just Byakugan could sense that the ninja coalition was less than 20 meters behind him. If Madara came over, this distance would probably be negligent. You have to move more than 10 meters forward and keep a distance of more than 30 meters from the ninja coalition. You will have time to respond to all possible actions of Madara. After all, the current self is only a clone, even if the main body has the strength of the quasi-six paths level, but the things that can be done are limited. Boy, your Hyuga clan once had an elder named Hyuga Kamizuki, who was the most powerful Hyuga clan I've ever seen. Since then, the Hyuga clan has never been any more attractive to me. From your point of view, that the guy's ability seems to be passed down." Quote. Madara said, stopping and waiting for Neji to approach. And Neji still looked indifferent, ignoring him. Madara snorted coldly, twitched her mouth, and continued, "Come on, please me. Let me see what the Hyuga clan's best physical skills can reach." At this point, Neji finally spoke. "Really, I've decided to accept your challenge. What did you say? Madara stared at Neji speechlessly. This guy didn't even have the slightest idea of challenging his legendary status as a ninja, but regarded himself as a challenger. Great, great. Madara was completely irritated at this time. He was dignified Uchiha Madara. Because of various restrictions and underestimation, he suffered a bit of a loss, and he was underestimated so much. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. Bad boy, you'll regret your words later. Huh. Rapid dash. Crack. Palm. Madara's rampage was photographed. Madara's face froze. Sharingan glared. But Neji's figure was like a ghost and disappeared without a trace. Madara turned back. The killing intent disappeared without a trace. Sharingan jumped from side to side, defending at any time. But the next moment, he was startled and looked up. Neji slaps it. Madara could dodge, and caught it with her elbow. But this blow was obviously different, and Madara realized that, although it wasn't obvious, there were slight bulging veins around Neji's Byakugan. Almost didn't realize it. You guys have turned on Byakugan. This blow is gentle fist. The chakra erupted, and the acupuncture points around Madara's arm were shocked. The whole person fell down, but the moment he fell, he supported the ground with his hands and swept his legs away. Neji dodged smoothly again. Madara twitched the corner of her mouth, and said, Kaden fire style, dusty hidden. And Neji's mouth twitched. These techniques, he knows too much. Because as early as nearly 4 years ago, he had already mastered these Kaden fire style techniques, and was proficient in mastering them, so he fully knew the weaknesses and effects of the techniques. Bang! A huge explosion, black ash flew up. Is it the Kaden fire style art that kills the enemy with the explosion of flames? Because of my impure world reincarnation body, I don't have to worry about getting hurt at all. Onoki muttered. In the surrounding Sunagakur village roared. It's insidious. That Hyuga Neji shouldn't be defeated by this technique. Don't worry. Whoosh. The dust slowly dissipated, and the fast figures of the two flowed rapidly in everyone's attention. Every punch is exciting. Powerful attack, combined with speed, it looks like a mechanized battle. It's terrifying. Is this a battle that humans only see? Hey, have you forgotten? One of the Sunagakur village ninjas trembled and said dumbly, Uchiha Madara's taijutsu just now was against all of us. But this Hyuga Neji, he suppressed Uchiha Madara. Chapter 433 Absorb. Rinnegan reappears. Unbelievable, I remember the last time I saw this guy, it was Genin from Konoha village. Yes, when I went to Konoha village to perform a mission, they all told me that this is the worst ninja in my Hyuga clan. Are all the ninjas in Konoha village really that strong? Bunch of older Jonin from Sunagakur village were all sweating profusely on their foreheads. Neji let them see the hope of life. They also saw the horror of the new generation of ninjas. It turned out that the sentence, run when you see Konoha Genin, don't even hit it, is true. Tamari, on the other hand, twitched the corner of his mouth, showing a smug smile. Neji, never let her down. Bang, tilde. With only one palm hit, Madara was knocked back. But the hands and arms resisted, and there was no substantial damage. How? Challenge failed. Neji didn't smile, but his indifferent eyes made people feel that he was laughing and mocking inexplicably. Madara was even more upset. HMPH, that's really annoying. You bastard. To beat Neji was not what Madara cared about the most. What made him the most concerned was Neji's restrained attitude. It seems that no matter when, regardless of whether he can't take advantage of it, even if he takes advantage of it, that guy can immediately find another flaw. It's more irritating than when Senju Hashirama couldn't beat him back then. Madara tilted her neck and patted the dust all over her body. In the competition of masters, there is no need to fight to the death to determine the winner. With simple physical skills, Madara already has some answers in her heart. The two were uninjured this time and looked comparable. However, Neji's gentle fist, born to be the king of physique, even Madara has been attacked a lot. Your physical skills are indeed perfect, but at this level, it seems that it will never hurt me. Hearing Uchiha Madara say these words, Neji chuckled softly and didn't answer. In his heart, there was only a trace of turbulence. Do you want to try to use Kekemura's 80 God's vacuum attack and directly let this guy call him dad? But it was also very risky. The opponent was the body of impure world reincarnation. If there was any way to solve it or avoid it, if the battle could not be ended with one move, then there would be a deadlock here. I am afraid that the powerful physical technique of 80 God's vacuum attack will consume all the chakra of Shadow Clone in one move. Just using Kekemura requires mobilizing the full attribute chakra of the whole body, as well as harnessing the power of Byakugan. Afterwards, Madara in the same place began to hand seal. The next move, I have multiple attacks, your chakra is really powerful, but can you take my move alone? Hand seal, Madara aimed at the air and spit out flames. Kaden Fire Style, Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu. Bang! 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 4 in a row. The flame in the shape of a dragon's head, Jonkiba's claws spewed out, and exploded into the air. Madara separated in 4 directions, and the target was not Neji, but the ninjas of Sunagakure village behind Neji. This scale and strength, obviously, is not something they can resist. Sunagakure village panicked, while Neji stepped back and looked up. How? If so, what would you do? Madara's mouth twitched. He didn't seem to object to Neji's practice of helping the entire team to withstand disaster, but he seemed to want to know an answer. That's how Neji responds, this awkward moment. Will it be the same as myself? And eventually go to a road that can't be turned back? But Neji narrowed his eyes and murmured, do you like Kaden Fire Style so much? If so, I'll play with you. Neji quickly hand sealed and jumped back. The hand is also on the mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Neji performs faster. Madara didn't expect that Neji would use the same technique as him. But the power is obviously not as good as Madara's Fire Dragon. It's just, Neji's Fire Dragon, faster. At Madara's 4 Fire Dragons, they collided rapidly in the air. Boom, tilde tilde. The 8 groups of fireballs collided with each other, and violent friction and flames erupted. Neji, nice. Use the faster speed of the fireball to crack the stronger fireball of the first hand. Temari couldn't help but applaud when she saw the excitement. Onoki finally showed a slight smile. This guy, as expected of a guy the first recognize, can actually do such a thing. Onoki, who did not dare to fight, was finally inspired by some courage. It turns out that Uchiha Madara is not invincible. Maybe I was just too weak back then. If it is now, maybe there is still a fight. Madara stared blankly at this scene, narrowed her eyes and said, why does this guy control chakra? Is it because chakra is not enough? Or is it deliberately to provoke me? Madara slowly lowered her head and looked at Neji, but for a moment, Neji aimed at herself. Bang, 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 bang. It's 4 fire dragons in a row again. You bastard. The original control of chakra is to release double the number of fire dragons. Neji's mouth twitched and his body moved slightly. Rapid flames fly. Madara knew that if this blow failed again, she would really lose. Can't be arrogant anymore. Flame bashing, shining. Madara widened her eyes, and under the strong light, Sharingan was spinning at a speed. Until it turns into a circle, Rinnegan, this world. Ziz. Kaden Fire Style swoops in, blocked by the light barrier. Absorbed slowly until there are no traces left. The long blue smoke floated into the sky, as if nothing had happened. And Uchiha Madara fell to the ground unscathed, only the Mangekyo Sharingan just now lost his original appearance. That's Rinnegan. How could? Onoki's legs went soft again in surprise. Temari is also silent. Madara's Sharingan has evolved into Rinnegan. Neji, on the other hand, looked indifferent and narrowed his eyes. He, with this expression again, why are you more annoying than Hashirama? Huh. I thought that my Rinnegan would surprise this guy in front of me, but I didn't expect this Hyuga Neji to be so calm. So calm that I don't want to be a teenager. I didn't want to use my real strength so early, but you are indeed a variable. Since there is a guy like you, it seems that I can understand that a phase plan has not been carried out smoothly. There is indeed a guy like you, the Ninja Alliance. Very lucky. Madara frowned slightly, her whole body was full of blue light. Gluck cluck. Susanoo, who is more than 30 meters tall, burst out in an instant. Bang. A split, the ground erupted in dust. Neji turned her head away, dodging the flying sand. Ha ha, drink. Madara's eyes widened. Although it was a shame to use Susanoo and Rinnegan against such a little-known guy, he had to admit that this was the opponent that surprised him the most so far. I'll admit it to you. Boy, are there any more? There should be more, right? Work harder to please me. Madara bites Kiba, chakra in full bloom. Bones grow again, arms and heads grow again. The three-headed and six-armed Susanoo has doubled in size again. In fact, the Susanoo is many meters tall. Chapter 434 Sword Intent. Proficiency soars. That's Susanoo from Uchiha Madara. Onoki exclaimed. Whether it is the size, or the level of amazement that chakra brings, it is shocking. Compared with the Susanoo of Uchiha Sasuke that I have seen before, it looks more powerful, especially the proficiency that is far ahead of Uchiha Sasuke. Flexible movements, with a good body shape. It's like a chakra of a tailed beast. Bang! The huge sword swung down, and a huge desert surf erupted. Madara attacked Neji, and Neji didn't hesitate. The moment I've been waiting for is finally here. Neji's mouth twitched, and he went up quickly. Jumping up, in the air, the boy in white changed his movements. Under the dazzling sunlight, a thin light shone down. Whoosh! Very bright. Everyone was shocked, and Neji also drew his sword. It's just that the way he pulled out, above the hilt of the sword, is the sword god like thunder. Although it still looks extremely sharp, it is not made of metal, but seems to be formed from a material similar to chakra. But even so, in terms of look and feel, the sharpness is no less than that of an ordinary metal iron sword, but even better. Huh, Thor's sword. You are indeed the apprentice of that guy Tobirama. Madara scoffed, standing inside Susanoo, his eyes narrowed, a lot more domineering than before. Neji narrowed his eyes and said, I almost forgot just now that you, who lost both taijutsu and ninjutsu, seem to have another option for me who owns Byakugan. That is swordsmanship. At least compared to you who are not good at demonic illusion, this will have a better chance of winning. Isn't it? Huh. After Neji said that, Madara sneered in a low voice. For a long time, his eyes were exposed, vicious and fierce. You guy, are you still mocking me until now? A guy like you can really inspire my desire to win. And he bit Kiba, hatred for Neji in his eyes. But instead of being filled with anger that had nowhere to vent, it was more that after Neji pulled out the sword of Thor, a world of rage erupted. And the sword in your hand really makes people think of bad things. Push. Slashed with a knife, and then Xiaolang moved forward. Neji dodged quickly, slashing the sword energy that could not be avoided with one knife, breaking in two with one knife. Gluck cluck. Bones grow, Madara's Susanoo grows again, the two arms at the back turn into wings, and the remaining four arms take up huge swords, and there are 4 in total. Neji, on the other hand, stood there indifferently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for condensing sword intent. Sword skill proficiency has skyrocketed. Point. Neji let out a breath and murmured, it seems that swordsmanship is both offensive and defensive. After cultivating such a deep mind, whether it is offensive or defensive, or confrontation with sword energy, as long as it is an actual battle with a master, it will increase a lot of proficiency, and it's just a trick. Neji was deeply shocked. His skills in swordsmanship had entered a bottleneck period, and now he finally understood. There is no intermediate stage in swordsmanship. After a long and tedious period, as long as you can understand the meaning of sword intent to your battles, you will rapidly improve your proficiency and strength. At this moment, he felt that the sword in his hand belonged to him and became one with himself. Sure enough, growth requires a strong opponent. Neji chuckled and looked at Madara. Did you remember someone just now? That's not the sword. Neji raised the Thor sword in his hand. Have you ever killed the person you love most? But the battlefield is ruthless, the weak. It's damned. Neji knows what Madara cares about the most. In order to see Madara's peak strength at the moment, he can only choose to anger Madara. Madara fell silent when she heard this. The eyes are already extremely cold. This guy. Isn't it? Neji raised his head and said, have you never been like this? The village of Konoha once offended all the other villages affiliated to the four great powers at your hands. It is because you put strength above all that the weak should be deceived. Do you know how many innocent lives you took away because of the bad image you brought to Konoha village for the wars waged by various ninjas in future generations against Konoha village? These are far more than yours. Brother, Uchiha Izuna, saw. Neji said and jumped up. Dodge the sand waves. This one, Madara didn't wait for Neji to react. Another knife. PFF'd. A kid of this age, even if he just listened to a few stories, what qualifications would he have to educate me? Kakaka. 4 knives cut at the same time. Boom. The ground seemed to sink into quicksand. Fortunately, there is a desert nearby. If you fight on the rocks, these few tricks are afraid that the ground nearby will be turned into nothingness. Hee. If that's the case, it proves that you understand what I said, but you just don't want to wake up, right? Neji dodged again and again, getting closer and closer to Madara. Madara widened her eyes, a little surprised. Damn, he clenched his fists and took a step back. Ding, sword mastery. Neji was in a good mood as he watched his swordsmanship proficiency skyrocket. Because swordsmanship is extremely special, there is no way to use actual combat proficiency to enhance swordsmanship proficiency, but now it seems that Neji can immediately achieve excellent swordsmanship. You, give me death. Madara suddenly put away the sword, hand seal with both hands. 8 feet Joan Tomo. CCC. If the shuriken rotates like a normal, an 8-foot blue Tomo comes flying with a long flame. Neji was surprised. This was the first time he had done this kind of move. Slash. Neji shouted, although using swordsmanship is a very stupid act, but in order to practice swordsmanship, taking risks is also a necessary behavior. Bang. Madara was taken aback by the huge explosion, and quickly jumped up to avoid the incoming waves and wash the sand. Boom. The non-stop ninjas rushed over. Quick, support. Don't let this guy run away. You can't just let the ninjas from Konoha village fight alone. We, Sunagakure village, have to help too. Everyone united, we will definitely be able to defeat the enemy. The guy is up there. Was a lot of talk and a crowd behind. Temari crouched down beside Neji. Smoke cleared, Neji squatted half squatting and took the Thor sword back. Is it because of the evil spirit possessed? This sword consumes so much chakra. Neji took a breath, and it seemed that he couldn't be self-willed. If this continued, his clone would soon run out of energy and dissipate. At that time, the battlefield here will be out of control. It seems that the next most important thing is to retain strength and try to keep this side from falling quickly. Finish other things earlier and come back to support here. After all, it is easy to hurt Uchiha Madara, but it is really difficult for his impure world reincarnation body to be sealed by the ninjas here. Madara, who was proud of her fighting power on the cliff, appeared behind Wu's figure out of thin air. How? Madara just said indifferently. This kid is really strong, but I can only play here with him. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and underneath, it seemed like a group of ants. Chapter 435 End. Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. How? What do you want to do? Just now, Susanoo, is it already Sharingan's strongest attack? If it is demonic illusion, even if it is a large-scale demonic illusion, there will inevitably be omissions. That guy named Hyuga Neji is not so easy to solve. Kabuto's voice came out of Wu's mouth. The chattering noise is dead. Madara glared without a single glance. Only this kick. Kabuto in the dark place in the distance was cold sweat. This guy. Kabuto murmured. The next move, no matter how strong the guy is, he can't take it. The game is over. Madara snorted and Tsunere bit Kiba. He started hand seal, and Susanoo, who was still on his body, also started hand seal. 4 arms were hand seal with both hands, and 2 arms were hand seal with one hand. Madara was still stuck in the quarrel just now, thinking that if the guy didn't mention Izuna, maybe he still had the interest to play again. But having said that, he can't just do it. It's the first time after the resurrection that he started a big killing spree. The battle with Hashirama back then was the battle, and he didn't want to fight that kind of pediatric fight. Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. After Madara hand sealed, her eyes turned fierce. Then, nothing happened. No one was surprised. What kind of technique is it? The next moment, a huge pressure hit, and I couldn't say what had changed, but I just noticed that something was wrong. Knowing that the sunlight that detected the sky has dissipated, but the sun is still dazzling above the desert where it was, but the huge area in the middle seems to be blocked by something. The ninjas below couldn't help but froze. Come on, are you kidding me? Someone even laughed, but it was only a wry smile. He, the man swallowed. Even the iron fan in Tamari's hand fell, and his legs went soft. Onoki raised his head blankly and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Neji, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief, feeling deeply troubled. Is it finally here? But he is in shadow clone state, so he shouldn't be worried. It seems that dragging Madara can't be the primary goal. It seems that the primary goal must be to protect the next ninja coalition. There is no credit or hard work. These people are all teammates who are fighting hard. But who? The huge meteorite fell from the sky, with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters. This is simply the power of the gods. The clouds were all passed through, the sun was obscured, and the level of battle suddenly climbed to the level of a god. Run, run, run. The ninja allied forces, scattered and fled, panicked. Neji is still hesitant. If he uses 80 God's vacuum attack, he should be able to solve the meteorite in an instant, but in that case, it is very likely that his shadow clone's power will be consumed after one move. Until then, the Ninja Alliance will have to face Madara, a terrifying monster opponent alone. What are you waiting for? Don't give up. There is still hope. Ninja of Iwagakure Village. Use Doden, Earth Style. Ninja of Sunagakure Village. Use Futon, Wind Style. Onoki saw the ninjas at the scene, and the most were the ninjas from his own village and the ninjas from Sunagakure Village. Absolutely. Don't give up. Then, Onoki flew above. Float up. Yeah, don't give up. You can't get out of this range. If you all work together, you should be able to continue. Neji was startled and saw that Onoki had already gone in the direction of the meteorite. Doden, Earth Style. The art of moving Earth core. Doden, Earth Style. Earth flow wall. Doden, Earth Style. The art of mountain earth. All the ninjas in Iwagakure Village have used their housekeeping skills one after another. The Sunagakure Village ninja also used Futon, Wind Style. Futon, Wind Style, Datapa, Great Breakthrough. Quote. Futon, Wind Style, Great Hurricane Art. Woohoo. The strong storm became the air resistance of the blow, and the Futon, Wind Style, of hundreds of people gathered together with infinite power, which actually caused the meteorite to fall a lot slower. But this kind of weight, even if it falls lightly, will press the entire Earth into a huge deep pit. So, it's not enough. Oops. At this level, it's not enough. Damn. Tamari stood up, picked up his iron fan, and cheered. But, to no avail. Neji stood up slowly, his mind kept spinning, what should I do in this situation? The next moment, he suddenly had an answer, so he nodded secretly and said, it seems that there is only that one now. Doden, Earth-style, super-weighted boulder jutsu. Onoki is in the air and casts after hand seal. Immediately, all the Doden, Earth-style, used by Sunagakur village were all aggravated, and their firmness and density increased rapidly. And that huge meteorite is about to hit. Onoki rushed up. The whole person stood on top of the falling meteorite. A ninja who can fly in the sky. That kid. Is that kid with 2 scales? Madara's face was indifferent, and her expression was calm. Kabuto, on the side, was quite surprised. Looking at the situation, he said, but I didn't expect that you would actually use this kind of move. This kind of range is indistinguishable from the enemy. Madara gave a cold snort and explained, impure world reincarnation has to be used like this in the first place. Anyway, it will recover soon. Don't worry. Quote. Onoki felt the burden of his body and the inconvenience of age. But at his age, he remembered Gaara's speech at the Five Shadows talk, and Neji's long-standing style of words and deeds as a young man. As a senior in the ninja world, how can he be compared by young people? At the end of life, if you can't create a miracle for your own life, you have to create a miracle for the lives of others. Doden, Earth-style, super lightweight rock technique. Onoki bit Kiba, groaning, penetrating pain. Improve Doden, Earth-style, defense with super-weighted boulder jutsu. Use everyone's futon, wind style, to give myself time to cast super light heavy rock. Now the meteorite has been reduced a lot of weight. Maybe it can really stop it. Boom boom boom. There is still a certain weight of meteorite pressed down, blocked by a large amount of hard Doden, Earth-style, and the gravel falls. But because of the huge size, in the end, it was stopped in midair. Call. Everyone in the Ninja Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. Onoki also sighed, and although he almost lost his life, the end seemed worth it. Finally stopped. Madara, who was watching this scene from a high place, said indifferently, the boy with 2 scales, looks like he has some skills. But, what about the next one? What are you going to do? Madara chuckled. Another meteorite flew in the air. Everyone was shocked. They had already exerted all their strength to face this second one. Because the second one was heavy enough and did not receive any resistance, it hit the first one at a high speed. Crack kaka kaka. The first meteorite shattered. Dust smashes. Onoki's eyes widened, his waist flashed, and he almost lost consciousness. Some of the Ninja Coalition forces have already knelt down. At this moment, they gave up hope of life. It's over, Neji. Tamari fell to her knees, speaking feebly. But Neji regained his energy and finally stood up, and the features of the sage mode in his eyes appeared. He said, this guy is not so easy to invite. He clasped his hands together, and then slapped the ground with his palm. Senpo, Sage Art Spiritual Art. Chapter 436 Spin. Flame Revolving Heaven. The Art of Psychic. At this time, even a tailed beast can't stop it. Really naive. Madara narrowed her eyes and looked down, misty. The Kabuto, on the side chuckled softly and said flatteringly, it's just the dying struggle of the ants. You have such a powerful strength. It seems that even that troublesome Hyuga Neji is definitely not Neji's opponent. Bang, tilde. The dust and fog were everywhere, and the huge figure was nearly 100 meters high, especially the huge body. A toad like a skyscraper occupied the vision of the Ninja Coalition, and the dust mist set off a hurricane, pushing the ninjas at the center point away, and no one was crushed. Wow, what a big psychic beast. Someone was amazed. Onoki fell, and was helped by the big toad of Iwajuku. His gorilla Yuhi-colored skin is very hard, and the gravel falls on the skin, and even shatters. Neji said. Iwasu Big Toad, I'll leave it to you, stand up to the stone on it. A small matter. The dull voice of the big toad of Iwasu murmured in a low voice. Tamari, who was on the side, stared blankly at the scene. This body type, even the Shukaku released when Gaara ran rampant, which he had seen with his own eyes, was not enough. This psychic beast is a quarter of the size. No, even the Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, back then was not as big as this toad. Neji jumped and landed on the back of the big toad of Iwasu. No, even if the weight is carried, the meteorite below will be completely crushed by the meteorite above after its mass has been changed by the ultralight and heavy rock, or it will still be smashed into the ninja coalition. Neji turned on Byakugan, and after some observation, muttered. Iwasu Big Toad didn't seem to be a clumsy toad like Toujien, and he understood the battle situation in an instant. He said, the most important thing now is to protect the ninja coalition, your revolving heaven. Neji was surprised. This big toad from Yansu not only gave him advice, but also knew him well. It's just that Neji said quickly, but my chakra is not enough now, it is already an adventurous choice for you to use Sage Mode for Psychic. But the big toad of Yansu said, you just use it, and the rest, leave it to me. Neji doesn't know what Iwasuku Toad wants to do, but, it's urgent. Even if you have such a powerful psychic beast. After this technique, you are all done. Let's get out of here. Wu and Madara quickly and thoroughly, the second meteorite above smashed the first one, and the huge stone has already smashed into the ninja coalition. Despair, because Neji is on top and everyone has not lost all hope. Gentle Fist Law 8 Trigrams Palms Revolving Heaven. Neji released the simplest revolving heaven, and only tried to expand the range, and the diameter is only 20 meters, but to protect all the ninjas of the ninja coalition, at least it needs a revolving heaven of more than 200 meters. But Iwajuku Toad extends the hand seal. The hot chakra burned all over Neji's body in an instant. If he hadn't practiced with Vulcan in the spiritual realm, Neji could hardly stand the hot chakra. It is worthy of the reincarnation of the Mount of the Vulcan, the attribute of this chakra, the fire of pure yang. The chakra of pure yang fire is attached to revolving heaven. I saw that Neji's revolving heaven expanded several times per second in an instant. The diameter instantly expanded to more than 100 meters. 200 meters. 400 meters. Revolving heaven with a diameter of 400 meters. Spin it up and fire Yuhi's chakra. The attributes of chakra appear, like a swirling flame, cutting the falling meteorites with rapid rotation, and then burning the meteorites into ashes. Ziz. The shocking scene made Madara and Kabuto in their place stunned and speechless. Bang, bang, bang. Above the flames, the second meteorite landed on revolving heaven, was cut into huge flints, and flew out. Madara and Kabuto dodged quickly, nearly getting hit by a flying flaming meteor. The whole process lasted for more than 20 seconds. The meteorite completely fell into bulk, and a small part turned into a bolide that flew into the distance, and more was directly annihilated by the scalding flame, turned into ashes and flew into ashes. Then, what kind of psychic beast is it? Madara narrowed her eyes, curious. The power of this art is even comparable to Hashirama. Who is that young man? Although the fight with Neji was so fierce, Madara didn't know until this moment. You must not underestimate this guy. Kabuto said in surprise. I have never seen such a powerful psychic beast, but vaguely, I feel that the power contained in this psychic beast is not an ordinary psychic beast. The powerful forces that the locals have seen are similar. Have you seen such a powerful force somewhere? Madara suddenly became interested in this young man who called himself Kabuto. But in the end, being able to cooperate with that guy, getting information about the Moon Eye project, even finding his own ruins, and reincarnation of himself in the impure world, proves that this guy is not easy. At this time, Kabuto, in the dark place, had a tick on the corner of his mouth. Sorry, it's not convenient to reveal this kind of thing. All in all, I'm just hiding behind the scenes for convenience, and if I'm in this fight now, I'll definitely make it over soon. In the darkness, Kabuto pushed his glasses and laughed slyly. Now, he is extremely confident in the power he possesses. Zizz. Blue smoke filled the air, and the battlefield was a mess. But even so, the casualties of the Ninja Coalition were not heavy. A total of about 1,000 Ninja Coalition forces, more than 100 people were killed by Madara, and nearly 200 people were injured. This meteorite disaster, only more than 30 people were injured, and no one was seriously injured. This ending shows that Onoki and Neji's defense is good enough. Madara took a deep leap and approached the Ninja Coalition. The guy is here. Bang! The big toad of Yansu also jumped, and the jump was nearly 100 meters, blocking all the Ninja Coalition forces. Madara closed her eyes and opened them again. A huge chakra emerges. Instant, Susanoo skyrocketed. It was as if a child had finally stood up, but even so, it was only a little over 100 meters tall. And the big toad of Yansu is still about 20 meters taller than him, not to mention the width as a toad. Where did you get such a big psychic beast? Madara is not only very curious about Neji, at least in Madara's life, she has never seen such a huge psychic beast. And Neji shrugged and said indifferently, none of your business. Madara's eyes sank. It seemed that she couldn't impress this guy anyway. Not only is he strong, but he doesn't give any face to his senior at all. Huh. Susanoo slashed with one knife. And the big toad of Iwasu stretched out his arm and blocked it. Ding. As if looking at the iron plate, there is no trace. Instead, Madara received a lot of impact. The defense is amazing. Madara faintly felt that Susanoo was no match for the guy in front of him. Very well, I'm worried about the subjects who will not be tested for this next technique. Madara controlled Susanoo to take a few steps back and quickly hand seal. Mokuden Wood Style Deep Forest Emergence. Chapter 437 Confidence. Abominable Appearance. Mokuden Wood Style. Is that guy? In the distance, Onoki got emotional and wanted to get up, but he bit Kiba and fell down. Wait, old man. Neji handed you over to me, you have to be worthy of Neji. Temari was still rude. But Onoki endured the pain and muttered, the legendary ninja. Uchiha Madara. I really regret not being able to fight him, but my age. Onoki's eyes were filled with hatred that spanned decades. And Temari couldn't help but sighed, finally softened, and said, okay. Old man, your heroic deeds just now can only be worthwhile if you live. So, just stay here and trust Neji. Temari settled in Onoki. He was a little worried. Neji does not disappoint every time, but now facing the ninja at the top in the history of the ninja world, except for Senju Hashirama, Madara has no failures in her life. Neji, in the end, it's more fortunate and less fortunate. Mokuden Wood Style Deep Forest Emergence. Clang clang. Trees kept growing and crashing on Susanoo, making a sound like hammering iron. The wanton meandering vines seemed to have no obstructions, and all of them rushed towards Neji and the big toad of Yanju. Mokuden Wood Style is not just a simple tree. If you are controlled by these trees, you may be able to absorb chakra. Xiaojuju. Yansu Big Toad was a little stunned. I didn't expect him to be called Xiaozusu for the first time after living for hundreds of years. But he didn't think hard, he just murmured and reluctantly responded, got it. Boom. The huge size, even an evasive action, is like a storm. There were waves of sand all around. Those trees are getting stronger and stronger as they meander. But the big toad of Iwasu looked at it with its bare hands, and it was invincible and cut down the trees. But as the trees get thicker, the speed and frequency of cutting becomes slower and slower. Isn't it just about the size? There's nothing special about it. Chi. Madara sneered and hand seal again. Chakra is accelerated. Mokuden Wood Style Growth Ability. Double it again. Yansu Big Toad was also a little surprised and said, "Did that guy deliberately use only half of his power to test us?" Only then did Mokuden, wood style, grow up completely. Although the stoutness of the tree still needs to be changed according to the survival time, the growth rate is too fast to predict. Iwasu Toad's movements are fast, but in the end, 2 punches are no match for 4. The crooked trees were like creeping tigers around Iwajuku's body, all tied up. Then bend and bind. Until it is completely bound and restrained from the actions of the serious toad. And the amount of chakra released by Uchiha Madara is a level that can only be compared by a tailed beast, and it is not like the amount of chakra possessed by a normal person. The unstoppable Mokuden, wood style, bound all the Iwajuku toads. At first, Iwajuku toad was able to twist its head and move its feet. But in the end, every time the body is unable to move. The entire giant Iwasu toad was tied into a wooden figure. Madara looked at her masterpiece, Deep Forest Emergence, which finally receded. He chuckled, "If it weren't for this kind of opponent, I really can't see the effect of this art. Hashirama, your ability is really useful. And the stronger the opponent, the more powerful it is. That's how you can fight me. In order to release the power that is difficult for the world to see." Hee hee. He looked proudly at the bound behemoth, knowing that Neji could still hear him, and said with a smile, "Boy, you want to do the same thing as Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. It seems like a fool's dream. But you've done a good job. After all, the me now, even if Hashirama comes, it won't help." Madara was obviously a little off, and he used Mokuden, wood style, for the first time, and he got a certain kind of power satisfaction. But the next moment, somewhere in Mokuden, wood style, it was completely broken down. PFF'd. Neji leapt out of it. He landed steadily and looked at Madara in the distance indifferently. Madara's face stopped abruptly. Where did the inexplicable confidence on this kid's face come from? Do you have any other moves? If you have any, just use them all for me. Madara dislikes the most is this kind of enemy who doesn't value herself at all. Neji's expression seems to tell him all the time that you are not worth my efforts. And this is absolutely unacceptable to Madara. Except Hashirama, he will not allow a second person to do this to him. Mokuden, wood style. Don't waste your energy. Neji said. Madara was startled. You have lost ninjutsu, taijutsu, and swordsmanship. Next, you will also taste failure when it comes to psychics. Iwajutsu Toad is the strongest Kaiden, fire-style, psychic beast. Does it make any sense for you to use Mokuden, wood style, for me? Neji said, his expression still indifferent. The next moment, the furnace-like temperature swept all around. Boom. Dark fire surges. The trees ignited and turned to black coal. Slowly falling off, the Iwasu giant toad easily detached, just relying on the high temperature of the skin to completely destroy all Mokuden, wood style. It is simply effortless. Just now. Madara frowned in disbelief. And Neji explained, that's right, I was just like you, or I was with you in testing the Mokuden, wood style, you used and how far it could go. Madara took a step back, startled. Immediately, he bit Kiba and said with anger, in that case. His Sharingan was spinning, and Neji's eyes met. For a long time, nothing happened. Neji chuckled and shook his head slowly. Why? Madara widened her eyes in surprise. Because, look around you. Madara come back to her senses, only to realize that her Susanoo had long since dissipated, leaving only a body, while Mokuden, wood style, wrapped herself around him, while Neji and Iwasu Toad on the opposite side were intact. You, demonic illusion on me, when? Madara clenched her fists, and now it's not just Neji's eyes, but the solution of the battle shows that he was being played by Neji between her palms. Why is this happening? Madara became more and more excited, especially Neji's eyes, clearly looking down on him. And Neji sneered and said, because I already cast demonic illusion before I fought you. The content of my first demonic illusion was to make you ignore my next demonic illusion, so before you cast Tengai during Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, the meteorite would never hurt the Ninja Alliance, because everything you saw was affected by demonic illusion, so Old Man Onoki and I took the opportunity to discuss countermeasures. Neji told Madara about the elaborate arrangement, which made Madara feel this rare moment of frustration in her life. Near Byakugan, why did you get me into demonic illusion at the beginning of the battle? Madara said disdainfully. Neji ticked the corner of his mouth. Byakugan. Although my Byakugan can indeed use demonic illusion, the advantage of Byakugan's demonic illusion is not one-to-one, and it does not apply to you. Then, why is it still being used on me? Madara looked at the flow of chakra on herself and had completely disarmed demonic illusion. And Neji said, I didn't say that, I will only use demonic illusion by Byakugan. After Neji said, clear eyes. Inside Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, spin it up. Chapter 438 Procrastination. I'm just Shadow Clone. This is Sharingan. You. Madara widened her eyes. This time, he completely lost to Neji. No matter in ninjutsu, Kaden fire style competition, taijutsu, hand-to-hand combat, he is slightly inferior to Neji. Although Impure World Reincarnation really can't represent the strength of his heyday, but after all, the opponent is a junior, and it is already very remarkable to have such a battle situation. If any of the early ninjas saw him Uchiha Madara fall into this field, they would have to laugh off the big Kiba. But that being said, the Hyuga Neji in front of him is really beyond his expectations. And from swordsmanship, demonic illusion. Even this guy's psychic beast can make Madara feel extremely shocked. Is this guy my reincarnation? Or, there must be something to do with me, such a strong and talented young man is really very similar to the young me. Especially that arrogance, but, anyway, it can't be the reincarnation of that fellow Hashirama. Not like him at all. Madara pursed her lips, only watching the change in front of her. The wind and clouds fluttered, and the surroundings turned yellow. All this, he looked so unnatural and not used to it. But, also recognized. Now, it should be in the other party's demonic illusion. However, now that he is the body and spirit of Impure World Reincarnation, if it is not because his consciousness is strong enough, and the guy named Kabuto doesn't dare to manipulate him at will, in fact, it is reasonable to say that he belongs to the unconscious body. That said, in fact, he's not afraid of demonic illusion. But that's only mentally. Although the spirit is not afraid of being powerfully controlled by demonic illusion, it is difficult for the body to have problems when it encounters demonic illusion. After all, the effect of demonic illusion itself is mainly acting on the body, and only acting on the human brain. Demonic illusion is to control the flow and direction of chakra in the enemy's body, which is the ninja sect spread by 6 paths. But the so-called demonic illusion, this young man, seems to want something else. Fear forced by sword energy and oppressive force can also create hallucinations, pulling people into demonic illusion. It's just that demonic illusion, which may mainly act on people's brain activities, is a cunning trick to use other people's psychology. Wow. Madara opened her eyes slowly, as if the long demonic illusion was over. But in reality, only 2 seconds have passed. Huh. This guy really has 2 boys. Huh. Kabuto, on the side was taken aback. Don't you want to have a good fight with this kid named Hyuga Neji? Why did it stop suddenly? And after being stunned for a few seconds, he actually exclaimed. Madara glanced at Kabuto, and murmured, it seems that I can't completely solve this guy now. It takes a little preparation, and if this person is not eliminated, the Eye of the Moon plan will be difficult to achieve. What do you mean? What do you mean? This guy just fought with me, can't you see clearly? Madara's words stunned Kabuto. What the hell are you talking about? You just said you were going to cast a spell, and you said that Impure World Reincarnation was supposed to be used that way, but instead of releasing it, you also released your own Susanoo. What happened? Sighed Kabuto, manipulated Wu a little surprised, and felt more and more incredible. Madara, on the other hand, froze in place. At this moment, he understood. Looking down, the ninja coalition was intact. Except for the ninjas who had been killed and stabbed by using physical techniques at the beginning, the rest of the ninjas were intact, and they even looked at themselves with high fighting spirit. And on the ground, there is no trace of great turbulence at all. He was stunned for a moment, lowered his head slightly, and looked at his body, and there was nothing strange at all. There was not even a speck of dust in the air. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Madara suddenly seemed to be empowered by an unprecedented Daigo, and finally understood the boy in front of her. The feeling of being manipulated, being fooled, and being crushed. What's the matter? Haha, this guy, what a kind. He clenched his fists. Although he felt that the burden on his body was getting heavier and heavier, he was getting more and more excited. What the hell is going on? Kabuto, on the side asked curiously. Madara chuckled lightly and looked at Neji, who was crouching with some difficulty in the middle of the ninja coalition, as if she was performing some extremely consuming magic just now. Madara also took 2 steps back, and his tenacious character kept him from falling, but now Chakra is struggling to even open Susanoo for the time being. This guy, I fought him in the environment he created just now. It seems that I can't believe all my judgments about him just now. Why is this guy? Demonic illusion of the recruit, so it should not be weak. And the previous physical skills are also solid skills, why use demonic illusion? Is it to delay time? However, he should know that Akatsuki Impure World Reincarnation is used to delay time itself. Why do you want to buy time according to our wishes? Madara narrowed her eyes, unable to think of a reason. At this time, among the Ninja Alliance, all the ninjas were surprised. Okay, so powerful, it was able to make the legendary Uchiha Madara fall into demonic illusion, and the time was so fast, it was possible to use up that guy's power in just a split second. Onoki on the side was too surprised to speak. Although he had no memory of this demonic illusion, he unexpectedly felt that he might have been there. The ninja allied forces also faintly felt that they may have participated in this demonic illusion. Big play, in this short time fragment. And Neji took a deep breath and stood up slowly. Temari next to him supported Neji, and Neji would have laughed out loud if he knew what they were thinking. Izanagi, turn reality into a dream, and turn the benefits into one's own side. This move should have been used like this. In this way, no one can find that the real battle is actually a dream. Also, Madara should not be clear for the time being. I have used Shisui's Sharingan to apply demonic illusion to his acupuncture points. The flow of chakra is within 2 hours and he can no longer cast Susanoo, should this be enough. However, this consumption is also huge for Neji. The cells of Senjuhashirama that Neji has were also stolen from the battle with Danzo, who is a defective product, and Neji used the defective product to launch a complete Izanagi. The consumed Sharingan was secretly obtained by Neji on Danzo at that time, and even Afe couldn't see it clearly at that time. Everyone, listen to me. Neji took a deep breath and made a sound. Everyone carefully stopped talking and listened to Neji's instructions. This guy is a legendary ninja, and it's easy to lose his life if he fights hard. The next battle is designed to delay time. The headquarters will soon send someone to support. Hyuga Neji, what's wrong with you? Chakra looks unstable. Onoki is very experienced in combat, and he could see the lack of energy in Neji's tone at a glance. Neji took a breath and said, I'm just Shadow Clone. This sentence shocked everyone. Chapter 439 Ontology. Good play begins. Shadow Clone. Madara's fierce physical skills just now. Such a young ninja only used Shadow Clone. It's amazing. No, it's more than a surprise, it's a shock. Stop kidding, Neji. Temari let out a breath, and it doesn't make sense to think about it. And Neji said, it's because of Shadow Clone, so it's time to delay. Now I'm trying to figure out who's behind the scenes this time. As long as that guy is taken care of, Impure World Reincarnation will take care of it. Really, that's it. As long as Impure World Reincarnation is resolved, Uchiha Madara will naturally be resolved, right? Onoki suddenly had a lot of fighting spirit. To beat Uchiha Madara, but he's willing to give it a try if it's just delaying time for Neji to catch the mastermind. But Neji darkened his face and murmured, "No, it's better not to be too optimistic. Now Uchiha Madara can even have Rinnegan. If that's the case, anything that seems bizarre to you right now can happen. Stop Kabuto just for the sake of release the pressure of other battlefields. Now the most important thing is to gather the main force of the ninja coalition. Madara and another masked man are our main enemies in this battle. Now this is the main battlefield. Be sure to take advantage of everyone to support." Neji exhaled and finally calmed down. "It should be soon. My body." Neji frowned slightly, and everyone was shocked. "I didn't expect this battle to turn into what it is now." But thanks to Neji, things took a big turn, and the whole desert seemed to become sacred at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the super god level enemy and obtaining an additional combat proficiency reward of 30W. Is Rinnegan Madara at the super god level? It seems that it is not easy to find an enemy of the quasi-six paths level, but whatever, if he really has the quasi-six paths level, my shadow clone is not so easy even if I use Izanagi. The victory over him. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 18. Combat proficiency, 621W. Talents, Steal and Devour, Soul Orb, Fire Soul Orb. Strength, Quasi-6 Paths level, up to 6 Paths level, Semi-Saint level, Quasi-Saint level, Heavenly Path level. Ability. 7 Chakra Attributes Max, Back to Basics. Pure Eyes. Tensegan. 2.421%, use Byakugan to increase slowly in actual combat. Swordsmanship ability is superb. Sage Mode Max. Demonic Illusion ability Max. Physique, complete Sage Body. Weapon, Thor's Sword with Spirit Evil God, Blood Killing God. Realm, Chakra Spirit Realm, Vulcan Possession. Special items, One-tailed Shukaku Chakra, Two-tailed Katan Chakra, Three-tailed Isoda Chakra, Four-tailed Monkey King Chakra, Five-tailed Mawang Chakra, Six-tailed Rhino Chakra, Seven-tailed Chungming Chakra, Eight-tailed Bulgos Chakra, Cubit 9 tails Kurama Chakra, 6 paths Sage Yin-Yang Power, Eye of Shisui, Hashirama Cell. Seeing the long-lost attribute panel, Neji was startled. Why do you still have chakra with 9-tailed beasts? But he immediately understood that one of the current clones was fighting with the tailed orcs Jinchuriki column forces in the southern forest. It seems that he took the opportunity to absorb all the chakras of the tailed beasts. But in the end, these chakras can only be used by Neji, not as 10 tails like Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. With these abilities, Neji should be able to surpass the 6 paths immortal and stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world after becoming a master. However, to defeat all the opponents of the Otsutsuki level, I am afraid that I have to move on. The Eye of the Moon Project. Kabuto looked at Madara in surprise and continued to listen to Madara. It seems that the guy didn't tell you the plan completely. Akatsuki's actions are for the complete Moon Eye plan. In Infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone will get everything they want, including peace and harmony. The secret of all ninjutsu. Quote. Ting Uchiha Madara said. Kabuto listened calmly. How? Let's work together. You completely resurrect me, and I'll complete the Infinite Tsukuyomi technique. Madara chuckled. Now that the battlefield is changing rapidly, if that guy Afei can't complete the task, Madara will have to change partners immediately. And since Kabuto had been with Orochimaru, he naturally wouldn't talk so well. He manipulated, no, to retreat directly and jumped lightly. Sorry, I'm not interested in this kind of thing, I don't want to realize my dream in a dream. And Wu's body slowly disappeared in the air and disappeared. Kabuto's voice came. I seem to be here too. At this time, inside the dark cave, Kabuto stood up slowly with his cape on, pushing his reflective eyes. So, is it a good show on my side next? Putting the avatar over there, but the main body came to me. Does this mean that I have recognized my strength and surpassed the current Uchiha Madara? Kabuto raised his head, and the scary lines on his face were exposed, full of snake lines. Da. Drops of water crashed down. The precise environment of the cave, Kabuto's voice, echoed through every footstep. The footsteps that were ushering in became louder and louder. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Huh. Kabuto was taken aback for a moment, then quickly moved away. He started to act the moment he saw that the vacuum palm had hit him in front of him, and even barely managed to dodge it. While the movement stagnated in midair, Kabuto pushed his glasses. After that, he calmly changed his position and stood up straight. As soon as we met, he made a move, but it's Hyuga Neji. And since he can find me, his insight is also very sharp. Of course, no matter who you are, Ningdu will defeat you and remove impure world reincarnation. Ino next to Neji said firmly. And Neji just stood beside him, withdrawing the gesture he had just held out. Kabuto was stunned for a moment, then said with a sneer, oh. I thought it was a girl from the Yamanaka family, with the help of guys. No wonder you won't be affected by this neighborhood. He gave a cold, hee-hee, and laughed twice. Ino, who was not far away, snorted and said, Kabuto, you are so sinister, you can actually attach your own chakra nearby. No wonder it smells so disgusting. Chakra blends with natural energies. How, Hyuga Neji, did you learn it too? Kabuto tilted his head, very confident. And Neji's face was indifferent, seeing Kabuto so enthusiastically wanting to show his new ability, he couldn't help asking, this ability. How did you get it? Was thanks to Ino's keen awareness of consciousness that he noticed it just now. The cave was controlled by Kabuto like a living creature. The way to do this should be the sage art of Raichi Cave, but the foundation to achieve this should be the control and understanding of the ultimate chakra, in order to connect with the natural energy. Neji learned about these abilities. He also passed the study of the dossier. Don't you know everything? You should have learned it now. Kabuto sneered and held out his hand. Who? A ghost fire flies into the air. In the air, all the natural energies echoed with Kabuto, and the light of the ghost fire illuminated the colorful Madara of Neji. Chapter 440 Absorb. The power of dossier. Colorful lights emanated from Neji's abdomen. Kabuto smiled and twitched his shoulders and muttered, look, how beautiful. This is the proof that you have all the attributes of chakra. Didn't you also read it? The dossier of your Hyuga clan, the brother of 6 paths immortal Otsutsuki Hamura. What is left? The ultimate master of chakra, the confrontation with the natural energy, and the ninja can display the true power of chakra. Quote. Kabuto's voice was frantic, and Neji didn't have time to answer how he cracked the dossier. It was only obtained by using Byakugan, right? But how did you get your Byakugan? The dossier cannot be read without the Byakugan. Neji asked nonchalantly. He actually kept his mind early. That is, Kimimaro is specially asked to take care of the tomb of the Hyuga family, where a large number of Byakugan are hidden. The reason why Kimimaro is to take care of it is because Kimimaro knows the people from Orochimaru best and better guards against it. And the file is also in the hands of Orochimaru, so only Orochimaru will have countless interests in Byakugan. Unexpectedly, in the end, the guys still succeeded. Or maybe behind Kabuto's back. Hee, Hyuga Neji, you are so naive. You did everything to guard against Orochimaru-sama, but you didn't guard against me. At that time, didn't you already investigate it? Hyuga Tianmu, that guy has contact with us. Did you think Orochimaru would come into direct contact with that kind of guy? No, It's always me who has been in contact with him. It took me a lot of work to get a complete Byakugan from him. Hee hee. Kabuto splits the corners of his mouth, his glasses glowing. Now, I have inherited all the powers of Orochimaru-sama, and even surpassed him. Besides, I also possess the physical skills and Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and I have also deciphered the dossier you have been looking for. I am now invincible. PFF'd. He screamed, and a huge snake head came quickly. The big white snake rushed unceremoniously, very attractive. Vacuum palm. Ino took a step back in fright, but Neji's neat palm cut off the snake's head and fell to the ground. Ning, Neji. Ino felt that he had a chest behind him to lean on, and couldn't help turning his head, his face slightly yuhi. Neji stroked Ino lightly. This is the woman he wants to protect. Although he knows that Kabuto is a temptation, he must also act neatly. Don't worry, I'm here. Neji said lightly, let go of Ino, and took a few steps forward. It seems to be exactly as I expected. After you disappeared, you seem to be the master of chakra somewhere in the dossier. But in the end, that kind of thing was originally the textbook of all things at the beginning of the ninja sect. Ah, not only the Byakugan style gentle fist method of your Hyuga clan is applicable, but the research results of Orochimaru and I also need this ability. But how did you get it? The dossier is still in my hands, so is it possible? After Byakugan evolves to a certain level, it will be like Sharingan becoming Mangekyo Sharingan. Does it get some special abilities? After all, you Sharingan and Byakugan are supposed to be one family. They are two brothers. Hearing Kabuto's affirmation, Neji blinked in surprise. You are quite confident in your investigations. Are you usually bored? Neji snorted lightly and started walking forward. Ino, back off. I'll make this guy docile before we talk, otherwise I can't stand his tone. Hee hee. Kabuto took off his own eyes, and his right eye slowly appeared. Byakugan is accompanied by ugly lines, as if it was forcibly embedded in the optic nerve, which is extremely terrifying. Well done. Neji chuckled, while Ino jumped away from behind. Yes, I am invincible now. Saying that, Kabuto let out a roar. From his mouth, a flying arrow made of golden spider silk and gold material was shot out. Neji saw at a glance that the arrow was aimed at Ino. Catch it. Awesome. Catch it with one hand. I saw Neji holding the arrow in one hand, and the chakra on his palm was burning. Until it spreads all over the body. Seeing Neji staring at him fiercely, Kabuto shrugged his shoulders and taunted. Don't look at me, I know you've always been very good. Moves of this level will definitely not hurt you, but that the girl is different. But since you brought it all, I have to say hello, don't I? Okay, it's almost time to start, right? Let me see what you call invincibility. Neji let out a breath and rolled his eyes. Stripes of orangutan yuhi color instantly crossed and reflected on his face like yuhi cloth. Fairy. Magic. Kabuto took a step back. Senpo, Sage Art Futon, Wind Style Palm Storm. PFF'd. A powerful storm swept in and almost the entire cave was shaken by Futon, Wind Style. Amazing. Added wind-type chakra to Senpo, Sage Art. PFF'd. The speed with which the storm was swept away made Kabuto completely avoid it. The terrifying speed knocked him back, and the cloak on his body was pulled down in an instant. Thorn, tilde. The cape flew away, revealing Kabuto's entire body. The upper body is exposed, and the disgusting snake pattern makes people want to vomit. It turns out that it wasn't the chakra that added Futon, Wind Style, to Senpo, Sage Art. It was Senpo, Sage Art on top of Futon, Wind Style Art. Hyuga Neji, it seems you don't just watch. I have the dossier, and I have completely learned the skills that I cannot master. Kabuto opened his mouth wide, and his stomach immediately grew slowly and a human face appeared. It's right next to the Otogakur 5. Just now it was the spider sticky gold of Gaidamaru, and now it is Zojin. You are such a disgusting fellow after attracting so many people. Neji took a few steps back. The futon wind style just now was just a test. Kabuto is really not like a human being, nor a ghost like a ghost. Fighting this insidious guy is more dangerous than fighting Uchiha Madara. Hyuga Neji, the next one to absorb is you. With your ability, I can call it true invincibility. At that time, whether it's Afe, Uchiha Madara, or the nine-tailed beast, it will all be used by me. The art of psychic Rashomon. Boom. The huge Rashomon grew out of Neji's back, leaving Neji nowhere to go. Neji leaned on Rashomon and opened Byakugan. Ino behind the door is relatively safe, and Kabuto is probably trying to block his own retreat. Let's see what tricks he's going to play first. Subsequently, Kabuto hand seal again. On his stomach, a head was exposed again, and his face was actually that of Jirobo. He said with a gloomy smile, "Hee. Jirobo's art is easy to escape, but with the cooperation of Rashomon, you will soon be absorbed by the dungeon without all the chakra. Rashomon is the god of the gods. You can't destroy anything. Doden, Earth-style, dungeon no." Boom. Stones rose from the ground, and the cave was aimed at Neji to create another cave. The dungeon was like a revolving heaven with a diameter of less than 10 meters, surrounding Neji in the center, and in the missing part, the Rashomon blocked the door.